Chapter 1001 Beginning. Chapter 1001 Beginning. Another stranger has arrived. In the dark and cramped space, a small figure stretched his body. Alas, every day I can only use this unknown sensory ability to see the outside world. When will this life end? It's been almost 20 months since I regained consciousness. It seems the world I live in is truly extraordinary. Could I be from some wealthy family? Could it be some high-ranking martial artist? No, no, how is that possible? When will this kind of thing ever end? And this guy next to me, stop squeezing me. Inside the house. Looks silent. In the dim light, you can see a gentle woman leaning against the head of the bed. The breath of life is like a candle in the wind, and as tenacious as weeds. More than 20 months the man felt his throat dry at the thought and swallowed uncontrollably. Are you Porgas de Luchu? Luju blinked her sore eyes, looking at the famous man who had arrived, a man who was a household name in this era, and seemed to finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Hello, Mr. Carp. Hearing the weak voice, Carp felt powerless. Cough, with a dry throat, he said, now that I'm here, you can just give birth to them with peace of mind. Leave everything else to me. Thanks, thanks. Luju said gratefully. Merit points +1. What is this thing? Why is it so suctiony? I'm going to. Wow, wow, wow. It's so dark, is it evening? Oh my god, I was finally born. The weak cry of a baby echoed in the spacious room. A few minutes later, another louder cry was heard. It's so noisy, what's there to yell about? Unlike me, I prefer to be quiet. That's great, mother and child are safe. Doctor, I'll go get that gentleman. The nurse rushed out. A moment later, the stranger who had been sensed before also entered the house. See someone coming. Hey? Why does this person look familiar? Luju, leaning against the head of the bed, gently held the two babies in their cradles and rubbed them softly with her pale face. Looking at the baby in her arms, her tone was gentle yet contained infinite reluctance. The one with freckles on his face is the younger brother, Gold Ace, and the one who looks a bit weak is the older brother, Gold Messer. As soon as she finished speaking, Luju's arm slipped from the swaddling clothes, and her life came to an end. Gold? Could it be? When Messer heard his own name, he was stunned for a moment, and then he sensed that Luju's breath dissipated. An uncontrollable sadness surged in my heart. Wow! At the same time, another baby next to him started crying as if infected. The doctor beside him looked at the two babies with pity in his eyes. He said with regret, Sir, please accept my condolences. Madame Luju is too weak and there is nothing we can do for her. Yet. Carp was stunned for a moment, his face became silent. I understand. Soon, after taking care of Luju's funeral and finishing all the things, Garp left with the two babies in his arms. Gol's surname is too eye-catching. From now on, you two will inherit the surname Porgas, your mother Rouge's surname. Your names will be Porgas de Mercer and Porgas de Ace. Walking towards the coast where the warships were docked in the distance, Cap looked at the well-behaved Messer in his arms, his eyes a little gloomy. Thinking about what the doctor had just said and the magical seahorse that could take away memories that he found in his pocket before coming here. Sir, I'm sorry, this baby named Messer seems to be born with some weakness and shows signs of premature death, but I can't find the specific cause, and I don't know how long he can live. I'm sorry. Perhaps you could take him to the medical powerhouse of Drum Island in the Grand Line, or perhaps to a genius doctor who has recently emerged in the West Sea. Those places might be able to find out more about his condition. Yes, I understand. This is a magical seahorse that has the ability to steal memories. Sorry, I can't let you have the memories of Luju and the children. Sorry. Well, okay, I understand. Even though Madame Luju is our master, it's better for such a secret to be known by as few people as possible. Holding Messi and Ace in his arms, he could feel Messi's heartbeat, which should be healthy, but his breath was incredibly weak. I have this weird feeling of being both strong and weak at the same time. What's going on? Garp gritted his teeth a little frantically, but he had made a decision in his heart. Since I promised your parents, I will keep my word. From now on, you two will be my grandsons, Garp. Mercer, Ace. At this moment, noticing the sight, Garp looked around, and finally looked at the little one in his arms who had not yet fallen asleep. The next moment, two pairs of black eyes, one big and one small, looked at each other. Cap was stunned, looking at Messi's open pair of black eyes, a white, wrinkled little hand reaching for his beard, and listening to the babbling baby cry. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and he leaned his head towards Moses. The next second, he felt friction on his beard. At the same time, he saw that Moses just touched his beard and then left. Garp grinned, "Little Mercer, do you like Grandpa?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Messer's eyelids began to twitch. After retracting his arm, he closed his eyes. Garp laughed again. Mercer closed his eyes, thinking about what the doctor had just said. He was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? However, while holding the man in his arms, Messi used his perception to sense him quietly. The terrifying height, the inhumanly strong body, and the terrifying power hidden in the body. There is also a restrained, yet hidden inhuman aura. As soon as he jumped onto the warship, Garp's body froze. He felt as if he had been stripped of his clothes, and a sense of perception was scanning him unscrupulously. At this moment, looking at his adjutant Bogart who was walking towards him and glancing at him in his arms, Garp's eyes twitched and he said in a bad tone, "Bogart, why are you using your observation haki to spy on me?" The man was wearing a neat brown suit and a matching hat. He was holding a female baboon with its limbs hanging naturally and a large bump on its head. Bogart froze, looking blankly at his unreliable boss, who was holding a pair of babies in his arms, his mouth slightly open. "Me? No. Oh, and by the way, I brought you the newly born female monkey you asked for. It's buy one, get one free. It's cleaned." Seeing that Bogart didn't seem to be lying, and then feeling offended again, Cap determined his direction this time and looked into his arms in disbelief. The perception of sight, hearing, color, and smell is a collision. Looking at the seemingly asleep Mercer in his arms, Garp's eye twitched. Observation haki? Innate, released unconsciously, true or false? Thinking of this, Garp gently opened Messi's left eyelid with his right thumb and index finger. Looking at the pupil that looked a little empty, his heart skipped a beat. Could this child be born blind? No, he can't be. He was looking me in the eye just now. Thinking of this, Garp became a little uncertain again. Perhaps the eye contact just now was just due to his observation haki. Said immediately, "Bogart, set sail now, out to sea, for the Grand Line, Drum Island. Go fast." Bogart stood at attention and immediately turned around to leave, but the next second, he heard Cap say, "Leave the baboon behind." Bogart turned back and put the baboon down. 10 minutes later. Cabin Cap's room. "I see." While eating baboon milk, Messer looked at the amorphous ball of light of indescribable color that he had discovered before, which was entrenched in the center of his consciousness, exuding a hazy luster. "It looks like a big round egg, filled with an indescribable atmosphere. I came into contact with merit points not long ago, just as they appeared. As soon as you come into contact with it, a series of complex streams of information appear in your consciousness like flowing water, and are then naturally received and understood. Reborn. Crossed. There is also Tongzi. However, his own system is even more special. Not only does it coexist perfectly with him and complement each other, it is also constructed based on his own subconscious fantasy. In the blink of an eye, a crystal blue, ultra sci-fi light screen appeared in my mind and projected onto my retina. Looking at the status bar. Real name, attributes, gifted ability, comprehensive evaluation, merit points, soul crystal, legend degree. Open them one by one. Real name, Porgas Mercer. Attributes: physique, strength, F endurance, F agility, F soul, will, F perception, F spirit, F special. Mysterious, energy, F, gaining bonus to observation haki. Special charm, C, permanently increases the Devil's Heir's abilities. Special luck, C, permanently increases the Devil's Heir's ability. Gifted abilities: A rank gift, Devil's Heir; B rank gift, tens of thousands of grudges; C rank gift, observation haki. Overall evaluation, F, not an ordinary person. Merit points, 1. Soul crystal, 0. Legend degree, unknown, merit points plus 0/day. He closed the attributes column and used his mind to control the gift abilities column. Mercer looked at the 3 abilities that had appeared on the gift abilities column when he discovered the Big Egg. A-level gift, Devil's Heir, cannot grow freely. Blessing effect, just being alive is a blessing, a living legend unknown yet widely circulated. Gain a permanent +3 bonus to luck/charm attributes below A level, and gain 1 merit point daily. Gift evaluation, lucky or unlucky, you can't decide the beginning, but you can decide your end. B rank gift, tens of thousands of resentments, cannot grow naturally. Blessing effect, because of your existence, the merit accumulated from the massacre of tens of thousands of infants in the South China Sea, the desire to be born, yet being ignored, pure prayer, pure hatred, you gain the blessing of strength, and the curse of weakness. Gifts evaluation, although you appear frail on the outside, underneath that frailty you are incredibly healthy. 1 + 1 - = 0. C rank gift, observation haki, can grow freely. Blessing effect, the innate awakening of perception ability is the power of hearing, the power of strong perception of the surrounding atmosphere, and the permanent moderate acceleration of the growth of perception/agility/mystic attributes of C grade and below. Gift evaluation, among the 3 treasures of Jingqi Shen, this one belongs to the power of Shen in terms of perception. Perception is going wild. These 3 can be said to be gifts and abilities extracted from one's own life experiences and history. This may also be one's own life startup capital. As to whether it is true or not, there is an introduction in the information conveyed by the light ball. After a while, after realizing that the 2 human cubs were full, the mother baboon looked at Carp ingratiatingly, looked at this ferocious 2-legged human, and stretched out her claws to point at her own cubs beside her. Cap. 10 days later. Under the high-speed sailing of the warship, a snow-white island appeared with several tall pillars like chimneys on it. At the same time, the temperature around it dropped sharply. Glancing at Bogart beside him, Garp said with a playful smile, "I'll leave Ace to you. Keep an eye on the female baboon. These creatures are not easy to deal with, especially towards other creatures' cubs." The warship sailed into the waterway inside the island and approached a dock. Cap jumped off the warship holding the tightly wrapped Messer and disappeared from Bogart's sight in a moment. Looking from afar, Bogart sighed and murmured, "Why bother? P.S. Merit points, distilled from beliefs and legends. * merit points acquisition and use. 1 faith. Legendary plunder, you can take merit points from items with legendary characteristics. 2 gifted ability extraction, dig out and extract abilities from life experiences and history, can be manifested autonomously/refined at the cost of 1 merit point, activate them through merit points. The specific quality of the activated and extracted ability depends on the number of merit points consumed, /auto-manifest them. The quality of the autonomously manifested gifted ability depends on your mastery. 3. Lottery, use merit points to draw treasures from the dimensional universe, including but not limited to gifted abilities, items, characters, etc. The quality of each lottery will fluctuate depending on the amount of merit points consumed. This is a new book by a new author, please take a look. Please save this. Please recommend it. Please read it. Please invest in it. Some future settings will be expanded upon in the author's words. Grateful. Permanent bonus to the quality of universal gifts, cannot grow freely / can grow independently, 1 for F and E grades, the quality will be increased by 1 / slightly. 2. D and C grades, quality +2 / medium range. 3. B, A grade, quality +3 / substantially. 4. X level, quality +5 / extra range. P.S. The quality determines the specific effect of the gift ability. Gifts can be divided into 2 types, 1 through acquired training, 1 can grow freely. 2. Unable to grow through acquired training. P.S. However, you can obtain quality improvements by consuming corresponding quality soul crystals. The range between quality and merit points, F, 100. E, 500. D, 1000. C, 5000. B, 10,000. A, 50,000. X, Super A / Concept / Demigod, 100000. End of this chapter. Chapter 2002 Breathe. Chapter 2002. Breathe. Squeak. 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 Walking on the soft snow, crossing the snow-covered pine trees, in the deep white forest, thanks to the perfect control of his body strength, only a layer of shallow footprints remained behind Cap. Snowflakes fell, and in a few breaths, the footprints behind me disappeared. Following the guidance of the breath sensed by his observation haki a few minutes ago, he traveled through the snowy forest. The surroundings became quiet at some point, and the trees became increasingly thicker. From time to time, Garp looked helplessly at the baby in his arms, looking at the pair of black eyes full of curiosity. The feeling of being scanned inch by someone using observation haki was really terrible. But there was no other way. I couldn't use my own breath to fight back. If I did that, the consequences would be something I didn't want to see. In the torment of time, he could only keep increasing his pace. Half an hour later, in a valley, in front of a thick tree with a diameter of about 10 meters, Cap knocked on the wooden door at the bottom of the tree trunk. Tuk tuk tuk. Who? As soon as the knock was made, a slightly ferocious and vicissitudes female voice was heard. As the footsteps approached, the door was opened with a creak. A fashionable old woman with a bare belly appeared from the crack of the door. She had fine wrinkles on her forehead and 2 pairs of beautiful glasses. At this time, he frowned and looked at Carp outside the door. Then the door was opened wide, and cold wind rushed into the room. The person who came in also put down the scalpel in his left hand, which was shining with a cold light, and curled his lips in a cold tone. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, you bastard kid. What are you doing here? The next second, a black shadow flashed by, and Carp suddenly raised his head to avoid a whip kick, then retreated. Looking helplessly at the overly lively old man who had kicked out again, Garp was speechless but also spoke kindly. Sister Doriel, what are you doing? I haven't offended you in recent years. Dr. Kulha was silent for a moment after retracting her right leg. Then she cursed, who allowed you to use your observation haki to investigate me? Who allowed you to call me Doriel? And if you don't want me to continue beating you, then retract your observation haki. His face froze, and Garp scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Kulha frowned. Then you still need it. Hearing this, Carp couldn't help but look down at Messi in his arms. His eyes twitched as he met Messi's curious eyes and smiled wryly. Sister Doriel, you misunderstood me. It's this little guy who misused his observation haki. You think I'm stupid? Kulha paused and said in surprise, this little guy. As he spoke, he took a step forward and took Messer from Cap's arms with his left hand. He pointed his right index finger at Messer's forehead and said in even greater surprise, isn't that strange? Kulha looked up and met Garp's nervous eyes, frowning, yet curiously asked. This little guy is quite interesting. He's obviously healthy, but he looks like he's dying. That's strange. It's abnormal, very abnormal, but it doesn't feel like I'm sick, it feels like I'm cursed by something. In this vast ocean, the strange power is not just the devil fruit. In some hidden places, there are also many strange powers. What wish? What prayer? Living long enough naturally means seeing more and seeing more. Kulha has also seen some cursed things. As for Garp, with the support of the Navy, he has been wandering for half his life and has seen some strange things. For example, the magical seahorse that was released into the sea after entering the Grand Line. Yea, it seems I have really come to this world. One Piece. A knife and a gun, blood and fire. Various brilliant devil fruit abilities collide, and the original timeline is filled with a fantasy world of joy, adventure, and romance. However, that is only the perspective of the protagonists. The reality is that many heroes emerge, various forces and regimes are constantly changing, and the whole world is in a dangerous era of turbulence and chaos. Human life is like a mustard. Being able to live in peace is the greatest gift from God. A paradise for the strong. Hell for the weak. At this time, Kulha, holding Messer and Cap, had already entered the tree house. This house built by hollowing out the heart of the tree was very warm. Sitting on the folding operating table in the room with her legs crossed, Kulha teased Messer's fair face with her fingers and said to Cap, I don't understand this little guy's body, but it seems he won't die. To be specific, we may need to observe him for a long time. If you want to take him away, it's up to you. Garp took a breath, his eyes a little obscure. He had known Kulha when he was young, and they had been friends for almost 30 years. Although they didn't meet often, Kulha had truly saved his life and was an old friend. Then I'll leave Mercer to you. I'll find time to visit him. I'll trouble you with the child, Sister Doriel. Tisk. Kulha laughed angrily, you guys think this is a garbage dump? You just throw a mess at me so easily. This brat shouldn't be yours, right? Their eyebrows and eyes are not similar at all. After changing the subject, Kulha said calmly, you should have remembered my charging standards, right? When Kapu arrived, Kulha knew that big business was coming and there were not many opportunities to make money from big customers. Especially Garp, this reckless guy. Garp's eye twitched, and he knew he was about to bleed profusely. I know. I'll bring half of the supplies on my warship to you later. Cap said with a pained look. Kulha nodded, gave Garp a look that said, you're quite sensible, and continued, that's not enough. I heard that Vegapunk is now working for your government. Bring me the latest research data on the life design map, also known as the bloodline factor. I'm useful. I suspect there might be something wrong with this little guy's bloodline. Bring him to me as soon as possible. Without giving Garp time to object, Kulha's face turned cold. We've already handed over the things. You can get out now. Garp picked his nose in frustration and was about to fire when he noticed Kulha looking at him like he was dead. He gave a dry laugh and said, I didn't throw it away. Get out. Kulha shouted coldly, pointing at the wooden door. Get out now. Don't make me angry. Garp smiled helplessly and muttered, you're already so old, but you still have such a hot temper. No wonder you'll never get married. Whoosh, a cold light shot out and broke through to 10 centimeters from the pupil in the blink of an eye. Garp suddenly turned his head to avoid it. The next moment, there was a light thump sound, and a scalpel was completely embedded in the wall of the tree house. Cap is gone. Run away. However, a name was also left for Kulha, the full name of Messer. So, after 10 days, I was given away again. Messer looked at the wooden ceiling blankly. Merit points +1. Wow! In the middle of the night, a baby cried, and then an old woman got up and put on her clothes to change the diaper, cursing. Practice makes perfect. During the day, with dark circles under his eyes and a glass of refreshing plum wine, he would carry his mercer to the nearby village of Dejiao how to seek medical advice. And by the way, find milk to feed Moses. There are many people there and there is no shortage of milk. Dazzling. January 1501, Haiwan calendar. A little kid, about a year old, wearing a white furry Labrador hat, was being carried on the snowy street by a fashionable old woman wearing a navel-bearing overalls, holding her by her suspenders. It was like he was carrying a garbage bag, and his eyes would glance over from time to time, full of bad luck. Messer, didn't I teach you? Kulha said with disdain, be sweet-mouthed. If you are sweet-mouthed, you will get good food. Being shaken back and forth, Mercer felt his brain was shaking, and he said incoherently, Dory or Mama, that auntie is so ugly, not even as pretty as you. I can't call her that, I can't be sweet. Tisk. Kulha's eyes twitched when she heard the word mom. She mentioned Messer fiercely and said, you little brat, you're being sweet to me, but it's useless. Also, don't call me mommy, call me Dr. Doriel. Aunt. Looking at the vicious old woman in front of him, Mercer tilted his head, do I have it? Blood pressure is rising. His temples were bulging. Kulha rolled her eyes in frustration, feeling a little tired. She didn't know what sin she had committed to have agreed to that bastard Garp's request to treat this little bastard a year ago. You have to pee and poop every night. Can't you just wet the bed and poop in your pants? Why do you have to wake me up in the middle of the night to pee and wipe your butt? However, it is precisely because of this that I have never washed diapers. I guess so. Congratulations. I'm almost 120 years old, and this is my first time experiencing the joy of being a mother. In less than half a year, the kid had simply learned to speak. Until now, he has known no less than 800 words and can communicate with himself in a simple way. After a year of observation and treatment, Kulha had not made any progress in treating Messer's problem, but had consumed a lot of various precious medicinal herbs. At least half of it was spent on this kid. Anyway, with Garp and the huge navy as a backing, we don't have to worry about these supplies. The only consolation is that this little guy's physical fitness is no less than that of a healthy and strong adult. No, it would be better to say that this kid is gifted and has had physical qualities that are no less than those of ordinary people since birth. He pursed his lips, drank the wine, but observed Moses calmly with his eyes wide open. Carefully savoring the little guy's breathing, this is a very interesting way of breathing that Kulha discovered a long time ago. This is the type of breathing that most babies use when they are born. Abdominal breathing. Kulha had also found this interesting before and had done some research, but in the end it all came to nothing. Because she found that this kind of breathing will gradually transition into chest breathing as people grow older. But now, after a year of careful observation and occasional comparison with adult patients, Kulha recorded her findings every day and has summarized a set of key points for practicing abdominal breathing from Messer. There are currently 3 points. 1. When you exhale, the abdomen below the navel contracts, the diaphragm rises, the chest contracts, and the turbid air at the bottom of the lungs is squeezed out. 2. When inhaling, slowly inhale fresh air through the nose, filling the lungs, with the diaphragm moving downward and the abdomen bulging outward. 3. Both exhalation and inhalation should be gradual and deep, reaching the lower abdomen, with the abdomen tight and full. Combined with highly nutritious animal meat, it is very beneficial to the body. It is very troublesome to switch between chest and abdominal breathing methods. Switching from one instinct to another is something that even Kulha herself finds quite uncomfortable. But even after just a short transition, Kulha has experienced some benefits. I have more energy than before and my kidney function has improved. Cough, Cough, cough. Kulha started coughing violently while walking on the snow, her face flushing red. Damn it, I'm out of breath. This damn abdominal breathing. Looking at Messi, who seemed to be breathing abdominally instinctively, Kulha was speechless. This kid is really different. At this time, Mercer's sweet voice sounded, Dr. Doriel, I told you to drink less wine when walking, but you didn't listen. Look, it's stuck. Kulha wiped the wine foam from her lips and sneered, You little bastard, you want to control me? You're 100 years too early. That's right, Mama Doriel is over 100 years older than Mercer. What she said is absolutely correct. Messer was lifted up in Kulha's hand, suspended in the air, speaking in a cute voice. Kulha's eye twitched, and she said with a forced smile, I'll make you a pot of tonic soup when we get back. Remember to drink it all. The so-called 10-ingredient tonic soup is a stew of vegetables and minced meat, with some warming herbs prepared by Kulha herself added, which is suitable for 1-year-old children. It is rich in nutrients, strengthens the body and is easy to digest, but it tastes unpalatable, bitter, and astringent. As for why it was one pot, it was of course because Kulha detected that Messer's gastrointestinal digestive ability was extraordinary. Not inferior to adults at all. These are also some of the benefits of abdominal breathing. Can I have sugar? Seeing that Kulha ignored him, Messer sighed helplessly, and let his head, hands, and feet hang naturally, allowing the latter to carry his straps and walk forward. Messer didn't notice the slight curl of Kulha's mouth. Merit points, 375. Closing the light curtain in front of you is like signing in and clocking in, and you can gain a little achievement every day. Unfortunately, new person, new book. Please add this to your collection. Please recommend it. Please invest in it. Please read it again. Regarding the relationship between Garp and Kurha, the author created a secondary setting after some deduction. Kulha really knows Roger's full name, maybe she knows D. From some details, we can also analyze that she must have had some friendship with Roger. Therefore, the relationship with Garp is extended. After all, Kulha has lived long enough, so it is not surprising that they know each other. Don't take it too seriously. Also, thank you for your appreciation. Please don't use insulting words, I'm a soft-hearted person and I don't mind insults. P.S. Legend degree. Each level of legend degree will increase merit points/day depending on the situation. Ordinary person, obscurity +0/day, a weed-like, dispensable character. Well-known figure, bounty of tens of millions. School level, somewhat famous, +5/day, some places let people know about you. Billion level bounty. Supernova, rising fame, +15/day, enough to be talked about a lot. Shishibukai. Vice Admiral. Elite Vice Admiral, renowned, +25/day, your name is known throughout the sea. 4 Emperors. Generals, Man of the Hour, +50/day, each appearance is enough to stir up the world. A figure who can be recorded in history, shocking and unparalleled, +100/day, even if your name is erased, your name will be passed down through generations. Quality level, Fedspax, concept/demigod, each quality level is divided into 3 levels, for example, F/F/F and PS, plus and minus are not additional qualities, but the 3 levels of entry, normal and peak in each quality segment. End of this chapter. Chapter 3003, Bamboo Forest Mouse. Chapter 3003. Bamboo Forest, Mice. The human body is made up of cells, and cells need nutrients and oxygen to survive. Inhaling means inhaling fresh air from nature through the nasal cavity, trachea, and bronchi into the lungs. The lungs will separate the oxygen in the air and transport it to the heart. The heart will transport oxygen and nutrients to cells throughout the body through the arteries. Exhalation is the process of carbon dioxide discharged from cells and waste gas in the body being transported to the heart and lungs through the veins, then through the bronchi and trachea, and finally discharged from the nasal cavity and oral cavity. Compared with chest breathing, abdominal breathing is more beneficial to the human body. Abdominal breathing has special effects on the physiology of various systems of the human body. It can significantly increase lung capacity, activate alveoli, and also have a good regulating effect on the stomach and intestines. Abdominal breathing exercises can enable the body to obtain sufficient oxygen, and the physiology and biochemistry of various body systems can be thoroughly awakened and reversed, so that the spirit can be coordinated, and one can quickly enter a state of concentration and meet the brain's demand for oxygen. When brain function is fully enhanced and developed, people can always maintain abundant energy and enhance kidney function. As Kulha carried him home, Moser recalled these words in his mind. There was nothing profound or difficult to understand about them. The human body is a treasure. Even the most basic breathing, this instinctive use brought by birth, has the potential to be further explored. In previous lives, this special breathing method could be easily found, and even if mastered, it was just a unique way of maintaining health. Moses thought to himself, his mind empty, but in this world of extraordinary power. Advanced breathing techniques are actually a special form of meditation. A crystal blue translucent light curtain was projected into the field of vision. Click on the Properties column: Physique, Strength, FF Endurance, FF Agility, FF Soul, Will, FF Perception, FF and Spirit, FF Special. Mysterious, Energy, FF, Observation Haki gains a bonus. Special Charm, C, permanently increases the Devil's Heir's abilities. Special Luck, C, permanently increases the Devil's Heir's ability. Moses was well aware of his own health. For a year. Although she is still unable to do physical exercise, with the natural growth of her body, Kulha's careful transformation, and conscious and instinctive abdominal breathing, her own growth is moving forward steadily. After arriving home, Kulha casually threw Messer on the chair in front of the bookshelf, walked to the bookshelf, and took out a book that recorded herbal pharmacology. Compendium of Materia Medica. He lifted Moses into his arms, placed the book on the desk in front of him, adjusted his sitting position, opened the book to the page with the bookmark, and pointed to the words and pictures on it. Black bamboo, also known as purple bamboo, is a yang-loving plant that prefers warm and humid climates. It is cold-resistant and highly adaptable to climates. Both its roots and stems can be used as medicine. Snow Ganoderma has stems about an inch tall, white flowers, and blooms in the cold of winter. Mercer's early education consisted of the numerous pharmacology books on the shelves in the house. Or perhaps some discarded newspapers that had accumulated in the past. Kulha's lectures are easy to understand, and there are real pictures on the pages. Messer quite likes this kind of children's book. Warm indoors. Kulha's voice was particularly gentle, and her pronunciation was clear and fluent. She taught knowledge and literacy at the same time. Messi followed along, but Messi was still young after all, and he fell asleep in Kulha's arms without knowing when. I don't know when, but Kulha had already put the bookmark in place, closed the book, and kept touching the joints of Messer's body with her index fingers, her eyes slightly closed. He carefully sensed Moses' body and discovered his breathing that had almost become instinctive. His fingers were like the most sophisticated instruments, examining the changes inside Moses' body caused by his breathing. Rustling. A black signing pen was scribbling on a half-written piece of paper, interspersed with a precise hand-drawn diagram of the human body's internal anatomy, with thin lines with arrows jumping out of the paper. As time goes by, the arrow lines on the paper are integrated from the chaos, with a precise beauty like a closed loop. Breathing, deep perception, control, and the return of life. The human body is truly amazing. This little guy is truly a treasure given to me by God. Kulha's eyes were burning. Possess the passion of an explorer. There was a large bed in one corner of the room, and next to the bed was a small low bed with a fence. Recording completed. After stripping Messer naked and throwing him up, Kulha tucked in the quilt and slowly stretched herself. She glanced at the sky outside and said, "After a while, I'll take this little guy out to pick some herbs and let him try his hand at it." As time went by, Moses' knowledge became more and more profound. As he learned more and more, he could always apply what he learned to other situations. Kulha was happy and helpless. She was happy that she had less trouble, but also helpless that she had less trouble. But overall I am quite satisfied. During this period, he occasionally took Messi to various towns and villages on the island to treat illnesses. Although the residents were surprised that the witch on the island had brought a child with her, they did not dare to say anything. After all, this guy is a ruthless guy who can break a wall with one kick. Although he has a weird personality, he is a real talent. Merit points, 558. Half a year passed by in a flash. This day, Cap came in a hurry and left in a hurry. However, he did bring a batch of supplies and asked Kulha Messer about his physical condition. After Kulha told him the truth, Karp was relieved. On this day, the sky outside cleared up after a long time. The 1.5-year-old Messer wore a snow-white furry hat and a pair of suitable polarized sunglasses. The same sunglasses as Kulha. Unlike Kulha, who was wearing a thin belly-exposing dress, Messer was wrapped tightly. Kulha was carrying a backpack and holding Messer's white and tender hand in her left hand, walking in a jungle where sporadic snowflakes were falling. "Dr. Doriel, where are we going?" Mercer also had a small backpack on his back. "How long will it take?" "Why, you're already tired after less than half an hour." Kulha raised the corner of her mouth. She took a sip from the bottle of wine in her free right hand and said with a smile, "Let's go to the magnetic drum mountain in the east. Don't worry, I won't carry you even if you get tired. I have a rope here. I'll tie it to your harness and pull you along." Mercer's eyes were speechless behind his sunglasses as he grumbled, "I don't think I've seen you carry me since I could remember, right? Haven't you always been carrying me like I was carrying trash?" He lowered his head and looked at his lower body. He was still wearing suspender cotton pants with two crossed straps at the back for lifting. "Are you dissatisfied? Are you unhappy?" Kulha chuckled softly. "Although Drum Island isn't large, the wilds are still very dangerous, whether it's labang, reindeer, or various carnivores. Only with our hands freed can we better protect ourselves." It's like an explanation, but also like stating a fact. Kulha lifted her hips, revealing a single-shot pistol and a sharpened, short-handled shovel beneath the added belt around her waist. Although there were only 2 weapons, Messer knew that hidden within the unseen clothing, there were at least 10 surgical knives. Not only Kulha, but also Miser had a weapon in his backpack, a small hand axe that was designed by Miser, drawn by Kulha, and made by a blacksmith in a small town. A faint red light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The next second, before Messi could react, a knife-like hand gently hit Messi's forehead. With her left hand, which had been loosened at some point, she lifted the back of Messer's collar and brought it in front of her. Kulha pushed up her sunglasses with her right hand, squinting at Messer and said, "Little idiot, don't use your observation haki to glance at other people's bodies. It's okay if you meet someone who doesn't know what's going on, but if it's someone like me, it's a provocation, you know. I must have told you this more than once. Dr. Doriel, why can observation haki only be successfully activated when one is calm and focused? Can't it be used anytime, anywhere? This is the power that I have bred within me. Shouldn't it be like my hands and feet, free to do whatever I want?" Kulha chuckled, "Little idiot, how old are you? You've just learned to walk, and you want to try extreme parkour. Listen, even if you want to use your hands and feet flexibly, you need to go through arduous training, let alone the perception ability of a non-existent entity. You are 100 years too early to do whatever you want." Messer nodded emphatically, looking at Kulha in front of him and said, "Doriel, medical lady, you are right. That's why I use it, to train this ability. And since there are only 2 of us here, I can only use Medical Lady Doriel to train my observation haki. Kulha's mouth twitched as she looked at the serious explanation in front of her, and used her own words as a reason to refute herself. He unhappily let go of his hand and let Messi sit down in the snow. Kulha continued to walk forward, and Messer stood up by pressing his hands on the snow, and then followed her. Use your sense of perception and hearing to perceive yourself, listen to the unique sound that you emit. Use abdominal breathing to adjust your body, calm your mind, and then enter a state of concentration. Empty yourself, become one with nature, and perceive the state of stillness. That's it for now. Kulha continued preaching without even turning her head. It is concise and yet contains a profound concept. Messer followed behind her, his eyes thoughtful. He began to adjust his breathing, making it deeper. He walked stumblingly, struggling to retract the observation haki that was radiating outwards. From time to time, because of excessive concentration, he would miss a step, or bump into Kulha's calf, or hit his head against a tree, causing the snow on the tree to fall on his heads. Kulha was so angry that she laughed. Helpless Kulha had to grab Messer's hand again, and soon after, they arrived in front of a bamboo forest not far from the foot of the iron barrel-like magnetic drum mountain. 2 people came here. This is an endless purple bamboo forest. The thickest ones are so thick that one person can hug them. The purple-black bamboos are tall and straight, and there are also many green tender bamboos. Thick snow piled up between the bamboos, mixed with green or yellow-brown bamboo leaves. Deep and sharp roars could be vaguely heard in the bamboo forest. At this time, they came to a purple bamboo. Kulha let go of Messer's hand, squatted down, stretched out her hand to dig away the snow, and under the thick snow, she dug out a new and plump bamboo shoot. This island, long ago, was once an island of spring and summer. It was filled with clear springs, rich in resources, and teeming with life. But at some point, a massive tsunami submerged the island, destroying the magnetic system that controls its climate. The ecosystem then transformed into the winter island it is today. However, life is tenacious. Purple bamboo, originally meant to survive in a humid climate, has adapted and survived in this perpetually cold climate. It has even undergone a transformation, and its medicinal properties have not only not diminished, but have actually increased. As if inspired, Kulha told this story-like history. Thanks to the 85,000 meter high magnetic drum mountains surrounding the island, some of the animals that originally existed on the island also miraculously survived at that time. For example, Messer watched Kulha digging for roots, pulling up shoots. Is it about this bamboo forest? Using a special technique to collect the medicinal roots she needed without damaging the main body of the rhizome, Kulha smiled and said, "You are so smart, why don't you try it too?" Immediately, Messer followed Kulha's method to collect purple bamboo roots. Kulha pinched a root, rubbed it in the snow, put it in his mouth and chewed it gently, savoring the unique spicy and light taste. There is not only bamboo in the bamboo forest, but also many accompanying medicinal herbs. The vivid extracurricular lessons began, and the medicinal herbs in the 2 people's backpacks became richer with the passage of time. At a certain moment, Kulha, who was explaining the main points, suddenly swung her right hand, a cold light flashed, and then a wailing sound came from 20 meters away. Kulha reached out and pinched Messer's cheek, then smiled and said, "I'll make you bamboo shoot rice with rabbit meat and purple bamboo shoots tonight. Are you happy?" Mercer was helpless, his face fell. "Dr. Dolly, your hands are so cold, and there's mud and water on them." Similar operations were not uncommon in Messer's memory. The food was improved from time to time by what Kulha often caught in the wild. Hearing Messer's muttering, Kulha grinned, raised her right leg and kicked Messer on the buttocks, using clever strength. In an instant, Messer screamed and flew towards the location of the prey. His chest hit hard against a purple bamboo as thick as a fist. Mercer hurriedly hugged the swinging bamboo pole and then slipped to the ground. Turning around and glaring at Kulha fiercely, Messer angrily asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Kulha took a sip of wine and smiled, "Why are you so talkative, little brat? Hurry up and pack the rabbit." "Oh, okay." The anger on Messer's face disappeared immediately, and he said happily, "I know." Messer was not surprised that he failed to deceive Kulha, because Kulha knew his physical fitness. Walking forward, the prey was 5 meters away. After 3 steps, Messer stopped and looked curiously at a hairless mouse under his feet. The mouse was pink and tender and as big as his 2 palms. Buried in a pile of withered bamboo leaves. "No, it's hairy. Very fine white hairs." He squatted down and poked it with his finger. "Dead?" "No, not yet, but he will be soon. Please recommend. Please read. Please invest. New author, new book, welcome everyone to appreciate it. Basic strength division interval. Normal adults, F. Non-commissioned officer /100,000 Baileys, F. Lieutenant /Million Bailey class, E. Officer /Million Baileys, D level. Quasi-admiral, Major General /Supernova /Eberly class, C. Elite Vice Admiral /Admiral Candidate Vice Admiral /7 Warlords of the Sea /Billion level, B level. General /4 Emperors, 3 billion, A level. Weapon level. Supreme Sword Weapon, a big knife weapon, B good sword weapon, C blade weapon, D refined weapon, E normal weapons, F. End of this chapter. Chapter 4004 What a Bear. Chapter 4004. What a bear. Why are you taking so long? Kulha saw Messer squatting on the ground, not knowing what to do, so she walked over. Hey! That's quite unusual. Kulha saw the animal cub in Messer's hand and her eyes narrowed slightly. A panda? No, that's not right. It's a panda. The black and white fur of pandas and pandas is exactly the opposite. The fur on the panda's head looks like a black robber's hood, which is a bit ugly, while the panda looks like it has 2 dark circles under its eyes, which makes it look cute. Although they are called 2 different names, they are actually the same creature. It's just that pandas are rarer. There may only be one panda born among hundreds or thousands of pandas. Just like the well-known clothing brand headquartered in Donghai, Doskoi Panda, Hey Panda, brand clothing store, the brand panda represents rarity. I heard that the cheapest t-shirt costs 10,000 Baileys. Mercer raised his head, lifted the cub in his hand, and said to Kulha, "Can it be saved?" Kulha placed her index finger on the panda cub's heart, feeling its faint beat. "Why? You want this dying, defective creature abandoned by its mother?" "Yes, after giving birth to multiple pandas, if they have more than one cub, they will usually only feed the strongest one and abandon the rest. Abandoned cubs often have only one fate, death, becoming nature's fertilizer, or becoming fresh food for other creatures. Dr. Doriel, can you save him?" Mercer said with hope in his eyes. "I want this bear." Kulha originally did not want to interfere with this kind of survival of the fittest in nature, but when she saw the hope in Messiah's eyes, she softened her heart. Messer was a very smart kid. This was the first time he had come to her to ask for something since he could remember. So, Kulha chuckled and said, "If you want to raise him, you can do it yourself. His eating, drinking, defecating and urinating are all your responsibility. I won't be responsible. After all, there's no way this little thing is going to cover medical bills." Messi blinked and nodded slightly, agreeing first. Once they got to know each other better, he didn't believe anyone could be immune to the cuteness of pandas. Seeing this, Kulha took it with her left hand, and with her right hand, she took out a fine cow hair needle from somewhere and accurately poked it into the panda's belly button. Grinding gently with a special technique, Kulha said with a smile, the body of this mammal is not much different from that of humans, and the acupuncture points in the body are also interconnected. For example, using special acupuncture methods at the navel can stimulate the hidden vitality within the body, just like this. In less than a minute, even Messer could use his observation haki to sense that the cub's heartbeat was getting stronger. Then, a sharp and crisp howl was heard, and he came back to life. "Remove the needle." Throwing the revived little creature to Messer, Kulha chuckled and said, "Keep it in your arms to keep it warm. We still have some leftover goat milk powder from your past at home. Just feed it when you get home." Messi hurriedly took it, not caring about the cold, and put it directly into his arms, listening to the cub's weak howl through a layer of clothes. Seeing that Messer's attention was diverted, Kulha took a few steps to deal with the rabbit. After a few seconds, she seemed to have thought of something and her face suddenly turned sour. His face was gloomy and uncertain. But he finally looked at Moses and sighed softly, "What a sin." She could imagine that in the next 6 months, she might not have a peaceful night again. "How about throwing Messer and the little panda cub out together before we go to sleep at night?" Then he shook his head and denied the negative thoughts in his mind. For the next period of time, Kulha picked and processed the herbs in silence. When she felt it was enough, she took Messer back home. That night, as expected, a sharp ghost scream woke the two of them up in the middle of the night. In their sleep, Moses suddenly sat up, became drowsy, and then fell heavily back to sleep. For the rest of the time, untouchable. Faced with the cub's persistent howling, Kulha had no choice but to get up and deal with it. Looking at Messer, who was sleeping soundly, the corners of her eyes kept twitching. "Grandpa is a bastard, and his grandson is also a bastard. He just likes to cause trouble for others. You little bastard Messer, wait and see how I will deal with you tomorrow." The next day. Still, Moses was not punished, but his face was very stinky. Having some recollection of what happened last night, Mercer breathed a sigh of relief without showing any emotion. It seemed that Dr. Doriel still loved him. He immediately became much more well-behaved. Life is like a play. As the cubs howled, Kulha taught Messer with a stern face. From that day on, Messer's daily nutritious meals became even more unpalatable, and his dull life passed day by day. Although there was one more mouth to feed in the family, not much had changed. Messi grew up day by day, and the red panda grew from the size of a mouse to the size of a basketball. Thanks to Mercer, Kulha also added a lot of seasonings suitable for growth into his milk. As a medical expert, Kulha is quite capable of doing these small things. The size changes day by day, and the annoying days of being woken up during sleep have decreased after 3 months. It has to be said that the animals in this world are particularly smart and very humane. From the first time he opened his eyes, the first time he pooped, the first time he played, and through many, many firsts, he grew bigger and bigger. The animal always grows very fast. Its nickname is Xiangbao and its full name is Winter, which is a homonym of winter and is taken from the winter in Winter Island. Haiwan calendar, January 1502. Merit points, 730. Messer was 2 years old and the little panda was half a year old. On this day, Messer carried a backpack with the little panda in it and followed Kulha to the bamboo forest again. After all, the staple food of pandas is bamboo. However, in this world, pandas are still mixed omnivores. But their digestive systems have also become unusual. Hunting ability is greatly improved. You can eat more meat. The snow is quite heavy today. White snowflakes fell into the backpack. Xiangbao stretched out his head, put his front legs on the mouth of the backpack, looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky, opened his mouth, and licked them with his pink tongue. She whimpered, and from time to time she nudged the back of Messer's neck with her head, or licked it with her tongue. Moses felt itchy from being licked, and couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry, you can eat whatever you want after we get to the bamboo forest. Now be quiet." He stretched out his right hand, pushed Xiang Bao's head back, squeezed his head, and pinched his chubby cheeks. Xiang Bao cried in satisfaction. 2-year-old Messer is nearly 1 meter tall, with a black and white panda in a bamboo basket on his back. Even though he is carrying a heavy object of 15 kilograms, he is still agile and follows Kulha over mountains and hills. In his hand he held an iron axe that looked like the one he used to chop wood. The axe was a bit strange. The part that was supposed to be a hammer had become a sharp wolf-tooth pickaxe head, which functioned as an ice pick. The axe blade is sharp and the pickaxe head is pointed. The axe has 3 blades, which serve as a sickle, an axe, and a shovel. The pickaxe head is also bladed on 2 sides, and the axe handle is frosted to prevent it from slipping out of the hand. A multi-purpose axe. At this moment, Kulha, who was walking ahead, said, "Today is another first. If you want to eat meat, you will go hunting. Do you want to eat bamboo rats?" Mercer said with a grin. "I haven't tried them yet." Kulha paused, then began to explain, "The bamboo rats on this island aren't fat and taste very tough. If you catch one, you can eat it yourself." This is a lie. Mercer had seen them in the purple bamboo forest. The white-haired bamboo rats there were big and fat, and the largest ones were at least as big as rabbits. Can be imagined. Maybe some people don't like to eat it. Seeing this, Moses spoke from the heart, "Well, what about the reindeer?" This time Kulha did not object. After all, venison is very nutritious. Chopper has definitely never eaten deer legs stewed with yam, deer antler and bone soup, braised deer kidneys, and stir-fried deer hearts. Chopper? That guy might still be deoxyribose now. Moses did not feel any inner burden about hunting or killing, because in the past 6 months, Moses was not only learning, but also asked Kulha to dismember the prey he caught. The more prey you handle, the less you notice it. Humans are adaptable, and bipeds are hybrid omnivores. The snow was crunching as she stepped on it, accompanied by the sound of Kulha swallowing wine and the occasional whimpering sounds coming from the backpack. Walking in the familiar snow forest, feeling the cold wind, as time goes by, a magnetic drum mountain appears. At the same time, a large bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain also comes into view. Swish, while walking through the bamboo forest, a young bamboo as thick as a little finger was cut off by Miser's axe. When the young bamboo fell, Xiang Bao grabbed it with his left hand and passed it to his back. He stretched out his right paw to grab it and put it into his mouth impatiently. The sound of bamboo strips breaking continued to be heard, and he chewed, swallowed, and made a whew sound in his mouth. "This dish is good." Kulha saw this scene and was no longer surprised. 2 months ago, Xiang Bao was brought to eat tender bamboo, and the taste of tender bamboo had long made him drool. Xiang Bao is not polite. After finishing the snacks, it fell out of Messi's backpack, splashed into the snow with a plop, splashed a handful of snowflakes, and crawled forward, rolling with every step, with its black nose wagging. Mercer followed happily, and within a few seconds he saw Xiang Bao digging in the snow. After a few claws, a bamboo shoot tip popped out. Digging for food in the snow and finding it is also a kind of instinct activation. Even if I get lost in the future, I won't starve to death. The little thing was not polite either. It opened its mouth, revealing its tiny snow-white baby teeth, and swallowed the tips of the bamboo shoots in a few bites with a crunch. It puffed up its cheeks and chewed them with relish. Kulha walked aside to collect herbs, and Messer observed the surrounding environment, whether it was feces, footprints, or some irregular marks of broken stems and leaves. Wherever you go, you will leave a trace. In the wild, you can only live better if you observe carefully. The surrounding environment will tell you where and what is passing by. This is all learned from Kulha's words and deeds. Of course, there is a more convenient way for Messiah. His breathing became slow, and with each breath, a pale white mist emerged. His thoughts became calm, and his observation haki was released from his body. The complex aura around me continued to flow into my heart with my perception. The cold wind was howling, and the auras of different creatures were different. Moments later, Mercer raised his arm and pulled back, exerting force to slightly turn his body backwards, and with his right leg pulled back, whoosh. He spun his body, grasped the axe handle, and hurled it forward to the left. A silver plate appeared, and with a crisp thump sound, the axe blade accurately hit the bottom of a purple bamboo as thick as a thigh more than 10 meters away. With a whoosh sound, a snow-white shadow rushed out from the snow cave in front of the bamboo. Messie's face turned bitter. He didn't expect that he would hit the target. He, Kurha let out a playful laugh. You little fool, your observation haki can capture auras, but it can't increase your strength. Also, you stole my throwing techniques, but you only learned the form. You only have the appearance, but you haven't learned the internal posture, the force, the technique, the turning, etc. You're just copying a tiger. Moses rubbed his nose, shook his right arm, and went to pick up his axe. As he walked, he said, I learned it on my own. Besides, you, Dr. Doriel, had to teach me first. He pulled the axe out of the bamboo pole with force, grabbed a handful of snow with both hands, rolled it into a snowball, walked to Kulha's side and handed the snowball to her. Seeing Messer blinking at her, Kulha curled her lips, took it, and weighed it in her hand. There is no such thing as passing it down to girls but not boys. Throwing is all about vision, grip, stance, and strength. Of course, the same goes for the technique of generating force. The goal is simply to hit the target. I didn't teach you before because your body wasn't fully developed yet. The human body is a complex mechanical engineering, and exerting force is a subject that's easy to learn but difficult to master. And now, even though your hair hasn't fully grown, you can start doing the most basic strength training. Seeing that Messer was listening carefully and using his observation haki to sense his body, Kulha took a bamboo and first hit Messer on the head, and then continued to hit the important points of Messer's body where he exerted force. Toes, feet, legs, hips, waist, spine, shoulders, head, arms, wrists, palms, and fingers. Strands of muscle. One joint at a time. From static throwing that involves breathing, stance, eyesight, arm swing, and wrist reversal, to dynamic throwing that involves footwork, the book explains throwing techniques from the shallow to the deep, from the perspectives of human body mechanics and medicine. One teaches carefully, the other listens attentively. With the participation of observation haki, and Messer's familiarity with the human body and himself, there is no need for Kurha to explain some of the details of the movements. Pass it in one go. Soon it was time for the practice session. With Kulha's call of attention, a very standard throwing action was performed. The next moment, as Messi was carefully observing, a snowball accurately hit the place where Xiang Bao's front feet were landing not far away. As he was taking steps forward with his short legs, a snowball appeared at his feet and hit his foot accurately. Xiang Bao hit the ground with his head. Under the action of inertia, his round bare face plowed a shallow groove in the snow. The next second, a heart-wrenching cry came from the bear's mouth. Xiang Bao howled and ran towards the two of them with his short legs as if frightened. Messer couldn't help but look at Kulha, who curled her lips and said, I didn't use any strength, but that little thing is just pretending. He's quite cunning. As he spoke, Bao Xiang came running over, stumbling and falling. He stood up, hugged Messi's calves with his front paws, and hid the whole bear behind Messi. He was still howling. Messi held him in his arms by the scruff of the neck. Suddenly, Xiang Bao stopped howling and buried his head tightly in Messi's neck. Although he was no longer howling, he was still humming in his throat. Kulha sighed and reached out to rub Xiang Bao's fleshy ears. What a bear! Result: Moses' first hunt ended in failure. Okay, the main reason is that there are no reindeer in the bamboo forest. I did manage to chop up a bamboo rat, but it was thrown away by Kulha. New author, new book, brothers, please follow and read it. It is very important to read new books. Thank you everyone. Long story short, need a recommendation. Investment. End of this chapter. Chapter 5005 Then, when the Navy assigned the old. Chapter 5005. Then, when the Navy assigned old on the light screen panel in front of him, the gift ability bar displayed 6 gray abilities at the bottom. Breathing, medicine, taming, weapon handling, precision, throwing. January 10th. One morning. Closing the projected light screen panel, Moser thought about the several items in the gift ability column that had a gray sheen and were merely visible, not yet truly manifested. 10 days is not too slow for the throwing gift to manifest. However, I still have to suppress the feeling that it's about to manifest itself. For a gift to manifest, one must first have truly learned this ability or skill, or have experienced this unusual possibility in one's own experience and history. Both manifestation and embodiment require some kind of opportunity, either a flash of inspiration or long-term hard training and practice makes perfect. However, whether the gift is truly manifested or not, Moses can interfere to a certain extent. Thanks to the mutual complementation and perfect symbiosis with the light ball. This is something Moses could actually do. The gifted ability can be manifested independently through learning, but judging from the current situation, even if it is manifested, it is only the lowest F level. Even if the gift does not manifest, the experience will not disappear but will continue to accumulate. It's just a characteristic attribute bonus without the gift ability. I don't particularly need it at the moment. Soul Crystal, 0. This is also because I have never obtained soul crystals, and the way to obtain soul crystals is for now. It would be better to wait until you have accumulated enough merit points and then do it in one go. Especially regarding the gift of precision, Moses had great reason to believe that this was a Type 2 gift, a gift that could not be acquired through training. Rather than being a skill-based gift, it is more like a talent, a special gift of probability and concept. As for the other items, they are gifts of Type 1 and can be achieved through training to achieve independent growth. For now, there's no need for these gifts to truly manifest. It's good to continue digging, accumulating, and increasing your foundation. It's also possible that when they manifest on their own, you'll have a higher starting point. It's an instinctive feeling. It also comes from the affirmation of the light ball in the sea of consciousness. One's life experience and history are not static, and a certain inspiration or some insights in one's heart will not disappear in a flash, but will continue to accumulate in one's history. It will not disappear, but like old wine, the longer it is stored in the cellar, the more fragrant it becomes. In the snow outside the tree house. Standing quietly under an old tree. The rise and fall of breathing, the expansion and contraction of the abdomen, the frequency is very slow, there is a gap of more than 10 seconds between each inhalation and exhalation, the brain is empty, and the perception of sight, hearing, and color is constantly expanded and contracted by instinct. Outside, feel the vastness of nature and the immensity of the world. Inwardly, feel the special sound emanating from your body, the vibration that is unique to life. I didn't feel anything special, my heartbeat just became slower and slower, and everything around me became quiet. Unique perceptual perspective. With every breath I take, I feel like I am in harmony with the wind and snow in nature. Into the set. At the window of the tree house, Kulha held Baosyang and quietly looked at Messer under the tree in the snow. She looked as if she had blended into the snowy scene without a trace of abruptness, as if she was supposed to be there. It's strange. How come this kid has those mysterious things that are popular among swordsmen? Any insights? Kulha is not a swordsman. In her words, she is just an ordinary medical worker who knows some self-protection methods. As for those high-sounding things like everything breathes, listening to the voices of everything, mind reading, etc., she just takes a scientific attitude of not believing in rumors or spreading them. As they watched, At one point, they saw Messer open his eyes, shake his body, and sneeze. At this moment, Kulha cursed loudly. You know it's cold, but you're still standing there? Why don't you just get back here? Messer grinned. He was already used to Kulha's sharp tongue. He clenched his numb hands and walked over with his short legs. I opened the door to let out some of the heat, and ran to the fireplace to warm myself while Kulha cursed. Across a circle of iron fences, Moses stretched out his hands, transmitting the warmth of the flames. There is a fireplace in the tree house. It has been renovated many times, and the tree itself is still alive, which is quite magical. In terms of vitality, it's quite impressive. Afternoon. Tuk tuk tuk, there was a knock on the door. Kulha was not on the first floor, but in the drug development room on the second floor. That's where Kulha does some mysterious research, like longevity medicine, bloodline factors, and so on. Normally, Messer wouldn't go there. It's useless to go there if you don't understand it. Seeing that there was no movement inside, the person outside knocked on the door again. In front of the desk. Looking at the book, Messer sighed. This secluded treehouse in the deep mountains and forests was generally not visited by anyone, except for a quack doctor whom he had only met once. The quack doctor was called that by Kulha. When a quack comes, he will yell and scream. Which one? Moses looked alert and helpless as he asked, Who are you looking for? As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the corner of the house where weapons were placed, picked up his axe, and at the same time released his observation haki. At this moment, there was a burst of laughter outside the house, and Moses put the axe back to its place. Then a familiar voice sounded. Messer, your grandfather is here. Open the door quickly. With a dark line on his forehead, Messi silently went forward to open the door. A burly figure blocked the door. The next second, Messi felt dizzy. A broad palm pinched Moses' chest and abdomen, lifting Moses up high, and then another hand began to rub Moses' head. You want to crush my head, you jerk grandpa. As Mercer stared at him and spoke, listening to the childish venomous words, Karp froze and let go of his hand awkwardly. The awkwardness only lasted for a moment, and Garp's face darkened again. He cursed with a dark face, What did you call me, brat? Bastard. Messer spread his hands to the sides with a helpless expression. That's what Dr. Dolly called me. I'm the bastard grandson, and you're the bastard grandfather. We're both bastards. Garp's mouth twitched, and he was about to speak when Kulha came down the stairs and said with a chuckle, Did I say anything wrong? Just tell me if you're an asshole or not. As Garp's eyes and eyebrows twitched wildly, Kulha snatched Messer from Garp's hand and threw him on the ground, which made Garp's eyes twitch again. This kid is only 2 years old, can't you be more gentle? Kulha glanced at Messer, who was serving tea and water as if nothing had happened, and curled her lips nonchalantly. That kid is quite tough. What? Now you feel bad for him. Why didn't you act more gentle just now? The two started to argue with each other as soon as they met. Messer came over with 2 cups of tea, first gave one to Kulha, and handed the other cup to Karp while he was jealous. Kulha smiled as she drank her tea. She looked at Garp and said, This is your first time being served tea by your grandson. Is it comfortable? Garp's eyebrows raised when he heard this, and just as he was about to smile, he heard Kulha say, This kid pours me tea every day. Garp looked at how well-behaved Mercer was, and then thought of Ace, the naughty monkey he had placed on Mount Corpo on Dawn Island. After thinking for a while, he said, Mercer, do you want to go to the East Sea? Your brother Ace wants to see you. Kulha's face changed slightly. She opened her mouth but said nothing. However, Messer shook his head and said to Garp's surprise, I'm weak. Let's wait another year or 2. I'm still young and the journey is long. I'm afraid I can't hold on. Garp nodded without thinking. 2. After all, 2 years ago, Messiah looked like he was about to die young. Even now, the aura on his body is weak and very strange. Garp looked agreeable. Kulha's mouth twitched. Weak body. This was the funniest thing he had heard this year. How could someone with a weak body carry a 15-pound load all the way over mountains and hills without getting out of breath? Being weak, could he hunt for himself? Even if it was just something like a bamboo rat? How can you stay in the snow for such a long time with your weak body? Kulha rolled her eyes, reached out and pinched Messer's skull, then asked Garp, the sea has been unsettled lately. Do you have time to hang out with me? Moses' eyes flashed and he listened quietly. This was one of the few channels to learn about current affairs outside. Newspapers are edited by humans. Rumors circulating outside will be misinterpreted. And the carp in front of him would tell the truth. Tisk, so what? The situation on the ocean is just like that now. Pirates are like fish and shrimp in the sea, desperately trying to get to the New World. As for the New World, it currently has a structure of one superpower and many strong ones. In the Great Pirate Era started by that bastard Roger, although there are many pirates, the only ones who can truly stand at the top are the group of monsters who came down from that ship. Oh, by the way, there seem to be some changes in the New World of Wano country recently. I heard that Kaido, that bastard, is going to start a war with the samurai or something. The leader of those samurai seemed to be on Roger's ship, his name was Kojiki Odin or something like that. Well, you can just listen to it casually. It's not something you can just say casually. Kurha smiled and took a sip of her tea. Roger, hey? Gold Roger. What a troublesome little brat. Even if he died, the impact would be so great. D. Well, you're D, he's D, and that little messer is D too. What exactly is D? Kulha said, shaking her head in boredom. Never mind. That has nothing to do with me. I'm just an ordinary doctor. Cap looked at Messer in silence, and saw the curiosity in Messer's eyes. Although he had spent little time with Messer, he knew how smart this little boy was. According to Kulha, Messer has never cried or made a fuss since he was a child and is very sensible. Apart from anything else, he is very smart and precocious. Then, Messer, can you tell Grandpa what you want to be when you grow up? Garp himself didn't know why he asked, do you want to join the Navy with Grandpa? Kulha also turned her gaze over. As the saying goes, you can tell a person's character by his childhood, and his future by the age of 3. This child is filial and affectionate, but I don't know where he learned his sharp tongue from, and he is somewhat indifferent to life. This is a good thing for doctors, but being like this at such a young age will inevitably cause people to worry about his future. And what about D or not? Otherwise, let this kid and Garp go to the East China Sea to see his younger brother. It would be better if they were with people of the same age. Looking at Garp again, this guy is also a bastard. It is obvious that he is not the kind of person who can teach children well. Sighed. At this time, Mercer's voice sounded, and he said with a smile, I want to study medicine, I want to learn the medical skills of Doriel, the doctor, I want to make the elixir of life, I want Doriel to live forever. Oh, by the way, when I make the elixir of immortality, I'll give it to you, Grandpa, even if it's difficult for me. Garp frowned, clenched his fist, put it in front of his mouth and blew a puff of hot air, then laughed angrily. Don't change the subject, you bastard. I don't want to live forever. As he spoke, he punched Moses on the head. A meatball appeared on Moses' head, and he angrily said, and you little brat, what do you mean by reluctantly? Am I, your grandfather, not as good as this old woman? At the same time, Kulha's face darkened with a smile on her lips, and she suddenly kicked upwards, hitting Garp's chin. With a dull bang, Garp's head hit the wooden ceiling. He was wandering around the living room with his body drooping. Kulha said with a sinister smile, you bastard, keep your mouth shut, or I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. even if you're his grandfather. Garp put his hands on the ceiling, and with a click, he pulled his head out of the broken wood and dropped it to the ground, with a helpless look on his face. You really have a fiery temper. He rubbed his face, brushed off the wood chips, and said to Moses, "Don't learn to be like this, or you'll never find a wife." "So, does joining the Navy come with a wife, Grandpa?" Messer asked with a wink. Garp's face froze. Mercer added, "I don't ask for much. Just the most beautiful woman in the world. What do you think, Grandpa?" Garp's face was dark, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Navy doesn't assign wives, let alone the most beautiful woman in the world. You'd better not be a Navy. I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death. If I dare to say that I will be assigned a wife when I am in the Navy, he will tear me down. The female Marines are under her charge." Mercer grinned and said, "You should have said it earlier. You're wasting my breath. I thought the Navy was so great, but it turns out they don't even assign wives." Cap was so angry that his face turned green and his lips trembled. Looking at Messie's happy expression with the corners of his mouth raised and his teeth exposed, his eyes were a little dazed as if he saw a familiar figure. He took a deep breath, sighed dejectedly, and waved his hand, "Let's talk about joining the Navy later. I'm just passing by today. Now that I see you, it's enough to see that you are healthy. I'll come to see you next time. By the way, please think carefully about what I told you. That kid Ace is very curious about you and wants to meet you too." Just as Cap came in a hurry, finished his words, drank his tea, patted his butt, and left in a hurry again. Kulha looked at the hole in the ceiling, then at Messer, speechless as she reached for the patching tools. "What a mistake! I was wondering why that bastard ran off so fast. Turns out he didn't want to fix the ceiling for me." Messer grinned as he handed Kulha the repair tools. Although he had no skills, he felt a sense of participation by helping out. A long talk about old things, a new book seedling, please add it to your collection. Recommend. Read. Invest. Regarding soul crystals, the following is a basic introduction. P.S. Soul crystals of varying qualities are obtained through killing. Soul crystals can be used to enhance attributes and grant abilities. Soul crystals are refined and forged from the essence of life spirit. Soul crystals can be fused/decomposed. The same quality is in 5-digit system, e.g. FF, and the quality of successive generations is in decimal system, e.g. F plus E. 5 F-level soul crystals are synthesized into 1 F-level soul crystal. 5 F-level soul crystals are synthesized into 1 F-and level soul crystal. 10 F-and grade soul crystals are synthesized into 1 E-grade soul crystal. For example, 10,000 F-level soul crystals can only be synthesized into 8 E-level soul crystals. 1 million F-grade soul crystals can be synthesized into about C-grade soul crystals. P.S. 10,000 F-level soul crystals are equivalent to those extracted from 10,000 F-level lives. Note, the spiritual source is the foundation or essence of life. It represents the inherent potential and possibilities of every living thing or entity. The spiritual source is the unique and underlying core element of every life or entity. P.S. The quality of the soul crystals you obtain is proportional to your strength. P.S. After killing the prey, the soul crystal will naturally precipitate on the corpse of the prey. End of this chapter. Chapter 6006 A Sudden Battle. Chapter 6006. A Sudden Battle. Messer, you are already a mature child. If you want to study medicine, you must first learn to pick various medicinal herbs independently. You know, in the little valley 10 kilometers to the east, that's where reindeer often hang out. This season is when they grow their horns. I really want to say that I won't go with you, but you have observation haki, so you will definitely be able to spot me. Therefore, I will only take action when your life is in danger. As long as you don't die, I won't attack you even if you break your arms and legs. This was Kulha's last act of stubbornness. Thinking about what Kulha would say, a bear followed closely behind him. After a while, he was knocked off balance by this guy's head. He turned around and glared at Yuan, who was rolling around in a cute manner, with a helpless look. The body shape and the round curves do not show that he is almost a year old. His body shape is comparable to that of Moses, and he is even rounder. It has been almost half a year since Garp smashed the ceiling, and it is now mid-May. He wore a white labang hood hat, white plush pants, and a fur coat of the same material and color. A pair of polarized sunglasses. A pair of white cotton gloves. His whole body was covered tightly, just like a big rabbit. Labang's cubs. No, 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 how could I be a rabbit? Mercer shook his head, pushing the bad idea out of his mind. How is it possible? Goose feather-like snowflakes were falling from the sky. He stepped on the snow with 1 foot shallow and 1 foot deep. At a certain moment, a small bear cry sounded, and Xiang Bao bit Messi's trouser leg and pulled it to stop him from leaving. Messi squatted down and pinched the bear's ears. After a long period of domestication and living together, he could clearly sense the uneasiness in the bear's cry. His left hand stroked the latter's head to calm him. At the same time, within the range of his observation haki, behind the small snow slope in front of him, a chaotic aura rose and fell not far away. Yo-yo! Calming down, he heard the clear calls of deer from not far away. Moser couldn't help but feel happy, as he had found his target. Mercer lowered his head and looked into Xiang Bao's dark eyes, with approval in his eyes. Xiang Bao stuck out his tongue at just the right moment and blinked. It's shameful to be cute. Mercer said, since you are afraid, then wait for me here and remember to hide in the snow. Then Moses arose and gathered his equipment, an axe, some stones and a stone line with stones fastened at the ends of a rope. There is also a iron-eating beast mount that has not yet grown up. After climbing over the small snow slope and lying on the top, you can see a group of reindeer happily digging for food in the snow-covered bushes not far away. In terms of numbers, there are as many as 50 or 60 reindeer of various sizes. It can be seen that it is a small herd of deer. The corners of Messer's mouth curled up, and he reached out to stroke the bear that crawled to his side, and said softly, "Did you see that? Oh, I forgot, you're a blind little bear, you can't see that. Did you hear that? Since you've caught up, you go and attract their attention while I go hunt from behind, got it?" Xiang Bao looked sideways at Messi, tilted his head, then covered his ears with his paws, buried his head in the snow, and the short tail behind his hips swayed as he twisted his hips. Moses was so angry that he laughed. "Now that you are here, it is not up to you." He grabbed his hind legs with his right hand and threw him away easily. In mid-air, Xiang Bao let out a sharp wow sound, which immediately attracted the attention of the deer herd not far away. Pudgy! A lump of meat fell into the snow, but Xiang Bao didn't feel any pain. He pulled his head out of the snow and shook it vigorously. His short-sighted eyes stared at the deer in front of him, and he bared his teeth and roared fiercely. Intermittent roaring for more than 10 seconds. They successfully attracted the attention of the deer herd. Led by an adult scarred reindeer, several male deer lowered their heads and raised their strong horns, and pressed forward towards Xiang Bao. It's snowing heavily. After throwing Xiang Bao out, Messi rolled down the snow slope. While the deer were attracted by Xiang Bao, he circled around to the side of the herd. Watch as the deer herd begins to become agitated. No matter how small a bear is, it is still a bear, regardless of whether it is a carnivore or a vegetarian. It was also noticed that several reindeer, led by the head reindeer, scared Xiang Bao and made him retreat backwards. Behind a crooked tree, Messer observed the herd of deer less than 100 meters away and kept searching. After a few seconds, he found his target among the herd, a fat male deer. The horns on its head had not yet turned into keratin and were still antlers. He glanced at Xiang Bao's position again and estimated that he could hold out for another minute, so Messi began to make snowballs. Piles of snow were gathered, and high-quality snowballs the size of a palm were squeezed out. As the silent count in my mind returned to 0, more than 20 hard snowballs had piled up in front of me. Swish! Mercer stood up from a half-kneeling position, stretched out his left hand to aim, held a snowball in his right palm and raised it behind his head, aiming at the deer. He took a deep breath, locked his sight with his observation haki, concentrated his attention, and swung out with his right hand. Whoosh! A spinning snowball turned into a line of snow and was thrown out accurately. Amid the whistling sound of the wind, there was a crisp pop sound, and the snowball hit the deer's head, right in the eye. Yo! A panicked deer cry was heard, and the first deer suddenly jumped 2 meters high on the spot. The next second, another snowball hit the deer's head in mid-air. It didn't hurt, but it hurt. As soon as it landed, the deer ran away in a panic. As the leader of the deer started to panic, the entire herd began to panic. The next moment, snowballs mixed with stones began to hit the herd. According to the prediction of the observation haki, even adult four-legged beasts could not escape the simple tricks of the two-legged beast cubs. The stone snowballs kept pushing him forward. And his observation haki predicted the next move of individual reindeer in the herd. Finally, the reindeer was squeezed out of the herd, and Messer knew that the time had come. He quickly grabbed the rope of the flying stone rope with his right hand, raised it above his head and spun it rapidly, with his upper arms, forearms, and wrists working in perfect harmony. The moment the reindeer turned its head, the flying stone rope was thrown out. With the sound of woohoo in the wind, the rope, which was straightened by the stones at both ends, was wrapped around the reindeer's 2 front legs. With a thump, the reindeer rolled out in the snow with its head stuck. This scene made the herd of deer even more panicked. Moses, dressed in Laban fur, ran out with an axe in hand, throwing the last few stones at the deer, driving them away. Messer appeared beside the fallen reindeer. Without hesitation, he swung his axe, and the end of the ice pick pierced into the reindeer's neck like a dagger, instantly leaving a long and narrow cut. Yo! There was a mournful cry, and Moses drew his axe and stepped back to prevent the prey from struggling in its death throes. This male deer is nearly 1.6 meters long, close to adulthood, and has a strong build. At this moment, its hind legs are kicking wildly. A few seconds later, the stag's head with a ruptured throat fell into a pool of blood, and the herd of deer hid in the distance and watched anxiously. As the stag breathed its last, an irregular crystal emitting a mysterious luster appeared above the stag's body. Moses knew that this was a scene that only he could see, or that it was impossible to perceive from the perspective of mortals. He stretched out his hand calmly, and the soul crystal as big as a grain of rice was pulled out and appeared in Messi's palm. A thought flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, a piece of information appeared on his retina. Obtain F-level soul crystal *1. Soul crystals of varying qualities are obtained through killing. Soul crystals can be used to enhance attributes and grant abilities. Soul crystals are refined and forged from the essence of life's spirit. A line of small words appeared behind the name of the soul crystal. Mercer was not surprised because this was a characteristic of the light ball. Moses called it identification. A few seconds after your gaze is fixed on an object, a detailed description of the object will appear on your retina. It can be a living thing or an object, a most essential insight. I have to say that this is a particularly convenient ability and also a perfect auxiliary ability. As for what aspect is perfect, it is of course the exploration of unknown things, for example, a bottle of newly developed medicine whose effects are completely unknown. With the exploration results, we can also know its specific functions. Retract the soul crystals into the body, or more precisely, the soul crystal column on the panel, which has the convenient effect of storing soul crystals. Soul crystal, F rank *1. Moser looked at the deer in front of him, swung his axe, and with a crack, a 30 cm long branch-like antler was cut off at the root. With another blow of the axe, another slightly shorter antler was also chopped off. Pack it in a carry-on bag. The first hunt was a great success. At this time, a black and white ball came over and cried softly, its voice full of grievance. Yes, a bear cub less than 1 year old, even if it is a bear, would feel wronged and afraid if it was intimidated and threatened by several adult horned creatures. Messi covered Xiang Bao's chubby face with his hands and rubbed it hard. Suddenly, Xiang Bao let out a goo-goo sound of joy. While playing with the black and white ball, Messi was also wary of the herd of deer that kept looking back. He did not immediately pick up the hunted stag in case the herd came back to attack. That's when. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out from the woods on the side of the deer herd, which was in front of Messer's left, and loud shouts and yells were heard. Almost instantly, the deer left behind a few corpses and ran away to the right in front of Messer in fright, causing a cloud of snow to dance. Messi hurriedly grabbed Xiang Bao by the scruff of the neck and hid behind the stag's body to avoid stray bullets, while looking at the group of people coming with a gloomy face. They all had knives and guns on them. There are 15 people. Leading the group were 2 teenagers who were protected in the middle. One was about 13 or 14 years old, and the other was about 7 or 8 years old. Judging from their appearance, they should be brothers. At this moment, the man with purple-red bowl-cut hair and a horse face, who looked like his brother, had an arrogant expression, a flintlock rifle in his hand, and a face full of anger. You are a bunch of useless people. You can't even kill a group of deer. You only killed a few. When I become king, I will definitely drive you all out. At this moment, the brother with dark purple hair also had a cruel expression on his face, and his fat face looked extremely ugly. That's right, you bunch of losers, hurry up and kill all those reindeer for me. I want to have a whole reindeer feast tonight. The 13 guards all looked frustrated, but dared not speak out. The leading guard had some backbone and said calmly, "My apologies, your highnesses. The soldiers have just come out of the ruins and are very tired. The deer are very wary, and it's snowing heavily now." Mixalo looked impatient and waved his hands. His horse face couldn't help but stretch even longer, and he couldn't stop sarcastically saying, "If I hadn't gained something from the ruins before, do you think I would just scold you?" Valpo picked his nose and smeared it on the coat of the guard beside him. He puffed his lips and looked unhappy. His big face became even fatter. "My eldest brother is right. You are indeed useless." Hey! Walpo noticed a dead reindeer in the snow behind him, and also noticed Mercer looking at them, labbing. The next moment, the guards raised their guns and aimed over, all with alert looks on their faces. Labang. A kind of gregarious carnivorous rabbit on Drum Island. It has the agility of a rabbit and the physique of a bear. It has a very ferocious personality and only recognizes the strong ones it agrees with. When it meets other creatures, it will give them a friendly fight. Even in the heavy snow, visibility is still 100 meters. But after looking again and again, there was no labang in the surrounding environment, and the direction that Walpo pointed to was only a dead reindeer and a hunter. Who is there? The leading guard frowned and shouted, "We are the Kingdom Guard. Don't play tricks. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll shoot." The king's only 2 sons are here, so he has no choice but to do so. The safety of the royal family is of paramount importance. Moses had a gloomy look on his face, but he recognized who the person was, the future tyrant of this country. The snowflakes in the sky became denser and denser, and the cold wind was howling. Messi had already considered retreating. He was still young, and there was no need for him to brave the gunfire with a body that was not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. He reached out and patted Xiang Bao beside him, then lowered his head and whispered into Xiang Bao's ear, "You go first, I'll cover you, and we'll meet up at the small snow slope just now." Although the bear was still small, it was incredibly clever. As Mercer gestured with his hands, the clever bear, ever since childhood, crawled over on all fours, turning around and crawling away. Meanwhile, the other side continued to shout and swear. Messer's observation hacky locked onto the group led by Walpo, who were about 60 or 70 meters away. His hands had already gathered the snow and started to make snowballs. If he wanted to evacuate safely, he had to disrupt their formation. Otherwise, with his back to them, Messi couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be shot from behind. 1, 2, 5, 6. At this time, the guards on the opposite side, urged by the two brothers, surrounded Moses. 50 meters, 45 meters, 30 meters. The eldest prince, Mykshulu, urged from behind, "You're so slow. Hurry up. I want to see who's playing tricks on me. Open fire." The leading guard, but Mercer knew that he could not wait any longer. He held a snowball tightly in his right hand and, based on the direction he had sensed with his observation hacky just now, he raised his body slightly and threw the snowball out fiercely. Next moment, "Ah!" Mykshulu screamed in pain, "My eyes, protect me, please protect me. Shoot, shoot quickly." The guards were all startled and hurriedly protected the two princes in the center, aimed their guns, and retreated. Mercer clearly sensed the movement on the opposite side with his observation hacky. Holding a snowball in each hand, he took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and kicked the reindeer's body to the right. At the same time, his body rolled to the left. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the deer carcass fell to the ground, followed by a series of gunshots of bang 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 rang out in the direction of the reindeer. Messi climbed up and rushed forward, throwing the two snowballs in his hands with a whooshing sound. There were two pop sounds, and then Walpo howled in pain. Bang bang bang, a few more gunshots were heard, and Messer clearly felt the ripples produced by the bullets passing through the air. Since he had sensed it in advance, he could naturally avoid it. They had already used up a wave of bullets, and the guns in their hands could not fire continuously, so this wave only had a few shots. Messer dodged the ordinary lead bullets, took out the flying stone rope from his waist with his left hand, and threw it out with a rapid rotation. In the wind and snow, the distance of less than 20 meters was gone in a flash. Suddenly, the feet of the two guards were entangled together, and they tripped in panic. At this time, Messi had already rushed into the crowd and kicked the leading guard in front of him in the crotch. When he bent over, he raised his knee and hit his chin, knocking him out. Among the remaining crowd, axes were raised and axes were chopped down, fists and feet were kicking, and the sound of tearing cloth was accompanied by blood, and the arms of those holding guns were hit one after another. Muffled sounds, howling sounds, and cries of pain. Messer moved nimbly among the crowd, relying on his petite stature, considerable strength, and ruthless moves to sense their every move. A crushing battle. In less than 10 seconds, the team of 15 people was defeated by Messer alone. Especially the two brothers Valpo, who were fierce on the outside but actually cowardly. Moses even attacked them with his right arms. The tendon was cut directly. "I'd appreciate any recommendations, I really need to read this. Seedlings also need time to develop. Old story, long talk. Please recommend. Please add to favorites. Please read. Please invest. P.S. Basic strength division interval, rough division. Normal adults, F. Non-commissioned officer /100,000 Baileys, F to F+. Lieutenant /million Bailey rank, E to E+. Officer /10 million Baileys, D to D+. Quasi-admiral, Major General /supernova /Eberly class, C to C+. Elite Vice Admiral /Admiral Candidate Vice Admiral /7 Warlords of the Sea, billion level, B to B+. General /4 Emperors, 3 billion, A level. PS, in the pirate world, people usually reach a certain level in one or several aspects, not an all-round hexagonal warrior. A level, for example, Zifa. A level examples include Hawkeye, Blackbeard, and Old Garp. A end grade includes middle-aged whitebeard, achieved in some aspects, and peak red hair, achieved in some aspects. For example, B end level characters include Marco, Katakuri, Crocodile, Boa Hancock, and Jinbe. For example, Brother B is an example. The above is generally speaking. You still need to read the text for details. After all, the overall environment is not static. End of this chapter. Chapter 7007 Great Harvest. Chapter 7007 Great Harvest. I didn't expect it to be so weird. It's a waste of my feelings. Amidst the wind and snow, with the muffled sound of bang bang, Messi kicked everyone on the back of the head again, and suddenly, the screams around stopped. It's no wonder. In the identification, their highest attribute is only F, which means they can only be considered as stronger ordinary people. For Mercer, who possesses observation haki and whose attributes are not inferior to theirs, such a record is not surprising. Moses took out their weapons and valuables one by one. 13 knives and 15 guns. Several bullets. Some odds and ends of Bailey. The weapons and treasures of the guards were seized and piled aside. Moses came to the last two big men and saw that the backpacks in the arms and backs of the two brothers were bulging. Reach out and take them out one by one. After a while Messer looked at the two piles of items in silence. One pile contained jewelry, gold, and silver treasures that bore the marks of time, and the other contained two small treasure boxes, the locks of which had obviously been damaged. At this time, the box was opened, and there were two fruits inside, one purple-black and the other fungus-green. It's strange and covered with spiral tang grass patterns. Moses was shocked. Identification. Paradox. Swallow fruit, A. Ultraman series. Fungus fruit, A. At the same time, a message came from the light ball in the sea of consciousness. An item with religious and legendary characteristics has been detected, named Devil Fruit. Should it be plundered and converted into merit points? Mercer understood. As expected, in this world, devil fruits are items with faith and legendary characteristics, but he didn't know what the specific conversion rate was. Class A. There should be quite a few merit points. Moses knew it. There are three main types of devil fruits: animal, superhuman, and natural. The three major types also have smaller categories of different qualities, and now it seems that there should be different merit point ranges. But the swallow fruit should be considered a top-tier support type devil fruit, possessing superhuman strength and superpowers, yet it's only A rank. Mercer was a little puzzled. The quality of devil fruits is related to the legend of faith. It can't be that the previous users of the swallow fruit were not good enough and the legendary characteristics were not accumulated enough. Not well known. It can't compare to those awesome special effects like thunder, flashes, vibrations, and blue dragons. My eyes look bleary, maybe it's really like this. Mercer thought to himself, legendary traits generally need to be widely spread in order to accumulate. At this time, a hee laugh sounded behind Messi. Without turning around, Messi knew who the person was. With a pudgy sound, a heavy object fell to the ground, splashing a handful of snowflakes. Kulha casually threw Xiang Bao to the ground. Tisk tisk tisk, Mercer, you're really capable. You actually took care of these dozen little bastards by yourself. Messer reached out and held down Xiang Bao, who was leaning against his chest. He raised his head and looked at Kulha, feeling a little guilty. Dr. Doriel, aren't you angry? I was ruthless to these people. Kulha walked around in the crowd, touching and poking here and there. Half a minute later, she half knelt in front of Messer and took him in her arms. He reached out and rubbed Messi's head, and said lightly, "As a doctor, my duty is to save lives, but there are always some people on this ocean who deserve to die. I'm not blind. I saw it clearly just now. They were the ones who fired the first shot. Since you fired the gun, it means you're prepared to be killed. Listen, in this fucked up world, I won't ask too much of you. As long as you have a clear conscience and don't kill innocent people, that's enough. Can it be done? Smelling the faint smell of alcohol in Kulha's arms, Messer thought for a moment, nodded heavily, and said mutteredly, I try my best. Kulha smiled, reached out and tugged at Messer's cheek, sighing, it's not bad. You didn't intend to lie to me. Just try your best. Just try your best. He released Messer and looked at the 2 devil fruits in the box in front of him in amazement. They are such rare things. Did they get them from those 2 little balls? Moses nodded and said, it was found on the 2 brothers, who were princes of this country. Dr. Doriel, what should I do? Kulha, what do you want to do? They shot at me indiscriminately. If I hadn't had my observation haki, I would have been dead, and Xiang Bao too. Kulha smiled as she watched Messer pretending to be aggrieved. Although the words didn't mention killing, the meaning was conveyed. Then why didn't you kill them before I got here? Kulha asked curiously, you should be able to do it. Mercer paused. I don't know if you'd like to see this. You're a doctor, and killing people casually is probably not something you want to see. Kulha fell silent as she listened to Mizer's explanation. She rubbed Mizer's head with her hand, feeling warm in her heart, but an angry curse escaped her lips. Fool, compared to strangers, your life is the most important. Even if they are the prince of this country, when they threaten your life and safety, the best solution is to send them away. Then, I will destroy their bodies now. Moses looked up and said weakly. Kulha sighed. What kind of thing was this? Discussing murder and silencing a child who was not even 3 years old. Let's just forget it this time. Since you didn't do it just now, don't do it now. Just leave the rest to me. What about me? Asked Mercer. Kulha, just go back and take back the prey and spoils you've hunted. Oh, by the way, don't eat these 2 devil fruits yet. There's a devil fruit encyclopedia at home, 3rd from the top shelf. Go back and check the specific effects and I'll tell you when I get back. Okay. Kulha helped Messer pack up his things and watched Messer and Xiang Bao carry their bags away. Then he glanced coldly at the guards and the Walpo brothers lying around, and slowly and methodically treated their wounds. A moment later, everyone woke up under Kulha's slap. When they saw Kulha, the guards, except the Walpo brothers, all breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Kulha. Exact age unknown. The famous witch of Drum Island is a doctor with an eccentric temperament but superb medical skills. Mushulu's face was filled with pain. He stepped forward and cursed at Kulha, old man, who gave you the courage to hit me? Believe it or not, I will have you killed. The next moment, a black shadow flashed by, and Kulha kicked Mushuru in the face. With a dull sound, the latter flew backwards with a whoosh, and several teeth fell in the air along with blood. Even your father, the king, doesn't dare to speak to me like that. Who gave you the courage, you bastard? Retracting her foot, Kulha smiled faintly. When Walpo saw his elder brother being kicked away, he was about to speak when he saw Kulha's smiling eyes. He suddenly shuddered and dared not speak, and hurriedly ran to his elder brother. After a simple communication, I also learned that the snow monster had disappeared when Kulha arrived. As for believe it or not. At this time, the leading guard stood up slowly with his legs clenched together, a look of gratitude on his face. Thank you, Dr. Kulha. If it weren't for your treatment, we might have died here. The guards beside him shuddered when they heard this, thinking of the previous scenes. The white monster that looked like Labang. It is just like the legendary Yeti, with ghostly movements, great strength, cunning and slyness, and a special love for treasure. Since you know I saved you, you should also know my fee for saving people, right? Kulha said calmly, but I'm not short of supplies lately. 10 boxes of plum wine, 100,000 berries each for you, and 1,000 berries each for those 2 annoying little guys. In 3 days, I'll go to the Drum Mountain Castle to collect the fees. Tell the king. After saying this, Kulha turned around and walked away in a leisurely manner, disappearing in the wind and snow in a short while. The leading guard stared blankly at the Kulha people walking away, then thought of the eldest prince Mushulu, and walked over slowly with his legs tucked together. When Kulha came back, it was already dark. When she entered the house, she smelled the rich aroma of pork rib soup. This is the bone soup I cooked on low heat before going out. He immediately smiled and said, Moses, go and get me a bowl so I can warm myself up first. Messer, okay. A simple bowl of bone soup with a few pieces of pork ribs and a layer of chopped green onions sprinkled on top. It was handed over to her. Kulha didn't mind the heat. She blew on it, took a sip, and sat on the operating table with her legs crossed. Messer did not mention the matter of Walpo and the others, and Kulha also did not explain. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Kulha drank the bone soup with relish, chewed the ribs in big mouthfuls, glanced at the desk, and said slowly and methodically, Have you looked through the illustrated guide? Which 2 fruits did you find? Messer nodded and immediately explained the names and effects of the 2 devil fruits. Kulha curled her lips after listening. It's all okay. Now that you know the effect of the ability, you can watch it for yourself. Eat it if you want. It's up to you. But remember, you can only eat 1 devil fruit in your lifetime, and after eating it, you will be a landlubber. Moses nodded seriously. Dr. Doriel, aren't you going to eat it? The fungus fruit can manipulate the growth of fungi, so it should be useful to you, right? Kulha curled her lips and waved her hand. How could a beautiful girl like me allow my body to become weak? If I wanted to eat, I would have eaten it decades ago. After finishing the ribs in the bowl, Kulha felt warmed up and continued to get some ribs from the pot and ate them with great relish. Messer sat at the desk, holding a purple-black devil fruit in his right hand and rubbing Xiang Bao's head with his left hand, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Dr. Doriel, do you think it would be interesting if Xiang Bao ate this swallowing fruit? Kulha bit into the ribs, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she thought seriously. Xiang Bao is quite smart and full of spirituality. If he eats the swallow fruit, his body will be transformed, and his racial defects may even be eliminated. With the power of the fruit, if you teach him well, he will be very useful to you in the future. That's what I thought. If Xiang Bao eats it, his body will become a processing factory, able to swallow various substances and refine them. I looked at the illustrations, and some of the effects of the swallow fruit cover the famous weapon fruit. I find it very interesting. Kulha also found it amusing that a panda that loves to eat had no conscience at all after eating the swallow fruit. So she finished the ribs in a few bites and walked over to Messi. Watching Mercer peel off the skin of the tuntun fruit, take out a piece of dark purple flesh and stuff it into Xian Bao's mouth, watching Xian Bao's cute look as he rolled his eyes and wanted to vomit but didn't dare to because of the disgusting taste. With a movement in the throat, the fruit pulp was swallowed. The 2 observed the changes in Xiang Bao. Then, a minute passed and there was no change. So, Messiah pried open Xiang Bao's mouth, and suddenly, his mouth was stretched bigger than his head, and his ability took effect. The next second, Messi stuffed all the remaining devil fruits into Xiang Bao's mouth. With his throat blocked, Xiang Bao could only swallow them. Bah! Xiang Bao was retching, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and he buried his head in Kulha's arms, howling. In the invisible accusation against Moses, Mercer snorted, "You took advantage of me so much, and you still have the nerve to scold me. When you grow up, you'll know how good I am to you." Listening to what Messiah said, Xiang Bao's ears twitched. He turned his head to look at Messiah, with confusion evident in his eyes. Then, Xiang Bao's stomach made a rumbling sound, and the bare face looked at Messiah in a human-like and flattering manner, making a meow sound. You don't have to guess, you can know that this is asking for food. Shameless. Messi got up and walked to the pot, filled Xiang Bao's rice bowl on the ground with the pork ribs, and took it to the bench next to the table. He watched Xiang Bao break free from Kulha's arms, grab the pork ribs with one hand and chew them crunch, crunch as if they were bamboo. A gleam of light flashed in Kulha's eyes. Looking at the bear in front of her, the diet had changed. She stretched out her hand and touched the bear's body, sensing the inside of the bear's body. The digestive system is no longer perceptible. No, it's more like the digestive system's interior has transformed into an unknown structure that I can't perceive. Interesting. Kulha took a syringe and took blood and saliva from Xiang Bao's body. Then he said, its bloodline factor must have changed. I'll go do some tests. You two can play. Ding ding ding, Kulha went upstairs to do experiments with great interest, and then glanced at Xiang Bao who had almost finished the ribs in the basin. Messi now focused his attention on another fruit. Let's start. With a thought, he placed his right hand on the fungus fruit. Then, Mercer could clearly sense a mysterious thing flowing out of the devil fruit. It was the result of its own beliefs and legends. A few seconds later, the appearance of the devil fruit has not changed, but its internal structure has. Item name, fungus fruit. Item effect, unpalatable fruit that has lost its original effectiveness. Item review, a devil fruit that has lost its essence. Its only function is to taste terrible. During the appraisal, Messer obtained this information, which was so fake that it could be mistaken for the real thing. Could it be used to deceive people? His eyes narrowed, a happy smile playing on his lips. Messer observed a second of silence for those who would be deceived in the future. Then, deduct the fraction of merit points accumulated from checking in every day for the past 2.5 years. Merit points plus 50,000. An A-level devil fruit can extract a total of 50,000 merit points. Harvest. New author, new book. I hope the big guys will take care of the young ones together. Please recommend. Please add to favorites. Please read. Please invest. P.S. Devil Fruit Merit Points Plunder, 100050000100000. The lowest quality is B grade, then A grade, and the highest is X grade. Animal type, common species B, ancient species A, mythical species X. Natural system, generally starts from A level. Superhuman type, general superpower type A, special concept superpower type, X. P.S. Quality and merit point range. F. 100. E. 500. D. 1000. C. 5000. B. 10,000. A. 50,000. X. Super A / concept / demigod / 100000. End of this chapter. Chapter 8008 Iron-Eating Beast. Chapter 8008. Iron-Eating Beast. Looking at the huge amount of merit that had been credited to the account on the panel, a satisfied smile appeared on Messer's lips. Merit points are very useful and can be used to manifest various gifts that have not yet been manifested. A full 50,000 merit points was a windfall. At this moment, Mercer's impression of the Walpo brothers began to improve. I hope good things like this happen more often in the future. I'd never think it was too much if such lucky things happened to me. Glancing at the luck, see on the panel, Messi had reason to believe that this incident was no ordinary luck. Moreover, Messer had also used the identify property of the light ball on Kulha, and her luck attribute was only D. Only one quality higher than lucky E. Garp's luck attribute is only D+, and as for ordinary people, their luck is generally F. Messi currently doesn't have much insight into luck, he just knows that he has been lucky since he was born. And now, looking at the several gifts in grey on the panel, Messer focused his attention on breathing and precision. There is no need to say much about breathing. We have been using abdominal breathing since birth. Until now. Although I haven't mastered any magical methods, judging from the breathing method summarized by Kulha, this breathing method has great benefits for both physical and spiritual growth. As for precision, even if you only look at the name, you can clearly see that it is a very good gift ability. Therefore Messi used all 50,000 points of merit. The next second, Messi's consciousness suddenly became empty, and a variety of insights appeared in his mind. At the same time, unexpected changes began to occur in the body. The way of breathing has changed, but it seems to have not changed. The depth of each breath has become more delicate, and the body sensation has become abnormally slow. At this moment, Moses seemed to have returned to his mother's womb, as if a new umbilical cord had been erected on his body, as if he had returned to the amniotic fluid again. It seemed as if all the pores in his body were opened. Messer sat quietly in the chair, and his breathing seemed to have some new rhythm and frequency. As you breathe, oxygen in the air is inhaled into the lungs through the throat, and after conversion, the oxygen is transmitted to every corner of the body. Time passed by unknowingly, that special frequency became instinct, and everything changed unknowingly. Mercer opened his eyes, having already digested his newfound understanding of breathing. Relying on his breathing and his perception of the changes within himself, he completed each breath cycle and came to a conclusion. My body hasn't gotten stronger, it's just that my perception and control of it have become more refined. That's not bad at all. Then he opened the gift ability column on the light screen panel and looked at his newly acquired gift ability A-level gift, breathing. Can grow freely, blessing effect, chi flows throughout the body, greatly improving the utilization of one's own body, and permanently accelerating the growth of physique and soul attributes of A grade and below. In C's comment, is this a breathing technique? No, this could be the basis of some kind of spiritual practice. No wonder I feel like oxygen is being transported throughout my body. It's that whole body energy effect. It also significantly increases attribute growth and physical application. It's like activating an experience cheat. Although Messi didn't fully understand the subtle changes happening in his body, he could guess that his talent, which was already considered extraordinary, would be extremely amazing with the bonus of the gift of breathing. Immediately after opening the attribute column with his mind, Messi also saw his current attributes: physique, strength, FF and endurance, FF and agility, FF plus soul, will, FF and perception, F plus e-spirit, FF plus special. Mysterious, energy, FF plus, gaining bonus to observation haki. With the natural growth of his body, within this year and a half, Messer's basic attributes have grown to the limit of F level, and his perception attributes have even reached a higher level, reaching E level. For ordinary people, even without the use of observation haki, they can now shout in the street, "I can beat 10 people." At this moment, he heard a series of crunching sounds. Messi turned his head and saw a black and white ball sitting in the corner, with a big face bulging like a bun. Messi stood up, slowed down his pace and walked over, looking behind Xiang Bao. The scene that came into his sight made Messer's eyes widen. All the weapons, guns, and treasures that he had seized from those people in Walpo had been eaten by Xiang Bao. This guy grabbed a gold bar and stuffed it into his mouth, just like eating a wafer biscuit, one bite at a time, chewing it so happily. A gold bar is not big, and it is estimated to be at least 100 grams. The price of gold is about Baileys per gram, which means that the little bear cub drank at least 1 million Baileys in one bite. The gold bars he brought back were calculated by kilograms. At this moment, Messi felt an indescribable feeling in his heart, so much so that he slowly pinched Xiang Bao's head with the 5 fingers of his right hand. "What are you doing? Eating alone is not what a good child should do. Do you have any explanation for me?" Mercer spoke lightly, pressing and kneading Xiang Bao's head with his 5 fingers. Obviously, Mercer noticed that Xiang Bao's body stiffened. Messi was also curious about what Xiang Bao would do next, so he saw Xiang Bao handing him the gold bar that he was stuffing into his mouth with his other hand. Those black eyes seemed to be saying, "Moses, this is for you, it's delicious." Mercer slapped Xiang Bao on the head in anger and said helplessly, "You'd better not eat this kind of gold bar. It's very valuable. You can eat other things if you eat it." Xiang Bao had a puzzled look in his eyes and made a ying sound. One gold bar like the one you ate could buy a whole room full of pork ribs, or even a large bamboo forest, enough to keep you fed for a long time. Did you know that? As Xiang Bao listened to Messiah's explanation and description, his two bare eyes widened uncontrollably, and his bare mouth opened uncontrollably. Shouting anxiously, Xiang Bao suddenly opened his mouth wide, reached in with his right front paw and rummaged around. After a few seconds, he pulled out an irregular lump of gold. Judging from the color, it is obviously better. It can be seen that it has been purified. Messi slapped his forehead helplessly, speechless by Xiang Bao's silly look. Xiang Bao handed the gold in his hand over. Messi looked at the gold and found that there was no saliva or other residue on it as he had imagined. The power of the devil fruit is indeed magical. However, Moses did not take it. Instead, he thought for a moment and said, "You should be able to turn what you eat into a part of your body, right? Then show me how it can be." Xiang Bao tilted his head in confusion, a little confused. Didn't you just eat a knife and a gun? Turn your claws into knives for me to see. This is what it looks like." Messer continued to explain, and reached out to pull out the remaining standard military sword from its sheath and show it to Xiang Bao. Xiang Bao stretched out his paw to scratch his head, then put it in front of him and looked at it, constantly pinching his left paw. After more than 10 seconds, Messi saw that Xiang Bao's left arm began to change, starting from the forearm. Although the process was slow, the changes were happening steadily. Xiang Bao stared blankly at his left forearm, which changed from elbow to blade. He raised it to his mouth and bit it with his snow-white teeth. Crack, crack! Xiang Bao looked at his arms in horror and swung them hard. At the same time, Mercer suddenly leaned back to avoid the blade, his eyes fixed on the tip of the knife passing in front of him. He supported himself on the floor with his right arm, turned his body away from Xiang Bao, and sighed, "Hey, that was really thrilling. I almost got chopped by you." At this moment, Xiang Bao let out a cry of grievance, stared at Messi anxiously, and swung his left arm vigorously, as if trying to shake off the blade. Mercer sighed and called to the idiot bear, "Be quiet first." Seeing that he had calmed down under his command, Mercer stepped forward, pinched his chubby face, and whispered, "Think carefully about what your arm originally looked like, and then use all your strength to bring it back to its original shape." Mercer gently rubbed Xiang Bao's head and soothed him with words, and then, after a few seconds, Xiang Bao's arm changed back to its original shape. Suddenly, Xiang Bao rolled on the ground happily, making a cheerful "ga-ga" sound. After Xiang Bao calmed down, Mercer said, "Now transform your arm into a knife, and then back again. Let's begin." After hearing what was said, Xiang Bao sat down on the ground and began to change the shape of his arms. It was visible to the naked eye that his proficiency in the changes was increasing. Unsurprisingly, after acquiring the power of a devil fruit, it is like having a new limb or organ in the body. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, you can use it as flexibly as your own hands and feet. This is what Messer saw in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia catalog. It was the introduction, and it was very meaningful. Because of this, Xiang Bao was able to adapt to his own abilities so quickly. So, if man-made weapons can be transformed into something on one's own body, what about creatures from nature? For example, an eagle's eye, a dinosaur's tail, a tiger's skeleton, a chimera with no side effects. All of this is very likely to be achieved, but it requires Xiang Bao to understand and develop it, and it also requires you to constantly guide him. This is a good topic. Then, the gift of taming also became necessary, but it was poor. There are only a few ways to earn merit points. Mercer scratched his head. Isn't this forcing me to do something? Isn't the most convenient and stable way to do it to increase my own legend? After thinking about it, Messi shook his head again and decided to just let it go. At his age, it would be easy to get into trouble if he did something wrong. Then he stopped thinking about it and continued to watch Xiang Bao play with his abilities. After a while, he got tired of playing and started eating the remaining food. But I didn't eat much gold. The sight of the foodie smacking his lips made Messiah feel hungry. Smelling the big ribs in the pot in the kitchen, Messi went to get a bowl. Seeing Xiang Bao drooling, he also got a basin for him. The man and the bear ate happily. After eating, I cleaned up. After assigning Xiang Bao a task to recast the gold ingot into gold beans, Mercer sat at the desk and continued reading, and the room became quiet. There was only the rustling sound of Mercer turning pages and the chewing and grinding of Xiang Bao's teeth. Breathe. The secret language of cells. What Messer was reading was a book about cell theory. It was no longer a basic book, but an advanced book. It tells the story of how human cells, brain cells, microbial cells, and the various compartments within cells communicate with each other. There is a variety of interesting knowledge about the immune system, blood vessels, intestines, brain tissue, microorganisms, etc. Some have been argued, while others are conjectures. Understand the human body through reading and improve your own literacy through reading. With the dual power of observation haki and the current breathing ability, he can perceive, verify, and think from different angles. Moses' knowledge continued to improve. Different kinds. Although most of the books on the bookshelves in the house are about medical matters, there are also some books on other aspects. At some point, Kulha came down from the second floor with a smile on her face, showing that she had gained something. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Messer sleeping on the desk again, and a black and white ball was also sleeping beside Messer's feet. Smack your lips from time to time. With a helpless sigh, Kulha walked over. As soon as she got up to him, she was stunned and looked at Messi in disbelief. Hey! He released his observation haki, pressing his fingers against Messer's body, examining it inch by inch. This kid's breathing has changed. Interesting, really interesting, he. The special ability of observation and hearing is used like a cutting-edge testing machine to continuously check Messer's physical condition and breathing rate. Turning to a new page in the breathing record notebook, she began to summarize and organize. Relying on her control over herself, Kulha also began to optimize her breathing method and fine-tune her frequency. Half an hour later, Kulha stretched, took off Messer's clothes and threw them on the bed. After a quick wash, she also went to bed to rest. As for the changes in Moses' breathing, there is plenty of time to learn and adjust, and there is no need to rush. The next day, Moses slept until he woke up naturally, washed up, and went outside to start his daily breathing and morning run practice. There was a round thing following behind him, chasing him closely. Inhale and exhale, oxygen circulates in the body and useless waste gas is expelled. Feel the movement and direction of air in the body to gain a deeper understanding of yourself. Jogging with a rhythm that matched the frequency of his breathing, and with each step, for the first time, Messer felt at ease, able to devote himself wholeheartedly, his whole body filled with endless energy. Breathe in the breath of nature, find yourself in the vast world, start to speed up, run freely, feel your heart beating, and the inhaled oxygen flows throughout your body along with your blood. Hearing the anxious woof-woof coming from the bear cub behind him, Messi couldn't help but slow down his pace and turn to look at the silly and cute panda who was out of breath, breathing out white mist from his mouth and sticking out his tongue. Mercer slowed his pace to a slow walk, swinging his arms, kicking, twisting his waist, and taking strong, deep breaths. The cold air enters the body through the nasal cavity, carrying the internal temperature of the body, and then two streams of light white mist are sprayed out from the nasal cavity. It's as fun as a smoker blowing smoke out of his nose. But mine is all natural. Let's talk about the old things. Big guys, just read the books, but don't dare to keep the new books. Please recommend. Please add to favorites. Please read. Please invest. P.S. Comparison of the value of Pele and gold. Calculated based on the equivalent of Pele to Japanese yen. The exchange rate between Japanese yen and RMB is 20:1. The price of gold is 620 RMB per gram. 1 gram of gold is approximately equal to 12,400 Baileys. If we round off the zeros, 1 gram of gold is equivalent to Baileys. End of this chapter. Chapter 9009 Brain Development. Chapter 9009. Brain Development. After breakfast, naked except for a pair of briefs, Messer lay on the operating table on the second floor of the tree house. As he breathed in coordination with Kulha's finger pressure, he described the changes in his breathing and the subtle feelings of the energy flowing through his body. He could sense a perception that seemed to penetrate his skin, flesh, and bones, scanning the changes in his body as he breathed. Kulha's eyes were indifferent as she kept asking questions and taking notes from time to time. This kind of naked investigation made Messer feel very uncomfortable. I finally understood what I felt when I used my observation haki to scan Garp and Kulha. How unpleasant! After a long pause, Kulha said calmly, "Okay, that's all for today. However, this kind of observation requires a long period of time. But you're really a treasure, your silent breathing has become another form. Interesting." Without asking the reason for the change, Kulha only cared about whether the result could be replicated. Messer stood up from the operating table, put on his clothes, and looked around. The white walls and the items inside are neatly arranged, and some of the experimental equipment appear to be very delicate. Some experiments are still ongoing. Dr. Doriel, have you made any breakthroughs in your bloodline factor research? Messer asked. Kulha, what? Do you have any drugs for developing the brain? You have some for strengthening the body, but what about those for the brain? A gleam of light flashed in Kulha's eyes as she thought of the book Messer had read recently, which was full of conclusions and conjectures about various aspects of the human body. The brain is a very mysterious research topic. Why do you think so? Kulha asked. Mercer thought for a moment and said, after reading those books, I've been thinking about this recently. The human brain can only be developed to about 10% at most, and the average person only uses about 3% to 5%. And it is recorded in that illustrated book that all previous users of the brain fruit were generally able to develop their brains to about 20%, possessing the magical ability to remember everything they saw and learn a language in an hour. The book speculates that when the brain develops to a certain level, or a certain point, creatures will gain some magical abilities, possessing extraordinary abilities no less than those of devil fruit users. And physicist William Galen also said that any of humanity's wildest dreams have the potential to become reality. There were many opinions about the brain development rate in the original world, and now, after reading those books, Messer made a decision in his mind. I want to explore the extent to which the brain can be utilized. I want to see if increasing brain development is a unique path for biological evolution. I want to see what organisms will become when their brains are fully developed. It is said that Einstein, who once had the highest IQ in the world, only developed less than 15% of his brain. The original world was ordinary, with no extraordinary powers revealed, but in this world, with all kinds of magical powers and resources, Messer felt that he would not be daydreaming. Kulha narrowed her eyes. She had been studying the human body and elixirs. Now, she had lived for nearly 121 years, and her physical condition was still at its peak. She could still live for a long time. As for the brain, Kulha said calmly, it's a good idea. Although the human brain only accounts for 2% of body weight, it consumes approximately 25% of oxygen and 17% of energy. The brain is a mysterious and unknown area. The human brain contains approximately 140 to 160 billion neurons, and the number of connection points between neurons reaches hundreds of billions, which is more than the number of stars in the known sky. If you don't think about it, you won't know. Once you think about it, you will be shocked. Messer's point of view is refreshing to Kulha. She is a doctor. She can't say that she is the best in the world in research on human body, but at least she can maintain the 4th place and fight for the 3rd and 2nd place. As for longevity, Kulha knows several ways and is constantly trying them. However, she has unknowingly reached a bottleneck. Should she try a completely new path? Then, kid, brain development isn't some simple physical experiment. If you're not careful, you might become an idiot. And common medical conditions today don't involve that aspect. Have you thought it through? Kulha asked seriously. Kulha never treated the little guy Messer as an ordinary kid. After all, ordinary kids at this age either play in the mud or eat and sleep. Mercer said with a grin, "Don't we have Dr. Doriel? My skills aren't up to par yet, but that doesn't mean you can't. You're still young, and I'm still young too. We have plenty of time to study." Hearing this, Kulha was stunned, feeling a bit awkward and scolded angrily, "You little bastard, you're so greedy, you're already trying to push me before we even start. I haven't even said whether I agree or not." Mercer's face turned serious, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "What about you, Dr. Dualier?" Seeing this, Kulha narrowed her eyes and smiled. "You can ask me to agree to this, but you have to know that research can't just start with words. Funds, equipment, and materials are all indispensable. Do you have a lot of money? Do you have cutting-edge equipment? Do you have all the materials for experiments involving the brain?" Regarding brain development, just talking about materials, there are precious and rare medicinal herbs, the brains of various creatures, such as large beasts and sea kings. These all require tremendous strength. Do you have them? Kulha put the most realistic problem in front of Messiah. If these problems are not solved, research on brain development will be just empty talk. Even if research is still possible, it will be at a snail's pace. The purpose of saying these things is not to dampen Moses' passion, but these are the thresholds that cannot be circumvented. There is one more thing that Kulha did not mention. Even if Messi can gather all these conditions, he will fail in developing the unknown. Looking at the aura emerging from Kulha, Messer smiled, with a hint of arrogance on his little face. A faint echo came from his mouth. "I'm not even 3 years old yet, and I can defeat 13 adults right now. I'll definitely be very strong in the future. I'll earn money, and as for the equipment, I have Xianbao and the swallow fruit. I think I can synthesize the equipment we need. As for the experimental materials, once I grow up, those won't be a problem." At this moment, Kulha looked at Messer in a daze. It seemed that this kid had a unique and convincing charm. "I'm crazy that I was persuaded by a little kid." Kulha couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, and let out a happy laugh. "Then I'll promise you first. If you can't do it in the future, I will definitely take off your pants and spank your butt." Messer's expression suddenly froze, and he swallowed his saliva, looking depressed. "I was already grown up by then, and you had the nerve to take off my pants?" Kulha looked at Messer disdainfully and said calmly, "I raised you with all my hard work. I've seen everything I should and shouldn't have seen. I don't care, so why should you care?" "Vulgar," Moses muttered. Kulha glanced at him and said calmly, "Say it again." "No, nothing." There was nothing for Moses to do here, so he went downstairs, took the extremely hungry Xiangbao out of the door, and headed straight for his vegetable garden. Purple bamboo forest. 2 more days passed. It was 9 o'clock this morning. Kulha packed up and was about to go out when she said to Messer, who was reading at the desk, "I'm going to the royal castle on Drum Hill to collect the medical expenses for the past few days. You stay home." Moses turned and looked. Is it okay to go alone? Your rates have always been shady. What if the king has bad intentions? Kulha raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. In this country, I can go wherever I want, and the old king won't do anything to me. Seeing Kulha's confident look, Messer said, then be careful, but bring your weapons. It's worth millions of dollars, be careful not to be robbed. Do I look like a weakling in your eyes? Kulha said jokingly, believe it or not, I can make you call me mom with just one hand. Messer looked at Kulha and suddenly said seriously, Doriel mom, have a safe trip. The corners of her mouth twitched violently, and Kulha laughed angrily, don't yell, you bastard. I'm not your mother. Call me Dr. Doriel. With a smile on his face, he walked out of the door with brisk steps. Sensing Kulha walking away with his observation haki, Messer also stood up, put on his labang jacket, and picked up his weapon. Left a note for Kulha. Xiang Bao, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, made a meow sound, pried the door open with his claws, and was the first to go out. He carried the bamboo basket on his back and closed the door. Leave the key in its usual place. Walking on the crunching snow, accompanied by sparse snowflakes, the man and the bear disappeared into the deep forest. Although pandas are extremely short-sighted, their sense of smell and hearing are exceptionally developed. Xiang Bao has been exposed to herbal medicine since he was a few weeks old. Through this, he has developed the ability to find rare medicinal herbs. Xiang Bao is smart. With his developed sense of smell and hearing, he can detect any dangerous creatures and never approach their territories. The main idea is to quietly go into the mountains and make a fortune in silence. In this regard, Messi let Xiang Bao lead the way. Walking in the snow-capped mountains, medicinal herbs were discovered one after another. If he came across a suitable one, Messer would pick it with his experienced techniques. If we come across something edible, we'll give it to Xiang Bao as a snack. The magnetic drum island is not big, but the resources are by no means poor, and we've encountered all kinds of creatures along the way. Today's goal is to collect herbs. Don't do unnecessary things. If you really encounter a blind bear, you can only send it into Xiang Bao's stomach. Anyway, with the ability of the swallowing fruit, Xiang Bao is no longer the bear he used to be. He doesn't mind eating raw or cold food. There are many kinds of medicinal herbs picked, some are tree species and some are grass species. The unused tree seeds and medicinal herbs are also given to Xiang Bao to fill his stomach, and the same goes for the grass seeds and medicinal herbs. Messi is now definitely a qualified medicine boy, and Xiang Bao is definitely a qualified trash can. The most powerful thing about the user of the swallow fruit is that they can never get an upset stomach no matter how much they eat. Occasionally, I would run into fellow hunters and herb collectors in the mountains, but they would avoid each other early on, trying to keep out of each other's way. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Mercer and Xiang Bao also set out on their journey home. At one point, a rustling sound was heard from a bush not far ahead. Remove the backpack from your back. Holding the axe handle tightly in his hand, Labang with snow-white hair rushed out with his observation haki. It has the appearance of a rabbit and the physique of a bear, running towards us quickly on all fours. The body length is about 1.5 meters. Messer narrowed his eyes. There's no other presence around. He's alone. And he's a minor. A second before Labang was about to attack, Moser turned sideways and stepped back with his right foot, revealing the wide-open mouth and sharp fangs. At the same time, the axe in his right hand swung out diagonally. Pfft! Following its forward inertia, the axe blade chopped off its neck, cutting off its throat, and a handful of scarlet blood splashed out. Moses and Laban missed each other and swung their axes down, shaking off the blood on the blades. The posture is very handsome. Messi turned around happily and looked at Labang, who was twitching all over in the snow. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. A few seconds later, an irregular crystal the size of a grain of rice, emitting a mysterious luster, emerged. Obtain F-level Soul Crystal *1. At present, Messi has obtained a total of 2 Soul Crystals, each as big as a grain of rice. Small animals like rabbits, or creatures below level F, cannot be used to extract Soul Crystals after being killed. The same goes for small fish and shrimp. Just like an ordinary human cub, its strength level does not even reach the lowest F level. The extraction of the Soul Crystal means that Labang is dead. Mercer came closer and looked at it carefully. The fur was shiny and flawless white, and it was a good material for making clothes. Taking a scalpel from the inner pocket of Laban's fur coat, Messer began to cut along the midline of Laban's chest. The classification of medicine is very complicated, with many subjects, including the surgical specialty of anatomy. Kulha is absolutely top-notch in medicine, not only in her own medical skills, but also in teaching. Thanks to the A-level gift breathing, Mercer's use of his body has become more handy, his mind is calm, and his fingers are nimble. With professional techniques, the texture of the Laban fur was not damaged and Mercer peeled it off intact. The remaining corpses were gutted and their internal organs cleaned out with the snow nearby. The clean internal organs were first given to Xiang Bao as a snack. I cut a few branches to make skis and stacked the sorted meat. Xiang Bao has eaten a lot of daily necessities these days, including ropes and saddles. At this moment, the ropes appeared, and the ropes on Xiang Bao's body were connected to simple skis. Bear pulling skis. Half an hour later, in Kesta town, a ski resort on Drum Island, in a well-reputed tailor shop, Messer reached an agreement with the owner. As a reward, he would get half of the precious Labang meat and make a fur coat out of the Labang fur he brought. Come here to pick it up in a month. Bring your invoice. Sitting on skis, Xiang Bao walked out of the town. When it was getting dark, Messi finally arrived home. The lights in the treehouse were bright, indicating that Kulha had also returned. Open the door, bring the herbs and half of the remaining Labang meat into the house, and put them in order. There was a sound of stir-frying in the kitchen. Kulha was cooking when she heard the noise and said, "Little bastard, didn't I tell you you were home today? I'm going to pick some herbs, and I'll take Xiang Bao along for a bite." Mercer said with a smile, "Dr. Dolly, I'm lucky today. I caught a Labang." Next second, holding a spatula, Kulha walked out with a dark face. "Labang. The new book is on the way. I hope everyone will take good care of it and read it. Please recommend. Please invest. Please read. P.S. The size of each level of Soul Crystal. F. As big as a grain of rice. E. As big as a soybean. D. As big as a broad bean. C. As big as a pigeon egg. B. As big as an egg. A. As big as a goose egg. X. Demigod, as big as a human head." End of this chapter. Chapter 10, The Realm of Heaven and Man. Chapter 10. The Realm of Heaven and Man. "Brat, don't you know those things live in groups?" Kulha narrowed her eyes and spoke with anger. "Do you think your mediocre skills can defeat a group of adult Labangs?" Seeing that she was really angry, Moses hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, the one I encountered today was a lone one, about 1.5 meters long, not even an adult. He attacked me by surprise, but I killed him." After briefly explaining it, Messer heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Kulha's expression ease up a bit. "Dr. Doriel, let's have grilled Labang tonight." Kulha looked at the half-eaten Labang that Messerah had brought into the house, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Where's the other half? Did you give it to your panda?" Messer explained further and told the story of the tailor shop. Kulha said with a forced smile, "Why? Want new clothes? You can tell me. I'm not refusing to buy them for you." Messer scratched his head, "It's not for me." "Who is it for?" Kulha's lips curled up, as if she was expecting something. "It can't be for that bastard Grandpa Garp of yours, right?" Mercer tilted his head and whispered, "It's not impossible, it's just that the Laban fur is a little small. How about I ask the tailor to alter the coat into a short one? Kulha said calmly, then you might as well go and hunt another adult. That bastard is as strong as a bear. Mercer pinched his chin, as if thinking seriously, then looked up at her. Then go tomorrow. Kulha said sternly, okay, I'll collect your body then. If we're quick, I can even drag you out before you turn into shit. Mercer said with a bitter face, forget it, I still have to take care of you in your old age and see you to the end. If I go before you, it would be too disrespectful to you. Who are you trying to kill, you bastard? Kulha's face flushed with anger. Believe it or not, I'll hang you up and beat you. I'll break your legs. Moses. Moses had no choice but to give in. He patted his forehead and suddenly realized that's not necessary. I forgot to mention that the Laban coat was made to your size, and it seems I can't give it to anyone else. Squinting her eyes and staring at Messer, Kulha was now certain that this little bastard was playing with her. Her tone was a mixture of 70% displeasure and 30% restraint. Who did you learn all this from? I don't remember teaching you this way. Is that bastard Kapna? As she was talking, Kulha said angrily, why are you eating barbecue so late at night? Let's eat it tomorrow. Do you want to turn into a pig by eating so much meat at night? Oh! Mercer said in a depressed tone. He squatted down and looked at Xiangbao, with a slight smile on his lips. Your mother Dolly thinks you are too fat. You will have to eat dirt tonight. Mix it with the snow outside to cushion your hunger. Xiangbao had been lying quietly on the ground, trying to minimize his presence. However, upon hearing what Messer said, his obsidian-like black eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Messer in disbelief. Hey! His stomach also started to rumble along with the rumbling sound. He looked at Kulha with pitiful eyes, crawled to Kulha's feet, rubbed them with his bare face, and howled anxiously. Try your best to play the victim. Kulha had no time to pay attention to him. She was looking at Messer with a dark face, her eyelids drooping, and a forced smile as she said, what did you just say about me? Xiangbao's mom? How dare you call me a non-human? Mercer hurriedly shook his head. Xiangbao was also raised by you with all your heart. In his heart, you are his mother. I didn't say that. Hearing this, Kulha glared at Messer fiercely, one hand on her waist, and pointed a spatula at Messer's nose with the other. You little bastard, you still have the nerve to say that? What did you say at the beginning? But in the end, I was the one who caused all the trouble in raising the child. Mercer looked at Xiangbao with helplessness in his eyes. Your mommy hates you, why don't you beg again? Xiangbao cried out in grievance, then stood up, hugged Kulha's legs with his two front paws, and looked at Kulha with longing in his head. A slap on the forehead made Kulha helpless. What kind of person is this panda? It is too clingy. Who did you learn this from? With a sigh, Kulha shook her legs and Xiangbao rolled out. She walked to the labang meat and brought it into the kitchen. I give you all the trouble. Mercer, you should learn to cook with me in a while. You are not a child anymore, it's time for you to learn to cook for yourself. Listening to the bang-bang sound of chopping meat in the kitchen, as if venting his anger, Mercer looked at Xiangbao and tempted him. Do you want to learn cooking? You're such a big eater, and you can make pots and pans yourself. Once you learn, you can cook for yourself anytime, anywhere, and you don't have to worry about your mom's mood anymore. Xiangbao's eyes showed a thoughtful look, but the next second, a sinister voice sounded from the kitchen. Do you really want to get yourself into trouble? If you have nothing to do, go read a book or wash up. I don't want to hear your voice now, so shut up. Misai laughed dryly and hurried to the bathroom. Soon the sound of water was heard. After washing up, he sat at the desk and picked up a case book on surgery. He read the key points of anatomy with great interest, and soon, as the fragrance in the room grew thicker, Kulha's voice rang out. Come over here and eat. His tone was cold, showing that he was still angry. Moses went over obediently and went to the kitchen to help serve the meat. Labang is made into a large pot of fragrant meat and bones, as well as fragrant medicinal porridge and a tray of large meat buns. Dinner is simple but nutritious. Mercer's mouth was oozing with oil as he ate, and the same thing happened to the bear next to him. His claws turned into iron chopsticks and an iron rice fork respectively, and he opened his mouth wide, looking very wild while eating. Kulha ate slowly, with a slight smile on her lips. Eat slowly. There's more in the kitchen. If it's not enough, go get some yourself. After eating, Kulha went upstairs alone. After Messi and Xiang Bao finished their meal, Kulha took Xiang Bao to the kitchen. The latter transformed his paws into a kind of rubber gloves and washed the dishes with Messi under his guidance. A diligent child must be cultivated from an early age. Those who have the ability of the swallow fruit will not starve to death. In order to prevent Xiang Bao from becoming lazy in the future, Messi had to teach him everything he knew. Fortunately, this bear is smart, everything is ready. He continued reading for a while, and when he felt it was about time, Moses went to bed to rest. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom is a major medical country in the world, and people from other places come here to seek medical treatment from time to time. Those who go out to sea to venture will always come here to seek the joining of doctors, but a certain man who appears in this sea area from time to time also makes some people complain. But this did not affect Messer's daily life. He studied, hunted, and exercised with his diet, or went to various towns and villages with Kulha to treat patients. Earn some daily necessities at the same time. Every day was very fulfilling, and Messer continued to learn various knowledge and techniques from Kulha like a sponge. Kulha was also happy about this. When they first met, she might have just regarded the baby Messer as an interesting experimental subject, but with the witness of time, everything became different. They are like family, master and apprentice, and close friends. They are fellow travelers with the same goal. Dazzling. The time came to September 1503 in the Haiwan calendar. It was winter on the Sigu Island and there was really no visible seasonal change here. Messer, 3 years and 9 months old, is 1.19 meters tall and weighs 25 kilograms. He is raised by Kulha to be fair and clean, and looks like a weak little fat boy. She has short black hair with a slight curl, a pair of clear and unworldly black eyes, mysterious, smart yet with a touch of cunning, a slightly round face that is white and tender, the exposed skin is white and moist, and she has a fragile and quiet temperament. One side raises one person. Most people living on this island have fair skin. However, considering Messer's fair complexion and aura, he thought, this A-level gift breathing can subtly and comprehensively adjust oneself. Not only that, it also has some magical ability to interact with the natural environment. Breathing is an important medium for interaction between organisms and the natural environment. The sophisticated breathing method, the daily interaction with the natural environment, from the outside to the inside, coupled with the perception and insight of the observation haki, Moser had an indescribable instinctive feeling that he was about to undergo some kind of transformation. Recently, I have this indescribable feeling in my heart from time to time. If you don't understand, ask. Messer asked Kulha if she had any suggestions, but she simply said, how would I know? My breathing depth isn't as good as yours. Just go with your feeling. So, Messer just ate, drank, and slept. Kulha didn't say anything useful, but she was cunning and shrewd. Just listen to her and go with your gut. It's sunny. There was no snow in the sky for the first time in a long time, and even the clouds in the sky had dissipated a lot, making the blue sky look very clear. The view of the sky flickered, and Mercer was lying on Xiang Bao's back. Xiang Bao moved his limbs and walked leisurely in the deep forest, making the snow on the ground crunch under his feet. The 2-year-old Xiang Bao is 1.5 meters long, at least 1.9 meters tall when standing, weighs 80 kilograms, and is very round. Being able to eat is a blessing, but Xiang Bao is simply a glutton. He could eat food as big as several Moses in one meal. If the swallowing fruit could not devour everything, Moses might not be able to feed him. Oh, generally speaking, you don't need to raise it yourself. With my head resting on Xiang Bao's shoulder, I was carried forward by him. The soft and furry feeling of his body was particularly comfortable. People often say that a red flower will become redder if it is near a red flower, and a black flower will become black if it is near a black flower. Smart creatures are always good at imitating. Here, the perception of sight, hearing, and color is shrouded in Xiang Bao. Mercer breathed peacefully, with some indescribable unique rhythm, letting it flow, and naturally tasted a similar rhythm to his own in Xiang Bao's breathing. In more than a year, the already smart Xiang Bao also learned that special breathing method thanks to the unremitting efforts of Messi and Kulha. He only learned the basics and was not at the level of Messi, but it also allowed Xiang Bao to have a considerable control over his body. Improved control over your body will naturally be reflected in all aspects. I came here through the deep forest at the foot of the magnetic drum mountain, which is the closest to my tree house to the east. Looking at the grey-brown mountain in front of me, it looks like a jade pillar supporting the sky, a full 5,000 meters high, reaching into the sky. The cylindrical mountain has tiny cracks on its surface that look like textures, making it an ideal spot for rock climbing enthusiasts. But for Kumabo, who has the ability of the swallow fruit, it might take him dozens or even hundreds of years to eat up the magnetic drum mountain, but if he just wants to eat out a staircase to climb the mountain, it wouldn't take that long. A repeatedly winding Z-shaped mountain road appears on the cliff. Xiang Bao led the way and started climbing from the foot of the mountain. A small path leading directly to the top of the mountain was gnawed out on one side of the magnetic drum mountain. The path was bumpy and full of potholes, with gaps here and there. This was the result of Xiang Bao's nearly 5 months of hard work under the guidance of Messi. Halfway up the mountain, there was a strong wind. There was no guardrail on the mountain path, and the width was just enough for Xiang Bao to stand firmly. Xiang Bao stretched out his claws on all 4 limbs and gripped the ground firmly. The wind was howling, and Messi followed Xiang Bao closely to climb up. After 2 hours, they completed the climb of the 10,000-meter-long mountain road. Mercer and Xiang Bao climbed out of an internal passage leading to the top of the mountain, lifted a layer of stone covering the cave entrance above, and finally reached the top. There was no wind, and this was a pine forest with no signs of human life. The flat ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. On this winter island, only the royal family of this country built a castle on the top of the magnetic drum mountain in the center. The remaining few magnetic drum mountains have not been used by anyone and appear extremely empty and desolate. When you reach the edge of the mountain, you can see the entire island at a glance. Except for a few other similar mountains, everything seems to be crawling at your feet. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, the air is a little thin, and the clouds seem to be under your feet. The view is broad, and a sense of heroism is brewing in my heart. You will be at the top of the mountain and have a panoramic view of the mountains. Not vomiting, not happy. He took a deep breath, his chest and abdomen gradually swelled, and a childish cry came out of Moses' mouth, venting all the strength of his body, as if he wanted to roar out the heroic spirit in his heart. Ah! Hey! Attracted by Moses's abnormality, Xiang Bao came to Mizer's side and saw the scenery below. Even though it was not his first time here, his legs were still shaking. He looked at Mizer again and roared like Mizer. Ouch! After roaring out all the heroic spirit that had accumulated in his heart, Messi took another deep breath. He felt a slight warmth all over his body, and a subtle sense of clarity from the inside out. His eyes were shining. Feeling that miraculous clarity, Moses followed his emotions, breathing, shouting. Using all his strength, he shouted freely. Gradually, a deep inner peace emerged. After a long time, Messer stopped shouting and savored a new special feeling in himself. As the breathing rises and falls, the body becomes breathable and transparent, and one seems to have a deeper sense of connection with the natural things around him, and even a direct emotional closeness. Messer didn't know why his body had changed, so he happily clicked on the system screen. Gifts and Abilities column. A end level gift, breathing, can grow freely, blessing effect, energy permeates the entire body, achieving unity between man and nature. Significantly improves the use of one's own body, greatly enhances the perception of all things in nature, and grants permanent and significantly accelerated growth of physique and soul attributes of A end level and below. In C's comment, is this a breathing technique? No, this is the foundation of a certain spiritual practice. At this moment, you have taken the most important step. It had changed. The effect of breathing had changed significantly, not just improving beyond the A level. Messer understood clearly. A-level gift abilities have deeper applications. Although I achieved this in one go, I was missing some details. After more than a year of adaptation and practice, and a little spiritual shock today, his true effect was finally revealed at this moment. And we will go one step further. Harmony between man and nature, a kind of spiritual and mental state of perception. It is also a foundation for achieving extraordinary results. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Mercer's lips. And it's more than that. Dear 3, remember to like 3 times. Please recommend. Please read. Please invest. The following is a brief overview of the state and feeling of harmony between man and nature. The state of harmony between man and nature, emotional closeness. Individuals feel close to all things in nature and form emotional connections with them. Consciousness fusion. The image, state, manifestation, or potential information of all things in nature are internalized into individual consciousness. Body-mind unity. The individual forms a harmonious community with external objects or other people, with body and mind united and actions coordinated. Transcend the self. Transcend individual desires and limitations, connect with the mysteries of the universe, and integrate into the rhythm of the universe. Inner peace. Achieving a state of unity with nature can bring inner peace and true freedom. The feeling of harmony between man and nature. Become one with the heaven and earth. Feel yourself merging with the atmosphere of heaven and earth. Your body becomes breathable and transparent, as if it has become a being connecting heaven and earth. Forgetting both the self and the world. Reaching the state of forgetting both the self and the world in spiritual practice, being in action and desireless in behavior, and embracing everything in thought. Awakening of cosmic consciousness, transcending the individual, possessing an awakening of cosmic consciousness, and being able to perceive the power and wisdom of the universe. Comprehension of the meaning of life, deeply realize the meaning of life and the value of existence, and understand the profound meaning of the unity of man and nature. Follow the laws of nature, follow the laws of nature, live in harmony with nature, and embody the state of harmony between man and nature. End of this chapter. Chapter 11:011 Visiting Relatives. Chapter 11. Visiting Relatives. Haki, the inherent potential power of all living things in this world, is equivalent to momentum and deterrence, and exists like instinct. In Messi's view, dominance, to put it bluntly, is just a certain way of expressing the essence, energy, and spirit in the human body. Through long-term breathing exercises and learning of medical skills, Moser's understanding of his own body far exceeds that of ordinary people. Observation haki is a unique perceptual power, a kind of divine perceptual ability. Moses was born with the ability to perceive the colors of things. Different from other people who are born with the ability to awaken their observation haki, they have special abilities such as reading minds, emotional resonance, image prediction, listening to the voices of all things, etc. Moser's observation haki only has the most basic perception effects. However, under the unique breathing method for many years, Moser's observation haki and breathing are constantly coordinated and intertwined, and are gradually changing. Feel your own breathing, and then follow your breathing to perceive your body in all directions. When the gift of breathing was manifested and reached a level in one step, with the energy flowing through his whole body, Mercer's observation haki suddenly possessed a unique inner vision effect. Being able to sense things through his skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs, Mercer often felt a sense of nausea that was difficult to adapt to at the beginning. But in the past year, since I cannot change it, I can only adapt. Anyway, I will not give up using the Jianbun haki just because of some minor discomfort. Observation haki is originally used for outward perception. Naturally, this kind of inner vision that can be projected outward has become a kind of perspective. However, at present, Mercer's observation level is not high enough, so the external perspective effect is not as clear as the internal perspective. And now that the gift of breathing has been upgraded, it has the effect of unity between man and nature. Mercer has a premonition that if nothing unexpected happens, his observation haki should still have special characteristics in the future. After long-term use, Mercer's observation haki has made considerable progress. And now, C and rank gift, observation haki, can grow freely, blessing effect, innate perception ability, the power of perception, a strong sense of the surrounding atmosphere, the special effect of sight, and permanent moderately accelerated growth of perception/agility/mystic attributes of C and level and below. Gift evaluation: among the three treasures of essence, energy, and spirit, this one belongs to the power of spiritual perception. Perception is the prerequisite for everything. The observation haki has changed from the original C level to the current C and level. There has not been a major breakthrough in level, and Mercer does not think there is any problem. Because all of these are closely interdependent and influential. Observation haki can accelerate the growth of perception/agility/mystery attributes. Conversely, these attributes also affect the growth of observation haki to a certain extent. But now, Mercer's attributes have not changed much, there are only some insignificant changes. Attributes: physique, strength, F+E endurance, F+E agility, F+E-soul, will, F+E perception, EE spirit, F+E-special. Mysterious, energy, F+E, gaining bonus to observation haki. In more than a year, the basic physical attributes were upgraded from FN to E, which was neither fast nor slow. Messi, who was in the stage of growing up, did not undergo any arduous training. Every day I just follow the routine of long-distance running training, breathing perception training, or hunt various wild animals in the wild from time to time. But even so, in Messi's opinion, his current physical fitness is better than that of Ace, who was 9 or 10 years old in the original timeline. Because of the E level, the physical strength of those ordinary and common powerful pirates in the 4 major seas of the East, South, West, and North is at most at this level. He cleared his mind of all the chaotic thoughts, closed the light panel, and quietly looked at the magnificent natural beauty. In Moses's perception, everything around him has changed, and the spiritual perception of the unity of man and nature has also given this natural beauty a unique spirituality. No, rather, it's only today, now, that I truly see the natural world. Everything has come alive. Breathe. The breath of earth and stone. The breath of the pine trees. Breathing of water vapor. Breath of ice and snow. Everything has its own unique breath and special life frequency. Mercer curled his lips. What about the breath of all things? What about the power of slashing and not slashing? In the end, it's just some understanding of the unity of heaven and man. In fact, many complex and high-sounding things, once you have a correct understanding, are just that simple. After figuring it out and getting what he wanted, Messi no longer planned to stay here. As for understanding nature? Joke. You can't become fat in one breath. You have to eat slowly and walk steadily. Taking one step at a time is the safest way. All lofty perceptions and powers are often based on the most basic attribute, that is, the body. He reached out and pinched Xiang Bao's ears, then lifted him up by the scruff of the neck and turned him around. He looked up at him in confusion. Let's go home. Xiang Bao shook himself and ran happily towards the cave, with Messiah following behind. Put the slate back in its original seal. The broad summit became silent again, with only rows of footprints confirming that some other creature had just visited. The way down the mountain is more difficult than going up. Accompanied by the cold wind on the cliff, we walked halfway up the mountain, through the damp and cold clouds, and arrived at the foot of the mountain step by step. Xiang Bao shook his fur vigorously to shake off the condensed water vapor on his body. Messi had already moved to a suitable distance and was not wet. As if feeling the wetness of its fur, Xiang Bao opened the lower half of its mouth unusually wide, and then bit its own head, like chewing bamboo. After a few bites, the autophagy was completed, leaving only a ball of white fur in its place. After a few seconds, the fur ball unfolded, and Xiang Bao's body became dry. Mercer was not surprised, after all, he was the one who taught him. When Xiang Bao stood firm, Mercer rode on his back, and Xiang Bao, swaying from side to side, walked towards home with his feet turned inward. When I got home, I cleaned and dismembered a roe deer that I had caught on the way back. Heat oil in a pan, add onion, ginger, garlic, and various suitable herbs, stir fry for a few minutes, then add salt, message, and other flavorings. Add potato cubes and water, simmer over high heat. After the water boils, simmer over low heat. After Messiah finished speaking, Xiang Bao stood up with a spatula in his hand and completed the steps one by one. The two worked together seamlessly. Leaving Xiang Bao to look after the kitchen, Messer went to the desk to continue reading. This bookshelf had been almost finished by Messer, with only the last 10 or so books left. After finishing them, he could declare himself graduated. Kulha was doing her own experiments on the second floor. After teaching Xiang Bao, no, Messer how to cook, except for breakfast, lunch, and dinner were all prepared by Messer. Therefore, a gift representing cooking skills was soon formed. And today, Xiang Bao also showed signs of making a breakthrough. Congratulations! Therefore, from then on, except for meal times, Kulha was seen at home every day. The rest of the time she was buried in the second floor doing her own experiments. Nowadays, except for meal times or free time to observe Messi and learn knowledge, Messi and Kulha basically play by themselves. Once, Garp came and was surprised to see the way the two of them got along. He said, "If Ace was half as troublesome as you, I would be so happy." 2 weeks later. Mid-September. I had just finished a long run this morning when I got home to see a burly figure sitting in the living room, drinking tea slowly and methodically. As soon as he saw Messi, Cap grinned and said, "Hey, Messi! Your grandpa is here. Are you happy?" Messer sighed. He always felt something was wrong with what Garp said. Somehow, it felt like he was insulting him. "Will you beat me up if you're unhappy?" A sinister smile appeared on Garp's lips, but his expression was quite kind. "What do you say?" As he spoke, he raised his fist, which made a crackling sound. "Happy?" Mercer gave Garp a big smile. "How come you have time to come here today, old man?" Garp's face turned dark. This little brat was too unlovable. He didn't even call him grandpa. He was just about to teach him a lesson. At this time, Kulha came out of the kitchen with breakfast and looked at Garp with an unhappy expression. "If you were to come, you wouldn't wait until breakfast is over. You came now, and I even prepared a meal for you. How could you be so ignorant?" Taking the bowl of porridge and picking up the steamed buns to eat with the side dishes, Cap's face looked a little subtle. He was almost 60 years old, but he was called ignorant and treated like a kid. At this moment, Garp finally realized why he rarely came to Kulha before, even though he and Kulha had a good relationship. But now, he laughed hee and felt happy. As he got older, more and more familiar people passed away. It was a blessing to have a friend like Kulha. His observation haki flashed by, and he felt relieved to sense that Kulha's vitality was still strong and she could live for at least another 20 or 30 years. Just as he took a sip of porridge, he heard Kulha say indifferently, "Do you want to get beaten again?" Garp waved his hands, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Knowing that he had been discovered using his observation haki, he immediately lowered his attitude and quickly admitted his mistake. Kulha glanced at him, then looked at Messer. "This old bastard is here today to take you to the East China Sea to meet your brother. After dinner, you can go with him." Messer stopped what he was talking about, rolled his eyes, and immediately said aggrievedly, "Dr. Dolly, are you going to drive me away? I don't want Grandpa, I only want you." The corner of Karp's eye twitched, and he suddenly felt that the food in his mouth no longer tasted good. Kulha glanced at Messer. Although she was happy in her heart, she sneered, "What are you pretending to be, little bastard? When did I say I didn't want you anymore? I just wanted to give you some time off. After you finish watching that brat named Ace, come back quickly." "Oh." Mercer continued eating, nodding as he said, "Okay. I'll leave Xiang Bao to you. He already knows how to cook, so he'll be just the right guy to take care of your daily life." "Hey!" Xiang Bao looked at Messi with reluctance, but his mouth was stuffed with food without any delay. Karp looked at the panda who was also eating at the table with a look of amazement, looking at the way it was holding the bowl and chopsticks. "This little guy is so smart." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Bao pulled his bowl into his arms and looked at Karp warily, as if to say, "This is mine, I won't give it to you." Karp's face darkened. He continued to eat and drink feeling depressed. This family is not a good family. After dinner, Xiang Bao cleared the table and Messi simply packed up his things. He mainly took some gold beans, a few changes of clothes, a few silver needles, a scalpel, and his own weapon, an axe. There was no goodbye or anything, because after eating, Kulha went upstairs by herself. Walking in the deep forest with Cap, Mercer was not wearing his usual Laban coat, but just a simple cotton coat. Because Cap said that the weather would get warmer after we passed the waters of Magnetic Drum Island. At the window on the second floor of the tree house, Kulha watched two figures, one big and one small, leave. A trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes, and then she muttered to herself. "What's wrong with me? I'm not coming back, so why would I be reluctant to leave? Why am I becoming sentimental? This is not like me." After watching them disappear, Kulha turned back to continue her experiments. After walking for half an hour, we saw a medium-sized warship docked in a spacious river channel on the island, with shadowy figures on the deck. You can also see 7 or 8 marines with the word cook written on their backs handling more than 10 wild beasts on the river bank. Some have already been processed. Some are still being processed. Mercer had excellent eyesight and recognized it as Labang at a glance. Mercer couldn't help but exclaim, "It's quite impressive that they hunted so many Labangs." Karp reached out and rubbed Messi's head, laughing and saying, "Of course. The Marines on my ship are all skilled. Why, are you envious? Then why don't you come to my ship and be a Marine with Grandpa in the future?" Moses pretended not to hear. Karp looked depressed. "Come closer." One by one, the Marines, some with respect and some with smiles, greeted Garp, and all of them looked at the little guy following Garp with curiosity. Mercer followed Cap onto the ship along the steps. The deck of the warship was spacious and very clean and tidy, with an open space at the bow and stern. Now, there were quite a few Marines exercising on the deck, some were brandishing swords, some were doing physical exercises, and of course, there were also a few who were leaning against the fence, smoking, chatting and gossiping. At this time, with the return of Garp, those who were practicing paid attention and continued to practice, while those who were chatting and gossiping restrained themselves, put out their cigarettes, and greeted Garp. These people all held official positions. When he saw Moses looking at their epaulets and cloaks, Cap was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. You also think those epaulets and capes are cool, right? Those guys are all school-level officers from the Marine headquarters. They are quite powerful and can easily deal with pirates worth tens of millions. Several officers blushed and looked embarrassed when they were praised by Garp. Moses remained silent and listened without speaking. At this moment, footsteps approached, and a slightly curious voice sounded, "Vice Admiral Garp, you're back. Shall we set off now?" The visitor's eyes flashed with curiosity as he looked at Messer discreetly. Bogart thought to himself, this little guy must be the baby from a few years ago. I didn't expect him to have grown so big. Garp nodded and said casually, "Let's go. Let's go straight across the doldrums. It will be faster this way." Bogart looked worried and asked bluntly, "Would it be inappropriate to cross the doldrums?" Garp smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. New author, new book. Give it a read, everyone." End of this chapter. Chapter 12:012 Food City Pudgy. Chapter 12. Food City Pudgy. Garp's room inside the warship. There were two den mushi on the table by the window, one ordinary pink and white, and the other chubby milky white, both wearing a navy hat on their heads. Messer sat on the sofa, feeding the two little snail-like creatures with green leaves. Although Moses has not yet truly manifested the gift of taming, he is still confident in raising these little creatures. No technical content is required. Brew 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 brew. Suddenly, the pink and white den mushi came into action, opened its mouth and started screaming. Messer turned to look at Garp, who was taking a nap on the bed. "Master!" As soon as he shouted a word, Garp climbed out of bed, walked over yawning and answered the call. Kaka. It was impossible to tell who was on the other side of the den mushi. It seemed that the person was disguised so that the den mushi could not imitate their appearance. Garp answered the phone with an unhappy look. Hello, this is Garp. Who are you? I'm on vacation right now. Don't come to me no matter what. I won't let you sleep in the middle of the day." After he finished speaking, he waited for a few seconds. Seeing that the other party still didn't speak, Garp couldn't help but bulge the veins on his forehead. "I'll count to 3. If you don't speak, I'm hanging up. 3. He made a tisk sound. He would not tolerate such a bored person. Just as he was about to hang up, a familiar voice came from the other side. "I'm relieved to hear you're still so spirited, old man." Garp glanced at the white den mushi calmly. "Prevent telephone bugs from eavesdropping. The effect is just like its name." Hearing the voice, he knew who was on the other side. His expression became silent. After a few seconds, Garp's expression became irritable. "If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to fart, fart it. Don't forget who you are now." The other side was silent as well. "Old man, I have a son, and you have a grandson. You know, I'm not in a good condition to take care of him now. You should take care of him." Garp's eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened uncontrollably, and after being stunned for several seconds, he uttered a sentence with trembling lips. "Really, my grandson? You didn't lie to me, you little bastard. Are there any women who like you? Which woman is blind?" The voice on the other end became somewhat subdued, as if filled with anger. "Do you want it or not? Just give me the answer. If you don't want it, I promise you'll never see him again in your life." Garp smacked his lips and said, "Time and place, tell me. Since he's my grandson, I won't let you bully me around anymore. You know that small island that takes a day to sail from Water City to Judicial Island near the doldrums? We'll meet there in 10 days and die." Kaka. Garp glared at den mushi with a puff of his beard, holding the receiver in his hand, and cursed, "You bastard." He cursed and turned to look at Moses, who was listening quietly. "Don't you think so? What kind of person is this? He can't even ask for help properly. If he wasn't my son, and he's so good at hiding, I would break his legs. You'll be able to see him in 10 days. We'll talk about it then. If you want to break his leg, that day will be a good opportunity. Right, old man? What? As soon as he finished speaking, Moses covered his head with his hands. Tears welled up in his eyes due to the pain, and he felt pain in his brain. You bastard, do you want to kill me? Cap laughed sinisterly. That woman Doriel isn't here. Think before you speak. What should you call me? Moses. I was wrong, Grandpa. You're the best. I'm weak and can't handle your beatings. Save your strength for your son. Moses was a good boy and did not suffer any loss in front of him. He was very happy. Carp. He was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death, Messer? Are you weak? Do you think I'm a fool? Although your aura is strange, your physical fitness is not like that of a child. When Garp said this, surprise flashed in his eyes. He was indeed worthy of being that guy's son. He was even more monstrous than that little ace. In terms of physical fitness, he is even stronger than the bastard who just called. Thinking of this, Carp narrowed his eyes slightly. Messer, do you want to become stronger? If you do, Grandpa will teach you. The way Mercer looked at Cap always made him feel a little uneasy, as if he had unclear intentions. He shook his head quickly. I'm weak, and if I start exercising now, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. You're not done yet, are you? Garp's eyes twitched. If you keep saying you're weak, I'll give you a full body relaxation treatment right now. Forget it, I'm not as weak as I say. Dr. Dolly has been treating me with medicinal food all these years. Then you. Oh, forget it. Let's talk about it in 2 years. I was just impatient. Messer said oh and quickly changed the subject. Grandpa, the person on the other end of the phone just now said you have a grandson. Are you happy? Asshole, aren't you my grandson? What do you mean by that? Carp frowned and looked at Messer unkindly. Listen carefully, you are my grandson, this is a fact that no one can change. Don't speak in that tone in the future. You are very smart. I know you have discovered that we are not related by blood, but remember, you are my grandson. Surprise flashed in Mercer's eyes. How did you know? Tisk, you two brothers are the same. Ace noticed something as soon as he could remember. He asked me why his name was Porgas D. Ace and mine was Monkey D. Garp. He asked me why we had different last names, who my biological parents were, and whether they were still alive. I didn't say it, I just told him that I would tell him when you come, so the boy was even more looking forward to your arrival. And you're even more mature than Ace. If he can spot a problem, I don't believe you can't. Grandpa is also very curious, why don't you ever ask? Messi listened quietly to Carp's explanation. As for the reason, he knew everything, but he couldn't say it out loud. Then. I've been living a good life, both before and now. It doesn't matter whether I know or not. Since it's nothing, there's no need to ask. But since you said you'd talk about it when we're together, there's no need for me to ask now. I'll know then. After finishing speaking, Messer patted his cheeks and looked at Carp with a smile. Master, let's not talk about those things anymore. Let's talk about how you will deal with your son. From what you said just now, it seems like he has some difficulties. You guys broke up and you are still very upset with him. How about I go with you then, hand your grandson to me, and then you go and beat your son? Carp couldn't help but nodded, but then he looked at Messi with a subtle expression. Did you just take advantage of me, you little bastard? Watch me. The next moment, Cap's fist landed on Messer's head. Messi dodged and used his observation haki, but even though he had moved away, he was still hit on the head by Garp's suddenly outstretched arm. Messer leaned tiredly on the sofa with a look of reluctance on his face, but Cap smiled. A face full of joy. Eating, sleeping, and beating grandchildren, this life is not bad. Good for physical and mental health. Want a snack? I'll ask the ship's cook to make it for you. A glass of apple juice, 3 pounds of barbecue, a plate of French fries, and some dried fruit. Carp laughed happily and said, that's a nice thought. I want to eat those things too, but they don't exist. There are only dried sweet potato chips, which are inedible. Messer sighed. Eat. Garp took out 2 bags of sweet potato chips from the bedside table and poured 2 cups of tea and water. They each took a bag and sat on the sofa, eating and drinking. Garp went out for a while, and then Messi noticed that the warship had changed course and was sailing rapidly in the other direction with the current. As time passed, the warships passed through many islands and stopped at several prosperous island ports for supplies. A week later, on the clear blue sea. Sunny weather. Deck. Mercer sat on the wooden dog head at the bow, watching with interest the Marines training on the deck, who were working in pairs, fighting each other. Ha! A lump of iron. Point gun. Paper painting. Damn, don't hit me in the face. Moonstep. Snap, plop dot bang bang dong dong dong. Whoosh whoosh pa pa pa. The rhythmic feeling of blows, the powerful fists and kicks, the enthusiastic shouts, and the sweat under the sun. There was a red light in the depths of Moses' eyes. Through their clothes, he sensed the workings of their blood, muscles, and bones inside their bodies. For 7 days every day when they began their practice, Moses would appear in various places on the ship and watch them perform in front of his eyes. Because he was just a kid, no one would come to drive away Messi, even if they were not from the Navy. Of course, Messi knew that this was not only related to the atmosphere on Cap's ship, but also had something to do with the fact that he called him master. After all, the 6 styles of the Navy, a special systematic training technique that can develop human potential, is not something that can be taught casually. Those who can be taught are all non-commissioned officers with a certain military rank, or the talented cadets in the Marine Headquarters boot camp. Self-taught does not count. In the past few days, except for the shaving technique which was difficult to perform on the boat, Messi had secretly learned the other 5 techniques. 6 techniques. The only 3 items worth learning are iron block, paper painting, and moon step. The other 3 are all derivative products. Although it only took him 1 day to learn the practice method, Messi did not stop watching immediately, but continued to observe them carefully. Learn from their shortcomings. Understand the key points of cultivation. In the top cabin, Cap and Bogart looked at the Marines below, and of course, also noticed Mercer on the bow. Bogart smiled and said, "Vice Admiral Garp, don't you care about your grandson? Others may not know, but we do. He's been practicing the 6 styles with his observation hacky for a week now, and he'll definitely learn everything." Garp said nonchalantly, "A kid like him wants to learn the 6 styles. You're overthinking it. Learning the 6 styles requires a strong physical foundation. Mercer isn't ready yet." "So, what about paper painting?" Bogart said, "Paper painting doesn't require much physical strength. That kid knows observation hacky, so maybe he's already mastered it." Garp's face froze, but then he curled his lips. "He learned it, so what? We didn't teach him. He's smart on his own. So? Do you want to stop others from being smart?" Bogart looked at Cap speechlessly and helplessly, feeling like he was talking to a cow, and was very sure that the unreliable boss in front of him was pretending to be stupid. "Tisk, since you don't care, I don't care either. He's your grandson, not mine. If anything goes wrong, it's not my fault. Just do whatever you want." Watching Bogart walk out of the room in a rage, Cap smiled, then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Messi, who was openly learning there. "Since you can learn it on your own merit, why should I stop you? How much you can learn is up to you." And from time to time, Garp would personally correct some of the Marines' shortcomings. The Marines were all so moved that they cried out in joy. The enthusiasm for practice was once very high. It's approaching evening. The warship docked in a remote part of an island's harbor. Moses looked at the brightly lit port city not far away. The entire port was filled with all kinds of ships. There are merchant ships, pirate ships, transport ships, and also luxurious sightseeing ships with flags of other countries. The air was filled with tempting fragrance, and the city not far away was bustling with people. Even on the warship, one could feel the bursts of noise. Food City. Puji. A culinary paradise on the Grand Route, it is a chef's paradise and a tourist destination. However, due to its characteristics as a tourist and food destination, it has also created a mixed bag of people, with various forces intertwined with each other. Deck. Bogart stood at the cabin door, looking at the Marines lined up in 2 rows in front of him, and cleared his throat with 2 coughs. "We will dock here tonight. Vice Admiral Karp said that you will have 1 night off and will gather at the warship at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you want to go to the Food City, you can go there for a while, but you have to change into casual clothes. Also, you are not allowed to disturb others or do anything illegal. Now, disband." Oh! Whether they were Marines or officers, they were all delighted. They were so happy to be able to have a trip here. There are not only delicious foods here, but also many beautiful women from all over the world. They all have a lot of money in their pockets, so they must take this opportunity to have a good time. At the window on the 2nd floor of the cabin, Messer looked at the lively scene on the deck below, then turned to look at Cap, who was already wearing a floral shirt, floral shorts, and flip-flops. Messer also changed his clothes. He wore a blue-gray short-sleeved shirt with a panda head printed on the chest, black cropped pants, and a pair of brown deerskin boots. She had a small shoulder bag slung across her body. It's bulging inside. At this time, Cap, who had put on his clothes, pinched his nose and stretched out his hand. Messer tilted his head, somewhat puzzled, and then placed his left hand on Garp's. But the next second, Karp speechlessly slapped Messi's hand away. "What are you thinking? I asked you to give me pocket money, not to hold your hand." Messer's face turned black, and he stared at Karp steadily. After a few seconds, he complained silently. "Grandpa, are you being polite? How can a grandfather ask his grandson for money when he goes out to play? Just tell me whether you'll give it to me or not. Do you have the nerve to not give it to me?" Karp said angrily, "If I had money, would I ask you for it? A few days ago, you exchanged a small bag of gold beans for millions of Baileys at the gold exchange on that island. Do you think I don't know?" When Mercer heard this, he was so angry that his teeth itched. That big-mouth Bogart, how can he say anything? Is it easy for me to save a little money? He unhappily took out a stack of Baileys from his shoulder bag, which looked to be about 100,000, and slapped it directly into Garp's palm. Suddenly, Garp's face lit up with a smile, and he happily swung it in his hands. "Not bad, not bad. As expected of Grandpa's grandson, he's much better than that boy Drago." Cough cough. A cough was heard, and Bogart appeared at the door, wearing an exquisite purple suit with a flower pinned on his chest, looking very sexy. At this moment, he was looking at the grandfather and grandson's actions with a strange look in his eyes, covering his mouth with his right hand and shrugging his shoulders. "Well, Vice Admiral Garp, it's time for us to go and have some fun. New author, new book. Looking for a follow-up." End of this chapter. Chapter 13013 Clay Chicken and Clay Dog. Chapter 13013 Clay Chicken and Clay Dog. Messer's eyelids drooped, his eyes fixed on Bogart, his mouth opening and closing silently. Bogart knew those were 2 words. Traitor. Suddenly, Bogart gritted his teeth in anger and said immediately, "No, little Mercer, how am I a traitor? You exchanged the gold beans for money at the money exchange and bought clothes outside. Your grandfather asked me if I bought it, and I said no. He then asked me where the money came from, and I told him straight out. It's not my fault. If I had known that, I wouldn't have asked you to go out that day. I would have asked someone else to do the same. I asked you to lead the way, and then I treated you to a meal. We agreed to keep it a secret. I didn't expect that you would sell me out in the end. Listening to Messi's barrage of complaints, Bogart felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had done something dishonest, so he said helplessly. How about I treat you to a meal later? Just consider it an apology. Don't be angry, your grandfather is not a stranger, right? I'm not angry, are you serious? Mercer squinted at him. I have a big appetite. Are you sure you want to treat me to a delicious meal? Bogart rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. Sure. I mean what I say. Tisk, you said you'd keep it a secret last time, but you turned around and sold me out. I don't think you know how to keep secrets. I think you should quit the Navy. If you're too poor to afford food in the future, I'll reluctantly accept you as a guard for me. Bogart's face turned green, while Cap watched with amusement. Seeing the former's pleading eyes, Cap smiled and said, Then buy me something to eat later. Bogart sighed and touched his suit pocket. Bailey should have enough. Bogart also knew that Cap's freeloading behavior meant that his boss's pockets might be cleaner than his face. In the past few years, Cap's salary allowance had been used to buy medicinal herbs for the kid in front of him, and he even helped to buy them. It is sent to Drum Island every year. Ugh, after hesitating for a while, when the three of them came to the deck, there were almost no people on the warship except those on duty. Garp muttered. A bunch of little brats, they can't even keep the few spare dollars in their pockets, and they still want to marry the female soldiers on Ahay's ship, they're dreaming. Those female soldiers have a lot of admirers. For those of them who can't keep their money, they just need to daydream more. Bogart, don't learn from them. If you want to marry one of Ahay's female soldiers, you have to save up some money. The conditions are so poor that I'm embarrassed to go to Ahay to ask for one on your behalf. Bogart's face turned green again, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. Then you'd better not ask for it. I like the gentle type. Lieutenant General Crane's female soldiers are too tough. I don't have much appetite. Oh, so you like soft and cute girls. Do you like to be a gigolo? Mercer chuckled softly. That's right, the kind that are light and soft, delicate and dainty. They can arouse your desire to protect me, Uncle. Bogart's face darkened, and he felt his fists harden as he looked at the father and son. But I can't beat my grandparents. I don't dare to beat my grandchildren. Just one word, shameless. He got off the warship with a gloomy face and quickened his pace, wanting only to escape from these two people as soon as possible. But after a few seconds, Moses' voice was heard. Uncle Bogart, why are you running so fast? Did you forget to treat us both to a big dinner? Yes, Bogart, slow down. You young man really don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Thank you so much. I haven't forgotten. Can't you two hurry up? Bogart slowed down his pace, feeling exhausted. He felt that life was a bit bleak. This old man and this kid are simply demons. The three of them walked out of the port and onto the busy streets. There were bright lights and wine, all kinds of shouts and hawking sounds, and all kinds of stalls were set up on both sides of the street. After a while, Moses had a lot of delicious food in his hands. I have to say, it is worthy of being the capital of food, with all kinds of classic snacks that make people want to eat their tongue. The food is different from the food on the warship. The meals on warships are first and foremost based on the pursuit of nutritional balance, and then on the color, aroma, and taste of the ingredients. Here, everything is done to serve the delicious food, with a wide variety of styles, colors, aromas, and tastes. Messi was dazzled by the delicious dishes. He ate one after another. Cap was no less delicious. He didn't have to pay for it, so he could just eat as he went. Bogart followed behind with a look of wanting to cry but unable to. He should have thought of it earlier, that like father, like grandson. It seems that he had underestimated the father and son. Messi took off a bunch of octopus legs in one bite, chewed them and swallowed them. He took a deep breath, feeling the peristalsis of his stomach and intestines, speeding up his breathing and improving his digestive function. With the gift of breathing, which greatly improved his ability to use his own body, Moses can now naturally and slightly interfere with his own organs. There were already signs of life returning. As digestion accelerated and nutrients were absorbed by the body, Moses felt his body becoming warm and his newly bulging belly became flat again. With a hee-hee smile, Messi continued to work hard to eat up Bogart's wallet. First there were snacks, then desserts, and then various staple foods. They ate one by one. Messi and Cap enjoyed their meals very much. Bogart, who was paying at the back, looked confused, and soon joined in. He realized that the father and son wanted to eat up his wallet. When he thought of this, Bogart thought to himself that he must not let these two succeed. He could not suffer any more losses. Life returns. Then, a beautiful landscape appears. A group of 3 people, old, middle-aged and young, eat and drink to their heart's content wherever they go. They look like a group of gourmets from outside who came to Pucci specifically to have fun. Therefore, many people noticed this trio. Watching them spend money like water. No matter whether it's cheap or expensive, as long as it tastes good, I will enjoy it and then move on to the next place. Bad eyes kept scanning, but when they saw the 2 adults, one as strong as a bear and the other wearing a suit and collar with a sword at his waist, many of the little thieves were persuaded to retreat. I don't know how long it was, but while I was walking on the street and eating candied haws to help digestion, Bogart came up to me with an embarrassed look on his face, acting shy. "Well, little Mercer, are you full? I see you've eaten quite a bit. Why don't we go to the beach and enjoy some fresh air? Northwest wind?" Seeing this scene, Cap's mouth curled up slightly, but he looked at Messi calmly, wanting to see what his eldest grandson would do next. Likewise, Moses smiled. "Uncle Bogart, your pockets are clean now, do you want to spend my money next time?" "You do not want?" "Oh, that's fine." Bogart looked at Messer in confusion. He hadn't said anything yet, but why did this guy start asking and answering his own questions? "Bogart, Mercer sighed and rolled his eyes at Bogart. "I know you don't want to spend my money. I know it's your principle as an adult. You just want to save face." "No, I am not. I can give up this principle, and I don't want this face either," Bogart yelled in his heart, but he heard Messer's words again. "Well, then I'll give you a chance. Just follow me quietly. How much you can earn then depends on your luck." Then, Messer pulled Cap's arm and said sweetly, "Grandpa, I need to pee. I just saw the toilet. Wait for me, I'll come back to you soon." As he said that, Messer let go of Garp's arm and ran into the crowd behind him. Garp looked at Bogart with a subtle expression, grinning and said happily, "Hey, brat, was that brat Messer acting like a spoiled child with me just now? It was the first time." "Ha ha ha." Bogart said with a look of despair, "Didn't you hear what that brat just said? I'm sure he's up to something. Aren't you worried?" Garp looked nonchalant and patted his trouser pockets. "Don't you have it? I'll leave Messer to you. I'm going to go play." Cap walked out, looking like a wealthy man, and after a few seconds waved to Bogart. Bogart stared at Garp fiercely, gritted his teeth, then used his observation haki to find the direction of Messi's breath. "Take slow, deep breaths through your mouth, and sufficient oxygen is delivered to every corner of your body, providing your body with a constant source of vitality. It also relieves the shame of trying to be cute just now." The observation haki sensed the dazzling gazes and the undisguised greed. 1, 2, 3, 10. 1 group, 2 groups, 3 groups. Who is the prey? Who is the hunter? There is no such thing as a legend in this world that says you can't look down on the elderly or children. The elderly and children naturally represent the weak. A fair-skinned, good-looking kid who grew up with a family that spent money lavishly left his family alone, which told the ruffians on the island that a big, fat fish had appeared. It doesn't matter whether you have money or not. There's never just Pele to be found in the valuable stuff. As long as you are healthy. It's better to be good-looking. There are plenty of places to sell it. With the malicious man following behind him, Messer walked further and further away, and finally stopped in an alley slightly away from the main street. Messer stood firmly in a corner where waste was piled up, took out his tools accurately, and did the important thing in his life comfortably. Nearly 20 seconds. Moses shuddered. Phew, I'm not lying. After putting the tools back, Messer turned around the corner. As expected, the road opposite was blocked. 1, 2, 30. There were 10 people in total, divided into 3 groups. They seemed to be acquaintances who knew each other and were quietly blocking the aisle about 10 meters away from him. Moses looked at them, and they looked at Moses. Messer used his observation haki to see through their bodies and found no guns. He walked over and stopped 3 meters away from them. Sorry, could you please move aside and let me pass? At this moment, everyone looked at each other in surprise, and then burst into laughter. I told you, this kid is probably a fool. How could he run so far just for peeing? He, she has fair skin and tender flesh. I've heard that noble lords and ladies like this. Hey, we agreed that we'll take turns. This time, this little thing belongs to Arlequin Club, so don't even think about going back on your word. These 3 groups are obviously in a cooperative and competitive relationship, and they have been cooperating for quite some time. Judging from their tone, they have obviously regarded Moses as their own possession. A middle-aged man walked out of the crowd and grabbed the neck of Messer, who seemed to be frightened and motionless. The middle-aged man cursed, "Oh, you guys are talking too much nonsense, the sooner you finish it, the sooner you can sell it for money, Although there was vigilance in his eyes, he was about to grab Moses' neck. Messer dodged the claws with a flash, stepped forward with his left foot, and kicked the ground with his right foot, hitting him hard in the crotch with a slight whirring sound. Click it! The moment he bent over and howled in pain, he retracted his left palm and hit him in the chin with a cannon into the sky. The force was no less than that of an adult man, knocking him to the ground in an instant. His head hit the ground and he passed out. Messer looked at the remaining 9 people calmly, his peaceful eyes full of indifference. After a split second of attack and defense, they only realized that the middle-aged man was careless and was attacked in the vitals. Of course, it was also because Moses' appearance was too deceptive. Then, angry shouts and curses were heard. Asshole, you're looking for death, you little brat. Haha, you're quite good at this. This is even more valuable. Don't hurt his face, and make it quick and easy. That's right, the little guy is quite powerful. I believe those 2 are also powerful. Let's deal with it quickly, otherwise his family will come looking for him soon. Messer dodged a palm again, and a scalpel appeared in his right hand, cutting accurately at the bend of his forearm. Blood splattered. Messer nimbly moved through the crowd, dodging attacks one after another, punching, kicking, with muffled sounds, and slicing with a scalpel. He used his observation haki to predict in advance and relied on his short stature to move among them. Howling, yelling, and crying. The sharp scalpel approached as he crouched down, cutting their hamstrings and hand tendons one by one, and powerful kicks attacked their lower bodies accurately. After more than 10 seconds, Messer appeared behind them. Of the remaining 9 people, some were unconscious, while others were lying on the ground crying miserably, with no trace of the glory just now. Despair. When the dust settled, a figure descended from the wall at the top of the alley, looking at the calm Moses and the tragic situation here with surprise. "You're late." Mercer glanced at Bogart and said calmly, "You won't get any of this extra money." Bogart's eyes twitched, and he felt a lump in his throat that was hard to swallow. He could only utter one word with a stiff face, "Okay." Messer ignored Bogart and started searching, first from the unconscious people, and took out stacks of Baileys of different denominations. "There are zeros and holes." Then Messiah saw several people who had not fainted yet took out all the valuables from their pockets with a look of horror on their faces. "No, no, don't kill me. I'll give you all the money. Please spare me." "Yes, I have money too. I'll give you all the Baileys. I have an 80-year-old mother above me, and below me." The one who said 80-year-old mother was kicked in the mouth by Moses. With a crack, a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood spurted out, and the words that made Moses feel sick were stopped. "I heard you wanted to sell me." The scalpel in Messer's hand was still stained with blood. "I'm curious, can you tell me where you plan to sell me to?" Messer half knelt beside a man who was obviously in the same group as the middle-aged man at the beginning. He was the one who shouted the loudest at the beginning. The scalpel cut open the corner of his eye, and a trickle of blood flowed out. Looking at his wide-open eyes, Messer smiled. The man shuddered at what he saw. "Tell me, there must be more than one of you in this group. If you dare to lie, I will gouge out your eyes. For every word you say, I will gouge out one. I want to see how many eyes you have. Lick-in club, right?" The man's mouth was trembling. I said. "Hey! New author, new book. Guys, read this. Please recommend. Please read. Please invest." End of this chapter. Chapter 14014 Plan OK. Chapter 14014. Plan OK. Hehe, what I said, can you spare my life? What I have in my hand is a scalpel. What is it for? It's for surgery. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll remove your testicles. The man swallowed his saliva, and an expression of extreme fear spread across his face. This kid must be a devil. I'm telling you, I'm the captain of the 5th squad of the interest-rich society. We're a slave-catching company. My boss is the Dark World's Razorhand Jax, and we're subordinates of the Dark World's king, the Lone Shark King, Feld. At this point, the man stared at Moses intently, as if he suddenly gained confidence. "I'm telling you, you'd better let me go, otherwise, we'll The scalpel in Messer's hand lightly slid across his left eye, and he could clearly feel the slightly elastic feel of the knife. A little disgusting. Immediately afterwards, the scalpel pierced into the ren jaune point in the middle of his upper lip. The intense pain penetrated his brain, making him wake up suddenly. "Go on. Since you're part of a human trafficking gang, where do you sell the stolen goods?" The man's right eye was bloodshot from the pain. He looked at the scalpel on his philtrum with a trembling body and said in a trembling voice, "Ship, our slave ship is at the port. We just made a few big orders and thought we'd do a few more on the way. Then we'll go to the Sabaody archipelago and send them back to headquarters for auction. How many people are there, what weapons do they have, what kind of ship is it, and when will they leave?" "There are 50 of us. The captain is Jax. There are 5 teams, each with 9 people. I'm from Team 5. The rest are the captain, the third chef, and the navigator. If nothing goes wrong, we will set off at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Our weapons will be knives, guns, and swords, and our ship will be a large 3-masted sailing ship with a black flag of the Bloody Razor on the mast. Oh, and our captain is a legendary devil fruit user, he's a blade man, very powerful." Messer silently watched him spout out the information, then slowly stood up, pulled out a scalpel on the way, and before he could be happy, he kicked him in the neck, causing him to hit his head on the ground and faint. In this fight, Moses still did not kill anyone. Looking back at the silent Bogart, Messer said calmly. What about the human traffickers? What a huge ship! There are so many abducted people. Does this late-coming naval captain have any thoughts? Bogart's mouth twitched. Who did this kid learn this weird and annoying ability from? He's so annoying. Vice Admiral Garp has never had this ability. I'll go find Vice Admiral Garp right now. Mercer nodded. That's for sure. After all, he's a devil fruit user, and a blade man at that. It's normal that Uncle Bogart can't defeat him. Grandpa is a vice admiral, so he should be very powerful. This is a lie. Of course, Moses didn't act like he knew everything. Bogart's lips trembled with anger. In the first half of this paradise, as long as I don't meet those real monsters, I am not afraid of anyone. Even if that fat guy Dufeld is here, I will not feel weak at all. It was gone with one knife. And this time, Grandpa is on vacation and must be too lazy to work. Uncle, do you want to make some extra money? Let's arrest them. There must be treasure on the slave ship. I think we can make a lot of money. That way, you can have some savings when you want to marry the female soldier of Lieutenant General Ahe in the future. Bogart stared at Messer with a blank expression, but he had to admit, it was indeed an opportunity to make some extra money, and he was tempted. Of course, saving the innocent was the most important thing. Now that he knew about this, he couldn't just ignore it. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Moses say in the end, Uncle, are you capable of defeating that devil fruit user? Don't let the two of us go there and end up adding extra income to the other person, that would be ridiculous. I'm still young and don't want to be someone's slave. Bogart laughed angrily, gazing at Messer through gritted teeth. If you were someone as powerful as your grandfather, I'd take you away without a word. But do you think an underground bug or a loan shark's henchman is stronger than your grandfather or a vice admiral? Moses also laughed. Deal then. We'll split the money 50-50. No, 40-30. You get 4, and my grandfather and I each get 3. What do you think? Bogart, reason. I lured these people out, I took care of them, and I tortured them to get the information. I'll have to join the battle soon and try to protect the victims. Is 30% not too much? Bogart nodded, motioning for Messer to continue. You'll be the main attacker later. You'll be responsible for dealing with devil fruit users and powerful slave hunting groups. You'll do the most dangerous work, and you'll get 40%. The remaining 30% will go to Vice Admiral Garp as a safeguard for the two of us. If that lone shark king comes looking for trouble in the future, let me handle it. How? Bogart glanced at Messer with a complicated expression, seeing that he had considered everything. He's a smart kid, sure. Messi smiled happily and immediately gave Bogart a small portion of the Bailey he had just looted. This is your 40%. Since you've joined, this preliminary battle will be your share. Bogart looked at Messer intently and said with a wry smile, You are quite particular, little brat. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. We agreed on the profit-sharing ratio and we will stick to it. Bogart took it. Glancing at the human traffickers who were still groaning, Bogart walked over and kicked each of them. With the sound of bones cracking, they all fainted. Oh, I have contributed a lot, so it's not for nothing. Messer's eyes widened slightly, with an expression that showed he had learned something. Bogart's old face turned slightly red. The two of them immediately left the alley and headed straight for the port. Port. Even if it's dark, it is still a bustling scene with people coming and going. Both of them possessed the domineering power of observation haki, and their perception range was wide. The port, which was not very large in size, was included in their perception in just a few breaths. There must be a lot of living creatures on the human trafficker's ship, so the two of them went over there quietly. Pick the ones with more scent. Although the port is not very large, it is a tourist destination with a large number of ships, so it is not easy to find it in a short time. Walking halfway. Mercer asked, by the way, I heard that some people with observation haki can sense the emotions of living things, such as fear. Uncle, can you do that? Bogart was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening, his face darkening. That's a very rare trait, very few people can awaken it, so I can't. As soon as he finished speaking, as if in retaliation, Bogart said calmly, what about you? Can you sense emotions? Moses was helpless. He rolled his eyes at Bogart, as if he were a fool. If I could sense it, would I still be asking you? I would be taking you straight to the slave ship right now. I searched for each ship one by one. Because I knew the ship's appearance, after more than 10 minutes, I found a 3-masted sailboat in a secluded corner, with the black flag of the Bloody Razor, and a mixed atmosphere on board. At this moment, the two knew that this was the goal. Bogart pulled Mercer's hand, and the two of them crossed the slave ship and glanced calmly at the sailors on the opposite deck who were eating meat, chatting and shouting strangely. After a few minutes, I walked to a corner. Mercer looked up at Bogart and said, why don't you take out your sword and just rush over and chop them all down in a few swipes? Bogart sighed. I don't know what the victims are like inside right now. If I go there rashly, what if they threaten me with hostages? Why don't you just rush in and chop down 2 of them, then yell, I'm a pirate, hand over your treasure and I'll spare your life. Who would threaten a pirate with hostages? Bogart sighed. It's best to be prepared for the worst. I'm in the Navy. I can't just stand by and watch someone die. If that happens, even though I'm confident, no one can guarantee there won't be any accidents. Then what do you want to do? Moses was speechless and said unhappily, how about I go up and walk into their trap, have them throw me into the slave cell, and then use my observation haki to sense you and give you a heads up. I can also protect the hostages, leaving you with absolutely no worries. Bogart's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked Messer up and down. He was fair and cute, and most importantly, he was small, only about 1 meter tall. No one would be on guard against such a little kid. Mercer was frightened by Bogart's gaze and said speechlessly, Abba, you can't. With a snap, Bogart slapped Messie's shoulders with both hands. Messie grimaced in pain. Bogart said excitedly, Messer, you are indeed a genius. Uncle was right about you. This method is great. I have reason to believe you are seeking personal revenge. There are devil fruit users on that ship. While I sympathize with the victims, I don't want to risk my life saving a stranger. Bogart sighed. I know this will put you at considerable risk, but I promise you, if you are in danger, I will definitely rescue you immediately. Your safety comes first. Trust me. Mercer looked at Bogart's determined eyes and sighed, I'm convinced. I promise you. Shaking his shoulders, he shook off Bogart's hand, rubbed his face vigorously, took a deep breath, and relaxed his whole body. He took off his shoulder bag and handed it to Bogart, then ran out skipping and jumping like a normal little boy of his age. Bogart was stunned, his mouth twitching, and after a few seconds he said, this kid is quite capable. Learned. Looking at the sailors on the boat, who were laughing and cursing, Messer made a trumpet shape with his hands and said, Hey! Hey, uncles, is this a passenger ship? The people on the boat heard the sound. One of them walked to the railing and looked under the boat. He saw Messer below and narrowed his eyes slightly, Kid, where is your master? Mercer's eyes became misty with tears, Wow, my uncle was killed by pirates. I finally escaped. Now I just want to go back to Water City. I have money. Can you take me there? As he spoke, he took out a stack of Baileys from his pocket. These were the ones he had just seized. He said aggrievedly, This is all I have. Is it enough? If not, I'll ask my grandfather to fill it up for you when I get home. As if afraid that they would not believe him, Moses hurriedly said, My master is very powerful. He is a high-ranking official. Please, please? The people on the boat looked at each other in bewilderment, but they would not let go of the fat sheep they had caught. Of course, it was also because this place was remote enough and there was no one around. One of them immediately laughed and said, "Poor little fellow, okay, uncle promises you." After lowering the rope ladder, the man got off the boat, rubbed Moses' head, held Moses around his waist, and quickly climbed onto the deck. As soon as he reached the deck, Mercer noticed that these people began to look around secretly. 10 seconds later, the man who carried Mercer aboard said with a smile, "It's so late, little one must be tired. Uncle will take you to rest. We will reach the water city at noon tomorrow." As he said this, he calmly took Bailey from Mercer's hand, shook it, and said with a smile, "Little guy, this little money is not enough for the boat ticket. Remember to ask your grandfather to make up the fare for us when the time comes." "Okay. Greedy guy." As the others envied him, the man put Bailey in his pocket and pulled Moses into the cabin. "It's just a little kid, no one will come to check it out." Being pulled along, Mercer looked at the layout of the ship curiously. It was ordinary. Walking along the corridor, he asked, "Uncle, when are we leaving?" "Uncle." The man ignored Mercer and just walked forward. At the end of the corridor, near the stern, a staircase leading to the next floor appeared. "Uncle!" Mercer called again. At the stairs, the man frowned, lowered his eyes and looked at Mercer, and shouted, "Shut up! If you keep whining, I'll kill you." Moses pretended to be horrified, You are a bad guy." Then he saw that the man's eyes became more ferocious. Moses suddenly closed his mouth, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and his body shrank a little. The man raised his lips and walked downstairs carrying Mercer. After more than 10 seconds, he pushed open an iron door and a spacious cabin dungeon appeared. There is an aisle in the middle, with square cages on both sides. The iron bars look extremely strong. There are more or less cargoes in each cage, mostly children and women, and some strange races. At this moment, there were 3 guards in the dungeon, 1 fat and 2 thin. The fat man saw the newcomer and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Siri, it shouldn't be your second team going out to scout for prey today, right?" Zilly let out a strange smile. "A silly roe deer, a fat sheep, bumped into me by itself." The fat man licked his lips and laughed strangely at the fair and clean Mercer. Siri frowned, glanced at the trembling Mercer, and said to the fat man with a cold expression, "This is top-quality merchandise. Zhuji, don't be stupid. If you break it and the boss finds out, he might skin you alive." Zhuji shuddered as if he had thought of something, and said with a wry smile, I understand. Just take a look, just take a look." Siri nodded, picked up the keychain on the table, glanced around the cells, and after a few seconds, pulled Mercer to the door of a cell in the corner that contained only 3 people. Mercer looked at the 3 people inside. They were 3 girls, all of whom looked dusty and had different hair colors, one with black hair, one with green hair, and one with orange hair. They were all around 10 years old. Seeing Siri coming over, the black-haired little girl inside opened her arms, protected the other 2 little girls behind her, and stepped back, like a mother bird with its feathers standing on end. Opening the cell, Siri lifted Mercer's arm and threw him inside. He said coldly, "You sleep here tonight. You can get out in 2 days. Behave yourself." Mercer was thrown hard into the arms of the little black-haired girl, knocking down the 3 of them, accompanied by several cries of pain. Siri sneered, locked the door, dropped the key as she passed through the doorway, and walked out of the dungeon with a clatter. Seeing the person walking away, Zhuji angrily slammed the door and spat, "What a thing, a dog relying on the power of others." The other 2 thin guards smiled bitterly and said, "After all, my cousin is the boss." New author, new book. Please read. Please recommend. Please add to favorites. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 15-0151. OK. Chapter 15. Everything okay? Hiss, it hurts. Messer climbed up from the black-haired little girl, rubbed his nose, and his eyes were almost filled with tears. A sour feeling brewed in the eyes. At this time, a clear voice sounded, little brother, are you okay? Mercer pinched the bridge of his nose to ease the discomfort, then looked up and saw the black-haired girl. Her face was covered in dust, with 2 strands of hair hanging down on both sides of her forehead, each end fastened with a copper buckle. She was wearing beautiful clothes of a rare style. Messer, my name is Messer, not little brother. Messer sniffed, and thank you for being my meat cushion. I'm fine. Oh, were you captured by them too? Having said this, the girl became very angry, her cheeks puffed up, and her deep blue eyes were filled with anger. Yes, he was caught. Mercer nodded. What about you? How did you get here? Hearing this, the girl's face became even more angry, as if she had found a way to vent her anger. These bastards were so despicable as to use drugs. If not, we wouldn't have been caught by these bastards. I am a trainee warrior of the 9 Snakes. I am an excellent crew member who is allowed to sail with the ship. So, you were arrested. Messer curled his lips. Apprentice and excellent, no matter how I look at it, these 2 words don't really go together. The girl's face flushed immediately, and she pointed her right index finger at Moses' nose. She tilted her head back with her nostrils facing him, and her lips trembled. You are so rude, how could you say that to me? What else? Mercer turned to look at the other 2 girls. Are you also from the 9 Snakes? The green-haired girl nodded, but also looked at Messer curiously. Then how did you get caught? The other orange-haired boy was equally curious, but a glint of fear flashed in his eyes. You were captured at such a young age, how pitiful. Don't ignore me, I'm talking to you. The black-haired girl slapped the ground and said angrily, Sonia, Gorido, you are not allowed to pay attention to this rude guy. Hearing the black-haired girl's words, the 2 girls named Sonia and Gorido shrank their necks, turned their faces away, and whispered oh. Mercer twitched his lips as he watched this scene, his eyes fixed on the black-haired girl. He said lightly, you're really a brat. You got angry when you couldn't win an argument. So, what's your name? The black-haired girl turned her face away, looking unhappy. Who wants to tell you what my name is, you little annoying guy? Mercer simply ignored her and looked at the other 2 girls. Aren't you worried? Seeing that they all turned their heads quietly, Mercer raised his eyebrows at the black-haired girl and said these guys are slave traders. In a few days, they'll transport the prisoners to the Sabayati archipelago and sell them as slaves. I see you're quite optimistic. Do you have any hope of escaping? The 2 girls looked confused. Slave? They weren't particularly aware of the weight of the word. However, the black-haired girl seemed to understand. No, we will definitely be rescued. The 9 Snakes people must be trying hard to find us. We will definitely be rescued when the time comes. Don't be afraid, you 2. Sister will protect you. As she spoke, the black-haired girl glared at Messer, very dissatisfied with what he said. I heard that this ship is a slave ship owned by one of the kings of the Dark World. The captain of this ship is also a famous hunter in the Dark World and a devil fruit user. Are you really sure you can be rescued? The truth is often the sharpest blade. Mercer looked at the 3 people with confusion in their eyes. It was conceivable that the Dark World was a blind spot in their knowledge. The black-haired girl glanced at her sisters, took a deep breath, and glared at them, saying in a somewhat timid tone. No matter who the king is, we, the 9 Snakes pirates, are not afraid of anyone. We will definitely be rescued. Stop talking. Mercer touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Okay, let's change the subject. Have you ever thought about saving yourself? I've thought about it, but the cage won't open. Also, the food here will make me weak, but I can't not eat. We've been captured for almost 7 days. By the way, my name is Hancock, Boa Hancock. I'm the future strongest warrior of the 9 snakes. Oh, my name is Hancock. I'm currently being captured by a slave-catching group. I'm exhausted and looking for a chance to escape, or perhaps someone from my hometown to rescue me. I'm so pitiful. Mercer grumbled quietly, is that so? Hancock's face froze for a moment, then flushed red, her body trembling. I'm going to kill you, you disgusting little brat. Hancock screamed and pounced on him with fangs and claws bared. Messer leaned back against the iron railing, protecting his head with his arms and curled up in the corner. Suddenly, Hancock grabbed Messer's arms with her weak hands and began to pull, screaming incomprehensible words. Messer looked at the trio at the door through the gap in his arm. As expected, the movement in the cell attracted their attention. What are you doing? A loud roar sounded, and a figure hurried over. Zhu Ji came closer and saw Hancock pinning Messi down and bullying him. You little bitch, stop it right there. That kid is worth more than you. Duan, he kicked the cage hard and glared at Hancock with a fierce look, while Hancock glared back at him stubbornly. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. Zhu Ji felt offended, but when he thought of the girl's ferocious behavior like a female leopard that day, he couldn't help feeling guilty. But then I thought about the fact that she had been drugged, and this girl didn't have much strength left. With a sinister laugh, Zhu Ji glanced at Messer fiercely and said to Hancock, you little bitch, I'll teach you a lesson today. You actually dared to hit someone else. He quickly turned around to get the key, then quickly came back. The 2 thin men following behind him knew that Zhu Ji would be restrained in his actions, so they looked at him with amusement. Kaka kaka. The door lock was opened and the iron gate was pulled open. Zhu Ji looked at Hancock, who had stood up and clenched his fists to guard against him. The next second, Zhu Ji took a step forward and stretched out his right hand to grab Hancock's hair. He tilted his upper body slightly to avoid the claws, and Hancock spun around and kicked Zhu Ji in the waist. With a crisp snap sound, he was kicked in the side of his waist, and the stinging sensation spread throughout his body. Zhu Ji bared his teeth and cursed angrily, you damn girl, you are looking for death. Come on, Zhu Ji. You can't even subdue a little girl who hasn't even grown all her hair yet. Isn't that embarrassing? Hey haha, how embarrassing. The mocking look of the 2 made Zhu Ji's eyes bloodshot. With a roar, he threw himself towards Hancock. Seeing this, Hancock, who was about to hide, found that there were 2 sisters behind her. She had no choice but to grit her teeth, clench her fists and swing forward. Messi had already stood up at this time. Seeing this scene, he grinned, and with the help of his observation haki, he rushed forward quickly and kicked his left leg as he jumped off the ground. Bang! The incredible force made him lose his balance all of a sudden. He brushed past Hancock and fell to the ground with his face smack on the ground. The next second, Messer stepped closer and stomped on the back of his neck. Snap! The cervical vertebra was broken. Then, his observation haki spread out, sensing the movements of the remaining 2 people. With the scalpel he had just taken out of his boot in his right hand, he flipped his wrist and threw it out with force. Whoosh! Puff! A stream of blood spurted out from the left eye of one of the thin men, and the considerable inertia caused him to fall backwards. At close range, with the help of breathing and the assistance of observation haki, there is no possibility of missing the target. Messer did not stop and rushed towards the last remaining thin man. The distance of less than 5 meters was passed in the blink of an eye. The thin man also realized something was wrong at this time. When he was about to shout, Messer's right leg kicked him hard in the crotch with a sound of wind. There was a crisp click sound, and because of Messi's unreserved kick, the man jumped up. Messer pushed off the ground with his left foot, jumped up, grabbed his jaw with both hands, and thrust down hard. There was a muffled bang sound, and the last thin man lost consciousness with blood flowing from his mouth and his eyes turned white. Suddenly, a hint appeared in Messi's mind, and the next moment, 3 irregular crystals as small as rice grains and emitting a mysterious luster appeared. Obtain F-level soul crystal *3. Mercer put the soul crystal into the panel and ignored others. Instead, he immediately spread his observation haki to sense Bogart not far away and scanned him with this inner vision perception ability. Then, the location of the breath he sensed moved, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared on the ship above his head. Mercer breathed a sigh of relief. It's not bad this time. I'm not late. Coming to the door, he used the iron chain to fasten it from the inside. Hey, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Messer sat down on the stool at the door and rubbed his eyebrows. For the sake of safety, he did not hold back this time and took 3 lives at once. Mercer's eyes closed slightly, a variety of thoughts swirling in his mind, and he thought to himself, nervous? Not at all. Not even a little bit of emotion, just like killing a reindeer. Moses knew that this was due to the extremely intelligent spirits of the animals in this world. In the past, Moses, who had been hunting frequently, had been fully trained and no longer cared about these things. Also, these guys deserved to die. People who don't treat others as human beings don't deserve to be treated as human beings by others. Those who kill will be killed, and I am no exception. I have this awareness. Are you okay? At this moment, a surprising voice was heard. Messer knew who it was without even looking. The next moment, the handle of a scalpel was handed over, and the blood stains on the blade were wiped clean. Messer took a deep breath. His eyes becoming calm again. He reached out to take the scalpel and looked into her eyes. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Hancock lowered her head and bit her lip, then suddenly raised it up with a scorching gaze. You were deliberately provoking me just now, weren't you? Deliberately angering me to attract their attention? Right. Mercer looked at Hancock, who had put her head close to him, and curled his lips. What are you thinking about? You've read too many picture books. I didn't expect you to be so excited just now. Are you an idiot? He was so brainless when his life and death were out of his control. It seems that he can't blame anyone else for being captured by slave traders. But I'll give you a credit for that, you did make a difference, so you deserve some encouragement. Messer patted Hancock's shoulder, looked at the annoyed look on her face as she twitched the corners of her mouth, smiled, and pushed her head away. Hancock was pushed back 2 steps and said angrily, I'm an idiot. What about you? You just killed a few minions, but there are more powerful ones above. Can you defeat them? I can't beat him. I thought you were so powerful, but you still can't beat me. Hancock looked very proud, as if she had won a round. Mercer gave Hancock a strange look and asked, which side are you on? Hancock's face froze. Just as she was about to speak, Messer put his left index finger in front of his mouth and said, "Shh, listen." Hancock was a little suspicious and didn't understand what Messi meant, but in just a few seconds, there seemed to be roars and screams, one after another. Hancock's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Messer expectantly. Do you know what's going on? Mercer gave her an approving look and said, you're not that stupid. You have some brains. How could someone as smart as me be caught by a few petty thieves? I'm not a fool like you. Hancock was silent. He suddenly squatted on the ground, bit his lip and said nothing. Messer had no intention of going up. His task was to take care of the hostages here, and he could leave it to Bogart. Scanning the cages here and looking at the unlucky ones in the cages, Messer stood up and walked towards Zhu Ji, saying to the 2 Hancock sisters who were walking over, go check on your sister. She seems to be having a mental breakdown. The 2 looked at Moses with strange eyes. The elder sister was upset. Who was responsible for this? But he didn't say anything, just nodded obediently. Mercer took the keychain off the iron gate, jingled the bells, and swung the keychain in his hand, looking at the people in the dungeon. "Don't worry, this ship has been taken over by the Navy. You just stay here quietly for now. The Navy will come to deal with your affairs when the time comes. All you have to do is stay here obediently." After Moses finished speaking, he ignored them and had no intention of opening the cage to let them out. After all, no one knew each other, and Moses did not know their specific composition. Perhaps there are pirates among them. There really is. He glanced calmly at the three Hancock sisters who were inexplicably emitting tension. That was visible tension. About 3 minutes. Bang bang bang, there was a knock on the iron door, and then Bogart's voice came. "Messer, are you in there? How is everyone? Is everyone okay?" Mercer said calmly, "Too slow, I have finished everything here, I have been waiting for you for a long time." He walked to the door, removed the chain, opened the door, and looked at Bogart, who appeared in front of him. His clothes were clean and he didn't look like he had been in battle at all. Mercer asked curiously, "Didn't you meet that person with special abilities?" "I saw it and chopped it off with a knife." Bogart said coolly, "His abilities are decent, but his strength isn't great. He's only worth a 50 million bounty. It'll only take one strike." "Then why did you dawdle for so long?" Mercer said unhappily, "You made me worry for nothing." Bogart opened his mouth slightly, wanting to curse but unable to, and finally uttered, "Are you worried about me? Well, I'm afraid that if you can't beat me, how am I supposed to save myself?" Bogart put his hand on his forehead and sighed, "You are really not cute." "None of your business." Mercer said with a smile, "Since you've already dealt with the above, let's go treasure hunting. We'll leave it like this for now and let him deal with it tomorrow." "All right." New author, new book. Please read. Please recommend. Please add to favorites. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 16:016. This IQ is unparalleled. Chapter 16:016. This IQ is unparalleled. Who are these three? Bogart looked at the three Hancock sisters and was curious when he saw they were not in the cage. "Are you acquaintances?" "Yeah, an acquaintance." Mercer nodded. "A fellow inmate in the same cell. He's a bit of a dimwit, but otherwise, he's fine." Bogart was speechless. "You are amazing. You have hooked up with three beautiful girls in the blink of an eye." Moses glared at him and said, "If you can speak, say more." Bogart was choked by Messer. "So, how do you plan to arrange for your comrades? Ask them." Messer looked at the somewhat nervous Hancock. "So, do you want to stay here and wait for them to make arrangements, or do you want to go up there with me and have some fun?" Hancock glanced at Bogart cautiously, then whispered, "Are you from the Navy?" Mercer, "He is not me, I am just a freeloader. I come here to make some extra money." Hancock thought about it, feeling a little embarrassed, but finally gritted her teeth and said, "He won't catch me, will he?" "Hey!" Mercer took 2 steps forward and hooked his finger to signal Hancock to lower her head. Hancock hesitated, but still gritted her teeth and did as he was told. Mercer put his mouth close to Hancock's ear and whispered, "Do you have a bounty on your head?" "No." Hancock's eyes lit up, and she pulled away a little, looking at Mercer with her beautiful eyes. "I'm not a pirate yet, so there's no problem." Looking at Hancock, who had a clear and silly face, Mercer curled his lips and turned to look at Bogart, who had a bewildered look on his face. "This girl dreams of becoming a pirate, but there's no bounty on her head. She was just worried that you might catch her." Bogart's mouth twitched violently, and he looked a little crazy, but he still explained, "In principle, this little girl is a potential danger, but right now she's nothing, just an ordinary civilian, so I don't care." "Look," Mercer said, spreading his hands toward Hancock. "You're nothing in the eyes of others. You were just being overly sentimental. A bit narcissistic." "Ha ha ha. I'm so sorry for being so narcissistic." Hancock's face darkened and she laughed dryly. As she laughed, her eyes turned red and a mosquito-like voice rang out, "Thank you." Mercer smacked his lips and looked at the young empress in front of him. He thought about how much pressure she must have felt. He stood on tiptoe and patted her shoulder. "What the hell are you being coy about? Just say thank you louder. Who are you trying to hear by speaking so softly? You idiot." His flat chest began to rise and fall. Looking at this sharp-tongued little brother who was a head shorter than him, Hancock clenched his fists, frowned, and punched him. Notice her actions. Messer jumped back to avoid it, and Hancock caught up and punched him. "You little bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. Stop right there. I can't hit it, I can't hit it, I just can't hit it, stupid Hancock." "Ah! You're calling me stupid again." "I'm not stupid," Toriyama said. "I'm smart, stop right there." The two chased each other in a small space. Finally, Messi found an opportunity. When she couldn't react, he jumped up and kicked her in the butt. Hancock immediately fell on his sister in front of him. Bogart watched happily, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably, revealing an ant's smile. "It's great to be young." Watching Messer run up the stairs, the Hancock sisters followed him in turn. Bogart's eyes flashed with surprise. Toriyama? The current king of the 9 snakes? But it had been a long time since she appeared on the sea. Are these 3 little girls actually from the 9 snakes? Well, there's no reward, so why should I care so much? Bogart was too lazy to think about it. He looked back at the cell behind him and said, "You guys rest first, I'll come to accommodate you tomorrow." Then he chased after him. The corridor of the cabin was now in ruins, with human traffickers lying on the ground in a mess, blood everywhere. Messer walked down the corridor on the bloodless floor, and the Hancock sisters behind him also slowed down their pace. A corner, a burly man lay in a pool of blood, a knife wound on his chest that almost cut him in half. The man was already dead. Bogart followed him and said calmly, "That's the razor hand Jax. I was in a hurry, so I used too much force. He's so weak, I didn't expect him to be hit. I didn't intend to kill him." Mercer looked at Bogart with a strange expression. If he wasn't dead yet, he would probably be pissed to death after hearing what you said. "I didn't realize you were so vicious. Who do you think I'm doing this for? If I wasn't worried about you, little brat, I wouldn't be in such a hurry." Bogart laughed angrily. Normally, someone with dangerous abilities like this would be imprisoned and impelled down. They wouldn't let him die so easily. Mercer, who was walking in front, turned the corner and looked at a new room that had just appeared. It was finely decorated and it was undoubtedly the captain's room. "Hancock, please help me loot the treasures from those traffickers outside." "Thank you." Hancock frowned. It was okay to bow your head when you are under someone's roof. Of course, it wasn't just that. All right. Then she glared at Moses and took her 2 sisters to clean up the battlefield. She had done such odd jobs before on the 9 Snakes ship. He and Bogart entered the room and began to search it thoroughly. After a while, 3 boxes were found, 1 large, 1 medium and 1 small. I opened the small one first. After opening it, I saw a box of gold bars inside, shining brightly. SHH, these guys are really rich. This box contains at least 80 million Baileys. Are you happy? Mercer curled his lips. There are still 2 left. It's not too late to be happy after they're all opened. The medium-sized box was filled with account books and transaction records, which were useless to Messer. The large box was a box of munitions, including all kinds of firearms, wrapped in oil paper. They were brand new, but still of no use to Messer. Bogart was rather happy. This is hard currency. Messi didn't care. He could just convert the price difference into gold. They made a lot of money from this side trip, and they felt justified in taking it. Mercer did not mention what happened to the slave ships. Then the two of them searched around the boat again, but there were no unexpected gains. On the deck, the human traffickers who were dealt with by the two men were piled up in a pile, waiting to go out to sea tomorrow and then throw them directly into the distant sea. Feeding this kind of garbage to the fish is a bargain for them. Also, the bailee that the human trafficker named Shirai took from Messer also returned to Messer's hands. Moses counted his pele. Bogart smoked a cigarette and looked at Messer. Are you going back to sleep on the warship or are you staying here with me? Mercer glanced at him and said, I have no intention of sleeping with a corpse. You can sleep on your own. I will call some people over for you tomorrow. Mercer ignored Bogart, walked to the hull, threw down the rope ladder, and climbed down in 2 or 3 steps. There were 3 little tails following behind him, which made Bogart angry, amused and helpless. Walking in the harbor, Messer asked, What are you going to do? Is there any way to contact your 9 snakes? Hancock walked beside Messer and nodded. I remember the number of the ship's den mushi. Can you lend me one? Moses agreed and said, Okay, then come with me to the warship. Messer, can I call you Messer? After a while, walking on the road, Hancock was a little nervous. Thank you for saving us. Now you know how to thank me properly. What were you doing before? Messi said with a smile, Of course, I've always called you Hancock. The name is given to people to call you that. They chatted all the way, and soon the 4 of them came to the warship's dock. They greeted the Marines on duty on the ship, and then took them to Cap's room, which was also Messi's temporary room. Cap hasn't come back yet. It seems that he won't be back at night. He brought Hancock to the table, gave her the pink and white den mushi, and watched her dial the number and excitedly connect with the acquaintance on the other end. About 10 minutes. The phone hangs up. Hancock finally breathed a sigh of relief, a bright smile appeared on her little face, and she suddenly looked lively. I've already contacted them. They're currently near the waters of Water City. I've agreed with them to meet up there tomorrow. Hancock felt a little embarrassed at this, her face flushed slightly. Messer, can you help me again? Will you pass through the Water City tomorrow? What if I don't pass by? Then we'll take a merchant ship there tomorrow. Hancock said helplessly. Never mind. You look so pitiful, I'll give you a ride. Mercer didn't mention that he was going to pass by there tomorrow. Although he didn't tell Garp, he probably wouldn't refuse. Hancock was a little puzzled when he heard this. Won't it delay you? Messer, on the way. Hancock, you bastard! Seeing Hancock being humiliated, the 2 sisters laughed secretly. Goo 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 goo. Their stomachs growled, and the 3 girls blushed. Hancock, as the older sister, had no choice but to speak up. I haven't eaten enough these past few days. Now that I'm relaxed, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Mercer was helpless. The cooks have all gone out to play. Let's go. I'll take you out to eat. I also want to eat something. The 4 of them got off the warship and had a delicious meal at the night market. After eating, they found that they were dirty. Moses was kind-hearted and took them to buy clothes after they promised to pay him back tenfold. A hotel. The name was called a hotel. Messi paid the money and Hancock booked a deluxe double room. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 toilet. The 4 of them took turns to wash up. Moses washed first, and then went back to his room to sleep. The Hancock sisters washed together, and the 3 of them slept in 1 room. Fortunately the bed was big enough. Silent all night. The next day, Moses got up early. I took a morning run around the harbor, visited a warship, took 15 Marines to the slave ship, bought breakfast and brought some for Bogart as well. After watching for a while, I watched them open the cages and release those unlucky ones. I watched them carefully record their information and then carry out resettlement work. Then he took breakfast to the hotel, and after having breakfast with the 3 Hancock sisters, he went to the slave ship together. This was Hancock's request, because staying on the warship would be somewhat uncomfortable and would not be conducive to meeting up with the Nine Snakes people. On the slave ship, I met Cap, who had not returned all night. Messi was fine, but Hancock was shocked for a while. She also didn't expect that the warship she boarded last night would be Garp's. As soon as they met, Garp walked over with an indescribable look on his face. "Messer, you were quite lively last night. You really made me proud." Garp's rough big hands fell on Messi's head and rubbed it, then he grabbed Messi's waist with both hands and picked him up. After a dizzying moment, Messi sat in Garp's arms. With a face full of shame, Messer was helpless. "Master, there are so many people here, can you please stop hugging me like this? I'm not a child." As he spoke, Messer saw the Hancock sisters sitting in a corner of the deck, both of them grinning. Garp was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Hancock and the other two with a half-smile, then looked at Messer playfully. "If you're not the brat, then who is the brat? Who's the smallest person on this ship?" Garp shouted at the Marines on the ship. "Stop for a moment, everyone. Tell me, who is the smallest kid on this ship?" The scene fell silent. The next moment, pairs of eyes looked over, not only the Marines, but also the unlucky ones who were caught and registered on the deck. A few seconds later, I don't know who laughed out loud first, but then like a virus, deafening laughter came one after another. "Ha ha ha, who else could it be? Who else could it be other than little Mercer? Yes, yes, there is no one else on board who is the smallest devil except little Mercer. Haha, Mercer is so funny. He looks so silly when he's being held." Moses' face flushed, but then he took a deep breath, calmed down, and suppressed the awkwardness in his heart. Being held in Garp's arms, he looked down at everyone in the field as if they were idiots. His eyes clear and his childish voice said, "Are you all idiots? What's so funny about that? You all have such low sense of humor. Do your heads have paramecia?" The scene was quiet again. Can be followed immediately. Little Mercer has a nice voice, and his scolding is quite impressive. "Hey, Moses, curse a few more times. I want to hear more." "That's right, especially that expression just now, as if he was looking at a bug. It was absolutely amazing." Hancock blinked, not far away. She felt that the way Messer had cursed was quite impressive. She wished she could stand high up and curse at him. "It's going to be great." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Messi with a smile, as if he wanted to engrave his expression in his mind forever. Mercer turned back to look at Garp with an indescribable expression on his face. "My lord, who did they learn this stupidity from? I heard that this guy always admires the strong." Garp nodded, a puzzled look in his eyes. "Is that so?" But then he thought more and more that something was wrong. He looked at Messer intently, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. "You little bastard, are you scolding me?" Mercer was helpless. "How could I bear to scold you? Don't you know? You are one of the two people I respect the most." Cap suddenly smiled broadly. Bogart, who was preparing to go out to sea, held his forehead with his hand and said with a frown, "This IQ is really out of this world." After a while, Cap returned to the warship and Messer and Bogart stayed here. Everything was ready, with the warship in front and the slave ship behind, riding the ocean current towards the destination. New author, new book. Please read. Please add it to your collection. Please invest. Please recommend it. End of this chapter. Chapter 17017 Parting is for a better meeting again. Chapter 17017 Parting is for a better meeting again. After 1 hour. Thump 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 thump. There were bursts of sounds of people falling into the water, and 2 Marines, along with several unlucky men on the slave ship, threw the bodies of the human traffickers on the deck into the sea. The smell of blood. It didn't take long for it to attract a lot of carnivorous fish. "Messer, Do you think we can meet again in the future? The rooftop fence on the top floor of the slave ship. The four of them leaned here, and Hancock looked at the dorsal fins faintly visible in the violent splashes on the sea not far from the boat. Why? Mercer glanced at her. You can't bear to leave me. Hancock rolled his eyes at Messer. Then he said confidently, if nothing unexpected happens, I will be the captain of the 9 Snakes pirates in the future. Your grandfather is a Navy man, so will you also be a Navy man in the future? Mercer understood her underlying meaning and was speechless. Just because you're a Marine, you can't be friends with pirates anymore. Who said that? Besides, my future will not and cannot be a Navy. There is no place for me there. Be a pirate. Maybe I will, maybe not. We'll see what the future holds. We won't know until then. Whatever you say now is just empty talk. Hancock looked thoughtful, then chuckled and said, You're getting off topic. I'm asking if we can ever meet again. Moses looked at the clear blue sea in the distance and said, Yes, as long as we are destined to meet again, we will definitely meet again. Hancock looked at Messie's profile, with doubts in his heart, but since he had doubts, he just said it directly. Why are you so powerful? You're even more powerful than our adult 9 snake warriors. How did you do it? Mercer smiled. Who knows? Maybe it's breathing. Breathe. Hancock was a little confused and puffed up her cheeks. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why do you have to use breathing to fool me? It's like I can't breathe. Will you really? I can't. You sure? Do you really understand that what I mean by breathing is what you think of as breathing? You talk so confusingly, it makes me dizzy. Breathing is not just a simple act of inhaling and exhaling, but a way to perceive oneself and understand nature. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Hancock pursed her lips. Breathing is breathing. Inhaling air and taking in oxygen, that's all. Could it be that this isn't breathing? It's breathing. Moses said. But that's the breathing you can do. What I can do is feel the oxygen flowing through my throat and lungs, into my blood, and into every corner of my body until it's expelled from my body. Breathe consciously and refine your breathing over time to improve your control over your body. Seeing Hancock listening as if she were listening to a foreign language, Mercer smiled smugly. That's right, you don't understand. If you could understand, you wouldn't be asking me this. Are you saying I'm stupid? I didn't say that. But that's what you mean. Hancock was a little crazy. Although she thought that Messie was teasing her again, she had a hunch that Messie was not lying to her. The two different ideas intersected and collided in her consciousness, making Hancock feel very depressed. If you want me to believe you, then let me experience the breathing you're talking about. Oh, you're dreaming. This is clearly a form of cultivation. You just open your mouth and expect me to teach you for nothing. Messer looked at Hancock as if he were an idiot. Do you think I am you? Boom. Silver teeth clenched. Hancock felt a surge of heat rushing to her head, and the next moment, a sentence came out of her mouth. As long as you can prove it to me, I will agree to do anything you ask me to do. Messer rolled his eyes at Hancock and looked her up and down. Do you have anything valuable? Hancock was immediately speechless. He stammered and couldn't say anything. How about this? I'll teach you how to breathe, and when we meet again in the future, how about you give me 3 devil fruits? If you can't give it to me after 1 meeting, just add 1 more. If you can't give it to me after 2 meetings, just add another 1. And so on. Hancock was stunned, looking at Messer in disbelief. You're a loan shark? Aren't you afraid that once I learn this, I'll just avoid you? Oh. Mercer glanced at her in surprise. You're quite clever. You actually found a loophole in the conditions I gave you. How about it? Do you dare to give it a try? Aren't you really worried that I'll avoid you in the future? Learn it first. Mercer curled his lips and said, "Who knows, you are a fool and you may never be able to learn it. Even if I learn it, if you break your promise, then the future famous Captain Nine Snake will avoid me when he sees me. Wouldn't that be quite interesting? Who are you looking down on?" Hancock tilted her head back slightly in anger, her chin pointed at him. "I accept this challenge. It's just 3 devil fruits, right? When I become the captain of Kuja, I will definitely find them. You can start." Lifting his right knee, Messer stroked his right hand along the side of his boot, and a scalpel appeared in his hand. "Then let me first explain to you the principle of breathing." For the next 10 minutes, Messer began to explain breathing from shallow to deep. To make it easier for Hancock to understand, the handle of Messer's scalpel occasionally tapped the nodes in the body where breathing passed. Moses' breathing is neither complicated nor intricate, but it has a special rhythm and frequency, and also involves some aspects of human medicine. Do you understand? Breathing isn't complicated. If you combine it with observation haki, it will be much easier to get started. By the way, do you know observation haki? After listening to it, Hancock's eyes became weak, and she said in a sly voice, "I know, but can't you explain it a little more simply? I can't even understand those medical terms you're talking about. Are you doing this on purpose?" Mercer looked at her with amusement. As expected, she was being unreasonable. "Since you don't understand, use your body to remember." Mercer said, "You can start breathing now." Hancock looked awkward. Although she didn't understand some things, she still understood the general idea. "Close your eyes. Breathe." As the chest and abdomen slowly swell and collapse, a breathing pattern different from the usual begins, and an uncomfortable feeling of rapid heartbeat, dizziness, and vision appears in the body. Just as he was about to speak, Messer's voice came over, "Don't stop, it's normal. When the original breathing pattern is disrupted, the body lacks oxygen, which is a normal physiological phenomenon. Continue." As he spoke, his observation haki enveloped Hancock's body, sensing the rhythm of her breathing. He opened his shoulder bag and took out a needle bag. When he spread it out, he found several silver needles inside. Messer orally described the location of the breathing nodes and inserted silver needles into Hancock's body one by one with precise techniques. Like a beacon, it guides the way, guiding the breath to go deeper. Time flies. This latest breathing method, based on the prototype of Moses, was compiled by Kurha himself, under the careful guidance of Moses. Hancock's breathing pattern gradually adjusted. Faintly, Hancock seemed to sense something, but she couldn't see clearly what it was. After half an hour, seeing sweat on her forehead, Messer took out several silver needles from her heart, lower abdomen, lungs, and intestines. As the needle was pulled out, Hancock immediately began to breathe heavily, and her breathing frequency suddenly became irregular. Cough, cough, cough. He started coughing violently. Messer put away the silver needle and watched Hancock's body reaction with interest. The experiment was successful and the breathing method could be mastered quickly. No, it's not a quick fix, it's just a way to artificially deepen your body's memory of this breathing method. If you don't continue to use this breathing method to deepen your impression, you will forget part of the breathing method after a few days. After all, transitioning from one instinct to another takes time and perseverance. Seeing that Hancock had recovered, Messer told her about the situation of body memory. Pursing her lips, Hancock looked at Messer with a surprised and complicated expression. "What you said is actually true. In that case, I will abide by our agreement." Mercer nodded. "Okay, then I look forward to seeing you again in the future. Don't forget my devil fruit." Hancock lowered her head awkwardly and said, "Sorry. I want to ask, can I teach this breathing method to Sonia and Grodd? It's up to you. Whether you want to teach them or not, and whether they can learn it or not, it's all your freedom. Besides, I didn't ask them to avoid it just now." As he spoke, Messer glanced at Hancock's 2 sisters beside him. And this time, sisters, look over there, isn't that the water city? Sonia pulled Hancock's sleeve and pointed at a black dot that appeared in the distance. As time passed, the black dot became bigger and bigger, and finally a majestic water city appeared. Seen from a distance, the entire city is covered with waterways and has a cone-shaped overall structure. At the very center and top is a huge garden fountain-like building, giving people a sense of exquisite beauty that is both formal and romantic. At this moment, the fountain is spraying water, and beautiful rainbows are blooming under the reflection of the sun. So beautiful! It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful view. Hancock, look, isn't that your Nine Snakes ship? Messer saw a scarlet ketch at the edge of a building right in front of gate number 1 of the water city. It looks like a building ship. Antique. There seemed to be 2 strange snakes on the sea in front of the bow. Hancock looked where Messie's finger was pointing, and sure enough, she saw the ship there. There were many women on the boat, dressed in cool clothes, and they also noticed this place. Yes, it's our Nine Snakes ship. Having said that, Hancock looked at Messie, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, and he coughed lightly, then we have to leave. Well, have a nice trip. As he spoke, Mercer looked at her face and suddenly smiled, raising the corners of his mouth and said, "Remember to use your brain next time and don't get caught by human traffickers again. You won't always be so lucky." The budding idea of separation was shattered by Moses' words. Hancock's face darkened, and she said with a sour face, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. I'm leaving, so won't you give me a farewell gift? This is a custom of the Nine Snakes, the purpose of which is to wish those who go out to sea a safe and smooth journey." Hancock didn't know what happened, but she suddenly spoke like this. "How about you?" Messer stared at her. Hancock's face froze. She didn't have anything valuable on her that could serve as a gift. It became a little awkward for a moment. Seeing this, Moses rescued her and pointed to the hair hanging on both sides of her cheeks, pointing to the bronze buckle on the left strand of hair. Hancock blinked, took off the brass button, and handed it to Messer. "Since you want it so much, I'll give it to you, big sister." Messer took it. It was a very small button, as big as his little finger, with a snake pattern carved on it. "Not bad, quite unique. In that case, I'll give you this." Messer handed over the scalpel in his hand. "This is my throwing weapon and also a surgical tool. Let's use this in exchange. This scalpel was obtained from Kulha and is of very good quality. You can use it as a self-defense weapon." Hancock took it. He had touched a very sharp and hard scalpel before. He threw it with all his strength, which was enough to penetrate a person's skull. "It feels good in the hand too." He happily played with it in his hands. After a few seconds, Hancock winked at Messer and said, "We're really leaving this time. They're here to pick us up." Moses could see that a small boat had come down from the Nine Snakes ship, and a woman with purple hair was rowing the boat towards them. "Then we'll say goodbye." "Goodbye, you 3. Well, take care. Watch as the 3 people jump from the railing to the deck below, and then jump from the boat to the small boat on the sea. Very agile." As the boat moved away, Moses watched silently, not knowing when they would meet again. At this time, on a small boat not far away, Hancock placed his hands to his mouth in a trumpet shape and shouted loudly, "Messer! I will definitely be stronger than you next time we meet." As the 3 sisters waved goodbye vigorously and laughed happily, Mercer did not look away until they boarded the boat. "Better than me? Just wishful thinking. Why? Are you reluctant to part with it?" At this time, Bogart's voice sounded, with a playful tone. Mercer turned to look at Bogart, who appeared beside him, and sighed. "Hasn't anyone told you?" "What? I forgot." "Stinky brat, what's the point of saying half of what?" "Then what?" Bogart was a little impatient. Mercer sighed, "You're an old bachelor. Don't act like a romantic." It doesn't fit your personality. The corners of Bogart's mouth twitched violently. If he had known, he would not have come up, and even if he had come up, he should not have started to make jokes. Just as he was feeling depressed, Moses spoke again. Well, you guessed it right. I am a little reluctant to let him go. After all, he is the first playmate of the right age that I have ever made. Although he is a little stupid, his heart is quite pure. Tisk, you little brat, why are you pretending to be so profound? That little girl is almost 10 years older than you, how can she be the same age as you? Age is not a barrier, but thought is the limit. Uncle, if you continue like this, you'll probably never find a wife. Even if the Navy assigns wives in the future, I don't think you'll be able to get a spot. Ugh, with a sigh, and as the sea breeze dissipated, Messi left, leaving Bogart alone and disheveled in the wind. Another day passed. After taking a long detour, we arrived at the nearest naval base and handed over the people on the slave ship to the base here for resettlement. In the blink of an eye, as the 10th day arrived, a small island appeared in the warship's sight. Early morning. The sun has just risen. Cap and Mercer appeared on a hill behind the seaside village on the island. Didn't have to wait long. Accompanied by a gust of wind blowing across the sky and earth. A tall figure wearing a military green cloak appeared here. At the same time. Wow! A loud baby cry was also heard. New author, new book. Please read. Please add this to your collection. Please recommend it. Please invest in it. End of this chapter. Chapter 18018 Prescription. Chapter 18018 Prescription. You are here, old man. A deep and powerful voice sounded, and the wind blew away the visitor's cloak. You are still on time as always. It seems that my son is very important to you. Moses saw the baby in the arms of the man, with only the head showing, black hair, and white and plump. Duragar. Looking at the person coming from 10 meters away, Cap walked forward with Messi, only said the name, came up to him, and took the baby from his arms. Monkey D. Luffy, that's his name. He was born on May 5th. Your grandson, my son, I leave it to you. Without saying a word, Cap bent down and put the baby, who was only the size of his 2 palms, into Messi's arms. Wait a moment, Grandpa. I'm very angry now and I need to go and cool down. Mercer knew he was being addressed, nodded obediently, and quickly stepped back. Although this behavior is a bit redundant. However, being blown by the strong wind is also very uncomfortable. A phantom flashed in his eyes, and there was a muffled sound. Then he saw Durag's head suddenly tilted back, and his body shot backwards with a series of air explosions. Cap followed closely. A gentle breeze blew across my cheek. Messi opened his eyes wide to see what was happening. Result. Only bursts of air explosions were heard in the distance. The vibration of the air, accompanied by the shaking of the earth and mountains, came from afar. There were low roars in the wind. Half an hour later, Cap appeared from a distance with a look of relief on his face, his slippers gone. The floral short-sleeved shirt also had a tear in it. Bare feet. Come here quickly. Reaching out and rubbing Messer's head, Carp smiled and said, You must be getting impatient. You must be tired of holding me. Reaching out and taking the baby from Messer's arms, one could clearly see a flicker of joy on Cap's face. Cap smiled. This little thing looks quite like me, Mercer. This guy is truly my grandson. Moses also laughed. So, now that you have a new love, you've forgotten your old love, and now that you have a biological grandson, you no longer love your eldest grandson. Carp's mouth twitched, his face full of embarrassment. He mumbled hurriedly, I didn't, don't think about it. But then he saw an interesting look in Moses' eyes. The complexion is visibly darkened. Cap took a deep breath, grabbed the back of Messer's collar, and held him in his arms. He rubbed Messie's face hard with his bearded face. Don't think too much, you are all Grandpa's grandchildren. What a scumbag! Messer curled his lips in disgust, but after seeing the helplessness in Garp's eyes, he said, forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Watching this, Garp breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Garp pretended to be angry and said, You little bastard, who did you learn this from? Uncle Bogart, that's what he taught me. He said that's how you pick up girls. It's called putting yourself in a disadvantaged position and then giving yourself a boost. That's how you achieve your goals. He said what it was called, right, it's called tea-talk. Mercer sold Bogart out in a very dishonest way. Mercer was not talking nonsense. This was indeed what Bogart taught him. Some time ago, when Bogart was having dinner in a restaurant, he sighed after seeing the bloody drama of love between the people at the next table. Then he taught Moses his precious life experience. This is also the reason why Mercer said that day that Bogart was pretending to be a romantic. When Garp heard this, the corners of his eyes couldn't stop twitching and he cursed. What on earth did that bastard brat teach you? You didn't learn well from that Doriel girl. Your little mouth is as sweet as honey. Now this bastard is teaching you these useless things. I'm so angry. Looking at Cap, who seemed to be about to burst into tears, Messi couldn't help but mourn for Bogart for a second in his heart. I hope your body is strong enough, uncle, I hope you can withstand the old man's fist. Come to the warship. As soon as Bogart came forward, he saw that Cap's nose was not a nose and his eyes were not eyes. He glanced at himself with an angry look on his face. He passed by and walked into the cabin. I feel a little confused and don't know how I offended my boss. He couldn't help but look at Moses, his eyes indicating what's wrong with him. Mercer laughed, he's fine, he just knows some things. What's the matter? Bogart became curious, his curiosity burning in his heart. Just now, he sensed that familiar breath. I guess there are some melons to eat. Tell me something to make me happy. At this moment, he had an expression of looking at the fun. Poor Bogart, you don't know it yet. Just watching it for fun can end up in trouble if you're not careful. Nothing much, I just told me the method you taught me to pick up girls the other day. Next moment, Mercer watched Bogart's face turn white and then green at a speed visible to the naked eye. So, Mercer stood on tiptoe, reached out and patted Bogart's arm, and comforted him, Uncle, it's okay, my grandfather won't do anything to you. Well, probably not. Bogart didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Messer, who was trying to comfort him, he felt a stomachache. A groan came from his mouth. Then I thank you. If I die because of this, you have to light a cigarette on my grave, otherwise I will die with regrets. Well, don't worry. Mercer said seriously, I'll light a pack of cigarettes on your grave every year. Bogart looked at Messi and said sadly, this kid is quite nice to me. What a ghost. With a look of despair, he arranged to go to sea. According to Garp's old method, the warship crossed the Grand Route, bypassed the nearby Devil's Triangle waters, crossed the doldrums, and entered the East China Sea. After sailing in the doldrums for half a day, the atmosphere on the boat was extremely tense. Without him, sea kings are so scary. But I don't know if it was luck or what, but the road was smooth and I was able to cross it directly despite the long period of hot and humid weather. Travel a straight line between 2 points. Guided by the nautical chart, a few days later, a large, clean and tidy port appeared in the distance. Don Island port of Goa Kingdom. However, the warship did not approach, but sailed directly to the right front. Less than half an hour. A simple seaside village appeared, Windmill Village, Cap's hometown, and the warship was docked steadily at the wooden pier at the entrance of the village. The pier is bustling with people, exuding a simple and honest atmosphere. Every pedestrian's face is filled with a smile from the heart. Carrying Mercer and holding the baby, Cap got off the warship and walked along the road towards the innermost house at the east end of the village. Along the way, the villagers he met greeted Cap one after another. Uncle Garp is back. How long will he stay this time? Hey, who are these two little guys? Haha, my grandson. Garp, you're back again. Where are you going? Go to Slab's house. I heard he's a grandfather too. So you went to the village chief's house. Well, now that you're back, why don't you go and take a look? Garp frowned slightly. What? An older villager saw the puzzled look on Garp's face and sighed. His son and daughter-in-law were attacked by pirates while sailing a while ago. Although they returned alive, they suffered a lot. Not long after, their son passed away. A while ago, their child was born posthumously. Now, unexpectedly, they have contracted some unknown disease and it seems that they may not survive. Garp was silent for a moment, then thanked the villagers. I understand. Unconsciously, Garp's movements quickened a little, and after about 10 minutes, he arrived at a door. This is a bungalow with a small courtyard. The wooden gate is closed, but the outside door is not locked. You can see there are people inside. Garp immediately took action, knocking on the door and shouting loudly, Slab? Are you home? Bang bang bang, it's like smashing a door. Not long after, a middle-aged man opened the door in a rage. When he saw Garp, he said in a sarcastic tone, I was wondering who this busy man is. Which company is this? Oh, it's Vice Admiral Garp. What's going on? What's going on at my house? Garp grinned, casually pushed Slab aside, and walked straight in. As he walked, he said, I heard that something happened in your family. Do you want my help? Slab, who was about to curse, smiled bitterly when he heard this. What could possibly happen? It's just a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. For ordinary people like us, having a home and food to eat is enough. I heard your little one is sick, right? Did you see a doctor? How is he now? As he was speaking, Garp walked into the room very familiarly and sat down on the sofa. Well, I went to find him and he prescribed 2 doses of medicine. I'm feeling a little better. As he spoke, Slab poured tea for Cap and brought a glass of juice to Messer. Thank you. Moses thanked him politely. Slab was a little curious at this time and asked, Who is this little guy and the one in your arms? My grandson. The older one is called Messer, and the younger one is called Luffy. Garp looked very proud. That boy Darag. Slab said, Tisk tisk tisk, he's quite capable. Tisk, don't mention that bastard. It makes me angry when I mention him. Garp did not elaborate. Uncle Cap, you're here. At this time, a black-haired woman came out from the inner room. She was about 27 or 28 years old and was also holding a baby in her arms. Long time no see. Garp nodded at her, it's been a long time since we last met. Come, let me see your boy. Ying came over obediently and handed the baby in her arms to Garp, with love in her eyes. His name is Arthur. I hope he can live happily forever like that legendary warrior. Arthur? Nice name. Cap held the 2 babies in his left arm and played with Arthur with his right hand. Messer also came over at this time and looked at the baby, who was about the same age as Luffy and looked quite cute. But Mercer calmly activated his observation haki and sensed the 2 babies. A difference appeared. Arthur's life force was obviously much weaker than Luffy's. Moses raised his eyebrows and became more curious. He was intrigued by this strange thing and muttered, interesting. This doesn't feel like being sick. Messer's muttering attracted the attention of several people in the room. But before they could speak, Moses closed his eyes. The index finger touched Arthur's brow, and the seeing and hearing color coordinated with the unity of man and nature to continuously perceive more deeply, and the index finger continued to press on various organs of the baby's body. After a few seconds, the baby suddenly started crying. Aang was about to stop him, but Cap frowned, as if he thought of something, and reached out to stop Aang. Messer's technique seemed a bit unfamiliar but very professional. Carp narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing this, Slab beside him asked curiously, "Carp, what is this?" Everything in the world has its own laws of operation, and so do humans. From a special perspective of perception, Moses saw it. "I see, so it's a premature baby. Is it a congenital deficiency?" As he spoke, Messi opened his eyes and immediately saw Aang covering her mouth, with a look of nervousness and helplessness on her face. Slab was the quickest to react. "Little Mercer, how did you figure that out?" "I know a little bit of medical skills, and I've seen this kind of situation before. In the past few years, I have been seeing patients on Magnetic Drum Island with Kulha, and I have seen many difficult and complicated diseases. Although I have not tried them myself, I have seen how they are treated." "Then can you cure it?" Slab was a little annoyed when he opened his mouth. The child was so young, how could he be cured? "I won't, but someone will." Slab's heart skipped a beat. "Who is it? Can you please come over?" "I can't get over here. It's across the Red Earth continent." Slab's eyes darkened. Mercer continued, "But I can use Den Den Mushi to contact her and have Dr. Doriel give me remote guidance." "Master, can I use your Den Den Mushi?" Messer held out his hand to Carp, who chuckled and said, "Take it yourself." Helplessly, Messer reached into Garp's trouser pocket and took out a small Den Den Mushi. "Dial the dedicated number." The last time he came to Drum Island, Garp brought a Den Den Mushi to Kurha. "Bulu bulu bulu. Kaka. What do you want from me, little bastard?" Less than a minute later, the call was connected, and Kulha on the other end said calmly, "If you have anything to say, just go ahead. I'm busy right now." "Oh, okay, it's just that I encountered a premature baby, the kind that won't live long. I checked and found that their internal organs were slightly failing and not fully developed." Messer informed Kulha of all the conclusions he had drawn from his investigation. "That's what happened. I want to ask Dr. Dolly what to do about this." The Den Den Mushi's face showed a hint of mockery, and a hee-hee laugh came out. "Little fool, do you still remember the tonic you have been eating since you were a child? Reduce the ratio to 1/5, and then add cordyceps, astragalus, and chuan xiang. If the mother is not dead, then feed her with the decoction and ginseng in her milk. If she is dead, then use goat's milk. Remember to give that little brat an injection in his belly button to stimulate his vitality. I remember I taught you that. Okay, I'm busy now. I'm hanging up. Kaka. That's all." Messer spread out his hands and looked at Slab helplessly. "I'll write down the prescription for you later. I'll treat you tomorrow. You can do it yourself then." Seeing Slab's face full of disbelief, Cap suddenly laughed out loud. "Teacher Messer is one of the best medical experts in the world. You should be happy if he can prescribe a prescription for you." Compared to Slab's stupid look, the boy's mother, Ying, had already gone to get paper and pen when she was talking about the prescription. At this time, in her eagerness, Moses took it and wrote down the herbs and dosage needed for the recipe. When it was handed over, Ying saw so many precious medicinal herbs that she felt dizzy. His face turned pale and he was about to fall, so Carp reached out and held him up. "New author, new book. Please read. Please vote. Please invest. Please recommend." End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Mount Corpo on Dawn Island. Chapter 19 Mount Corpo on Dawn Island. With a frown, Carp helped Ying steady herself and took the prescription from her hand. Eyes glanced over. His mouth twitched. "So many medicinal herbs? Isn't this part of what I give to that woman Doriel every year?" "Hey, Master, you know this?" Mercer said in surprise. "Yes, this is a tonic prescription that can strengthen the body's foundation and replenish its essence, and can make up for the lack of qi and blood in the body. But the medicine is mild. It was developed for infants and young children, and was specially developed for me by Dr. Dolly. We can't afford this. Ying looked at a loss. One dose of medicine costs 50,000 baileys. One dose can only be taken twice at most, and it will take at least 1 or 2 years to be effective. It was Mercer who thoughtfully added the cost relationship after the medicinal materials, so that Ying could understand it. Carp sighed, feeling that he was destined to be short of money and a hard-working person. Ying, Slab, you know, I'm very busy and I barely have time to take care of the baby. This time I came here because I learned from Slab that you, Ying, just had a child, so I was thinking if you could help me take care of Luffy at the same time. It just so happens that the prescription was used by Messer. I will provide the herbs, and the price is that you help me raise Luffy. Can you accept it? Ying was startled, her eyes reddened uncontrollably. Slab looked at Carp and felt a little embarrassed, but gritted his teeth. I agree to this. Thank you, Garp. Don't worry, even if this didn't happen, with our friendship, our family won't let Luffy go hungry. Garp breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone is happy, but your wallet will suffer. That's not right. Didn't Messer and his men just seize so many gold bars from the slave hunting group a few days ago? I still have my own 30%, plus the military merit from recovering the slave ship, which can also be used to exchange for supplies at the headquarters. Haha, I don't have to worry about that now. That money will definitely be enough. Looking at Cap amusing himself, Mercer sighed, then could you prepare the herbs first? I'm not staying here forever, and neither are you. We have to leave in a few days. Garp stopped laughing and looked at Slab and Ying. That's right. Then I'll leave Luffy to you. I'll have someone purchase all the herbs today, and then bring Messer over tomorrow. Okay, then you go about your business. Slab knew that every time Cap came back in the past few years, he would go to Mount Corpo behind, and he thought there must be something important. With a wave of his hand, Cap took Messi away. Slab and Ying each held a baby and watched the two walk away. Dad, this time it's all thanks to Uncle Cap, otherwise I don't believe Arthur would be in trouble. Yes, I owe that old guy a huge favor again, so we have no choice but to raise little Luffy well for him. Well, I will raise Luffy as my own son. Master, are we going to see Ace now? Messer and Cap were walking down the street. Where is he? Garp scratched his head awkwardly. Go to the warship first and give the prescription to Bogart, then I'll take you to find Ace. After a while, Garp gave the prescription to Bogart on the warship. Bogart was very happy about this, because on the way here, Garp did not punish him for teaching Messi wrongly. He was a little nervous, and now he could use this incident to make up for it. Ignoring Bogart's happiness, Cap just smiled and said, let's finish the internal affairs today. The previous things are in the past. The expenses will be paid with my commission. Buy 100 pairs first. Bogart patted his chest and laughed. Don't worry, I'll do the job for you. Messer smiled, picked up the bag he had packed, looked at Cap and said, Master, let's go. I also want to see him soon. Messi is quite curious about his younger brother whom he has not seen since birth, and he doesn't know how old he is now. I think it's about the same as me. After all, they were born on the same day. I don't know what his personality is like now. Cap smiled and took the luggage from Messer's hand. Let's go. Under Bogart's watch, the two men got off the warship and went up the mountain along a small path. From time to time, unknown roars could be heard in the lush jungle. Capra led Moses into the forest. Seeing Moses looking around curiously, he smiled and said, how is it? Isn't it beautiful? It's completely different from Drum Island. It's not cold at all, right? As we went deeper into the forest, the trees around us became taller and the fragrance of grass and trees in the air became stronger. Mercer couldn't help but relax, carefully sensing the subtle connection between himself and the natural environment. The observation haki fluctuated around him, sensing all kinds of aura in the forest. Breaking free from Garp's hand, Mercer walked with Garp, his breathing rising and falling, his own breath gradually becoming different, as if gradually blending with the surrounding environment. The whole person exudes an ethereal and peaceful atmosphere. Cap's eyes widened, his mouth opened so wide that a balloon could fit in it, and he looked at Messi, feeling as if he was about to disappear from his sight. The aura around him seemed to be assimilating with the surrounding environment, which was very strange. Devil fruit powers. No, it's not Messer. Moses savored the breath of the trees around him, controlled his own breathing, constantly approached and assimilated them, and imagined himself as a tree, a leaf, freely rooted in the earth, and growing freely and wildly. Relax your body and let nature take its course. Constantly align your breathing frequency and breath with the frequency perceived around you. Keep going. After a long time, Moses came out of that state of being in harmony with nature, retracted his observation color, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Garp beside him. What's wrong, Master? Garp blinked and looked at Messer carefully, and the feeling that he was about to disappear disappeared. What did you just say? Mercer smiled and said, it's just an ordinary way of breathing, a way to cultivate one's body and mind. Moses was not lying, this way of breathing evolved from breathing. Garp was speechless. Do you think I'm stupid? If I can breathe like you did just now, then why can't I? Mercer smiled and said, that's because you are too stupid. Cap was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and he felt his fists harden. Just about to take action. But he heard the words of Moses. Grandpa, do you want to learn? If you do, I'll teach you. Garp's eyes widened, and he sighed, I don't want to learn. I don't think you came up with this alone. It must have been the work of that woman Doriel. As he and Garp continued to walk forward, Mercer looked at him in surprise. Yes, this is indeed a special breathing method that Dr. Doriel discovered from observing my breathing. Garp's eyes showed understanding. This secret breathing method can be regarded as a special inheritance, and it must have cost too much blood and sweat. So I can't just learn it from Messi casually. If I do such a thing, it would be a taboo. Obviously, Garp is not that kind of person. Seeing Cap's expression, Mercer understood and said with a smile. Although the breathing method was compiled by Dr. Doriel, I am the first in line and I have the right to teach it to others. Dr. Dolly wouldn't care about this kind of thing, nor would she care. I asked her, and she told me it's up to me. As long as you can promise not to spread it to anyone, Grandpa, then I'll teach you. Cap looked at Messer suspiciously. Really? You're not lying to me? Believe it or not, learn it or not, I'm not lying anyway. If you don't learn it, it's your loss, not mine. I'll just think of it as my kindness going unappreciated. Garp's eyes twitched, and his teeth gnashed together with a crackling sound. Little bastard, how dare you call me a stupid ass? I didn't say it, I didn't, you discovered it yourself. Ah, you bastard kid, you still say you didn't say that. Seeing Cap jumping up and down in anger, Messi knew he couldn't say anything more, otherwise he would get beaten, which would be bad. Then, Master, do you want to learn? Messer asked again. Garp sighed angrily, go ahead and learn it. I promise you, I won't tell anyone else about it without your consent. Well. The two men talked as they walked, Messer was talking and Cap was asking. In order to teach him more conveniently, Messer also asked Garp to use his observation haki to carefully observe his breathing rate. As Garp understood, his breathing began to change. From shallow to deep. The breathing instinct of the past is slowly changing. Messer was also using his observation haki to observe the changes inside Garp's body. Originally, it seemed like something was blocking it, making it difficult to observe. However, after Messer suggested it, with Garp's cooperation, everything became convenient again. After a while, seeing that Cap had already mastered the breathing method, Mercer smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad, you are really smart." Garp's face suddenly lit up with smiles, and he patted his chest with laughter. "Of course I'm telling you. Don't you see who I am? If I can be your grandfather, how can I be any worse?" Mercer looked at Garp with a strange expression and said lightly, "Shameless." With the control over his body after the return of his life, he looked down from a high vantage point and actually said that he was smart. "I was just talking," but he agreed to it. "How shameless?" Garp's face twitched. "Just pretend you didn't hear." At this time, Moses asked, "Master, why was it so difficult for my observation haki to penetrate your body just now?" Something was resisting. What was that? Sure enough, the next moment Cap said, "Hey ha, do you want to know? Then let me tell you, it's also a kind of haki. That kind of haki is called armament haki. It can be used as invisible armor and can also resist the invasion of foreign objects. Isn't it awesome?" Mercer nodded. "Well, it's amazing, but how can we stimulate it?" Cap glanced at Messer and rubbed his chin. "You're still a little immature. Arousing yourself too early won't be good for your health. Wait a few years." "Is it bad for the body?" Mercer asked curiously. "Is it related to life force? Or perhaps it's one's own vitality, chi, and blood?" Cap's face froze, and he looked at Messer helplessly. "Did Doriel tell you that? That woman says everything." "That's right, but don't deliberately activate your armament haki right now, it won't do you any good." "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Look, we're here." The two had just climbed over a hill when Cap pointed to a wooden building at the end of a path. "That's it. The surrounding forest is lush and green. It is a wooden house built on a flat land on the mountainside, hidden in the mountains." Walking down the path, Mercer activated his observation haki to sense the past. Garp raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. "There are quite a few of them." Mercer raised his eyebrows. "Sir, what are they?" Garp's eye twitched, and he sighed, "You'll know in a moment. Let me be clear, although those guys have a bad reputation, the boss, Dodden, is a good man." Messer closed his eyes slightly. Dodden knew that she was a woman who would risk her life for Ace. An old woman who raised Ace. A good person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Garp felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was being raised by bandits, but he didn't say anything else. The two men arrived at the door of the building, and the next second, Cap started banging on the door. A long series of noises occurred. Looking at the dust falling from the crack of the door, Messer always felt that the door was about to collapse. There was a sound of footsteps coming from inside the house, followed by a roar. "Who is it? Are you going to die? Can't you knock on the door properly?" Crunch! The door is opened. An older woman with orange hair draped over her waist poked her head out, a cigarette dangling from her lips. When she saw the person coming, her eyes suddenly widened. "Cap? No, Mr. Garp." He backed away as if he had seen a flood or a beast. "Why are you here? Are you looking for Ace again?" Garp said cheerfully, "You look quite energetic, Dodden." Dodden looked frustrated. "Are you kidding me? Where's the spirit? That brat Ace was making a lot of noise last night." "Really? Ha ha ha, Ace is so energetic. It seems you guys took good care of that guy." Dodden looked helpless and heartbroken. "That little brat is hard to control now. He is as strong as an adult and is also very naughty. Otherwise, you can take him away. My small temple cannot stand his disturbance." Moses watched them chatting, and walked past Dodden calmly and went inside. When Dodden saw Messer, his eyes bulged and he stammered, "Ka, Mr. Garp, who is this kid, why does he look a bit like Ace?" Could he be him? Garp smiled and said, his name is Messer, my grandson, Ace's twin brother. Dodden's vision went dark, and his mouth twitched. Then you brought him here. No, please don't let me raise another one. One ace is enough for me to bear. If there is another one, I will really die. Carp, don't worry, you don't need to raise this one. He has someone else to raise him. Dodden breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, with a look of exhaustion on his face. Entered the house. Messer looked at the layout inside, the smooth wooden floor, the spacious interior, and several compartments separated by blue curtains. There is a fire pit on the ground to the left, with an iron chain hanging in the air and a kettle hanging in the air. At this moment, it is being roasted by the charcoal fire in the fire pit. At this time, the sound of thumping footsteps was heard, and Messer turned his head to look. The sound came from the stairs leading to the upstairs compartment. Then, a little boy with black hair and about 1 meter tall walked down. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Moses and number 039, Mouth. Chapter 20:020. Moses' mouth. You're the one who squeezed me in the womb. Yet, shorter than me. Looking at the person coming, Moses thought to himself. Ace had heard that Garp was coming, and as soon as he came down, he saw Messer 2 meters away from him. This is? He tilted his head in confusion. There was always an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and his heartbeat also accelerated slightly. Ace asked carefully. You are? Moses smiled gently. Don't you remember me? I held you in my arms when you were born, Ace. I'm your father. Ace's face turned darker, revealing his white teeth. You bastard, are you looking for a beating? Moses replied doubtfully. Am I wrong? The eldest brother is the father. So, it's not wrong for you to call me dad. At this moment, Carp walked in with a dark face and punched Messer on the head. What are you talking about, you little bastard? Mercer covered his head in pain, grinning and looking sideways at Garp. Am I wrong? The eldest brother is the father. Dodden, who came in shortly after, looked at him with a subtle expression, feeling that this kid named Messer was even more troublesome. Fortunately, I don't have to raise it myself. Just then, there was a sound of wind and out of the corner of his eye he spotted a figure approaching. Messer turned his eyes to see Ace punching him in the face. The next second, the right leg that arrived first stretched out, and at the same time, Ace's stomach hit the sole of Messi's foot. His upper body suddenly fell on Moses' legs. Ace's eyes widened and he cried out in pain. Gah! Looking at Ace, Messer smiled and said, so enthusiastic? Is this Ace's way of greeting? Then I understand. What did you understand? Ace thought to himself. What? Messer narrowed his eyes, quickly retracted his right foot to the ground, and took a step forward. With his left hand, he grabbed Ace's face as he lost his balance and fell forward. Lift up and throw easily. Ace was easily thrown towards the roof by Messer. The moment his body passed Moses' face, he grabbed his left and right ankles with both hands. Messi took a step forward and began to make a quick circle on the spot. Suddenly, "Ah! Quick, put me down!" Ace's childish exclamation echoed endlessly. After more than 10 laps, Messer slowly slowed down and finally laid Ace flat on the floor. Looking at Ace, whose eyes turned into circles, Messer grinned. He stepped forward and straddled Ace's stomach, gently patting Ace's face with his right hand. After a few seconds, he watched Ace regain consciousness. Ace, you have to remember that your big brother will always be your big brother. If you want to defeat the powerful with your inferiors, wait until your next life. Seeing Ace's unyielding expression, Messer sat down next to him. Grabbing his collar and pulling him up, Messer looked at Ace, who was sitting on the floor with him with gentle eyes. This is my younger brother. Long time no see, Ace, did you miss me? Even though you didn't remember anything back then. Humph. Ace turned his head away, a look of arrogance on his face. Who would miss you? Who do you think you are? Just like you remember me. Moses smiled. Oh, then I heard from my grandfather that you missed me a lot. If that's the case, then I'm leaving. Having said this, Moses stood up and walked towards Kapna. Suddenly, Mercer turned around and looked at Ace. He accurately caught the anxiety in his eyes and his slightly open mouth. Mercer smiled. Hey! Don't worry, I won't leave today. Mercer turned back, grabbed Ace by the back of his collar and lifted him up. After looking at him seriously for a few seconds, Mercer smiled. Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Messer, Porgas D. Messer. I'm your biological brother, born on the same day, month, and hour as your father and mother. I'm your real brother, guaranteed to be genuine. Ace tilted his head. Really? Nonsense, how about we draw a blood test to prove we're related? I guarantee you're mine. Ugh, that's not right. We're definitely related. Ace's eyes started to redden as he looked at Messer. He wiped his eyes and sniffed. My name is Ace, Porgas D. Ace. If you're not mistaken, I'm your younger brother. I recognize you, don't worry, we look a lot alike, at least 70% alike. When I grow up and we go out together, I'm sure no one will object if I say I'm your father. Messer patted Ace's shoulder. Hearing this, Ace pulled Messer's hand away with a look of disgust and said, Are you done yet? You came out a few seconds earlier than me. If I hadn't let you, we wouldn't even know who's older now. Messer, you want to rebel? Fine, but beat me first. If you can't beat me, shut up. This rule is always in effect, I said. Fidelity. Ace bit his lip with an unwilling look on his face. Messer looked at him and patted him on the head. Okay, come and see. I brought you a gift. Messer took the luggage bag from Cap's hand, opened it, and took out a set of new clothes. There are only 2 seasons, autumn and winter. The quality is very good. I bought it for you based on my size, but I bought it a size smaller. It seems quite suitable now. You happen to be 1 size smaller than me. This is inevitable. In the past few years, with the help of Kalha's medicinal diet, Messer's body has developed better than that of normal children. Of course, it can't compare to Ace, so it's just right to buy a smaller size. After fitting the new clothes on Ace, Messer took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his bag and handed them to Dodden. I think this guy Ace has caused you a lot of trouble. I didn't know if you guys smoke, but now it seems I'm prepared just in time. I don't know what brand of cigarettes you usually like, so I bought 2 packs of the more popular ones. I hope you like them. Looking at the cigarette that Messer handed over, the outer packaging was a rose gold color, and Dodden took it with a smile on his face. No, Ace is still very obedient. It's normal for boys to be a little lively. Dodden's eyes lit up when he saw the cigarette brand, King Ground, 2 styles for men and women. This is a good cigarette. When Mercer heard this, he smiled and said, I didn't know that. After all, I'm still young and I don't smoke. I'm relieved to see that you like it. Suddenly, under Messie's sugar-coated offensive, Dodden began to like Messie more. I just feel that if Moses really lived with me, I wouldn't be unable to accept it. Carp smiled as he watched this scene. He didn't expect that Messie would do such things. But, it's okay. At least he's much more mature than that brat Ace, and he's worthy of being a big brother. At this time, Ace asked Mercer in a low voice, How are you doing on the Drum Island in the Grand Line? Are you feeling all right? This is what Carp told him. It's just like that. It's winter all year round. Every day I learn medicine from Dolly, go hunting, and exercise. Life is pretty ordinary. It's not bad. Where did you get the money to buy things? Did your Dr. Doriel give it to you? Ace asked curiously. No, they were robbed by bad guys, and some were killed by a slave ship on the way here. Ace's face froze, and he looked at Messer in disbelief. Dodden, standing by, suddenly felt the cigarette in his hand grow heavy. He had indeed been naive. Little Mercer, is everything you said true? A slave ship? Mercer nodded. Really, but I was just doing the supporting work. Grandpa's adjutant did the main work. Dodden immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They chatted about some other topics, time passed, and before they knew it, it was getting dark. During the conversation, Messer also knew the real occupation of the Dodden family. A group of bandits. It wasn't as deserted here as it is now, but many people went out hunting. In the evening, when the people who went out hunting came back and saw Cap, they were all like mice seeing a cat. Be well behaved and careful. After dinner at Dodden's house, the four of them gathered around the fireplace. As for the rest of the bandits, they all stayed away and behaved very well, fearing that they would upset Garp. Those who wanted to sleep slept, those who wanted to go for a walk went for a walk. They tried their best not to appear in Garp's sight. Although Garp himself doesn't care about these. At this time, Ace asked in a childish voice, "Grandpa, you promised me that when Messer comes, you will tell us who our real parents are. It's time to tell it now." A look of assurance appeared on Garp's face, and he fell silent. Real parents? To be honest, I really don't want to tell you. So let me ask you, do you really want to know? Ace's face was tense. Yes. Messer, it doesn't matter. Hearing what Messer said, Cap looked as if he was not surprised. Your mother was poor Gasti Luchu, a great mother. You stayed in her womb for over 20 months, and she died of exhaustion after you were born. It was she who used her wisdom, her life, and every possible means to allow you to be born. Several people present swallowed their saliva, especially the woman Dodden, although she had never been married. And your father is Gold Roger, the Pirate King, the man who created this dangerous era of pirates. The people sitting around had different expressions on their faces. Shocked some. There are those who are frightened. There are also some who don't care. Give everyone enough time to digest it. Next, Garp recounted the cause, process, and result of the incident, from his first fight with Roger, to their subsequent mutual admiration, and finally to his entrusting of his son to Roger before his death. For some unknown reason, Garp told everything about his acquaintance with Roger. This is your origin, and this is the life experience you have always wanted to know. Dodden's face was filled with horror, and he spoke excitedly and without thinking, "What the hell is this, Garp? Do you want me to die? Why did you let me know about this? Couldn't you just let me leave?" Hearing this, Garp asked in confusion. "Shouldn't you generally avoid matters concerning other people's backgrounds? Also, I think that as Ace's adoptive mother, you have the right to know these things. I'd rather not be qualified. Is that something I should know? I'm just an ordinary bandit. If others find out, will I still be able to survive?" "You're the one who killed me, you bastard Garp." Moses scratched his ears, feeling somewhat helpless, and had to speak to comfort her. "Don't worry, Dodden, we are all family here, as long as we don't tell anyone, no one will know. Also, you still have Grandpa to protect you, don't worry, Grandpa will protect you." Dodden looked at Garp with tears in his eyes full of hope. "Stinky old man, you will protect me, right? Say something." Garp sighed, "As long as you don't say anything nonsense, I will keep you alive. But if any of you tell anyone, you will be killed without me having to do anything." At this moment, Ace looked at Messer, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. "Aren't you surprised, Messer?" Even though he was still young, he knew the vicious reputation of Pirate King Roger. "Why be surprised? I am very grateful to Luju's mother. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. As for the so-called Pirate King's father? Sorry, I'm not familiar with him. I don't want to think about such troublesome things. I will continue to live the same way as before. As for the future, we'll talk about it in the future. Just live in the present moment and be happy. Why think so much about other things? Isn't it tiring? Or do you think it's amazing that you're the Pirate King's child? Do you think you have a special mission? Ace, we're still awake, so stop daydreaming. We're just ordinary people. One Piece is also a human being, perhaps just an ordinary person who is slightly stronger. Just like Grandpa said just now, he died of illness. Looking at Ace, who was confused by his series of words, Messer smiled. Remember, we can't decide who will be our parents, but we can decide how to live our future. Little brother, don't dwell on it. You are not special. You are just an ordinary person. The same goes for me. Ace nodded hesitantly, and Messer reached out and smoothed his slightly curly black hair. Although you have lost your biological parents, you can call me Dad. The eldest brother is the father. Of course, since you are already a father, I don't mind being a mother too. Want to call me? Messer raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at Ace. Ace looked at Messer without saying a word, gritting his teeth and saying, "Asshole, you've taken advantage of me and become my brother, how much more do you want to take advantage of me?" Tisk, who's taking advantage of whom? It's still unclear, but you're the first to cry thief. Messie's words made Ace look suffocated, and his little mouth looked as if it was covered with honey. Garp on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. The well-known son of the Pirate King. The pressure of this identity is enormous. If one is not handled properly, it will cause a huge psychological burden. After all, people's words are scary. Ultimately, this world is still populated by ignorant ordinary people, who do not have much knowledge and always believe what others say. Most of them hate One Piece and are afraid that Ace will get stuck in a dead end after hearing those dirty words. As for Moses, he didn't exist. Garp didn't believe that his precocious grandson would care about that kind of thing. Ace is very thoughtful, but in Garp's opinion, Mercer can be very cold sometimes. It was precisely because Messi was there that he was willing to tell Roger's past in detail. The purpose is to give them a more comprehensive understanding of Roger. He also wanted Moses, as the older brother, to have a good influence on his foolish and naive younger brother. And this kind of enlightenment is more effective when it comes from Moses, his brother. Otherwise, he would rather not say it. As expected, the smart and calm older brother left the stupid and anxious younger brother speechless. Garp's mouth curled up. Plan passes. Sure enough, Moses' words never let him down. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Fishermen often come back empty-handed. Chapter 21:021. Fishermen often come back empty-handed. Sure enough, I was right. If I want to deal with Ace, I have to use you. Clap clap clap, Garp stretched out his hands and clapped them together, attracting the attention of the people in the room. Okay, this matter is over. You guys can do what you need to do. It's easy for you to say that. You are a big shot and you don't care, but how can we ordinary people not care? The table in my heart has been overturned more than once. Dodden and his two henchmen looked as if their rage was completely ignited. Moses put his hand to his forehead and said, "It actually has nothing to do with you. After so many years, you just need to continue living your life as before." Having said that, once they know it, unless their memory is erased. Messi glared at Garp, speechless. How could he be so careless? "Master, are we staying here tonight?" Messer asked. Garp thought about it and scratched his head. "Stay here. Tomorrow, after breakfast, we'll go treat Slab's grandson." Stay a few days longer, and then I'll take you back to Drum Island. Mercer nodded. At this time, seeing Ace's stunned expression, Mercer immediately smiled and said, "Why? Can't bear to leave me, then do you want to go to Drum Island with me?" Hearing this, Dawden in the field shuddered, raised his head and looked over calmly, but did not say anything. "I feel a little reluctant, but I also have a desire to escape." Ace looked around and said in silence, "Forget it, I'm here. Our identities are there. If we stay together and get caught later, we'll all be caught together. Besides, I feel pretty comfortable here." Messer looked at Ace in surprise. "No, brother, are you so smart?" Hearing this, AI suddenly became furious. "Who are you looking down on? Do you think I'm a child? You're asking for a beating." "That's right, if you calculate their real age, including the time they spent in their mother's womb, they are almost 5 years old." The filial son on the next door set was already thinking about the meaning of life when he was 5 years old. Ace is smarter and more thoughtful now, so it's not unacceptable. "Well then, when Grandpa comes back here, I'll come over to see you more often." "Who asked you to come over and see? You were only born a few seconds earlier than me, and you really think you're the big brother?" Messer smiled and didn't take Ace's words seriously at all. He thought that he should just listen to what the arrogant and weird kid said. At this time, a kata-kata sound was heard. Mercer looked up and saw a short and fat bandit with a cloth wrapped on his head. Dogula, Dawden's deputy. His background in the original timeline is unknown, but he seems to be a good person with a story. Well, good for Ace. Mercer moved closer and watched him prying a lock with a thin piece of iron, which he successfully opened with just a few clicks. "Not bad, you're quite good at it. It's quite fun. Can you teach me?" "Unlock." Dogula was startled by Messer's sudden voice. "I just heard such a shocking secret, and now I finally used the lock-picking technique to divert my attention, but I didn't expect to be scared to death." But seeing the curiosity in Moses' eyes, Dogula also became proud. "No, I won't teach you. This is inherited from my ancestors. I won't pass it on to anyone else." Hearing this, Messer smiled, took out his wallet from his shoulder bag, and pulled out 10,000 yuan bills. "Skull yukichi, 100,000 berries. If you want to teach me, this is the tuition fee." Suddenly, Dogula stopped talking. 100,000 berries was almost a month's income for an average family. If he had it, he could at least buy a few more of his favorite books. Dogula likes reading, but money is tight. He happily took it and said, "Deal." Cap's face darkened as he watched Mercer learning lock-picking from the bandits. "I kind of regretted bringing Moses here." "Messer, why learn that? It's useless. When you become stronger, just grab the lock and break it. I have nothing better to do anyway, so it would be nice to learn a skill. It's not expensive anyway." Garp was tired, so he just turned his head away sullenly, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Listening to Dogula whispering about various lock-picking techniques, Moses listened carefully. About what it means to locate a position by listening to sounds and what it means to have nimble fingers. You can learn it quickly and understand it immediately. People who are not familiar with the industry may find it difficult to unlock the door, but after knowing the specific principles. Moses took the thin piece of iron and the lock of Dogula and pried it open in a few seconds. Use sound to locate the position and have nimble fingers. Learn about the color of seeing and hearing. Let's understand it through anatomy. For Messer it was simple. After playing for a while, Messi understood the principle of unlocking. And practice makes perfect. Dogula looked on in amazement, looking as if he was shocked. "Really? I've spent most of my life learning this technique." An expression of despair. Moses was not paying attention to him at the moment. The light curtain panel projects onto the retina. In the Gifts and Abilities column, Moses gritted his teeth and used one merit point to refine his life history and experience. Then, unlock. Another new gift is impatiently appearing, although it is grey and has not yet been truly manifested. Hee, interesting. Should I try to manifest this gift? Moser pondered. I feel like I'm still a little short of inspiration. Never mind, let it go. I'll just practice hard these next few days and try to manifest it. As a little life hack, it is still somewhat useful to Messi at the moment. More importantly, the locks in this world are generally just like that. Most of them are very simple and primitive. Children are in the growing stage and need to go to bed early. Mercer and Ace took a bath in a large bucket in a compartment on the second floor. Sleeping on a mat on the floor. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, Messer squinted his eyes and felt himself through his own breathing. Perceive your body with the help of the seeing and hearing colors, constantly perceive deeply along with your breathing, and exercise your spirit and will. At this time, Ace on the side said, I can't sleep. We're the same age, so why are you so much stronger than me? After a few seconds, seeing that Messer ignored him and listening to the faint breathing sound beside his ears, Ace felt a little depressed. Are you asleep? In the end, it didn't. Mercer said calmly, it's about the way of cultivation. Do you know what cultivation is? Eat, run, and box. This is what Grandpa Stinky taught me. Hearing the words next to him, Moses curled his lips and said, how vulgar. Ace suddenly sat up and threw the covers off. You called me vulgar? You want to fight? Why are you so anxious? Look, you are so anxious, but you can't beat me. Messer rested his left elbow on the mat, leaned sideways and looked at Ace's face full of dissatisfaction, and said with a grin. Call me brother, and I will teach you how to practice. Ace snorted, no. Then I will learn how to practice, and I will become stronger and stronger. But you can never be stronger than me in the future, or you will always be my younger brother. Ace's eyes twitched, and he turned his face away with his fists clenched. After a few seconds, he stammered, brother. Mercer smiled and said, I didn't hear you. You were speaking louder, like a girl. Not cheerful at all. Mercer watched Ace tremble, waited for a moment, and then spoke a little louder, elder brother. Bigger. Ace's face flushed red, he turned around and grabbed Messer's shoulders, pulled Messer up, and took a deep breath. Elder brother. A loud roar sounded. The whole house seemed to tremble. Suddenly, Messer heard a noisy sound coming from the floor below. At the same time, a roar was heard, and Dodden's voice roared from below. Ace! Are you going to go crazy by not sleeping so late at night? Be quiet. If you dare to howl again, get out of here and sleep. Bang! What are you arguing about? Are you going to die if you don't sleep at night? Garp slapped the ground and roared, everyone, be quiet. Suddenly, the room became quiet. Mercer looked at Ace, seeing his smug expression, and said calmly, let's talk about it tomorrow. Now go to sleep. After saying that, he leaned back, covered himself with the quilt and continued to sleep. In less than 3 seconds, a light snoring sound appeared. Only Ace was left staring with wide eyes. The next day, the morning air was unusually fresh, and the green grass on the road was covered with dewdrops. Mercer was jogging along the path in the morning, with a little dog following closely behind him. He controlled his speed, putting Ace in a state where he was about to catch up, but just couldn't. Listening to his heavy breathing. Another moment passed. Messer slowed down. And Ace rushed over immediately. After a few seconds, Ace looked back and saw that Messer had stopped and started to walk slowly. He walked over with an angry look on his face. Why don't you run? I'm about to overtake you. Your illusion. Messer spoke lightly. Ace raised his eyebrows and was about to explode. Messer man said logically, the so-called practice is breathing. Hearing this, Ace instantly calmed down. He was not stupid, and of course he could see that Messer was much stronger than him. Refusing to admit defeat is just refusing to admit defeat. The principles of breathing, how to breathe, and how to learn. Messer spoke clearly to Ace. And provide step-by-step guidance. Just like what he taught Hancock that day, silver needles were inserted into Ace's breathing nodes one by one. Guide him step by step. After breakfast, Ace coughed from time to time. Only Garp knew what was going on. As for the others, they just thought that Ace might have a cold. Walking on the way down the mountain, Garp observed the rhythm of Messer's breathing. He hadn't noticed it before and didn't think much of it. But now that he noticed it, he found it even more profound. I was also breathing in a unique rhythm, and my eyes were filled with more and more surprise. Not long after come to the warship. After taking the herbs purchased by Bogart, Messer, and Garp came to the Slab's house. As soon as they entered the door, Garp happily took Luffy. Play with it in your arms. Messiah went into the house and used a small medicine pot to demonstrate to Ying how to decoct the medicine. Go through the process again. And write her a detailed process. The medicine soup is ready. Mercer looked at the naked baby in front of him and accurately inserted a silver needle into the acupuncture point in the baby's belly button. Gently twist and grind with special techniques. The baby's face turned visibly red and he started crying loudly. After the baby stopped crying, Messer slowly put the medicine of suitable temperature into his mouth with a straw. After a brief demonstration, let the baby's mother Ying operate it. A set of processes is completed. Another hour or so passed. If you are not physically tired, you will just be in trouble. Seeing that he was no longer needed, Moses went out. Holding a Slab's fishing rod in his hand, he went to play on the beach not far from the courtyard. There is a reef over there, which is said to be a good place for fishing. Moses was keen to try new things like this. Because it is a coastal village, as long as you face the sea, no matter which direction you go, you will eventually reach the beach. On a rocky beach, Messi sat on a rock close to the sea, put fresh bait on the fish hook, and relying on the rod swinging action he remembered, he swung the rod hard, and the fishhook fell perfectly into the sea. Looking at the float made of reed stems floating on the sea, Moses sat on the rock with a calm face looking at the endless sea. Listen to the sound of waves in your ears and feel the sea breeze on your body. The ocean is different from the one you feel on a warship. There's always a sense of unease and drifting when you're on a warship. But here, sitting on the ground, you will have a sense of groundedness. Mercer enjoyed this feeling very much, comfortable, breathing up and down, feeling the breathing frequency in the sea breeze, the breathing frequency in the rolling waves, and the breathing frequency of the reefs on the shore. Heaven and man are one. Feel the beauty of nature. His breathing rose and fell slowly, like a reef. Gradually, the whole person seemed to be in harmony with the environment. Empty your mind, imagine yourself as a reef, and keep a calm mind. The float on the sea not far ahead rises and falls slowly with the waves, with blue sky, white clouds, beaches, reefs, and anglers. Everything is so natural. No fish took the bait. Moses just sat there in a daze. Until, looking at the buoy stranded on the reef, Messi came to his senses and felt helpless. I chose an area with deep enough water, but I still ran aground due to low tide. What a mess! Messiah complained helplessly. Puff! He, you're so funny, little brother. A clear and sweet laugh sounded beside him, but Messi did not turn around. The next moment, the person made an angry sound. Little brother, big sister is talking to you. Then a finger pointed over, and Messer leaned back at the right moment, and a slender index finger appeared in front of him. Moses turned and looked. A girl of 12 or 13 appeared here. About the same size as Hancock. His dark green hair was tied up with a bright yellow spotted headscarf, and he wore an orange plaid sleeveless shirt and knee-length off-white shorts. Bare feet wearing a pair of slippers. At this moment, she was looking at him with her cheeks puffed up. The outstretched right hand with 5 fingers spread out reached towards Moses' head. Big sister isn't a bad person, are you here alone? Where are your family? The girl asked curiously. Moses looked at her outstretched right hand and raised his fishing rod a notch to block her right hand. By the way, who are you? Also, usually people who say things like that are human traffickers. We probably don't know each other, right? This place is so big, is there something you need from me? Also, don't touch others casually, we are not familiar with each other. Mercer looked at her calmly. Hey, little brother, you are really interesting. I have noticed you here for quite some time, sitting here like a log fishing. And the noodles are unfamiliar. Are you new to our windmill village? Oh, by the way, my name is Makina, and you, little brother. A flash of understanding flashed in his eyes, and Mercer looked at her, and her memory slowly merged with the neighbor girl. Messer, my name is Messer. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 I'm really not a human trafficker. Chapter 22:022. I'm really not a human trafficker. So, little brother Moses, where are your family? Where are your parents? Maginot asked. Seeing that this guy seemed quite familiar and smelled of seafood, Mercer asked, are you fishing here? Makina was startled for a moment, then reacted and smiled while covering his mouth. That's right, big sister came here to pick up some fish during the low tide. But how do you know? I see you've been sitting here in a daze, you probably didn't notice me. Smell. Mercer wrinkled his nose. You smell like fish, like the smell of rotting dead fish. Makino raised his delicate eyebrows, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Not bad. With such a keen sense of smell, it smells like dead fish. I accidentally stepped on a dead fish just now. Even though I cleaned it, the smell is still there. Can you tell me now? Makina said, it's already noon, time for lunch. Where are your family members? They're not here. I'm all alone. Moses lies as soon as he opens his mouth. Makina blinked, not here. Are you alone? Then how do you eat? Is there no one to take care of you? Mercer lifted the fishing rod and reeled in the fishing line. Do I need someone to take care of me? No need. I won't starve to death by myself. I can hunt, cook, recognize herbs, and dig them. I won't starve to death. Mercer turned to look at Makina, so? Tell me, I can survive on my own, why do I need others to take care of me? Next second. Messer saw pity in Makina's eyes. With a twitch of his mouth, Moses felt helpless. What's that look in your eyes? Little Mercer, stop kidding yourself, Makina said sympathetically. How can you possibly support yourself if you can't even catch a single fish? Forget it, sister is in a good mood today. Seeing that you have been chatting with me for a while, I will treat you to lunch. Come with me to my house. Are you really not a human trafficker? Mercer looked at her with empty eyes. Why are you so kind to strangers? Makina smiled brightly and reached out to grab Messer's arm. Sister is not a human trafficker, and you are not a stranger. Didn't we just tell each other our names? The bright smile on her face was a bit dazzling. This time, Mercer did not dodge her grasp. He grabbed Messie's left arm with his right hand, made a cute hey sound, and then pulled Messie up with force. That's right, big sister is not a bad person. Let's go. I just need to go home and cook. We have a great harvest for lunch today. Makina pulled Messie to the side and picked up a fish basket about 10 meters away. Messie put away the fishing rod in his hand and could see that there were quite a few palm-sized sea fish and some seafood such as shellfish, sea urchins, and conchs. Walk along the beach towards the village, through several streets and alleys, and come to the back door of a two-story bungalow. Makina let go of Messer and took the key from his pocket. Kata. The door opens. Inside is a spacious courtyard. Come on, let's go in. Entering the yard, Makina brought Messer into the house. Open the window. This is the layout of a bar, with a bar, wine racks, and tables and chairs, with the chairs turned upside down on the tables. Apparently, it's not open for business. The house is very clean. Makina poured a glass of water for Messer behind the bar and said with a smile, "Little Mercer, please sit down first. I'll go to the kitchen to cook. We'll be able to enjoy delicious seafood rice in a while." Watching her walk from the bar to the kitchen, Messer looked at the water in the glass with some boredom. With a thought, the light curtain panel appeared in the field of vision. Soul Crystal, F***268. Looking at the balance in the Soul Crystal column, there are 268 F-level Soul Crystals that Messer has accumulated during his hunting trips in the past few years. Soul Crystals can be fused and decomposed. So, how many F-grade Soul Crystals are needed to synthesize an E-grade Soul Crystal? 250. After a few seconds, he looked at Yukon in the Soul Crystal column. Soul Crystal, E1, F18. Looking at the attribute column, Messer fell into thought. An E-level Soul Crystal can only improve one E-level attribute. Each attribute plays an indispensable role, so now we can only choose the one that best suits the current situation. Look at these 6 attributes. Physique, Strength, E-durability, E-agility, E-soul, Will, E-perception, E-spirit, E-finally, with the use of his mind, the rice-sized E-level Soul Crystal turned into a wisp of invisible mist and merged into Messer's limbs and bones. Minor adjustments occur within the body. A slight pain came. A few minutes later, Messer stood up and jumped, only to find that his body had become much more flexible, and even his chubby figure had become a little slimmer. Agility, EE. It just so happens that a high level of observation haki will drive the growth of agility, perception, and mysterious attributes. Now, except for the mysterious attribute, the levels of the remaining 2 related attributes are equal. Thus, Messer clearly felt that his coordination had become more natural. This is the charm of becoming stronger. He walked quickly around the bar, carefully feeling the subtle changes in his body. Agility is not just physical speed, but also involves all aspects of the human body, such as nerve reflexability, personal dexterity, coordination, and so on. The upgrade within the same level did not bring about a big change, but it did allow Messi to adapt for a while. When it was almost time, Messer sat on the bar stool and drank water in small sips. Time passes slowly. A faint fragrance wafted out, and before long, Makina came out with 2 plates of seafood fried rice. 2 standard dinner plates were filled to the brim. A plate of fried rice was placed in front of Moses. "Eat it, try my cooking, and give me some comments if you like, so I can see if there's anything I can improve on," Makina said with a smile and handed over a spoon. "Thank you, I will." Mercer took the spoon and scooped a full spoonful into his mouth without hesitation. Chew thoroughly. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The taste is moderate, neither salty nor bland, with the fragrance of rice and the freshness of shrimp. It tastes good, but a little burnt. But the burnt taste can also stimulate the appetite. I don't know if you did it unintentionally, or if it's just the way it is. Suddenly, Makina laughed, her face slightly red as she said, "Not bad, you can actually tell the difference. I accidentally delayed scooping the rice just now, so the seafood was a little mushy. Also, I'm very pleased with your praise. This will make it easier for me to open my bar in the future." While eating fried rice, Mercer said, "The future? I see your house is pretty big, and there's no one else there. Makina, you're not alone too, are you?" Messer clearly saw Makina's hand pause while eating, but it was only for a moment, and then he started eating again. sorry. I asked something I shouldn't have asked. Moses apologized. Makina swallowed the food in his mouth and said with a smile. It's not something you can't ask. I'm the only one in my family. We used to run a bar. My parents were shipwrecked when I went out to sea to buy goods a few years ago. However, the family has some savings, and with the help of the village chief, we can make ends meet. I also plan to wait a few years, and when I am older, I will reopen the bar. What about you, Moses? Where are your family members? Moses swallowed the food in his mouth and said calmly, about the same as you. Just as I was waiting for the next part, I saw Messer continue eating. After blinking, Makina suddenly puffed up his face and complained. Messer, you are really a wicked man. You only tell half of what you say, don't you know? If you were to tell the storyteller who sometimes comes to the village, he would be beaten if he dared to say that. Glancing at Makina. You can't beat me. If I punch you, you'll cry for a long time. And I would cry, too. Why? Makina didn't quite believe the first sentence, but was a little curious about the second one. Cry and don't die. Cough cough. Makina coughed violently and was choked by Messer. He rolled his eyes at Messiah in annoyance, then laughed happily again. Indeed, Mercer, you are so interesting. I wish you could be my brother. This way I can laugh every day. He finished the remaining fried rice in a few bites, without leaving a single grain. Drink up the water in the glass at the bar. It's not dark yet. Makina was puzzled. What do you mean? Makina thought about it again and again, and finally figured it out. He laughed angrily. You're the one daydreaming. He glanced at Messer's plate and blinked. Messer, are you full? Can you still eat it? Makina scratched his head and said, if you don't mind, I'll give you the untouched half of my bowl. I made it for you according to my appetite. Sorry, I didn't know you had such a big appetite. No need to apologize. I came here to eat and drink for free, and I didn't pay, so you don't need to apologize. How about I make you something else? Makina nodded his chin. Fried small sea fish? Is that okay? Roast suckling pig? Mercer politely declined. Can you do it? I'm afraid that won't work. I don't have the money to buy one, and a whole one is too expensive. Oh. That's no need. Oh. Makina sighed, I'm sorry. Then I'll go first. I'll come visit you when I have time. Mercer said, the fried rice is delicious. I quite like it. But before she could say anything, Mercer had already stood up and went to the back door with his fishing rod. Makina put down the spoon and hurriedly chased after him, but when he arrived at the yard, Messer was gone. I couldn't help but pout. How could you do that? You run away after eating. I'm really not a human trafficker. Makina sighed helplessly. Walk down the street. Carrying a fishing rod on his shoulder. Messi looked at his stomach and then walked towards the warship at the dock. After a while, he boarded the warship, put the fishing rod in a corner, and went straight to the restaurant. It would be lunchtime. As soon as he came in, he saw Bogart waving at him again. Messer, here, here. Mercer first went to the chef's window and ordered a plate full of large bones and meat and a bowl of meat whistle and unknown egg noodles. When he arrived at Bogart's, Messi started eating immediately. A bite of meat and a bite of noodles, it tastes so delicious. Bogart asked curiously, why aren't you with your grandfather? I just went fishing, but I didn't catch anything, so I went to a stranger's place and had a free meal. So you're not full? Bogart laughed. Putchie, that's right. How can an ordinary family afford to feed you? Uncle, if you can talk, don't talk. He ate with big mouthfuls and finished the meat and noodles in no time. Return the dishes to the kitchen. Mercer said to Bogart, I have to go out first. If my grandfather comes back, tell him that I went to Mount Corpo. Okay, please be safe. Moses returned to his room, took his axe, and then left the ship. Walking along the road up the mountain, I passed a pasture and took a look at the fat cows there. Let's go hunt some prey later. After entering the mountain, Moses suddenly felt more relaxed both physically and mentally. As your breathing rises and falls, speed up and start running with your arms swinging. Feeling the wind blowing across his cheeks, his observation haki spread out and he began to search for prey. On the way tall trees appeared one after another, with green moss covering the roots. At one point, Messer discovered many cracks on some bushes, and the friction marks on the tree roots. I began to wonder what kind and size of creature caused this phenomenon. Moses followed the traces that appeared and disappeared all around him. The seeing and hearing colors are also constantly perceiving. Expel excess air. After a moment, Moses crouched down slightly, looking at the prey not far away. A 2-meter-long black bison, with a sturdy body, shiny fur, and a pair of hard and strong horns on its head that bent backwards. It was flapping its tail behind its butt to drive away mosquitoes, and was now sticking its head out of the grass to eat the tender leaves of the bushes. We have to find a way to kill him with one strike. The only option is the neck. Adjusting his breathing and slowing down his heartbeat, Messi walked over slowly. When the bison was 10 meters away, it finally spotted Messi. Moo! He raised his head, his nostrils snorting loudly, his right front leg stamping on the ground, and his pair of bull eyes staring at Moses. The bull's head drooped, and Moses felt its muscles bulging, ready to strike. Keep going. The next moment, the bison rushed towards Messer with its head lowered. Less than 10 meters away, in almost the blink of an eye, the bison rushed in front of Messer. Anticipating the enemy's prophet's observation, Moses jumped up one step ahead, did a backflip, and clenched the axe with his right arm in mid-air. At the moment of crossing with the bison, Moses swung his axe. Pfft! A handful of cow blood with a faint fishy smell splashed. In the blink of an eye, the bison ran past by inertia, and Messi flipped his body in mid-air and landed steadily. Looking at the bison now, there was a long and narrow cut on the back of its neck, as deep as a raised palm. The bison was fatally wounded and had collapsed to the ground. Messi stepped forward and struck the axe at the artery again. Pfft! Another handful of blood splattered. The bison finally stopped moving. Immediately afterwards, an irregular crystal as big as a grain of rice and emitting a mysterious luster emerged from its corpse. Obtain F-end level soul crystals *1. After simply dealing with the bull's blood, Moses grabbed the bull's horns and walked towards Mount Corpo not far away. It took more than half an hour for Messer to pull a cow to Dodden's house and he saw Ace sitting cross-legged and breathing under the shade of a tree outside the house. And then he would cough a few times from time to time. Messer's movement was quite loud, and Ace noticed it immediately. Messer! Ace was shocked. You defeated this huge bison. Throw the bison over there by the door. Moses laughed and said. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? It's late, I didn't check the time while typing, sorry. New author, new book. Please read it. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. P.S. Soul Crystal. Soul crystals of varying qualities are obtained through killing. Soul crystals can be used to enhance attributes and grant abilities. Soul crystals are refined and forged from the essence of life's spirit. Soul crystals can be fused/decomposed. The same quality is in 5-digit system, e.g. FF, and the quality of successive generations is in decimal system, e.g. F plus E. 5 F-level soul crystals are synthesized into 1 F-level soul crystal. 5 F-level soul crystals are synthesized into 1 F-end level soul crystal. 10 F-end grade soul crystals are synthesized into 1 E-grade soul crystal. For example, 10,000 F-level soul crystals can only be synthesized into 8 E-level soul crystals. 1 million F-grade soul crystals can be synthesized into about C-grade soul crystals. P.S. 10,000 F-level soul crystals are equivalent to those extracted from 10,000 F-level lives. Note, the spiritual source is the foundation or essence of life. It represents the inherent potential and possibilities of every living thing or entity. The spiritual source is the unique and underlying core element of every life or entity. P.S. The quality of the soul crystals you obtain is proportional to your strength. P.S. After killing the prey, the soul crystal will naturally precipitate on the prey's corpse. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Chapter 023 Ceremony. Chapter 23 023. Return the gift. Hearing something heavy fall at the door, Dodden ran out to check. I took a breath of cold air. Hiss, it's such a big bison. Hearing Dodden's surprised words, Moses smiled and said to her. I heard from Ace that you, Dodden, like to eat bison meat. I just happened to come across this when I went up the mountain, so I brought it to you. Let's have it for dinner. Dodden looked at Ace helplessly. Why are you so talkative, brat? Bison are dangerous. What if your brother gets hurt? Ace pursed his lips and looked at Messer nervously. Hello? Are you okay? Are you worried about me? Moses turned around towards him, his body clean and without any problem, and then said. What are you thinking? This stupid cow needs to be at least 5 or 6 meters taller if it wants to hurt me. Just keep bragging. If you grow another 5 or 6 meters, I can crush you into a pancake with 1 foot. Ace looked incredulous. Mercer smiled and said nothing more, but turned to Dodden and said, do you have a big basin? I've dismembered this cow. After hearing this, Dodden waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, how can we let you come here, Mercer? Leave it to us. He immediately shouted to Dogula and Megula, who followed him out. What are you looking at? Hurry up and grab your weapons. Megula is a big, strong man with a simple face. His head is bald except for a tuft of red hair like a coxcomb on top. Hearing this, both of them went back happily to get the dismemberment tools. Big bison don't eat it often. I'm in for a treat today. Seeing their enthusiasm, Moses let them do as they pleased. He walked to Ace's side and looked at him with a smile. After a while, Ace's face turned red and he yelled, Why are you looking at me? My eyes are on my body. I can look at whoever I want. What's wrong with me looking at you twice? What? You're a woman and you're not allowed to see it? Or do you want to charge for seeing it? Messer raised the corner of his mouth and looked at him with a smirk. When Ace was about to turn red, Messer patted his shoulder and said, Want to go out for a walk with me? Ace was startled. I didn't expect Moses to say that. He looked at Moses intently. Finally, he nodded calmly, pouting and saying, Since you've asked me so, I'll reluctantly agree to your request. Messer slapped Ace on the back, causing him to grimace in pain. Will you die if you're not arrogant? You weird little brat! You scolded me again? You're the one who's awkward. Don't move. Stop right there. After slapping someone, Messi just picked a direction and walked over. Ace caught up and wanted to fight back, but he couldn't hit him. It was as if Messi had eyes on his back and he always dodged at the right time. The two of them disappeared from the house and went into the forest, playing and laughing. Dodden opened his mouth and wanted to say it's dangerous in the forest, but when he saw the big bison being dismembered in front of him, he stopped talking. Walking in the lush forest, the sunlight in the sky shines through the leaves, casting patches of light on the ground beside you. As the two walked along, Moses used an axe to chop away the branches of trees that blocked the way from time to time. Ace felt a little jealous when he saw Messi's strange axe, and he glanced at it from time to time along the way. Boys like to wield swords and sticks. Not to mention a handsome axe. Moses pretended not to see it. The grass and leaves are lush in the mountains and forests. Rich in species. Really? Not long after, Moses discovered a herb in the mountains. This is a depression with a large pool of water, surrounded by dense reeds. Do you know what that is? Messer asked Ace, pointing to the reeds. Isn't that just a reed? Ace rolled his eyes and said, Don't treat me like an idiot, okay? Moses smiled and walked over, grabbed a few reeds and pulled them out with mud. Pointing to the bamboo-like rhizome at the root, reed root is a common herb that has the functions of clearing heat and detoxifying, stopping vomiting, and promoting diuresis. While Ace was confused, Messer dropped the reed in his hand and continued to wander in the mountains with him. From time to time, he would find some common herbs and explain their effects clearly. As time passed, Ace's face became a little irritated. Finally Ace grabbed Messer's arm and glared at him. Messer, what on earth do you want to do? Stopping his body, Moses looked at him with pity and shook his head. My stupid brother, haven't you figured out what I'm doing yet? Ace's eyes flickered and he looked at Messer stubbornly. She reached out and tugged at his face, and said to him as he bristled, Of course, I'm going to teach you some wilderness survival skills. Although Dodden and the others can keep you from starving, there are some things they can't teach you. In the next few years, when you grow up a little, given your personality, you will definitely go hunting in the forest. But there are many poisonous things in the forest. Teaching you these things is just so that you can protect yourself. That would be foolish of you to find a herbal detoxifier when you need it, but you don't know what it is. Ace fell silent, and Messer sighed and rubbed his head. We may not be together for a long time, so you have to live well. Mercer said with a smile, You are my brother, I don't want to hear the news that you are dead one day. Ace shook his head, shook off Messer's hand, glared at him and said arrogantly. You're the one who's going to die. Mount Corpo is very safe. You're the one who's going to die. I heard the Grand Line is a sea that eats people. You don't want to hang up. Mercer nodded and said with a smile, Then we can all live freely and happily. Ace nodded heavily, and then began to listen more carefully to Messie's introduction of various herbs to him. Time flies. It's getting dark. The two came out of the forest and walked to Dodden's house. At this time, the lights were on inside and a strong aroma of meat appeared. Mercer's eyes lit up, and he said to Ace, Let's go, let's eat meat. Ace nodded heavily, his face full of anticipation and joy. Inside the house. As soon as I came in, I saw Carp sitting in the main direction. Seeing the two men return, Cap took a bite of the beef in his hand and laughed, Messer, I heard that it was you who shot the bison. Not bad, you are worthy of being my grandson. Ace, you have to work harder too. I'm not wrong, am I? Mercer is much stronger than you. Cap laughed cheerfully. Ace's face flushed with anger, the stinky old man wants you to talk too much. Garp's face darkened, and he angrily pointed at Ace and cursed, You little bastard. I'm your grandfather, and you dare to call me a stinky old man. Ah, I'm so mad, Messer, please don't pull me in. I'm going to beat up this guy Ace today. Moses found a place to sit down, picked up a piece of prepared bone and meat and started eating. Without even looking up, he said, Whatever you want, as long as you don't kill him. Cap got even angrier. Ace squeezed next to Messer with a cocky look on his face and started eating the meat. Beat me up if you want, just let me eat first. Garp laughed in anger, turning his anger into appetite, and ate while laughing and cursing. You little heartless bastard, if you have something to say, call me grandpa, if you have nothing to say, call me stinky old man. The happy time lasted for a week. Cap would disappear every morning and come back almost at night. During this period, Messie asked Cap to deliver the fishing rods on the warship back to the village chief's home. Every morning, Messer would take Ace for a run and help him strengthen his breathing. I took him into the mountains and taught him various survival skills in the wild, how to use some tools, and how to find food. Climb a tree to dig out a bird's nest. Go down to the river to catch fish and shrimp. Various wild vegetables and fruits. or edible insects like scorpions that live in cracks in rocks. Break off both ends. Charcoal grilling sterilization. With his identification ability, Messer can be called an encyclopedia in the wild. From morning to night. Like carp, he would go back at night and bring the prey he had caught with him. Have dinner together, chat together, then wash up and go to bed. A week later. Morning. After finishing breakfast, Messer and Garp said goodbye to Ace. Grandpa's vacation is almost over, and he has to go back to the Navy headquarters to work. Let's stop here for now. Don't miss me, Ace. Mercer looked at Ace, who looked reluctant, and said with a smile, by the way, this is for you. It's a gift for you. Messer took off the axe and axe sheath from his waist and handed them to Ace. Give it to me. Ace's face lit up with joy at first, then he frowned again. If you give me your weapon, what will you use? It's okay. It's not a famous sword or anything like that. It's just an ordinary refined weapon. I can have someone forge another one later. Mercer waved his hand and said, this multifunctional axe is for you to use for self-defense. Don't refuse it anymore. Just take it. Ace nodded with red eyes and sniffled, well, I'll see you next time then. Messer smiled and waved his hand, well, see you next time. And Carp left in style. Along the way, Mercer and Cap walked together in the forest, breathing in the flavor of nature. What do you think of that kid, Ace? Listening to the voice beside him, Moses thought for a moment and said. He's thoughtful, shy, and sometimes stubborn, but he's a good kid. Garp smiled and agreed. Yes, he's a good kid, but his shortcoming is that he's stubborn, just like your father, sometimes he can be incredibly stubborn. But you, Moses, are different, you are not as stubborn as they are. But, for you, Moses, you don't care about people or things other than those you care about. Garp said silently in his heart. Carp didn't know whether this was good or bad. This child has a vague sense of good and evil. Just like those researchers, life is just a number. Not knowing what Cap was thinking, Messer looked at the forest that was constantly receding around him. At a certain moment, a flash of brown-gray color appeared in his eyes, and the figure suddenly stopped. The seeing and hearing color is released. Moses accurately captured a breath. Suddenly, he glanced at the environment around him and saw a palm-sized stone. Moses bent down and picked it up. Breathe. Entering a state of unity between man and nature, the aura in your body becomes peaceful. Cap, who was standing by, was also a little surprised by the change in Messi. Just as I was about to ask, I noticed that Moses was behaving a little differently. Then Moses slowed down his pace and walked to the side. He immediately stopped talking. Mercer slowly raised his right arm and stared at a deer in the bushes not far away. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. He bent his body slightly, exerted force with his feet, and when he was 10 meters away, his whole body suddenly bounced off. The sudden explosion startled the deer within 10 meters, and the deer suddenly jumped up. It's now. Moser let out a low shout, locked onto it with his observation haki, predicted its movements, rotated his arm inward, adjusted the angle, and the stone flew out with a whistling sound of wind. Bang! A muffled sound occurred on the deer's head, and its entire body was knocked sideways in mid-air. It lost its balance and fell into the bushes. Mercer quickly rushed to the side of the deer, grabbed the deer's head with both hands and twisted it. After a crack, the deer's neck was broken. Moses loosed the deer's head. A dozen seconds later, the deer died. An irregular crystal as big as a grain of rice and emitting a mysterious luster appeared. Obtain F-level soul crystal *1. Carp came over at this time and asked in confusion, "Is this a snack for lunch?" Mercer shook his head and said to Garp's surprise return gift. "Someone treated me to lunch a few days ago. I'm leaving today, so I'd like to give her a gift in return." Garp's mouth twitched. "Then your gift is really amazing, a whole deer. Tell me, let me hear it, which family of fellows can make you like him so much? He said this because he knew Moses too well. This guy wouldn't pay much attention to ordinary people. Whether to pay attention to it depends on your mood. Just like there were so many people on the warship, over the past few days, only Bogart was talking and laughing with him. As for the other guys, from the colonels to the errand boys, few could talk to Messiah. Looking at the deer in front of him, which was bigger than himself and at least 1.6 meters long, Messi thought for a moment and looked up at Cap. Master, if I tell you something, will you help me get down the mountain? Speak or not? Carp's face darkened. You hunted the prey yourself and didn't give it to me to eat. Do you want me to help you? Unless. That's it. Garp's face froze. Haven't I finished speaking yet? But Moses did not look at him again. Instead, he looked around and found a thin vine hanging from a tree and pulled it down with force. The deer was tightly wrapped with vines more than 10 meters long, leaving 2 shoulder straps on both sides of the deer's body. Like carrying a school bag, he carried the whole deer horizontally on his back, raised his eyebrows at Cap, and walked down the mountain without looking back. Garp followed behind, twitching his lips and looking strange. A little kid was carrying a deer that was bigger than himself. If the deer's head hadn't been drooping, it would have been hard to tell who was carrying whom. Speechless all the way. Less than half an hour. Mercer and Cap came to the windmill village. Ignoring Cap, Mercer followed the familiar road, turning several times, and finally arrived at the back door of a house. Tuck tuck tuck, knock hard. After a few seconds, a clear sound like a mountain spring came from inside. Who is it? Who are you looking for? It's me. Machina. Then I heard hurried footsteps coming from inside, and an urgent voice saying, wait for me, I'll be right there. A few seconds later, the door was opened from the inside. Seeing Mercer carrying the deer, Machina was stunned and covered his mouth. Little Mercer, what are you doing? Rolling his eyes, Mercer reached out and pushed Machina aside and walked in. Keep the deer in the yard. Clapping his hands, Mercer said to her, this deer is for you, as a return gift for the meal you treated me to the other day. Machina's eyes jumped. This gift was too expensive. Just as he was about to refuse it, he found another person coming into the yard. Hey? Mr. Carp? Why are you here? New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 24024 Freedom and Great Freedom. Chapter 24024 Freedom and Great Freedom. Who am I? It turns out it's you, girl. If it's you, then it's not surprising. I heard that something happened to your family earlier, but since Slab was there to help, I didn't do anything unnecessary. Machina, how is your life now? Cap said seriously, if you need anything, just tell Slab. If he can't solve it, there's still me. Messer looked at Cap and always felt that he had a different feeling towards Machina, and there was some curiosity in his eyes. Cap saw it. Before she was 10 years old, Durag was raised in the village. She and her father were childhood friends. Our two families have always had a good relationship. By the way, Machina. Garp looked at her and said, you're not a child anymore, and you live alone. Do you want to come with me to the Marine headquarters? If you go there, it will be easier for me to take care of you. Machina smiled and shook his head, no need, Mr. Cap, I'm fine here. Also, thank you for your help before. I heard that a group of thugs had set their sights on my house, and it was you who came back and taught them a lesson. Tisk, it's that loudmouth Slab again. Machina covered his mouth and laughed, then looked at Messer and Cap. So who are you two? Cap said, you know him as Messer. I am his grandfather. Is he your grandson? Machina asked curiously. Messer curled his lips and said, it's a grandson, but he did it. Makina looked surprised. After hearing Messi's answer, Cap curled his lips, very dissatisfied with Messi's quick response. Dry? I'm still wet. Little bastard, do you think I raised you as my own grandson? I think you want to be beaten again. Messer rolled his eyes and looked at Carp speechlessly. I'm sorry, I was wrong, isn't that enough? I apologize. I'm sorry. You are an old man and don't hold grudges against children. In view of my sincere attitude of admitting my mistakes, can we just let this matter go? Phew. Makina was immediately amused by the way Messi coaxed a child, and shrugged his shoulders. As expected, little Messi, you are so funny. I think you should be my younger brother. No, Moses denied it. I refuse. Hey. Makina was puzzled and puffed his lips. Why? I, Moses, am a rebellious person by nature. How could I possibly serve as someone else's subordinate? Even if I did, I would be unwilling to accept the position. Sooner or later, I would rebel. Messer glanced at Makina. You want to be my boss? Are you ready to be stabbed in the back? Makina blinked and burst out laughing again. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll stab me in the back and kill me, lest you kneel down and cry and beg me not to die. Cap on the side looked at Messi with a subtle expression, feeling that there was something else behind his rebellious remarks just now. Moses looked at her with a dark face until she stopped laughing and began to speak. I'm leaving now. I'm going somewhere else. This deer is for you. Makina pursed his lips, thinking that what Messer said was just something Messer asked Carp to hunt. After all, Messer couldn't even fish. His eyes were silent. A deer is too valuable. But seeing Mercer's unwillingness to refuse, he said, Will you come to Windmill Village again? I'd like to treat you to dinner again. And I'll give you a deer. Messer said with a grin. Makina suddenly said, It's a deal then. Come to me next time, I'll treat you to a meal, and you'll give me a deer. That's a good thought. It's not dark yet. Messer rolled his eyes at her, and Makina said with a curled lip, It's because dreams are beautiful that there is a saying of sweet dreams. It's a nightmare. Sweet dreams. It's up to you. Mercer said, I won't say anything more. I'll come to Windmill Village to play with you next time. Makina smiled and said, Okay, then it's settled. Messer smiled and nodded at her, then looked at Cap. Master, it's time to get on the road. We should leave. Cap's face darkened and he punched Messer on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? We are setting sail. After beating Messer, Garp said to Makina, If you have any problems while I'm gone, go find Slab and take care of yourself. We're leaving. Well, have a good trip. I'll see you off. The two came to the warship. Bogart on the deck was already looking forward to it. Meet two people at once. So slow, Vice Admiral Garp. With a nonchalant expression, Garp chuckled and said, All right, stop nagging. Let's go now. We're going to Paradise, Drum Island. Bogart responded and went to instruct the helmsman and navigator on the warship. The warship slowly backed away from the dock, turned around, and its sails were inflated. Ride the wind and break the waves. Heading towards the doldrums on the other side of Rogue Town. A week later. At the speed of the warship, we took a shortcut and once again safely crossed the doldrums. There were also some minor incidents during this period. A few days ago, a zebra sea king with a head of 100 meters in diameter broke through the sea surface, opened its mouth and bit towards the warship, then jumped up and punched the warship in the air. The terrifying fist wind created a huge negative pressure, and the warship was pressed into the sea surface like it was stuck in a spring bed. Then, under a huge reaction force, it rushed straight into the sky. Escaped from the bite of sea kings. Whenever Messi thinks of it, he still feels his blood boiling. Not only that, in Garp's punch, Messer also saw something different, a special power. Lying on the top deck of the warship, Messer squinted his eyes and looked at the white clouds in the blue sky. Armament haki, hey. A kind of biological energy that is fused with strong personal willpower, or perhaps the power of thought, manifesting as something like chi, blood, vitality, cellular energy, and life force. It's really interesting. It's interesting, but it's too early for you now. Excessive curiosity isn't a good thing. Karp came and sat down next to Messer, saying seriously, "You've heard the saying curiosity kills the cat, right?" "Hey, Grandpa, since haki is an innate power and observation haki can be awakened naturally, what about armament haki? What about conqueror haki? The world is so vast that nothing is impossible. There must be something strange. Existence is justified. There are always people who are born extraordinary and different from others." Garp said as if reminiscing. "Hey. All right, just remember to let it happen naturally. You already understand the concept of heroism. When the time is right, you will naturally awaken. There's no need to force it." Karp counseled Mercer, "Don't think I was so powerful that day. When you grow up and have more experience, you will naturally be able to use it." Mercer said, "Who knows what will happen in the future? But I feel like you have more confidence in me than I do in myself." "Who knows?" Garp smiled. Mercer also laughed, and then said, "Next time you go back to the East China Sea, remember to bring me with you. If nothing unexpected happens." "No problem." The next morning, looking at the island that appeared in the field of vision from afar, 8 mountain peaks like pillars standing tall were located on the snow-white island. Drum Island. As the warship entered the sea, the falling snowflakes instantly coated the warship with a layer of white. "Gorgeous!" Mercer put on a cotton coat and stood at the bow, saying to the man beside him, "Uncle, I say goodbye to you in advance." Bogart laughed. "Okay. See you next time." The warship did not land on the island. It just docked at the shore of the island, and looked at a tall figure that appeared beside Messi at a distance of 10 meters from the island. Garp grabbed Messer's right arm with his right hand and grinned, "Fly, kid." As he said that, he threw Messer out. Messer drew a parabola in the air and was thrown onto the island by Garp. He mastered the balance of his body in mid-air, followed the force acting on himself, and stepped his feet into the snow on the shore of the island. Messer looked back at Cap and waved. "Messer, be careful when you go back alone. Grandpa won't go with you. Please give my regards to that woman Doriel." "Yeah. I know." The next second, Cap threw Messer's luggage bag over. Moses caught it. Inside were Messer's clothes and several bottles of packaged plum wine. It was a different brand from the Tokai brand that Kulha had drunk, and I didn't know if she was used to it. Watching the warships drifting away from the island along the current, Messi also walked towards his home. This time we went to sea for about a month. It was already mid-October, and in less than 2 months Moses would be another year older. The long-lost smell of wind and snow. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew on Moses' face, and he walked in the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The road Moses took was not a road through a village or town, but through a deserted forest. Although he had never been here, Moses would not get lost. The best landmarks on the island were the 8 pillars. 8 drum mountains. No matter how long the journey is, it will eventually end. Half an hour later, a treehouse appeared in his sight, and Messi couldn't help but walk faster. Before reaching the door, the crack in the door opened and a black and white head popped out. The next second, Xiang Bao's round body squeezed out of the door, howling, and ran towards Messi. "Oh!" After being hit on the stomach by a head, Messi was slid back half a meter and couldn't help but grimace. "Do you want to kill me?" Mercer grabbed Xiang Bao's big face with both hands and looked at his snow-white teeth. The man stood up, put his front paws on Moses' shoulders, rubbed his big head against Moses' face, and made a cheerful ying-ying sound from his mouth. She turned her head to look at Xiang Bao's dark, gem-like eyes, and hugged his body, which was soft and furry. There is also a fresh scent of soap. The fur all over its body is shiny and glossy, with the black and white clearly separated, without a single stray hair. At this moment, Kulha's voice rang out from inside the house, "Aren't you cold? What are you standing at the door for? Come in quickly. You two have already snatched up the remaining warmth." Moses stuck out his tongue, and Xiang Bao followed suit. One in front and one behind, the man and the bear entered the house. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Kulha sitting in a chair by the fireplace. Mercer smiled and said, "Dr. Doriel, I'm back." With a smile on her lips, Kulha chuckled and said, "I'm back. I'm not blind. Go wash your hands. There's a bone soup stew in the kitchen." Messer nodded and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing my hands, I went to the kitchen and made a big bowl of bone soup. Xiang Bao leaned close to Moses, looking at him eagerly. Seeing this, Messi handed him the big bone in the bowl. Xiang Bao bit it and chewed the bone into pieces with a crunch sound. Tasting the bone marrow, Bareface swallowed it with satisfaction. After drinking a sip of soup, my body immediately felt warm. After drinking a bowl of soup, there were streams of warm currents flowing throughout my body. He smacked his lips and silently recited several nourishing Chinese medicines in his mind. He stuffed the half-chewed big bone into Xiang Bao's mouth. The latter did not dislike it and started chewing it happily. After washing the dishes, Messer left the kitchen, and at this time, Kulha also came over. "Come on, come with me to the second floor and I'll check you out." After saying this, Kulha went upstairs alone. Moses didn't think much of it. "Don't think too much about it. As expected, it is a record about breathing." Messer climbed the stairs to the laboratory. He skillfully took off his clothes and lay on an operating table. Kulha said calmly, "Start breathing." Moses listened to the command. In a few breaths, adjust your breathing frequency and enter a state of harmony between man and nature. Without paying attention to Kulha, Messer used his breathing and observation haki to perceive the inside of his body in great detail. Roughly observe the flow direction of the inhaled oxygen in the body, and feel the peristalsis of the stomach and intestines as you breathe. The food you just ate is quickly broken down in the body, and streams of energy and heat flow through the body, which is very interesting. Moses was fascinated without realizing it, and he continued to deepen his perception, seeking to see more subtle changes. But ran an egg. Finally, Messi opened his eyes, and at the same time, Kulha withdrew his left-hand fingers from Messi's side and stopped recording with his right hand. "Not bad. After not seeing you for a month, your breathing has improved considerably. Dr. Mother Doriel, we always call it breathing, but it always feels a bit ordinary. What do you say we give this special breathing method of ours a new name?" "Oh," Kulha said nonchalantly, "whatever you say. I don't really mind. This is your conclusion. You can choose the name." Kulha smiled helplessly and said calmly, "From what you said, you realized a state of tranquility through breathing, which is called the unity of man and nature, right? Able to sense the breathing frequency of all things in nature. Just like what those swordsmen said about the realm where all things breathe. Nature, all things, heaven, and man, tranquility, these nouns are quite lofty. So let's call this breathing method easy breathing." Messer blinked, surprised by Kulha's name, but free breathing technique was acceptable. "That's good. Our breathing is innate and free. Free is good, so that's called free breathing method. Now it is free, and when the level is higher in the future, you can add the word big." The same line. With a thought, the light screen panel appeared on the retina. Gifts and abilities column. A&D level gift, breathing. The name has been changed and has become A&D level gift, free breathing technique. The name of the gift has changed, but the effect of the gift has not changed. Kulha smiled and shook her head, looking peculiar. You're full of ideas. I just made that name up casually. Yeah, I guessed it. Anyway, I just said it casually. I feel free and at ease. As Moses spoke, he also started to laugh. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 25025 Forging and Mine. Chapter 25025 Forging and Mining. After returning home, Mercer's daily life returned to normal. Plain and simple. But it also makes people feel very fulfilled. The first thing I do when I wake up in the morning is go for a morning run. After warming up thoroughly, go home to wash up and have breakfast. Then start learning. After lunch or go out hunting and take Xiong Bao out for a snack. Or go out with Kulha to treat a disease, or do something. In a blink of an eye in May of the Haiwan calendar year 1504, Moses had entered a new age. This day, early morning. Merit points +1. Merit points, 1615. My merit points have exceeded 1000. After closing the light curtain panel, Messer looked at the small town that appeared before him. Oster Town. A steel town on Drum Island. It is the smelting town of this country. From the weapons for the king's army to the production of household kitchen utensils throughout the country, all are produced here. Okay, come back to the blacksmith shop. Located in the northeast corner of the town. A two-story brick and stone bungalow. The door of the house was half open. As soon as I got here, gusts of hot wind blew across my cheeks. From far away, you can hear the rhythmic sound of blacksmithing. The chimney on the roof spewed out thick smoke from the coal. He opened the door and walked in. As soon as you enter the door, you can see a bearded, shirtless man waving a hammer and hitting a red-hot iron block on a chopping board. With continuous hammering, an iron mold shaped like a kitchen knife was knocked out. The owner of this shop has good skills, but he is stubborn and only accepts orders to make farm tools and kitchen utensils. There is no mention of military-style weapons at all. Therefore, even if one has good skills, one can only open a shop in a corner of the town. The burly man glanced at Messer, who had entered the room, and said calmly, "Your knife is on the dining table. Go get it yourself. Just leave the balance on the table. And don't look around. I won't pass on my blacksmithing skills to anyone else." Messi looked at him with empty eyes. "Uncle Otto, which eye of yours saw me stealing your skills? I didn't even touch your hammer. Besides, you are an old bachelor who doesn't even have a wife, let alone a son. You can't pass on the inheritance even if you want to." Ott's eyes twitched, and the corner of his mouth curled up. "So, you want to be my son?" He looked at Messer and laughed. "You know what, you look pretty fair and tender. If you really want to call me dad, I will teach you." Now it was Messer's turn to have his eyes twitch. Not to mention, the two people's yin and yang levels are really comparable. As expected, she was recommended by Kulha a few months ago. Messer walked over to the scratched table and looked at the 5 scalpels and a flat angle machete placed on it. The scalpel is cast in one piece. Like a palm-sized naginata. Silver white grip and blade. Excellent workmanship. Mercer picked up one and scratched the table with the blade, easily leaving a mark. Nodding with satisfaction, Messer tested each of the swords. With each stroke, a mark was scratched on the table surface. Otto's mouth twitched as he watched. 100 Baileys for each table. If you scratch it again, you have to pay for it. Upon hearing this, Messi immediately stopped what he was doing. Speechless smile. Stingy. Your table is just like that anyway. Oh, by the way, Uncle Otto, the iron mine you mentioned last time is dry. There's not much iron ore in it. It's been abandoned for a long time. Upon hearing this, Otto gave a strange smile and burst into laughter. He looks smart, but he's actually a complete idiot. Iron ore is a controlled substance. How could there be iron ore in a mine without guards? It's good enough that you can pick up some scraps. After all, the last time you asked about a mine, it was one that no one was looking after. Although the old king is a good person, he is not stupid. He wants a lot of iron ore. Unless you become a miner and use the cheap ore as wages, or spend your own money to buy it. Or maybe. When Mercer heard this, his eyes lit up and he glanced at ODT. Uncle, do you know if there are any undiscovered iron ore veins on the island? A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and ODT looked at Mercer calmly and said calmly, as for the mineral vein, you can find out by just asking around. After all, miners are very rare, and after mining, there are a lot of harmful gases inside the mines, so no rich people would go there. As for undiscovered mineral veins, this requires professional exploration technology. If a new discovery is made, it can be reported to the king's general staff, and there will be a Bailey reward. 3 kilometers south of the town, there's a mine not far from the foot of the magnetic drum mountain. I heard the iron content of the ore is quite high. A hint of surprise flashed in Messi's eyes, but since he got what he wanted, he didn't say anything else. Place 1,000 Baileys on the table. The money and goods are settled, so I'll be leaving first. Uncle, you can continue to forge iron. He inserted the scalpel into the special knife bag at his waist, and also inserted the machete into the wooden scabbard given by Ultra for free. He turned around and walked out of the blacksmith shop. Otto in the room looked thoughtful and puzzled. I don't know what all the ore is used for. Hey, who cares? It's none of my business. But this little brat from the witch's house has quite a sharp eye. Every time he comes to spy on me while I'm working, I feel like I've been stripped naked. Strange thing. Then he continued to work on the iron. There are several orders to be delivered today. After leaving the blacksmith shop, the corners of Messer's mouth curled up. It's up to you whether you want to teach me or not, but whether I learn or not is my business. And there are abandoned mines. Are they really all mined out? Hey, that's not necessarily true. I was thinking about the operation and force of Ultra's body muscles when he was forging iron. Xiong Bao, who was waiting at the door, also came over at this time. Mercer said with a smile, let's go to another blacksmith shop. Then he went to other blacksmith shops in the town to pick up goods, whether it was a hammer, a strange iron helmet, or a fat half-body armor. Every time, Mercer would stay in the blacksmith shop for a while and chat with the boss or the apprentice. The ability to observe and hear things calmly perceived their movements. Constantly comparing and confirming in my mind. Mercer left the town with a satisfied look on his face. There were many iron products on the wooden cart pulled by Xiong Bao. After finding a deserted place, Bareface looked at Messiah happily. Eat. The next moment, with a cry of awe, Xiong Bao turned around and climbed onto the cart, grabbed the iron helmet, opened his mouth wide and bit it. Click click click. After eating the helmet, he ate the hammer and half-body armor. He ate up a whole cart of ironware. After a while, Xiong Bao burped with a satisfied look on his face. As for whether he was full or not, only Xiong Bao himself knew. Moses looked at him and said, "Come on, show me what you can do." Xiong Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The next second, changes began to happen on my body. People stand up. A black iron helmet appeared on his head. Only the black ears and the front face are exposed. A half-body armor appeared on his body, protecting only his chest, abdomen, and back. The right claw turned into a pumpkin hammer. Mercer's eyes became bright and he immediately pounced on Xiong Bao, touching and knocking him all over. Ding 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 ding. With the power of the swallow fruit, the protective gear and weapons eaten by Xiong Bao were as if they had originally grown on his body. An unusual combination. Very handsome. Fighting armored bear. Seeing what Mercer did, Xiang Bao put away his hammer and sat on the ground with a curious look on his face, rubbing and tapping himself with his claws. After playing for a while, Bao Xiang ate the wooden cart. "Let's go to the mine we went to before." Xiang Bao nodded. "Get on all fours." Mercer sat astride the back of Xiang Bao, who also knew the way and ran out with his head down. Taking advantage of the free time, Mercer took out a scalpel and played with it in his hand. Identification. E-grade scalpel, refined and excellent knife that has been tempered through countless trials and tribulations, of superb quality. It can only be said to be an ordinary weapon, not a famous sword, and has no special effects. The lowest grade of famous sword is the Kai Dao. According to Otto, the scalpel is considered the highest quality under the quick knife category. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, the quality of the quick knife should be degrade. However, Ultra's skills are limited, and I can't create a product of the quality of a sharp sword, which is a bit of a pity. The same goes for the machete, which is a bit like a weapon. It's also an E-grade refined iron tool. The retina projected a light screen panel, looking at the gift ability column. Forging. The grey gift of forging had not materialized. A thought flashed through Mercer's eyes. Should we manifest the gift of forging? Famous sword should also be an item with legendary properties. The moment it was born, there should have been a gathering of merit. After all, regardless of whether a famous sword is famous or not, as long as it exists, it will inevitably possess that characteristic. Certain in my heart. The 1,615 merit points accumulated from birth to now were instantly consumed by a full 1,000 merit points. The next moment, a flood of information appeared in Moses' mind. Many pure forging techniques appeared in my mind, including the refining ratios of various materials, and my hands felt like they had been tempered by thousands of hammers. What is forging? Repeated beating and shaping? No. Forging is a science. An art. A technology that creates life. All things have spirits. We should clearly analyze the veins and textures in the materials, forge and integrate these textures, sort out and gather the spirituality of the materials, and give form to the tools and inspire them. Mercer calmed his mind and absorbed the pure forging memories that emerged in his consciousness. And compare it with the skills he had secretly learned in various blacksmith shops during this period. After a long time, Messi, who was sitting on Xiang Bao's back, opened his eyes. I see. I should have realized this earlier. The true manifestation of the gift doesn't come out of thin air, but is based on the deduction and expansion of what one possesses. Just like a tree, if it wants to grow into a towering giant, it must first have seeds for it to take root and sprout. Extracting gifts from one's own history and experiences is a means of cultivating tree seeds. It is a mutualistic relationship between chicken and egg. Shook his head. Stop thinking about these overly complicated things. Put these distracting thoughts out of your mind. Moses opened the gift ability column with his mind. Look at your new gift. D-level gift, forging. Blessing effect. Clarify the veins within the material, forge and gather spirituality, and give form to the tool. In C's comment, what makes a masterpiece? The instrument has spirit. With a wink, Messer grinned. As expected, the D-rank forging gift can forge spiritual tools, and spiritual tools are generally at the level of famous swords. In other words, I am qualified to forge a sharp sword. Then we need to get more iron ore. Hey! At this time, Xiang Bao stopped, and Messi came back to his senses and looked at the surrounding environment. There are collapsed wooden buildings everywhere. Although covered with snow, you can still see that this was originally a mining site. At this moment, the place where Mercer and Xiang Bao were located was the entrance of a collapsed abandoned cave. Looking from the entrance of the cave, there is a gentle slope supported by wood leading to the underground, which is dark. Mercer jumped off Xiang Bao's back and went down the cave first. A dark tunnel. The length, width, and height are about 2 meters each. The way forward. After walking 100 meters, Moses took out a torch from a corner and lit it with a lighter. There, the flames rise. I could also see the surroundings clearly. There were small rusty stones scattered on the ground. Iron ore. After hearing Otto tell the location of the nearest mine, Messer also knew where the nearest iron mine was. It is not far from this abandoned mine, about 1 kilometer away. The mines in this abandoned mine are interconnected. However, with his observation Haki, Messi will not lose his direction. Mercer and Xiong Bao traveled deep into the mine. A state of harmony between man and nature. Able to sense the frequency breathing fluctuations of all things. In Moses's view, everything in the world has its own unique breath and frequency. There is soil for every kind of soil. There are different kinds of stones. There are mines everywhere. Just like every human being has one head supported by 2 shoulders, everyone's aura is different. Similarly, the smell emitted by minerals is different from that of ordinary stones and soil. Finally, a dead end appeared in front of Messi and Xiong Bao. Torches lit the place. It is far away from the main road of the mine and there is no wood support here. There are also few traces of mining. Moses could clearly see that the wall of the cave in front of him was just an ordinary stone. There is not a trace of iron ore. But in Messi's perception, if there is any iron ore in this abandoned mine, it is only here. Because, Messi sensed the same breathing frequency as iron ore from here. Putting his hand on Xiong Bao's head, Messer said proudly, "Go ahead and eat it." Hey! Hearing Xiong Bao's confusion, Mercer smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what you eat, you know? Pandas are called iron-eating beasts, so Xiong Bao, you are born to eat iron. I've discovered that there's definitely iron ore behind this stubborn stone, and I'll leave the task of refining it into high-purity iron nuggets to you." Wu Xiong Baoxiang's face showed a human expression, and he turned to look at Messi. Mercer looked at Xiong Bao, showing his white teeth, and gave Xiong Bao a thumbs up. "Come on." "Ow! No way!" Xiong Bao walked to the wall of the cave, opened his big mouth and bit it. Click! 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 Its mouth became bigger than that of Messiah, and it gnawed a big hole in the cave wall effortlessly. Messi followed Xiong Bao and moved forward. Until 5 meters later. Moses held up a torch and looked closer, and what came into view were reddish-brown and black minerals, as well as cloudy white crystals. It turns out to be a poor mine. It contains hematite, black iron, and quartz. But it's nothing. With Xiong Bao here, there's nothing to worry about. Eat it, but don't digest this iron ore yet. Use your ability to refine and purify it. Then I'll see what kind of quality you can produce. Hey! After Xiong Bao nodded, he continued to work in full swing. Click, click, click. New author, new book. Please read. Please invest. Please vote. Please recommend. End of this chapter. Chapter 26026 Forging for the first time. Chapter 26026. The first time of forging. Ugh. After an unknown amount of time, Xiong Bao was lying on the ground in the mine tunnel with his arms and legs spread out. The belly is round. Hey! The little boy looked at Messiah with pitiful eyes, as if he was so full that he couldn't eat any more. Moses was surprised. You really can't eat any more? He nodded his head, and Xiong Bao put his right paw into his mouth and began to dig out pieces of black, irregular iron castings. Identification. F-grade alloy, low purity, a mixed iron ingot that is compressed and purified within the body of a certain creature through special abilities. How did you do it? Messi looked surprised. He didn't expect that Xiong Bao could actually make this kind of alloy iron block right now. With his tongue sticking out and a tired look on his face, Xiong Bao started to cry out and dance with his hands. Mercer stroked his chin, nodding occasionally. So, after you ate them, you ground up all the ores, then mixed them together, compressed them, and refined them based on your own ideas. Xiang Bao nodded vigorously and blinked at Messer. That's right, that's fine. I'll do it this way from now on. But will you be able to fuse this type of alloy again in the future? Xiang Bao tilted his head, then thought about it, and within 2 seconds, he made a sound with a look of certainty. Seeing this, Moses breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was a renewable resource, not a one-time deal. Messer pointed at the alloy block and asked, "Can we eat this alloy and purify it a second time?" Xiang Bao made a puzzled sound, as if he was puzzled and didn't understand what it meant. Messer explained, "The quality of this alloy is not good enough. Can we improve the quality?" Xiang Bao understood this time. He took a few deep breaths, swallowed the pile of alloy he had taken out again in one gulp, and began to chew it. Through the gaps between his teeth, one could see that the alloys had been chewed into extremely fine pieces, and then Xiang Bao swallowed them again. After a while, Xiang Bao seemed to feel that the time was right and took out pieces of black alloy from his stomach again. But this time the amount was significantly less. Identification. E-grade alloy, high purity, a mixed iron ingot that is compressed and refined within the body of a certain creature through special abilities. Messer's eyes lit up. But he asked again with some greed. Can the quality be improved further? This time, Xiang Bao understood immediately. He shook his head quickly, howled, and explained with his hands and feet gesticulating. After watching for a while, Messi understood that the iron ore here was of low quality and was just ordinary iron ore. Therefore, it is impossible to refine alloys of better quality. Reaching out and rubbing Xiang Bao's head, Messer thought to himself. Perhaps it also has something to do with Kumabo's strength and the degree of development of his fruit ability. After all, Kumabo's strength level and devil fruit level are not very high. Identification. Overall rating, E, a magical panda, his appearance is better than his fighting ability. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although Xiang Bao, who was almost 3 years old, was nearly 1.6 meters long and the whole bear was round, he was still a child. And because of the swallow fruit, the species types have also changed to some extent. In this world, the lifespan of creatures is often linked to their body size. Mercer fully believed that with Xiang Bao's ability to swallow fruits, if he kept eating, he might live for a long time. In addition, after learning the free breathing method, the gastrointestinal function has also been developed. Moses had no idea what the future would be like. After taking a break, Xiang Bao felt that he was ready and started to argue with the iron ore again. After 3 more times of almost vomiting, Xiang Bao finally extracted at least 3 cubic meters of E-grade alloy. Patting Xiang Bao's head, Mercer said, "Okay, that's all for today. Let's go back. Put these alloy iron pieces in your stomach first, and we'll take them out when we get home." The bear's eyes widened slightly. "I don't know how many times today I've eaten and then taken it out again." Drooping ears. Xiang Bao obediently stretched out his arms and held the alloy block in his arms, his mouth opened unusually wide. "Swallow in one big gulp. If you can't swallow it in one gulp, swallow it all in 3 gulps. "Oh," Messer said excitedly, "looks like Xiang Bao, you can be a storage warehouse for me in the future." The bear's body shook. Xiang Bao looked at Messi in horror, "Boo boo boo." With a dry laugh, Messi felt that his idea might be too devilish. "Just kidding." Xiang Bao finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when it comes to storage warehouses, Messer also thought of those devil fruits. Narrowing his eyes, Mercer thought to himself, "Why not try my luck when the time comes? If I can get it, that would be great. If I can't, I can kill the person with the ability and wait for the fruit to be reborn. Forget it, let's see when the time comes. After all, there is no grudge between us now." Moses considered his moral standards to be acceptable. When we walked out of the mine with Xiang Bao, it was already getting dark outside. Moses thought to himself that this was bad. I haven't been telling you how long today. Dr. Doriel might be worried. Turn over and ride on Xian Bao. Moses said, go home quickly. Xiang Bao let out a low growl. He walked with his feet turned inward and his butt shaking as he ran quickly along the road towards home. It was a blast all the way. Xiang Bao didn't run slowly, he just bumped into trees a few times. Fortunately, Messi was agile and was able to predict and dodge the attack. Before it was completely dark, Moses also returned home. As soon as I entered the room, I heard Kulha's voice. Where have you been today? I don't see anyone all day long. Do you feel like your wings have grown stronger as you get older? Kitchen. Kulha walked out and looked at Messi and Xiang Bao, who were dressed in black, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Did you two go to the coal mine to dig coal? Or were you blown up by black powder? Kulha held her forehead with her hand and said tiredly, go take a shower, and explain everything to me later. Okay. Moses responded quietly. It is worth mentioning that the family uses a fireplace for daily heating. So taking a bath is also very convenient. Xiang Bao first went to the corner and took out the alloy blocks from his stomach and put them away. Mercer took Xiang Bao into the bathroom and they washed and rubbed each other's backs. It didn't take long. Messi used a towel to wipe the moisture off his body, while Xiang Bao was very simple and easily solved the problem of wet hair through autophagy. The dinner table. Kulha glanced at the shiny black alloy iron block in the corner. So you two worked all day today and just made this much alloy? Yes. What are you going to do with all that alloy? Are you planning to open a blacksmith shop? Woo, give it to Xiang Bao. Mercer thought about it and decided to forget it, so as not to scare Xiang Bao. I've learned a new skill recently. It's forging. I plan to forge our own weapons in the future, and Xiang Bao is naturally gifted at refining ore. I now feel that if our future experimental equipment is not good enough, I can make it for you by hand. Kulha said, then work hard. I'm waiting for that day. Messer nodded with a smile and ate the food made by Kulha with big mouthfuls. Xiang Bao also ate with big mouthfuls. There was no feeling of not being able to eat at all. I don't know if it's because of the change in taste or because my stomach is empty again. After a tiring day today, Messi and Xiang Bao went to bed early after dinner and washing the dishes. The next day. Had breakfast. Messiah took Xiang Bao out early again. Mercer and Xiang Bao arrived at the foot of the nearest magnetic drum mountain in the east. 500 meters in the air. A cave in the rock wall. Here, Messer and Xiang Bao appear. At this moment, Moses and Xiang Bao were in a cave that was 10 meters long, wide and high. The total area is 100 square meters. It was also something that Xiang Bao worked hard to develop over the past few months. Standing outside the cave, at a cave entrance with a diameter of 2 meters. You can see most of Drum Island. This is a location facing away from people, so it is very private and safe. Xiang Bao took out the alloy blocks stored in his stomach and placed them in the corner. According to the principle of ventilation, a long ventilation duct with a diameter of half a meter was also gnawed out near the inner side of the cave ceiling, extending upwards for 100 meters until it was opened up at a position 10 meters to the right of the cave entrance. In this way, air convection occurs throughout the cave. Near the ventilation vent, a simple stove was gnawed out. It was made according to the standards of an outside blacksmith shop. At this moment, high-temperature coal is burning in the furnace. There were several pieces of red-hot alloy iron inside. On the forging table next to the furnace there is an anvil that is 1 meter long, 0.5 meters wide and 0.3 meters high. There is also a large vat on the side, which contains the clear cold spring water that Xiang Bao got. The place of origin is Zizulan, Xiang Bao's hometown, and it is obtained from a spring there. A forging hammer, a pair of pliers, and all the tools needed for forging are ready. Xiang Bao lay quietly beside him, sleeping with his eyes closed. Messer, wearing professional blacksmith clothes, used tongs to pick up a fist-sized piece of alloy from the furnace and placed it on the anvil. The sound of his mouth rose and fell with his breathing, and his whole body became calm. Holding the forging hammer in his right hand, he raised and lowered it. Clang, dazzling sparks flew everywhere, and the alloy was dented by the hammer. As soon as he started, Messi felt a strange sense of familiarity in his heart, and he swung the hammer vigorously. Ding 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 ding. Ding. Using special techniques and rhythm, in a state of unity between man and nature, and coordinated with the haki of observation, Messer sensed the aura emitted by the alloy and the veins and textures inside it. Hammer after hammer hits along the veins. Make its structure more compact. The alloy is beaten into long strips, folded and forged again, and the hammer is swung back and forth continuously. The interaction of forces keeps the alloy at a suitable temperature at all times. Because it is a mixed alloy, no other materials are needed. Through continuous hammering, Messer also analyzed the properties of this alloy. It has good hardness and toughness and can be used to make weapons. The forging technique used by Messer this time is folding forging. Because there is only one material, there will be no saw blade texture, only delicate lines like annual rings. Continuously folding and forging to sort out the internal structure, as he forged, Messi could clearly feel the breath of the metal changing. The internal veins are reconstructed and connected, and a faint spirituality quietly gathers. As time passed, a short sword-like dagger appeared, and Messer made the curvature of the blade. After completing all these processes, pick it up with tongs and place it in a water tank. Quenching. Laugh. A violent white mist rose up. The temperature of the dagger cooled down rapidly, and Mercer sensed that at this moment the dagger's spirituality suddenly became complete. A unique atmosphere appeared at this moment. Messer picked up the dagger and looked at it in front of his eyes. The overall lines were smooth, and the silver-white dagger had delicate annual ring-like textures. There are still a few steps left, let's finish them together. Tempering. After quenching, the dagger is returned to the furnace for moderate calcination. This process is completed. Polishing. Messer took out the whetstone and began to grind the blade. With the sound of rubbing, the blade gradually became smooth and sharp, with a deep and cold glow that was captivating. The last step is to add the handle of the dagger. Mercer uses a wooden handle made of bamboo that has been refined from bear treasure. There is also a scabbard made of the same bamboo material. After everything is done, an exquisite short sword-style dagger appeared. The total length is 33 cm, the width is 0.3 cm, and the thickness is cm. Everything happened smoothly as if it were a natural progression. Identification. D-level dagger, sharp knife. A freshly made sharp knife dagger with amazing hardness. Moses sheathed the dagger. Sure enough, the quality of the sharp sword is D-grade. An item with legendary properties has been detected. I was right. Famous swords can be used to refine merit points. Mercer raised the corner of his mouth and played with the dagger in his hand. The dagger with the sheath looked like a grass-green wooden stick. It seems very ordinary. Let's call it bamboo tube. A dagger hidden in bamboo. Forget about the first one. I won't be collecting any merit points for it. Putting the dagger bamboo tube on his waist, Messer stood up and stretched slowly, looking at the sky outside. Well, when you're too focused, you tend to lose track of time. It's already afternoon in the blink of an eye. Let's go home. Xiang Bao, let's go home. Xiang Bao on the side opened his mouth, his eyes full of joy. Moses added more coals and sealed the fire, leaving only a small gap to ensure that it would not go out easily. Take off your work clothes and change into the clothes you wore when you came. We walked down the mountain together along a narrow path. Breathing the outside air, the two strolled in the snowy forest. Messer was in a very good mood. He glanced at Xiang Bao beside him and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mercer released his observation haki, sensing the surrounding environment, and at a certain moment, something moved in his heart. Let's go catch some delicious prey. Xiang Bao's eyes lit up, and he immediately let out a happy hum sound. Not long after, Messi discovered a snow-white yak, a local specialty, the snow yak. He immediately rushed over, and Xiang Bao also followed closely with excitement. After approaching, Messer held a scalpel in each hand and cut off the snow yak's carotid artery in a few seconds despite the snow yak's fierce resistance. Then he retreated away to avoid the yak's dying struggle. A moment later, the big yak, which was nearly 3 meters long, was hunted down. Obtain F-end level soul crystals *1. A soul crystal the size of a grain of rice appeared and was taken away by Messer. New author, new book. Please read. Please recommend. Please vote. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 27027 I was almost broken by you. Chapter 27027. You almost broke it. Carrying the processed yak beef, Messi and Xiang Bao returned home. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Kalha sitting by the fireplace drinking tea. Mercer smiled and said, Dr. Doriel, are you hungry? Let's have beef hot pot later. Kalha glanced at Messer and said with a forced smile, why don't you come back tonight? Moses smiled and said, I'm afraid you'll worry. How's it going? Kalha asked calmly, did you create what you wanted? Mather's face was immediately filled with smiles, and he took out the dagger from his waist as if he were presenting a treasure. Kalha took it and took a look at it, then pulled out the short sword-like dagger and looked at it carefully. After a few seconds, the corners of her mouth rose slightly into a smile. Are you good at it? You actually managed to come up with something good. Being knowledgeable, she could tell at a glance that this dagger had the quality of a sharp knife. It is a famous sword. However, famous swords are not common in this sea. The Supreme Greatsword 12 skills. Big Sharp Knife 21 work. Good and Sharp Knife 50 work. Although the sharp sword is not included in the 3 common qualities mentioned above, it is undoubtedly still a rare and famous sword. There are too many people who may never touch a sharp knife in their entire lives. And now it appears in my hands. After playing with it for a while, Kalha sheathed the dagger and handed it back to Messer. Take it away. Messi smiled but didn't take it. While Kalha was puzzled, he said, this is for you. Although it's only a low-grade famous sword, it's the first one I've successfully crafted. I think its commemorative significance is more important than its practical value. Since you, Dr. Doriel, can use weapons, I'll give you this dagger. It's also very small, so keep it for self-defense. If that doesn't work, it can be used as a nail clipper. By the way, the dagger's name is Bamboo Tube. Kalha glanced at Messer, her lips curled up slightly. Compared to its practical value, this is a nice gesture. I'll give you a favor and accept the bamboo bank. He withdrew his hand and played with the bamboo tube-like dagger by spinning it between his fingers. In a good mood, Kalha immediately got up to prepare the yak slices, while Messer got the iron pot and led the fire from the fireplace into a small stove. Xiang Bao went to compress and refine the coal. After a while, with the cooperation of everyone, a big pot of red oil soup was ready. The fire in the stove was blazing, and bubbles soon began to bubble up in the soup pot. Add various ingredients into the pot. 2 people and a bear sat around the big pot, holding bowls and chopsticks. The thin slices of beef with delicate texture are put into the iron pot and cooked in a few seconds. Add some seasonal vegetables and enjoy the delicious beef. Xiang Bao, the big eater, ate up the whole cow in one meal, and even the bottom of the red oil pot was cleaned up by Xiang Bao. After eating, Xiang Bao happily picked up the pot and went to wash it. Kalha went outside alone for a walk to help digest her food. Messer sat at the desk, reading an interesting comic book for young people. Ocean Warrior Sora. It tells the legendary story of Sora, a sea warrior representing justice. Sora is based on the real deeds of naval heroes, who leads his companions to fight against the evil organization Germa-66, which has repeatedly tried to force them into desperate situations. A very interesting comic book that is geared towards younger readers. The book tells about various strange abilities and creations, such as super clones, giant robots, super-powered combat suits and other interesting things. Although it is a popular read, it also has some political appeals. See through the surface and get to the essence. The theme is that good will prevail over evil. The story is about shaping Sora, the Navy's powerful and just image through the continuous failures of Germa-66. Because it is a comic for young children, it is also an excellent reading material for establishing children's values, brainwashing. But no matter how much personal opinion is mixed in the comics, in Messer's opinion it is still an excellent reading material. Especially the several superpowered warriors in the evil Germa-66. Messer knew that they were genetically modified warriors, artificially creating people with superpowers. And now it has been successful. What are you looking at? Kulha came back from her walk, stood behind Messer, and looked at the comic book Messer was reading. Hee, a change of pace is nice, Germa-66? Interesting. Did you feel anything after watching it? Mercer asked, do you want to share your thoughts on the film? There is no doubt about the authenticity of Germa-66. Both of them know that it really exists and is not a fictional creation in the comics. The research on the bloodline factor of the life design map that Vegapunk brought to Garp also introduced the story of the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea, and Germa-66 is the external manifestation of the Vinsmoke family. Without waiting for Kulha to speak, Messer continued, the super soldiers of Germa-66 should be a kind of genetic modification related to the bloodline factor. The 5 of them, Toxic Pink, Spark Red, Electric Blue, Invisible Black, and Winch Green, each have different superpowers. But each of them has the same basic abilities: iron skin, strong recovery, and extraordinary physical fitness. Dr. Doriel, I've read your research on bloodline factors. Could you create special drugs to interfere with human genes, thereby granting people extraordinary special abilities? Kulha narrowed her eyes and asked, can you understand those things? I roughly understand. Germa-66's genetic technology should be able to interfere with the permutations and combinations of human bloodline factors and graft a completely new biological gene. By grafting genes from organisms with special abilities, one can gain extraordinary and transcendental abilities. Kulha rubbed her forehead, a look of helplessness on her face. I didn't expect you to actually understand. You're right, that's the point, but I can't do it. My current research is also about drug development in humans, but it doesn't involve human gene grafting. No, you can't say that either. All I can say is that my research is about using drugs to enhance the activity of human telomerase and interfere with the proliferation of human cells. Elixir of life. Messer nodded in understanding. Kulha immediately smiled happily, put her hands on Messer's shoulders and squeezed them hard. You are really smart, kid. You understand things quickly. That's right, although I have now shifted the focus of my research to the direction of brain development. But human body research is inseparable, and some research on genetic cells is still common. Not to mention that the main research subjects are still based on bloodline factors. Vegapunk is truly a genius. Hearing this, Mercer ignored the pain in his shoulder and said in surprise, so, Dr. Duelier, have you made any progress in your research on the brain? Kulha's face twitched. Yes, there are, but the experimental mice didn't survive more than a day, they became brain dead. What? You want to try it? Messer's face froze. Forget it, I'm still young. I don't want to meet my parents so early. Kulha paused her grip on Messer's shoulder, then rubbed Messer's head with both hands and said, I see. It's pretty much what I thought. So you never thought of asking that bastard Garp who your biological parents are? We've asked. Do you want to know? Moses said, if that's you, I can tell you. No, your parents have nothing to do with me. Besides, they're dead. It doesn't matter whether they know or not. But from what you said, are your parents still famous? Mercer nodded. Mom is just an ordinary person, while the other one is a household name. Hey! Kulha laughed. A household name? Could it be that your father is Whitebeard? No, your father is dead. Could it be that bastard Roger? No, the time doesn't match. Hearing this, Moses looked at her with a gloomy look and asked, is it possible that my brother and I stayed in the womb together for more than 20 months? Cough cough. Kulha was choked and twisted her hands that were rubbing Messer's head backwards. With a crack, Messer's cervical vertebrae were broken. Cough. Sorry, I'm a little surprised. Kulha looked awkwardly at Messi, who had turned around in time to avoid having his neck broken and was now staring at her with wide eyes. Mercer looked at her with a gloomy gaze and said, could that guy have offended you somewhere else? As for no, you almost broke my neck. What a great hatred and what great resentment. Kulha touched her nose awkwardly, then said angrily, just say a few words, it's fine. I didn't mean to do that. It's not broken yet, is it? Even if it's broken, I can fix it. With your physique, it will heal in 10 days or half a month. Mercer blinked, thought about it carefully and said, it seems to be true. Then I'm not angry anymore. Kulha rolled her eyes and said in surprise, I didn't expect that. The world government spent so much effort to catch you but failed, but you were saved in this way. Your mother is a ruthless person. I admire her. My godmother is also a ruthless person. She almost broke my neck just now. Kulha said angrily, you're not going to stop, are you? Let's get over this right away. Don't mention it again. Hey! Let's get back to business, Dr. Doriel. What link do you think went wrong that led to brain death? Kulha walked over to the table and sat down on it, her eyes thoughtful. It must be that we are missing a kind of medicinal inducer, a medium that can maintain the regeneration of brain cells. After the mice took the brain development drug, the brain nerves reacted particularly actively for a period of time. But when I look back on it afterwards, it seems like a case of overdrawing my brain's potential. We need to find a species with regenerative abilities to experiment with. Better yet, one that can regenerate its brain. Only then can we extract the missing core element through experimentation. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly lit up, and Kulha smiled and said, salamanders are creatures that can regenerate even if they lose part of their heart or brain. Using them for experiments should yield useful data. Tisk. I'm the smart one. Kulha smiled smugly and looked at Messer. I'll take you to a place tomorrow. It's probably the only place on this winter island where you can find snow salamanders. Sleep early. Messer glanced outside and saw that it was getting dark. Oh good. Standing up, Moses said, I'm going to go wash up first. After washing up, Messi read some comic books and went to bed early when it was almost time. The next day. Get up and wash up. Messer opened the curtains in the house and looked at the heavy snow falling outside. Visibility is very low. I'm out for a morning run. I'll be back soon. Messer called to Kulha in the kitchen. He opened the door, followed by Xiang Bao, and quickly disappeared into the snowy scene. The hot air exhaled from the mouth turns into white mist. Mercer closed his eyes and entered a state of unity between man and nature. He sensed the surrounding environment through his sense of sight and hearing and ran quickly in the snow forest. Running with rhythm, matching the frequency of breathing. The limbs are coordinated and unified. He ran faster and faster in the wind and snow, accurately avoiding perceived obstacles. In his celestial state, everything around him became vivid. One's own breath interacts with the breath of the surrounding environment, and the breath of the surrounding is captured by the seeing and hearing color and fed back to oneself, and a special visual sense appears in the mind. Running with great freedom. Swinging arms in coordination with steps, breathing, extremely comfortable breathing, vitality, full of energy throughout the body. Like the wind helping. Even when running against the wind and snow, you can feel a sense of support. Feel the breath of the wind and snow, blend your own breath into the wind and snow, and the wind brought by running will carry the wind and snow in nature and turn them into a driving force. It's like a vortex. He sensed that Xiang Bao was following closely behind him. Mercer sensed Xiang Bao's breathing rate. Because their breathing methods came from the same origin and they had been together for a long time, their breathing rates slowly converged into the same rhythm. In a state of harmony between man and nature. Possessing a unique ability to interact with the breathing of all things in nature, Moser guides Xiang Bao's breathing through his own breathing frequency, so that the breathing of the two can be constantly synchronized and unified. Non-stop running. A moment, Xiang Bao's breathing rhythm suddenly became disordered. It turned out that he tripped over a rock and the whole bear suddenly fell forward. He bumped into Messer's back. The next moment, Messi also fell out, and the man and the bear rolled into a ball in the snow. His breathing was disrupted and Moses also came out of his celestial state. He lay in the snow, sprawled out, trying to adjust his breathing. Waves of white mist spread from his mouth. Ooh! At this time, Xiang Bao crawled over, pressed his big head on Messer's chest, and put his left paw on Messer's face. Reaching out to push away Xiang Bao's paws, Mercer said speechlessly, "It's so cold, there's snow all over your paws. And you're so clumsy, you actually fell down and almost killed me." Hey! Xiang Bao came forward with his tongue hanging out and licked Messi's face hard with his wet tongue. The big head rubbed against Messi's face hard. She moaned softly, her voice full of grievance. Okay, I won't scold you anymore, and don't act aggrieved. You are a panda spirit, not a cat spirit, nor a fox spirit, so stop being cute. Ow! New author, new book. Please read. Please recommend. Please vote. Please invest. P.S. There are some secondary settings regarding Germa's human body technology, because the original work did not find out the details, so we can only try to rationalize it based on our imagination. Please don't blame me if there are any errors. End of this chapter. Chapter 28028 Goldmine and Salamander. Chapter 28028 Goldmine and Salamander. Xiang Bao knew he was in the wrong and wanted to carry Moses on his back on the way home. But Moses disagreed. Why are you carrying anything so early in the morning? You should carry it later before going out. Xiang Bao thought about it and agreed. In the wind and snow, a man and a bear set out on their journey home. Not long after, Mercer and Xiang Bao arrived home. Breakfast was already prepared by then. The two of them and the bear happily finished their breakfast. Kulha then took out an insulated plastic storage box with holes in it. Take this with you. If you find a salamander, use this to store it. Okay. Messer agreed, and soon Xiang Bao came over after washing the dishes. Everything is ready, and the two people and the bear go out. After a long time, Kulha put on a furry fur coat. It was the one that Moses had given me before. In the snow. Xiang Bao started running forward, with Messer and Kulha sitting on Xiang Bao's back, Messer sitting in front and Kulha sitting behind him. A bit crowded. But it's acceptable. Under Kulha's guidance. After crossing the magnetic drum mountain in the east, we arrived at the foot of a mountain covered with ice and snow. There are huge, rugged rocks covered with ice and snow everywhere. Okay, stop. Reaching out and patting Xiang Bao, Kulha jumped off Xiang Bao's body. In front of me was a narrow angle formed by the collapse of two huge rocks, and inside the angle was a dark cave. Kulha said, "It's a little dark inside." I'll go ahead. You two should watch your step. As she spoke, Kulha walked in with a flashlight. The cave was so narrow that she had to walk sideways to get in. Very narrow at first. This is a gap leading to the underground. There are few footholds, but fortunately you can use your hands to support yourself on the rock walls on both sides and go all the way down. The gap is slanted downwards. Kulha held a flashlight in her mouth and walked down nimbly under the light. Moses followed closely. Behind him, Xiang Bao also followed with his arms supported. Until 100 meters down. We're almost at the bottom. Just jump down. It's only 1 or 2 meters high. Don't be afraid. Kulha said. A few seconds later, Kulha disappeared in front of him, and then his feet felt empty, and Messer fell down with him. As soon as he landed, Messi jumped forward reflexively. At the same time, a heavy object fell down. Mercer turned his head and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Ouch! Xiang Bao screamed in pain, obviously he fell on his butt. I looked around and saw a tunnel that was 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, and I didn't know how long it was. Kulha was 2 meters ahead. Seeing Kulha shining the flashlight at herself, Messi smiled and followed. Seeing Messi left, Xiang Bao also hurried to follow. The tunnel is very difficult to walk in. Some places are high and some places are narrow. The terrain is getting lower and lower. But as you go further and further, the humidity in the air around you becomes more and more obvious. I walked about 1 kilometer. Turned a corner. The 2 men and the bear walked out of the difficult tunnel. The surroundings suddenly became bright. A vast underground space appeared. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of water kept dripping from above my head. Mercer looked up and saw that the ceiling of the cave, which was more than 10 meters high, was covered with stalactites of various sizes with pointed tops, and the damp ground around it was also covered with sparse stone pillars. The surrounding space suddenly became brighter. Colorful. Very beautiful and spectacular. The smooth stalactites constantly reflect the natural light that shines in from the multiple tiny vents overhead. Stalactite Cave. Mercer said, I didn't expect there would be such a place on Magnetic Drum Island. Kulha laughed happily and said, I discovered this place when I was bored. It's an underground cave. Because it's underground, the temperature is much higher than above. There's also a lot of vegetation, small fish and shrimps along the underground river here, and if nothing unexpected happens, there will also be salamanders. And this stalactite. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Messi and Kulha turned their heads and saw that Xiang Bao was holding a bamboo-shaped stalactite and chewing it. The food was juicy and full of debris. Mercer held his forehead with one hand and said helplessly, those are stalactites, stalagmites, although they are still called stalagmites, but they are not bamboo shoots. Foodie. It's a glutton. Kulha cursed with a smile, then continued what she had just left unsaid. Moreover, this stalactite is also a medicinal herb, and its efficacy is quite powerful. Just eat it, it won't make you sick anyway. Just treat it as a calcium supplement. Xiang Bao made a sound, broke off a pointed piece of stalactite and handed it to Moses, indicating that Moses should eat it too, as it was delicious. Moses waved his hand and said, I won't eat it. My teeth are not in good condition. Please ask Dr. Doriel to eat it. Kulha's face twitched, and she glared at Messer, you are so filial, you drive me crazy. Hee. Messer shifted his gaze and turned to look around. In a few seconds, Messer walked to a corner. Looking at the large dark red vine-like stones with blood-like color oozing out of them, Messer scraped some juice with his right index finger and tasted it on his tongue. A smell of rust. Pa. Xian Bao, come here, there are delicious food here. Mercer said to Xian Bao who was chewing on the stalactites. Upon hearing this, the latter immediately came over and put his head forward. Mercer said, "This is iron ore. Eat it. Remember to refine the alloy for me. I need it." Xiang Baoxiang's face froze, and he stared at Messi with his bare eyes. He roared woo and stepped back. He doesn't want to eat and vomit again. Mercer grabbed Xiang Bao's ear and said, "Your objection is ineffective. Once we have refined a high-quality alloy, we can upgrade your equipment and develop your devil fruit abilities." Seeing Xiang Bao was hesitant, Messi made a big move, "Work hard and I will take you out for a good meal in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely not take you with me when I go out in the future." Now, Xiang Bao was a little nervous. He nodded quickly, grabbed the ground with his claws, opened his big mouth and bit it. Crack, crack! The chewed vines were scattered everywhere. Kulha took a look, smiled and said nothing, then walked alone towards a clump of vegetation beside an underground river not far away. Messi took off the plastic storage box tied to his body, patted Xiang Bao's head, and followed him. As the saying goes, you catch rabbits while you're at it. Moses did the same. He gently kicked the vegetation under his feet, and at the same time, his observation skills were activated, sensing the surrounding air. "What did you sense?" Kulha asked. "Is the aura too dense?" Mercer nodded. "I didn't expect there would be so many small animals in a place like this. Although most of them are in this river. In front of me is a deep blue underground lake, which is crescent-shaped with faint ripples on the surface. Some yellow-brown mosses and lush aquatic vegetation grow by the lake. From time to time, small silver-white fish the size of a palm would jump out of the lake. Looks delicate and cute. I just don't know how it tastes." "Hey? This is..." Suddenly Kulha's somewhat surprised voice came, and Messer turned his head to look, only to see that she had moved a large stone and was looking under the stone. "What's up?" Moses came over, took the big stone from her hand and threw it aside. "This is..." Under the boulder is a layer of rock, which is now exposed to the air, revealing a lump of crystals with a faint golden color. "Is this a gold mine?" "That should be right, Xiang Bao, come here." Kulha waved to Xiang Bao, who was chewing on the iron ore, "Come and eat here. I am a brick. Move wherever needed." If Bao Xiang could speak, he would definitely sing this line. Although he couldn't speak, he still had to listen to what Kulha said. He swallowed the ore in his mouth, ran over, and took a closer look. It was still ore. Xiang Mian was embarrassed, but he also got into the state. He lay on the ground and started chewing. "You've refined gold before, and you know how to do it. You don't need me to teach you. Go for it." Xiang Bao didn't even look up, he just grabbed the gold ore and started chewing it. Kurha and Messer then continued their search for the salamander. After the gold mine episode, the luck of the two seemed to be getting better and better. After a while, Messer found 5 pink and white creatures that looked like small lizards in a small pond. They had 6 external gills, 3 on each side, which looked like small red horns. Catch them accurately and quickly and place them in a plastic box, then pour water from a small pond into it, and then add some small stones and aquatic plants. Maintain their growth ecology. After it was done, Kulha also made a discovery. When Messer looked over, he saw 3 earth-brown salamanders. Put them together in the box. "Are you still catching me?" Messer asked. Kulha thought for a moment and said, "Let's grab a few more. After all, this is for experiments, so we should prepare more to prevent any accidents." The two continued to catch him. Half an hour later, "We caught 11 more and then couldn't find them anymore. Maybe he hid in the water. 19 in total. Put the breathable plastic lid on." The two came to Xiang Bao and looked at each other in silence after seeing the hole. At this moment, Xiang Bao had already chewed out a big hole with a diameter of 10 meters. And on the edge of the big pit there is a small pile of irregular gold blocks. Judging from the color and texture, it has obviously been refined and is of excellent purity. As the two arrived, Xiang Bao also climbed out of the pit below and spat out the last piece of irregular gold from his mouth. It's about half the size of a fist. At this time, Xiang Bao also pointed down and shook his head at Messi, meaning that there was no gold mine below. Mercer rubbed Xiang Bao's head and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll go back and see if I can catch any prey. If I do, I'll treat you to barbecue." Moses piled the gold into a pile and roughly counted it. Finally, the pile of gold is about 77,280 grams, which is equivalent to Bailey. Messer looked at Kulha and smiled. "Dr. Doriel, I calculated. Based on the recent gold price of 10,000 berries per gram, the total is about 770 million. Kulha narrowed her eyes, did some mental calculations, and nodded after a few seconds. 772,800,000 berries. Messer blinked and gave Kulha a thumbs up. "Great. With this income, I think Dr. Doriel won't be short of funds for her recent research, right? Oh, if we really want to study it, no amount of Bailey will be enough." Kulha patted Messer's shoulder and said with a smile, "Boy, you still have a lot to accomplish. This is just the beginning. Okay, now that we've done what we need to do, we can leave. We can't escape from this place. If you want iron ore, you can get it yourself when you have time." "Okay." Without any instructions from Moses, as soon as he heard that they were leaving, Xiang Bao immediately opened his mouth and swallowed all the gold, storing it in his stomach. Practice makes perfect. Return along the same route you came. Half an hour later. As it got colder, the two men and the bear came out of the crevice in the rocks. Came to the outside world. It was almost noon after all the busy work. Messer looked at the sky and said to Kulha, "You two go back first. I'll go look around and hunt some prey." Kulha smiled and took the plastic box of salamanders from Messer's hand. "Okay, then be careful. But remember, don't provoke the Labang group. You might not be able to defeat them right now, and you might get hurt if you are not careful. They can also take advantage of the environment and trigger avalanches. Be careful, and get out of here." "Okay. Take care." Kulha rolled her eyes at Miser, then smiled and rode on Xian Bao and walked away from Miser. Walking alone in the snow, feeling the wind and snow and the loneliness all around, Moser suddenly felt like singing a song. And a very magical tune appeared in my mind. "What's it called?" "Well, it's called Two Cows, how do you sing it?" "Oh, yes, that's how it's sung. There are two cows on the hillside to the east. The bull said to the cow, 'I love you.' The cow said to the bull, 'Are you ashamed?' The bull said, 'Don't be ashamed, I love you.' The sky is full of wind and snow." Mercer was humming a strange tune, wearing a white furry labang coat, and was looming in the snow. Unconsciously, Moses came to the mouth of a low valley, looking at the faint plum blossom prints under his feet and the hard objects like fresh black stones. Mercer's observation haki spread out, and he sensed many auras of varying strengths in a certain location in the valley. Something moved in my heart. He ran quickly towards that direction. After a few minutes, his pace slowed down. Not far ahead, Messer saw a herd of deer. A herd of hundreds of deer. As breathing rises and falls, the whole person enters a state of unity between man and nature. Assimilate your own breath into the wind and snow. He rushed towards that direction at a fast speed, like a snow leopard lying in ambush in the snow. Danger is approaching quietly. 20 meters away. Messi took a deep breath, holding a scalpel in each of his 5 fingers, and quickly scanned the deer. Finally, 2 very strong stags were selected. The next moment, Moses jumped up. He rushed out quickly, and at the moment of rushing out, he threw the scalpels in his hands back and forth. Puff puff. 2 slight muffled sounds appeared one after another. With the sudden appearance of Mercer, the deer were frightened and fell into chaos. Escape in all directions. However, 2 deer stayed forever. Obtain F and level soul crystals *2. The 2 soul crystals as small as rice grains were kept by Messer. He walked over, picked up the 2 deer's horns, and disappeared in the wind and snow with the deer. New author, new book. Please read. Please add me to your collection. Please invest. Please vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 29029 First Lottery. Chapter 29029. First Lottery. Laboratory on the 2nd floor. Kulha created a warm and humid environment in the corner, and the captured salamanders were released here. Slices are taken for research from time to time. It could be a limb or an organ, but the main part is the brain area. As the salamander regenerates, useful regenerative cell material is extracted from the regenerated area, cultured in a culture medium, injected with drugs, and the growth cycle is observed. Drug research on brain development is conducted by using drugs to influence the growth and changes of the salamander's brain. Time passes day by day. The gold was shaped into gold bars by Xiang Bao. During this period, Cap came once, but Messi did not go to the East China Sea with him. Instead, focus on your own work. Half of the gold was taken away by Cap on this trip, and together with the gold obtained from the previous slave ship, was used to purchase some drugs and equipment for experiments. Kulha asked Karp to do these miscellaneous tasks. Of course, hard work pay is indispensable. It's also a kind of social interaction. A month later, Cap delivered the purchased supplies here. As a result, Kulha's daily life became even busier, and sometimes she was nowhere to be seen all day long. Xiang Bao brought all 3 meals a day. As for Messer, he was still immersed in forging more famous swords. Xiang Bao runs back and forth every day, going to the cave to refine metal ore, delivering goods to Messi, and then going home to cook after delivering the goods. At mealtime, Moses would return with the game he had occasionally caught. After dinner, I will go to the forging cave in the east of Drum Peak to continue forging. The creation of a famous sword is not always successful. But even if it fails, the weapons created can still be considered refined weapons outside. Due to time and efficiency issues, Messi only made some small weapons, such as daggers, short knives, short swords, and arm shields, to reduce the time cost to a minimum. Every day after dinner, Messi would bring Xiang Bao 1 or 2 refined weapons or scraps as rations. These excellent weapons and equipment, which are sought after by people outside, are used as rations by a bear in an unknown corner. If swordsmen and other weapon enthusiasts knew about this, they would be so angry that their chests would heave and their bodies would tremble. Time flies. As more and more things were forged, Messer's skills became more and more sophisticated, and the chances of delivering quick knives became more and more frequent. The integration of metal veins and the understanding of the spirituality of forging and gathering materials have become increasingly profound. Both Messer's equipment and Kulha's equipment have been updated. All scalpels are replaced with sharp knife quality. Even the kitchen knives at home are of the quality of sharp knives, but the edges are not sharpened to be as sharp as weapons. Just enough to cut vegetables, cut meat, and break bones. Haiwan Calendar, May 1505. Time flies, and another year has passed. Moses was 5 years old. The raw iron ore is gone. Except for the vein in the king's hands, the rest of the iron ore that can be found on the island has almost been mined out by Xiang Bao. It's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Laugh, 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 Moses was sweating as he sharpened a silver-white dagger, as long as his forearm, on a whetstone. Polishing completed. Fix the hilt of the sword. The scabbard is made to fit perfectly. Identification. C-rank dagger, excellent blade, a high-quality dagger crafted from a special cold alloy. The blade has the ability to condense moisture from the air into dewdrops. Mura same. Messer blinked his eyes. This sword, the first good and sharp sword in his life, which took him a whole week to make, was indeed a surprise. 2 months ago, Xiang Bao accidentally found a piece of cold meteorite iron in the Karst Cave iron mine. He then used his fruit power to refine and fuse it into the only C-grade alloy. It can be said that it was not wasted. At the same time, Messer opened the light curtain panel and looked at the gift ability column. As expected, the D-level forging naturally grew to D and level within this year as the shipment rate of quick sword continued to increase. With the birth of this good quick sword, the quality was officially improved. C-rank gift, forging. Moses played with the dagger and thought to himself, forging a good weapon is time-consuming and laborious. Melting and forging metal is a difficult problem in itself, and this step alone takes too much time. But with Xiang Bao's swallow fruit ability, this prerequisite was directly skipped. It saved me a lot of time. All I need to do is spend my energy forging the refined alloy. When forging a sharp knife, the veins of ordinary alloys are easy to handle, but the gathering of the material's spirituality is a problem. However, as long as the gathering is successful and there are no mistakes in the subsequent steps, it can be forged. But the fine blade is different. The rare alloy veins are more difficult to integrate, and the gathering of the material's spiritual essence is even more laborious. Every step of the forging process cannot go wrong. Fortunately, I was able to enter a state of unity between man and nature, entering into absolute tranquility and concentration, otherwise this fine blade would not have been born. Miser summarized his forging career of the past year in his mind, from forging a sharp knife to successfully forging a good sharp knife today. The understanding of forging has made tremendous progress. For me now, forging a sharp sword-level weapon is no longer challenging at all. The only thing that can limit you is the quality of the materials. This year's harvest was also quite rich. The blade is a weapon with legendary properties. For a normal sharp blade weapon, under the concept characteristic of weapon, Messer discovered that when the weapon becomes smaller than a dagger, the merit points earned will decrease in a landslide manner. A standard-style sharp dagger can be refined by yourself to obtain the standard 1000 merit points. But when it comes to a scalpel of sharp knife quality, the merit points extracted are only 100 points. As for the silver needle of sharp knife quality, it only has 1 merit point. And the forging quality of the silver needle and scalpel's sharp blade is simply terrible, and the gathering of the material's spirituality is simply a ghost. After forging the first silver needle and refining the merit points, Messi secretly decided in his heart that unless something unexpected happened, he would never forge another one in his lifetime. Time-consuming. The price/performance ratio is very low. This year, Messi took the time to make a suitable set of close-fitting armor and weapons for Xiang Bao, which was also a reward for the hard-working miner Xiang. Or wages. In addition to real estate, that is, the sharp swords for his own use, over the course of a year, Moser collected a total of 60 sharp sword weapons, excluding those that failed. After all the extraction, Messer received 60101 merit points. It can be said that an A-grade devil fruit has been refined. After summarizing the year, Messer's mouth curled up, and it was also the harvest season for fruit farmers. Looking at the several gifts on the gift ability column that have not yet been truly manifested. Merit point consumption. Invest 50,000 merits. The gift you've been longing for is now truly manifested. A wonderful feeling was brewing in Moses' body, like a breeze blowing through him inside and out. It feels comfortable first. But then a pain came from inside and outside. Unparalleled pain. Messer gritted his teeth. Try to get into the breathing state. Empty your mind. After an unknown amount of time, Moses suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, an instinctive feeling emerged. Messer looked at the dagger in his hand and stared at a white spot on the rock wall 10 meters away. An instinctive feeling surged in his heart. He threw it casually using a throwing technique, but at the moment of throwing it, according to the idea of hitting it in his mind, at the moment the dagger left his hand, Messer's fingers instinctively made a slight adjustment. As if that's the way it should be done. The next moment, the dagger that was thrown casually seemed to be a stroke of genius, accurately hitting the sesame-sized white dot. And inserted into the rock wall. Moses was lost in thought. Instinct. The gift of precision actually gave me a talent, an instinct. It's not a conceptual ability to interfere with probability, but rather an ability to use my own abilities to modify outcomes through observation and prediction. Moses looked at the gift abilities in the ability column. A-level gift, precision, can grow freely, blessing effect, through self-correction, gain interference with vision, skills, physique, thinking and other aspects related to the hit rate. In C's evaluation, precision is the difference between surgery and slaughter. With a smile on his face, Moses was very satisfied with the effect of the gift. Rather than relying on random chance, I prefer to use my own hands to create the results I want. I was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect precision to be such a gift that could allow me to grow naturally. I guess I was wrong about it before. Merit points, 11078 including the daily check-ins over the years and the remaining merit points from previous refining, there are currently only this many merit points left. Merit points are very useful, but also very difficult to obtain. Of course, this was me before I forged the famous sword. Looking at the remaining merit points, Messi couldn't help but feel a desire to spend them. As for the way of consumption. Lottery. This is also a function that Messi has never used since he obtained merit points. Now that he has earned money, he wants to spend it. Lottery, use merit points to draw treasures from the dimensional universe, including but not limited to gifted abilities, items, characters, etc. The lottery quality range for each lottery fluctuates depending on the number of merit points consumed. I can forge a sharp sword, so I'll spend 1000 points on it first to try it out and make a good sword. He did it as soon as he thought of it, following the instinct of lottery, and paid 1000 points of merit. Messi blinked his eyes, wanting to see what kind of lottery method it was. The next moment, Mercer's consciousness was drawn into the sea of consciousness and appeared in front of the indescribable ball of light. A vortex appeared on the surface of the light ball, and the rotation of the vortex became faster and faster. A moment. An indescribable spot of light suddenly appeared. Shoot out from the vortex. Then Moses opened his eyes. At the same time, an object wrapped in a palm-sized light ball appeared in front of him. Moses reached out and touched it, the ball of light dissipated, and a booklet appeared in Moses's hand, and a message was understood by Moses. After a quick look, Moses found that he could understand that the characters recorded in it were in the font of this world. Is it some type of rule adjustment? The answer is, yes. Messer looked at the item description. D-level item, Crow Breeding Manual. Item content, through selection, breeding, and medical adjustments, high-quality birds are cultivated that can either understand human speech, speak human language, or both. Item review. Crows are friends of humans, please treat them with kindness. Moses blinked. Does this mean I should choose taming as my next gift? It can't be said to be very useful, nor can it be said to be useless. It's just a little surprise. The 9 snakes have their own snakes. Alabasta has its own running duck. Morgaus has its own news bird. How about I also organize an army of talking crows? By the way, can pandas talk? Aren't their vocal systems quite developed? Let's not talk about this for now. Let's do it again while the feeling is good. This time, Messi made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and took out 10,000 merit points to consume. After a few seconds, a spot of light appeared from the vortex of the light ball in my mind. A ball of light appeared in front of Moses again. Touch. A bottle of standard red and white capsules without any labels appeared in his hand. Messer blinked, and the information about the item was naturally understood. B-level item, APTX 4869. Item effect, Apoptoxin 4869 is a highly potent chemical toxin that can cause death without a definitive cause. With an extremely small chance, its side effects can restore a person's physiological functions to their puberty stage. Item review: a fantastical, mysterious drug that can resurrect the dead. However, its actual effect is death. Even funnier, if it doesn't kill you, the residual side effects do allow you to regain a certain kind of youth. Messer was speechless. He read the item information for APTX 4869 3 times in a row. How can such a thing be considered B grade? So its high quality comes entirely from its side effects. See you soon. Mercer opened the medicine bottle, poured the capsules into his hand, counted them carefully, and smiled wryly. There are actually 100 pills. I guess they still sell in bulk. Messer rubbed his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes, recalling the side effects of APTX 4869. In a sense, this thing really is a miracle drug that can rejuvenate people. If we combine this with adjustments to the bloodline factor and further development, can we refine this side effect into a true pharmaceutical effect? It has to be said, judging by the actions rather than the intentions, this is a successful and groundbreaking drug that interferes with human genetics to reverse growth. Although its main function is to induce programmed cell death, it also has the function of enhancing the activity of human telomerase, thereby increasing the proliferation ability of cells. Due to accidental yet inevitable side effects, the human body regresses to the level of infant development without affecting the mind. Why don't we take it back to Dr. Dolly to see if she can develop it a second time? Well, it's hard to explain where I came from. Mercer was a little distressed and scratched his head. If I lie, I'll have to use more lies to fill the gaps later. Forget it, I'll talk about it when I get back. It's time to stop forging this weapon. Why is there so little iron ore? Mercer put the manual for breeding the J. Crow and a bottle of APTX 4869 into his trouser pocket, tidied up the forge, turned off the fire, and took the dagger down from the rock wall. After taking off his work shirt, changing into his own clothes and sealing the cave entrance, Messer happily went down the mountain. Walking in the snowy forest, Mercer read the contents of the manual on breeding crows, which was about perfecting the knowledge of training highly intelligent crows, which was refreshing for Mercer. Especially the drug development involved here, which actually involves drugs that affect the brain. Tisk, 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 maybe this will be the biggest gain today. I remember there were crows on the island, the kind with white necks. Let's go get a nest of eggs tomorrow and try. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. P.S. Let me tell you an interesting story about Kojiki Odin. At 0, he violently threw his wet nurse. At 2, he could catch 2 rabbits simultaneously, demonstrating incredible leg strength. At 4, he killed a giant bear by throwing a boulder. At 6, he began frequenting red light districts. At 8, he got into a brawl with gamblers while drinking. At 9, he was blacklisted by the Yakuza, and in a rage, he burned down the gang's casino and was arrested for assault. At 10, he was confined to a stone-cutting operation as a prisoner, and thanks to his talent as a member of the Kojiki family, he rose to become a master stonemason. At 14, he was wanted again for altering the river course due to drought, causing a flood. At 15, he threatened the temple abbot and secluded himself there, abducting women every night to build a harem. These women were usually free, but were captivated by Odin's charm. This angered the public and led to their attack, which Odin gladly accepted, leading to the harem rebellion in Wano country. End of this chapter. Chapter 30:30 Tacit Understanding. Chapter 30:30 Tacit Understanding. Crows are alert, curious, and have an IQ significantly higher than that of ordinary birds. It's May now, which seems to be the breeding and egg-laying season for crows. We should be able to find it. On the way home, Mercer finished reading the manual in no time and had a basic understanding of how to raise crows. Moses knew that the raven was a product of that world and was a messenger used to transmit information. It is cultivated by continuously optimizing genes through selecting the best from generation to generation. High IQ, understanding of human nature, independent thinking, and loyal. It is a rare partner. If Moses wanted to cultivate, he had to start from scratch. For this. Then I'm not worried at all. The animals in this world are extremely psychic and quite magical. Moses knew of a starfish, a simple starfish. When he was very young, he always thought he was a human being, but when he realized that he was a starfish, he had already learned to speak human language. Very idealistic. Extremely magical. Not to mention those large beasts and sea kings, almost all of them possess minds that are no less intelligent than humans. The intelligence of too many ordinary animals in this world should not be underestimated, let alone animals like crows, which are already extremely intelligent. Well, let's go hunt some prey. With the activation of his observation haki, Messer easily captured a decent breath. It didn't take much time for Messer to find its location. Oh! With a curl of his lips, Moser looked at the labangs that appeared in front of him. There were a small group of 10 of them. Looking at the labang group 20 meters away, watching this group of people stand up carnivorous snow-white rabbits like bears. Both sides stared at each other. One of the party's eyes turned red. On the other side, Moses looked at them calmly. He drew the dagger from his waist. This silver-white dagger, as long as his forearm, was the perfect size for Messi now. Although it is a short sword. The length is 55 centimeters. It was about half the length of Moses. To me, it's now considered a long sword. A good, sharp sword must have its own name. When swung and hits the air, dew will spontaneously condense on the blade. This is Winter Island, so it's called Cold Dew. As Moses was thinking in his heart, a shrill roar exploded in his ears, followed by a whistling wind. A labang came over with a claw. Mercer leaped back, avoiding a swiping claw. You can see a few tiny burrs on the sharp claws. As soon as he landed, Messi suddenly rolled to the side and avoided a big labang that jumped high and stepped on his head. Bang! Snowflakes flew everywhere. Get up! Moses looked at the 10 laban that were about to surround him. There were 6 big ones and 4 medium ones, but they were all taller than him. The big laban were more than 3 meters tall. With a smile on his lips, Mercer said softly, "Greater numbers don't necessarily mean greater power." With a push of his feet on the ground, a handful of snowflakes was raised, and Mercer quickly rushed towards a big labang in front of him. He rushed to it from a distance of 4 meters in a breath, roared with his mouth wide open, and slapped it. Mercer's eyes were calm, and he took a step back. At the same time, the tip of the handle sword in his right hand suddenly slashed upwards accurately. Pfft! A sound like cutting paper was heard, and a handful of blood splashed everywhere, leaving a long and narrow wound on Labang's palm. Ow! The intense pain made it roar and retract its claws. But it retracted its sword, but Messer did not. He suddenly took a step forward, rushed in front of it and slashed with his sword. With a whoosh, the sword cut through its knee cartilage. Labang felt pain again and fell to his knees while screaming. At this time, Moser appeared beside him and raised the cold dew to chop him down. The sharp blade cut through the hair and pierced its neck. Mercer glanced at the cold dew in his hand, and the dew condensed on the sword and the blood on it slid down the tip of the sword. Despair, the blood smashed a red hole in the snow. Moses saw that the Labans who were rushing towards him were not intimidated by the death of one of them. Instead, they became even more angry and roared. His expression remained unchanged as he nimbly moved among the group of Labangs, the sharp sword in his hand accurately cutting deep wounds into the joints of their legs. The Labans seemed to have the upper hand due to their size, but after 3 strikes, their necks would be accurately cut open by Messer. Less than 3 minutes. Mercer looked around and saw that all 10 labangs had fallen into the deepest sleep. Watching the last E-level soul crystal as big as a soybean flying towards him. A breath of white air slowly came out of Moses' mouth. 10 labangs provided 6 E-grade and 4 F-grade soul crystals, a total of 10 soul crystals. At the first glance, Messi discovered that the 3-meter-tall labang had an E-level strength, while the smaller one, which was over 2 meters tall, was only F-end level. Don't think about it anymore. Messer projected a light curtain panel with his mind. Looking at the soul crystals he had accumulated over the past year. Plus what we just hunted. Soul crystals, F level 119, F plus level 208, E level *6. The harvest was good, and Mercer hunted in the snow forest almost every day. Then, Messi opened the attribute column with his mind. Attributes: physique, strength, EE and endurance, EE agility, EE plus soul, will, EE and perception, EE and spirit, EE plus special. Mysterious, energy, EE plus, gaining bonus to observation haki. A year of blacksmithing career, plus sufficient meat supply every day, and the bonus to the spiritual will perception attributes from the color of observation and the state of unity between man and nature. Except for the fact that the durability attribute did not increase much due to aging, the other attributes all grew to the E-end level, the top level of quality in the E level. Messi feels pretty good about his current growth, and everything is improving steadily. However, Messer glanced at the soul crystal. Since there's a faster and more stable road to take, let's try it. With a gleam of thought in Messer's eyes, he rationally distributed and integrated the soul crystals he currently had. In the end, except for the 9 F level and 4 E level soul crystals that had not been integrated, Messer also fused an E-end grade soul crystal. After putting the soul crystal into the durability attribute, the next moment, a stream of warm current appeared in Messer's body from the inside out, continuously improving Messer's durability attribute. Time flies. A numbing and swollen feeling appeared all over his body, and Messer could clearly sense that all aspects of his body related to endurance were rapidly improving. After a long while, Messer opened his eyes and felt a sense of balance and clarity throughout his body. Hexagonal warrior. All-round unification. With no weaknesses in his attributes, Mercer smiled and said, "We need to maintain this trend. Only when we are strong in all aspects can we be considered truly strong." Glancing at the labangs around him, Messer picked out 2 of the fattest and strongest ones and took them away, leaving the rest to his own devices. As for wasting, that was impossible. Labangs are very fertile creatures. Although like bears, they usually only give birth to 1 or 2 babies at a time, they are in heat all year round like rabbits. As for the remaining body of labang, there is nothing to worry about. The smell of blood will naturally attract other carnivorous creatures to come and take advantage of this delicious gift from nature. And if you only bring 2 labangs home, you don't have to worry about being scolded by Kulha. After all, she won't allow Messer to fight labang. 2 is just right. Returned home with 2 prey. Messer dropped his coat on the desk. Call Xiang Bao out to deal with it together. The snow was not very heavy today. Under a giant tree not far from the tree house, a pile of charcoal fire was lit and 2 large barbecue grills were set up. 2 processed labangs are pierced with iron skewers and roasted on the charcoal fire. With the passage of time, the crystal clear fat is roasted out and drips onto the charcoal fire, making a crackling sound. Moser used a knife to cut the skin of the labang into a net-like shape and spread the prepared sauce evenly. The barbecue is fully heated. Amidst the squeaking sound of oil, the rich aroma of barbecue spread out. Eating barbecue. Kulha's voice came, "Why didn't you call me?" Kulha came over with a bottle of plum wine in her hand. She glanced at labang and then at Messer. Seeing that he had no external injuries, she didn't bother to pay any attention to him. Messer was a little surprised. He brushed the baking ingredients and smiled at Kulha. are you done for today? Well, the research has entered a new phase these past 2 days, so I can relax for a while. Kulha laughed. Oh, by the way, where did you get this thing? Kulha took out a booklet from the pocket behind her buttocks. It was the manual for breeding crows. From what I saw in your coat pocket, the cultivation drugs inside are quite interesting. They actually slightly involve the brain area of a living being. There was a flicker of hesitation in Moses' eyes, but he thought about it and was about to speak. Kulha continued, well, there's a medicine bottle in your clothes on the desk. What are the capsules in it? How should I put it? Kulha raised her eyebrows, smiled, and suddenly said, forget it, I won't ask you any more. You're so mysterious all day long. Since you don't want to talk about it, then I won't ask. Everyone has their own secrets, and there's no need to pry into other people's secrets. Mercer scratched his head and said helplessly. It's not something I can't explain. I got these 2 things from a special channel. Dr. Dolly, you can understand this training manual, so I won't explain it any further. Mainly speaking, the capsule in that medicine bottle is a highly lethal chemical poison called APTX 4869. It has 2 effects. One is death, and the other, as a side effect, can restore a person's physiological functions to their puberty. Well, the kind that leaves the person mentally intact. Kulha raised an eyebrow, not caring why Messi knew so much. Instead, she nodded her chin with interest, rejuvenation at the cellular level. Almost. He. Kulha laughed happily. Black technology, do you mind if I study it? Mercer waved his hand and said nonchalantly, I brought it back so that you could study it. I just don't know how to explain where it came from. Kulha curled her lips and asked, does anyone else know that you have something like this? No, just you, me, Xiang Bao, and us 3. Xiang Bao doesn't count, so it's just the 2 of us, right? Well, that's fine then. Since no one else knows about it, I can focus on my research and we don't have to run away. Messer, run away. Kulha laughed strangely and rolled her eyes at Messer. Remember, boy, in this world, immortality is always the most attractive thing. If you master it and others know about it, you will never be able to live in peace. So, if others knew we had this thing, wouldn't we just run away? Would we wait for them to come over for tea? Oh. Messer nodded, looked at Kulha and smiled, if you develop the rejuvenating drug, won't we have to move? That's right. Kulha thought for a moment and agreed. If things go wrong, we might have to move. Are you so confident? Messer asked curiously. Kulha said calmly, who do you think I am? As long as it's a drug and a finished product, how can I not be able to decipher it? Do you think that my youthful years of more than 120 years have been wasted? Moses did not respond to avoid being beaten. Well, the barbecue is ready, let's eat. As he said this, he cut a large piece of bone-in meat with a knife and handed it to Kulha. Reaching out to take it, not even minding the heat, Kulha enjoyed it happily, taking bites of meat and sips of wine. Miser also started eating. As for Xiang Bao, there was no need to worry about him. He had already started to deal with the other Labang while Miser and the other were talking. After eating, Kulha smiled and said, go and do your own thing, and you guys continue eating, then she walked back to the treehouse with a happy step. Seeing her return home, Mercer turned back to continue eating barbecue with a smile in his eyes, that's all, it's good to have this kind of tacit understanding. After years of dependence on each other, Messer trusts Kulha very much and knows her very well. Mercer thought that if he could draw something interesting in the future, he could continue to share it with her. This way of getting along is quite comfortable. I believe Dr. Dolly feels the same way. But I just don't know when she will be able to figure out that medicine. Messer uses breathing to influence the rapid digestion of the stomach and intestines, with precise control, to achieve rapid absorption of nutrients. And then the appetite is opened. Easy breathing method. Precision. The two gifts were used simultaneously, complementing each other, and Moses was delighted. As expected, the two gifts can enhance each other. Breathing can be used actively, while precision can be used passively, working together like the palm and back of the hand. It feels like a return of life. No, it's not the same as a return of life, but the effect is similar. Seeing that Messiah was eating the meat faster, Xiangbao glared at him, and a human-like look of unwillingness to admit defeat flashed on his bare face. Ugh! Eating speed increases suddenly. Mercer took a look and glanced at him speechlessly. If you have the guts, stop using your abilities. If you have the guts, stop opening your mouth so wide. Xiangbao didn't answer Moses, but just ate the meat in big mouthfuls. She was crying in her mouth. The whites of his eyes were rolling up. Since you used your breathing to affect the digestion speed, it's not a foul for the bear to use his ability. It's just that he ate it in a hurry and didn't taste it much. Moses smiled. Look at the silly bear. He had already eaten more than half of the roasted labang, while he still had more than half left on his. Kulha's appetite is just that of a normal person. A few minutes later, Xiangbao stared at the barbecue in front of Messi, while his own barbecue had already been completely eaten. This would look at Moses with pitiful eyes. With a smile, Messi tore off a large piece of meat and threw it to Xiangbao, who grabbed it and ate it more carefully this time. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote. Please invest. Please recommend. End of this chapter. Chapter 31031 was eaten. Chapter 31031. Being eaten. Hey! Animals are naturally afraid of fire. Mercer looked at Xiangbao, who had eaten everything right down to the bones, and now was staring longingly at the charcoal fire soaked in grease and grilling ingredients. Don't drool, okay? Moses laughed angrily and said, if you have the guts, why don't you try eating a piece? You have good teeth anyway, so you're not afraid of the heat. I heard that charcoal fire can help digestion. But it has to be charcoal. However, there are no side effects for Xiangbao. After all, the digestive ability granted by the swallow fruit is really amazing. Xiangbao had an expression that said, Messer, you didn't lie to me, and was making a meow sound. Messi nodded affirmatively and gave Xiangbao a thumbs up. The swallow fruit can swallow everything, so how could it not eat this kind of thing? However, biological instinct is at work, and I don't know whether Xiangbao is willing to try it. Confirmed by Moses. Xiangbao blinked his eyes. A layer of black iron claw appeared on his right paw through his ability. He reached out and grabbed a piece of charcoal and put it into his mouth. Click, click, click. He chewed with his eyes half closed, sparks flying out from between his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if a new world had opened up. Hey! The barbecue flavor of charcoal fire is delicious. While shouting, he picked up a piece of charcoal and handed it to Messiah, with black eyes full of sharing. Mercer watched the heat of the charcoal fire continue to press against his skin, and laughed dryly. I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't do this. Xiangbao glanced at Messi with an expression that looked at a weak chicken. Seeing this, Messi's face darkened and he gritted his teeth and said, if you have the guts, go to the second floor. There are delicious foods in Dr. Doriel's laboratory. Do you have the guts to go and eat them? Xiangbao's face was stunned, and he looked at Messi subtly. The next second, he let out a series of meaningless shouts of woo-ah, woof woof. Messer narrowed his eyes. He pulled up Xiangbao's big round face with interest and pinched a piece of flesh. What do you mean? Judging from your expression, you've been to Hohu. Xiangbao calmly moved his eyes away, looking guilty, and moved his butt backwards, with one paw reflexively protecting his butt. Mercer burst out laughing and patted Xiangbao's head. I didn't expect you'd done something like this. Why didn't you tell me? Are you so brave? Xiang Bao rolled his eyes at Messi, then swallowed the charcoal in big mouthfuls, making a crunching sound. You keep eating. I'll go back and ask. It was so interesting, how could Moses not ask for clarification? I have to ask when you did this magnificent deed. After saying that, Messi stood up, patted his butt, and walked towards the tree house. Hearing the frustrated woo-woo-woo behind him, the smile on his lips became even wider. After a while, Messer appeared in the laboratory on the second floor and watched Kulha performing an autopsy on a dead mouse. Under the high-power microscope nearby, there was a mass of flesh and blood tissue that was vaguely wriggling. Look, there is a disassembled aptX 4869 capsule on the laboratory table next to it. You can see transparent colorless granules inside the capsule. Mercer asked, have you started the experiment yet? Without even turning around, Kulha said, it's a very interesting drug. It induces programmed cell death, but at the same time it enhances telomerase activity in the body. But the little white mouse didn't make it and died immediately. But I didn't fail to notice it. This drug is like Pandora's box. It's very interesting and has the effect of inducing reverse cell growth. While busy, Kulha explained her new discovery to Messer using professional terms. He also expanded on the story of Pandora's box in mythology. Moses was completely confused when he heard about these myths and legends. Many of the myths and legends in this world were very strange. There are myths and legends such as biblical mythology, Greek mythology, and Norse mythology that Moser had heard of in his previous life. There are also some indigenous myths and legends such as Nika and the god of the seven stars. There's always a weird sense of disharmony. It feels like a hodgepodge. As Moses knew, there is a church here. There are temples. There is a shrine maiden. What does Bartholomew Bear hold in his hand? Charlotte Lingling's soul homies, named after Greek mythology. Elbaf is named after the Norse mythology. The three great ancient weapons are named after their myths, Poseidon, Pluto, and Uranus. What base on the moon? Some intelligent stone man that can shoot lasers. Some of the phenomena in this world gave Moser the feeling that the world was rebuilt on wasteland after a great destruction. Could it be that the world today is just like the world after the dinosaur extinction in the past? Millions or tens of millions of years ago, there was an even more brilliant civilization. But I don't know why it has gone into extinction. Moses thought to himself, then shook his head. These things didn't mean anything to him. There was no point in thinking too much. He still had to focus on the present. After collecting her divergent thoughts, Kulha continued to talk, and did not care about Messi's distraction. Rather than talking to Messi, it was better to summarize her own understanding. Messi also took the time to ask about Xiang Bao. Kulha curled her lips and said with disgust, when you went back to the East China Sea to visit your relatives, that bastard came up one day and, for some reason, bit my experimental equipment. Then I gave him a good beating, and since then, he has not dared to come up here again. Mercer said cheerfully, I guess you hit him too hard. Children, if you don't give them a good beating, how can they learn their lesson? Then why don't I have the impression that you've beaten me? Oh, what's up? Kulha raised an eyebrow. Busy with her experiments, she took a moment to glance at Messer. Do you want me to help you have more good childhood memories? Forget it then. Mercer shook his head. Let's forget about those memories. They're definitely a dark history. You're free anyway, come and give me a hand. Go get me a salamander so I can try this on. Messer put on a pair of medical gloves, took a salamander, and began to help Kulha with the experiment, feeding it aptX 4869 particles, observing its physiological conditions, and recording data. A few minutes later, the salamander died. Then, using a scalpel, she precisely dissected the flesh and blood from different parts of the body and placed them under a microscope to observe the samples. The conclusion was spoken orally and recorded by Moses. During the experiment, Messer said, "Oh, by the way, Dr. Doriel, can you help me mix some of the medicine from the crow taming manual tomorrow? I'll be useful then." "Do you want to raise crows?" Kulha asked, then nodded. "No problem, but we're short of some herbs at home. Go to Skyna town to buy some tomorrow." "Okay, I see. Time flies." After the experiment, Messer and Kulha returned to the first floor to wash up and go to bed. The next day, had breakfast. Mercer went to the herbalist's shop in Skyna and bought a dozen herbs. He brought them back to Kulha. "It's a sunny day today. The sun in the sky appears particularly dazzling." Mercer and Xiang Bao walked in the snowy forest. Snow piled on the tall pine trees glowed with colorful halos under the sunlight. Messer looked around for signs of birds. Since the pine cones are not ripe yet in this season, there are not so many birds in the pine forest. "We did see some small animals like snowcocks and snow hares." Mercer walked through the woods and looked at Xiang Bao, who was holding a snow chicken in his mouth about 10 meters away. He watched him running towards him and handing over the snow chicken that was not yet dead in his mouth. Looking at Xiang Bao's greedy face, he looked like he wanted to roast it and eat it himself. Moses had a good idea and said with a smile, "Eat it and then let it appear on your body for me to see." Xiang Bao's eyes were stunned. He tilted his head and looked at Xiang Miser, and said, "Woo! I mean, is it still possible?" Mercer nodded affirmatively, and he had a more interesting idea. If he succeeded, he might be able to manifest a new gift ability. Xiang Bao has never tried to eat anything alive since he was born, except for bamboo worms. Seeing the curious look in Messi's eyes, Xiang Bao fell into deep thought. Finally, he made up his mind, opened his mouth, and swallowed it in one big gulp. "Ah!" With a sharp rooster cry, Xiang Bao swallowed it into his mouth. Looking at the bear in front of him looking at him eagerly, Messi taught him, "Imagine having the body of the snow chicken manifest on your body, just like the weapon you ate." Seeing the thought in Xiang Bao's eyes, a chicken head soon appeared on his chest, and it clucked loudly. Suddenly, Xiang Bao shuddered, and a trace of panic appeared on his face. He grabbed the chicken's head with his claws and squeezed it tightly. Messi even heard a crack. Then the chicken head on the chest disappeared, but soon after that, Xiang Bao's two arms changed into a pair of chicken wings. Xiang Bao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he flapped his chicken wings in place. Moses' face darkened. After a few seconds, Xiang Bao's face showed grievance, "Woo wa woo." Talking about why he couldn't fly. Moses put his hand on his forehead and cursed him with a silent smile, "How big are you? How big are your chicken wings? Also, snowcocks can't fly, they can only glide a little at best. If you don't believe me, try it yourself." Xiang Bao followed Messi's advice and flapped the two chicken wings vigorously. Hoo-hoo! There was only a gust of wind. A few snowflakes were blown away. Seeing that he was still standing there motionless, Xiang Bao lowered his head in frustration and retracted his chicken wings. Immediately afterwards, Messi sensed that the snow chicken aura in Xiang Bao's body disappeared. "You ate the chicken, did you digest it?" Xiang Bao nodded and uttered a puzzled hum. "Isn't that food?" Messi rolled his eyes, then reached out and patted Xiang Bao on the head. What he said was correct. After thinking about it, he had an idea that he wanted to confirm. "Now that you've digested it, why don't you try again and see if you can turn yourself into a chicken?" Xiang Bao's eyes froze, and his face became embarrassed at a speed visible to the naked eye, with a subtle click sound coming from his mouth. But there was some curiosity in the bear's eyes, and he immediately activated his ability. Xiang Bao's body changes. The arms turned into a pair of chicken wings. The legs turned into a pair of chicken feet. The black and white hair on its body turned into white feathers. There is also a tuft of long feathers on the butt. However, only the head has undergone some changes. Although the mouth has become a chicken beak, it can still be roughly recognized as Kumaboko. The bear that appeared in Messi's eyes had turned into an extremely fat snow chicken that was even bigger than himself. Although it looks like a chicken, it still has some of the characteristics of a bear. When this scene came into his sight, Moses' eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly thought of a creature, the Sphinx, which is also a beast with a human face and a lion's body. There is another creature, the owl, not the kind found in nature, but the kind with a real cat head and an eagle body. Chimera, as expected, the ability of the swallow fruit can easily reach this level. Xiang Bao looked at Messiah in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Hey! Listening to Xiang Bao's doubts, Mercer smiled and said, "Do you want to really fly?" Xiang Bao's eyes lit up and he flapped his wings vigorously, but that was all that happened except that he felt a little cooler. Later, just eat a real flying bird. But if you want to fly, you'll have to practice flapping your wings more from now on. Ying! Xiang Bao nodded seriously, his mouth slightly open. Ao. Mercer smiled and watched Xiang Bao return to his original form. Actually, in my opinion, your abilities can be divided into two types. One is static, which involves eating weapons and equipment and transforming the limbs into corresponding weapon shapes that appear on the body. One is dynamic, by eating other creatures, obtaining their body shape and manifesting their shape on themselves. Xiang Bao looked at Messi in shock. He didn't expect Messi to know so much. He had never thought that the power of the fruit could be used in this way. Mercer smiled at Xiang Bao's stunned look and didn't think much about it, but the swallow fruit was indeed quite interesting. In short, this devil fruit has great potential for development, just like the receiving magic on the set of Fairy Tale Next Door, but it is more free. You can freely combine living and non-living things. Hey! Xiang Bao's ears drooped. Mercer laughed out loud. He reached out and pulled Xiang Bao's ears, kneading the thick fleshy part, and immediately Xiang Bao hummed in comfort. Messi used his hands to pry open Xiang Bao's mouth and looked at his throat, which felt bottomless. A flash of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Xiang Bao and made up his mind, "I want to go into your stomach and see, you eat me, and then we can merge and see, I want to know what it feels like." Xiang Bao looked at Messi and tilted his head, The corner of his mouth twitched, and Moses said speechlessly, "I'm not going to be your rations. Anyway, will you digest me as food?" Hearing this, Xiang Bao's face was full of resistance, and he shook his head like a rattle. "Woo! So, I'm going in to take a look. Remember to merge with me. I want to know what it feels like. When you're done, just spit me out." Xiang Bao nodded reluctantly. Sitting down in the snow with his mouth wide open, Messer looked at the mouth which was almost bigger than his own. "Certain in my heart." He leaned forward and put his head in. Grabbing the tongue with both hands is like crawling into a tree hole. As Messer's foot disappeared at his throat, Xiang Bao closed his mouth. The surrounding space also became quiet. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote. Please invest. Please recommend. End of this chapter. Chapter 32032 People. Chapter 32032. People, it's hard to describe what this experience is like. It was like passing through an indescribable tunnel, warm, moist, slippery, and extremely dark. It's like entering a black box. It's pitch black and there's no end in sight. Moses walked around, and there was a sticky liquid under his feet. After taking 2 steps, he stepped on something. He squatted down and felt around. After a few seconds, Messi understood. Snow chicken. In the pitch-black space, Messer's eyes flickered, and he felt a faint sense of suffocation. Is the air thin? Sure enough, this space is the same extra-dimensional stomach-swallowing space that comes with the swallow fruit. Somehow I couldn't find the edge, and I could smell a corrosive gas similar to stomach acid that was faintly present in the space. Outside world. Xiang Bao's eyes flashed with curiosity. He had a strange feeling. Why was Messer walking back and forth in the same place in the digestive factory inside his body? Then, without thinking any more, he followed Moses' words and activated his quasi-fusion transformation ability, merging Moses into his own body and appearing. The body begins to change. In dark space. Looking at the darkness around him, Moses was puzzled and lost in thought. Can this place be broken? The sight and hearing color was released, but it seemed to be blocked by something and could not sense how far it was. At this moment, a pulling force acted on Moses' body, and the next moment, he felt dizzy. Then his eyes lit up. Messer saw the snowy forest outside, and released his observation haki, sensing his own existence. It's a very wonderful feeling. His heart was clearly beating, but it wasn't his own, and the only part that moved was his face. Messer reacted. It turned out that only his head was revealed, and it was on Xiang Bao's chest. Hey! Xiang Bao looked at Messi's head on his chest, his bare mouth raised. Then he pressed the pad of his right paw on Moses' forehead and rubbed it. A dark line appeared on Messi's forehead, and at the same time, an idea came to his mind. Xiang Bao, can you make my body appear completely on yours? Make my head appear on yours, and my hands, feet and body appear on yours. Xiang Bao looked at his body with confusion, then activated his ability. The next moment, his left bare arm and right bare arm turned into Mercer's human arms. At the same time, Moses felt his arms and regained consciousness. I reached out to grab it, but it was very difficult, as if something was blocking it. Then, Moses felt all of his limbs one after another. The height of the field of view also changes. It's like I've suddenly grown taller. It's not an illusion. Messi could feel that his height was now exactly the same as Xiang Bao's when he stood upright. Although he could sense it, he couldn't control his body. Xiang Bao looked at his body excitedly. He stood up and walked upright. His hands and legs were completely different from before, making it easier for him to walk. An unprecedented novel experience appeared in Xiang Bao's heart. Ah! Va! Ha ha me! Mosepa Adult. Va! Xiang Bao opened his mouth, and vague traces of Messi's face could be seen on his face. There is also a head of black slightly curly hair on the top of the head. There were actually sounds coming out of his mouth, intermittent human language. Suddenly, Xiang Bao ran and played happily in the snow, and the clothes on his body were stretched tight. Compared to Xiang Bao who is playing happily at the moment. But Moses had a different feeling, his body had become different, similar yet strange. It's like a foreign object is embedded in the body. No, that's not right. It should be said that I myself am embedded in another foreign object. Breathe. Xiang Bao's breathing is completely different from his own breathing efficiency. Rising and falling with breathing. As this state of fusion continued, Messer's heart calmed down, and a light curtain panel was projected in his field of vision. Messer looked at the panel in front of him, and no new abilities appeared in the gift ability column. But it's not surprising. After all, life history and experience must be accumulated through experience. At this time, the constantly changing scenes in the field of vision also expressed that Xiang Bao was still having fun everywhere, but Messi also discovered that Xiang Bao had no idea about the light screen panel he projected on his retina. Moses was not surprised. It's normal not to see it. If I really saw it, that only means that the devil fruit's status is higher than my own light ball. But now it is obviously not the case. Don't think about anything else. Moses' mind moved and he entered a state of unity between man and nature, relying on his sense of connection with all things in nature. He sensed a special frequency fluctuation, but it was different from the frequency fluctuation he emitted. It's like there are two different consciousnesses in one body, and now my consciousness belongs to the secondary one, while Xiang Bao's consciousness belongs to the primary one. But the current situation is special after all. Our bodies have become one, so to speak. Messi began to observe the frequency fluctuations, and in a state of unity between man and nature, he made his own frequency fluctuations begin to move closer to Xiang Bao's frequency fluctuations. Fitting and integrating, gradually, the frequency fluctuation represented by Messer became consistent and identical with the frequency fluctuation of Xiang Bao. Now that they are the same, interaction will begin. They began to entangle with each other. The next moment, Xiang Bao, who was running happily in the snow forest, stopped his left foot and suddenly lost control, and the whole person fell sideways. His face was buried in the snow. But what he didn't notice was that not only did he lose control of his left foot, but even his breathing became different. Messer's eyes lit up, and he took away the breathing function of the fusion body. As his breathing rose and fell, and as he guided the energy throughout his body, the next moment, the sense of control over his right leg, left hand, and right hand all returned to him. Moses stood up and rubbed his face. The next moment, Xiang Bao started to speak with his mouth. "Oh, what's wrong with me? Didn't it completely take away control?" "That's right, after all, I'm not the main body." At the same time, Mercer also smiled and said, "Nothing serious, I just took away the control of the body. I found that this is also a disadvantage of the swallow fruit combining with living things. Because objects don't have consciousness, they can't compete with you for your body after merging, but living things can. Also, my situation is special. Generally speaking, if another creature were to compete with you for your body, you could simply spit it out, or simply imprison it in that dark stomach space and transform it back into something else after digestion. And now, because of the state of unity between man and nature achieved through breathing, our two merged bodies, with my further intervention, have entered a deeper level of fusion. And I am stronger than you, so I took control of this body." "Oh, so that's how it is, damn it." Xiang Bao was very surprised to hear human words coming out of his mouth, but at this moment, Messi was also looking at his hands in surprise. Because Xiang Bao's consciousness was suppressed, he was now the dominant one in the combined state. An instinctive feeling emerges. Mercer began to walk, reached out to hold the pine wood beside him, and suddenly opened his mouth wide, unusually wide, and bit the pine wood. Click! He twisted his head, his mouth ripping at the tree trunk, biting off a chunk. He puffed up his mouth and began chewing, swallowing it after a few seconds. A different kind of taste experience emerged in his mind. How should I put it? It has a very refreshing taste, like eating pine nuts. As he spoke, his left hand began to change, transforming into a dagger. Looking at the sharp knife he had made some time ago, which was eaten by Xiang Bao, it now reappeared in front of him. Messer smiled. The dagger returned to his left hand. "Messer, so this is what it feels like when you breathe. It's magical, so comfortable." While speaking haltingly, Xiang Bao felt the subtle changes taking place inside his body as he breathed from another perspective of the fusion state. "Why don't you remember this carefully now? This is a rare opportunity. While we are still in this state of fusion, you should take the opportunity to experience our breathing." Okay. Xiang Bao said with his mouth. Mercer found it very interesting and spoke two different words at once while walking in the snow forest and continued to look for the crow. Feeling his strength rapidly depleting, Messer raised his eyebrows. "Is it really that tiring to fuse living creatures like this? Well, compared to turning my body into a weapon, I get tired much faster." After hearing what Xiang Bao said, Miser understood and suddenly his face froze. "Xiang Bao, why do I feel like you are speaking more and more familiarly?" Xiang Bao looked confused and said, "Oh, I don't know. I just know that after merging with you, I can speak human language naturally. I don't know what happened now, but I'm more familiar with it." Moses heard it. "Don't think about it. With the deep fusion of the two people's bodies, and the fact that they are human bodies, Xiang Bao has been with Kulha and himself since childhood. The subtle influence has made Xiang Bao speak more and more, so he has naturally become proficient in it. Okay, spit me out, or you'll be exhausted and need me to take you back later. Okay. Messi cleared his mind and no longer controlled his body. The next moment, Xiang Bao took control of his body. Then, Messi felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The world was spinning, and he appeared in a pitch-black place again. But within a few seconds, he felt something grabbing his body again, and then he felt a sense of weightlessness. His eyes lit up, and Messer's head came out of Xiang Bao's mouth. His body was pulled by Xiang Bao's right claw, and he was pulled out. As soon as he landed, Moses looked inside and out of his body and found no sticky or wet feeling. The experience is good. Watch as Xiang Bao turns back into his original bear form. Mercer stepped forward and pinched his face. How does it feel? Xiang Bao blinked and opened his mouth. Awu okay ah. Then he scratched his head, looking unhappy, cursing under his breath, his cheeks puffed up, and he sat down on the ground. Mercer rubbed Xiang Bao's head in amusement and said, "The swallow fruit should be able to change its bone structure through autophagy. Why don't you give it a try? You probably haven't forgotten the feeling of us being together just now, right? Try it yourself and see if you can speak like a human after changing the structure of your larynx. After all, your vocal cords are quite diverse." Xiang Bao suddenly raised his head with a look of surprise, and immediately opened the lower half of his mouth wide to bite upwards. After biting the nose, he bit the head, and then bit the butt. After a few more bites, only a white fur ball was left there. Listening to the chewing sounds coming from the fur ball, Messi watched with interest, because he didn't know whether he could succeed. Become the best. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work out. There is always a way in the future. I don't know what's going on, but this time Xiang Bao's autophagy lasted a particularly long time, and the chewing sounds were heard one after another. What Moses didn't know was this. Now, in the hairball, Xiang Bao was gnawing at himself, thinking about the changes in his body during the fusion, the humanoid body after merging with Messer, the body that Messer fine-tuned through breathing after taking control of the body, and the feeling when talking to Messer. Following the desire in his heart, he uses his abilities to adjust his bones and internal structure. Click, click, click. Looking at the sound of bones rubbing against each other inside the fur ball in front of him, Messer frowned. I don't know what's going on. But Messiah wasn't too worried. Time passed by minute, and Messiah was helpless when he saw that he had not finished yet. Walking around the ball of fur. Looking at the trees around him. There are quite a lot of different trees here. There are also many biological auras within the perception range. Mercer scanned the surroundings, constantly sensing and patrolling among the woods. After walking around, I still didn't find any trace of the crow. Back to Xiang Bao. There is almost no chewing sound in the fur ball. At this time, the white ball of hair after Xiang Bao's autophagy began to stretch out. The next moment, Messi's eyes widened, also in surprise, as he looked at Xiang Bao standing up. It looks very much like a panda man, a little shrunk, 1.7 meters tall and chubby. Black nose, black eye circles, black ears, black arms and legs, but the rest is white. Fur people. This racial name suddenly appeared in Moses' mind. But there are also differences, such as the hands, which have a fake sixth knuckle that pandas already have. Xiang Bao jumped on the spot, scratched his ears with his right hand, and touched his face. Grinning, looking at his body frame which was completely different from before, Xiang Bao said with his mouth open. Oh, people! Misa raised his eyebrows, looked into Xiang Bao's eyes, and spoke clearly I. Xiang Bao blinked and looked at Moses, then looked at Moses' mouth, opened his mouth and shouted. We of you. Oh! Nest! Me! Moses, call! Xiang Bao, woof! Glancing at him speechlessly, Moses said, I'll teach you how to speak as we walk. First, come with me to find the crow. Xiangbao nodded, Woo. Follow Moses and learn the words he speaks. I bite my tongue from time to time. Or there might be some strange noises coming out of their mouths whose meaning is unknown. Or they would get so angry that they would open their mouths and make sobbing sounds. Mercer didn't feel bored and found it very interesting to teach Xiangbao. Just treat it as an advance rehearsal. The two people ran all over the mountains, looking for birds. Gah! An hour later, the two walked under a tree, and at this time, a very hoarse bird call was heard. Moses looked up. There is a bird's nest among the branches at the top. A flash of black and white came into view. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. P.S. Some effects of the swallow fruit are based on basic principles and are reasonably well founded. There is no real description of the stomach space in the original book, only the term swallow factory, so it is speculated that some spatial effects will be involved. End of this chapter. Chapter 33033 Big Crow, Little Crow. Chapter 33033 Big Crow, Little Crow. I finally found it. It was so hard for me. Mercer looked at the bird's nest in the tree, where a piece of black tail feathers was exposed, and thought about the unique call of the crow he had just heard. Looking at the huge tree in front of him with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of more than 20 meters, and the bird's nest on the branch about 17 or 18 meters away, Mercer smiled. Xiangbao, let's climb a tree. As he spoke, Mercer hugged the tree trunk with both hands, clamped his legs between them, and used his hands and feet to climb up easily. 10 seconds later, together with Xiangbao, we stepped on the branches of the tree and surrounded the bird's nest on both sides. Looking at the bird's nest in front of me that looks like a basket, there are 5 oval eggs in it, which are light blue-green with olive-brown stripes and spots. GagagagagA. A crow with a circle of white feathers on the sides, back of the neck and shoulders was flying in the air, calling hoarsely and anxiously. White-necked crow. The body length is nearly 60 centimeters. Its beak is black, its claws are thick and sharp, and its black, lively eyes are full of anxiety. Who flapped his wings and circled above Moses' head. Moses picked up a bird's egg and felt its temperature. He used his sight and hearing to sense the egg's life condition and could sense that the life inside had already taken shape. There is a slight heartbeat. Mercer let out a sly smile, holding the bird's egg as he looked at the female crow, who was now staring at him intently. You don't want your eggs to be lost, do you? Gmah. The female crow flapped its wings, let out a series of angry cries from its beak, and swooped down towards Moses with its wings flapping, grabbing his face with its thick and sharp black claws. No, are you so brave? Moses' face turned serious, and he predicted its movements with his observation haki. When it approached him, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed its neck, holding it firmly in his palm. And Moses leaned upon the branch of the tree, and folded up its wings, and fastened them, and took it up in his hand. Moses said, You understand what I'm saying, right? I guess you don't want all your eggs to be taken away. The female crow's eyes were still filled with anger. Yaga. What should I say? I want to support you. Do you want to come with me? Moses tempted him, saying, Food is scarce on this island. If you follow me, your family will have meat for every meal, and you won't have to worry about being hunted by other predators. Wow! Hearing that the female crow remained unmoved, Mercer unleashed his ultimate move. Your life is in my hands. If you agree to follow me, your whole family will live. Otherwise, I will separate you from your nest of eggs forever. As he spoke, the strength of his grip increased. Sure enough, when Messi used his ultimate move, the female crow's eyes suddenly became clear and she let out a low wow. Moses also felt relieved. Fortunately, in this world, animals are very smart. They can generally understand human language and know when to advance and retreat. Relax the strength in your hands. Moses continued, follow me, and you and your family will have plenty of food and drink. Eat the best meat and drink from the freshest springs. If you don't follow me, do you see the bear next to me? I'll let it eat you alive. Xiang Bao cooperated by opening his mouth wide to reveal his 4 snow-white canine teeth, and let out an awoo. Red dates and big sticks. A two-pronged approach. The female crow's eyes became clearer. At this time, Moses heard the cry of a raven coming from a distance. After a few seconds, a male crow about 70 centimeters in size flew over. When he saw his wife being held in Moses's hands and a nest of eggs being confiscated, the shrill and hoarse crow's cry suddenly resounded through the sky. Moses rolled his eyes and saw the anger in the male crow's eyes and its sharp claws that kept opening and closing. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he loosened his right hand. He drew the dagger handle from his waist, and put the sharp blade against the female crow's neck. He looked at the male crow and laughed. You don't want your wife and children to die, do you? If not, then shut up. The bear baby's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth and stammered, shut up. He placed his right hand on the bird's nest, and his eyes were full of ferocity. Suddenly the noisy crows stopped cawing. Moses looked at the male crow, which had become much more obedient, smiled, and continued the previous performance of the big stick and red dates. I have to say that most animals in this world are smart. And know the current affairs. Got off the tree. There was a bird's nest in his hand, and 5 raven eggs, and Moses took away the nest and the eggs. To show his sincerity, Moses released the female crow, which was now carefully lying in the nest incubating eggs. The male crow landed on Xiang Bao's shoulder, staring at the bird's nest in Messer's arms with his eyes wide open. From time to time, a hoarse sound of Jia is emitted. Every time it calls, it will attract the female crow to follow. For a moment, all I could hear were the sounds of Jia and Yi. Mercer handed the bird's nest to Xiang Bao, who took it and then stretched out his left arm and waved it at the male crow. Come here, let's talk. The male crow glanced at the family in Xiang Bao's arms, kicked Xiang Bao's shoulder with his claws, flapped his wings and flew to Moses' arm, firmly grasping Moses' sleeve. The flying movements with agile and powerful posture made Xiang Bao envious, and he couldn't help licking his lips. The female crow saw this scene and her body trembled immediately. Moses looked at the male raven, and in its dissatisfaction, he lifted its wings, claws, and legs. The feathers were shiny and bright, and the skin on its legs and claws was relatively smooth and tender. The skin was brown with a hint of red. Compare this with the bird knowledge you learned from the book. It was obvious at first glance that this was a young crow, no more than 2 years old. He is a winner in life, with a wife, children, and a warm bed, and everything he has. Moses stared at the male crow, who also stared at Moses with sharp and cold eyes. Can you understand what I'm saying? Moses looked into its eyes and said, although it seemed redundant to say this now, he still said it. The male crow nodded humanely. Seeing this, Mercer laughed, I'm going to raise a flock of crows to act as my eyes and ears. Our meeting is fate. Now that I've met your family, I don't want to let you go. To be honest, I don't want you to, I mainly want your nest of crow eggs. After all, if you want to raise a little crow properly, you have to start from eggs. But I found that you are quite smart, and you are still young, very sensible, and love your family. I like you very much. So, I will give you 2 a chance. Take your nest of eggs and come with me. You will help me with things in the future, and I will be responsible for raising you. I will feed you with delicious food every day, and you will eat whatever I eat. What do you think? Do you agree or not? The male crow's eyes flickered as he tilted his head to look at Messer, his pair of jet black, translucent wings spread out, his eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. Moses smiled, looked at it and said, Are you not convinced? Okay, I'll give you a chance. I won't use my hands. I'll fight you. If I win, your whole family will follow me from now on. If I lose, I'll let your family leave safely. The 70-centimeter long white-necked crow looked at the human cub, which was only half its size, with disdain in its eyes. Its sharp claws pierced through the skull of the silly roe deer. It would not have surrendered to the mere human cub if it had not used tricks. The crow raised its head high, made a hoarse and sharp GA, and then stared at Messiah with sharp eyes. Thumping, it flapped its wings and flew up into the air. It circled in mid-air, its sharp crow eyes fixed on Moses's. Mercer stopped and looked at it calmly, with his hands naturally behind his back, indicating that he was ready. But the male crow saw this as arrogance and a provocation, and he immediately let out a loud crow cry. Xiang Bao, who was standing by, stopped and looked at the white-necked crow flying in the sky in confusion. Then he looked down at the female crow and made a meow sound. No, is the one in your family so brave? The female crow understood what Xiang Bao meant and croaked hoarsely, with pride in her eyes, dumb. The one in my family is very powerful. Moses looked at the male crow circling low in the sky, watching it dive tentatively and then flash past his eyes with its wings flapping. Moses responded to all changes with constancy. His eyes became serious. Suddenly, the male crow swooped down from the sky, and its sharp right claw grabbed straight for Moses' eyes. Mercer did not retreat, but took a step forward. The moment he was close, he suddenly turned his head to the left to avoid its claws, opened his mouth wide, stuck out his head and bit the bird's thigh with extraordinary precision. Dumb! The male crow screamed in pain and flapped its wings violently. But just as it flapped its wings, Moses threw his head down violently, throwing the male crow to the snow. Then he raised his right leg, stepped on its back, and stomped it hard into the snow. A moment of time after a brief attack and defense, Moses won the game. Xiang Bao grinned and laughed ao. The female crow stretched her neck and uttered an unbelievable meh unconsciously. Moses looked at the struggling male crow at his feet and said calmly, "You lost the bet. Are you willing to accept the loss? From now on, you are my bird." Lifting his foot, Moses bent down and grabbed the raven's body. He brought the raven in front of him, looked into its eyes, and said word by word, "Follow me from now on." The male crow looked at Moses with confused eyes, but after Moses waved his hand, his eyes became clear. Finally, the bird uttered a dum from its mouth and lowered its head towards Moses. "See?" Messer laughed. "Since you agreed, we will be a family from now on. Let me give you a name. You'll be called Yadabao, and your wife will be called Yazianu, understand?" The crow Dabao bird eye nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Moses touched its head with his right hand and said with a smile, "Following me today is definitely the best thing you have ever done in your life." Crow Dabao looked at Moses quietly, without making any sound, just looking at him. Seeing this, Messi smiled and reached out to clean the snow stains on it. Putting Crow Dabao back on Xian Bao's shoulders, Messiah happily took them home. Whoosh! Mercer turned his wrist, and Hanlo shot out like a sharp arrow. The sharp sword completely penetrated the eyes of a snow hippopotamus. Seeing this, Yadabao, who was sitting on Xiang Bao's shoulder, shuddered. Mercer happily went up and drew his dagger. Watching this huge creature with a body length of nearly 4 meters and a huge tonnage being killed instantly. Obtain E-level soul crystal *1. Collect the irregular soul crystals the size of soybeans extracted from the corpse. Mercer took the bird's nest from Xiang Bao's hand, looked at him and said, "Take it back. You can eat it when you get back." "Oh good." Xiang Bao's right hand turned into a long iron chain, tied up the snow hippo, and dragged it back in the snow. This place was not far from home, and soon the man, the bear, and a family of birds returned to the tree house. Leaving Xiang Bao outside to deal with the snow hippopotamus, Messi brought Yadabao and his family into the house. Going up to the second floor, I saw Kulha, who grinned at the sight of Yadabao's family in Messer's hands. He, I didn't expect you to actually catch him. Kulha walked over and looked at the white-necked crow standing on Messer's shoulder, rubbing her chin and looking at it. Not bad, not bad. It's a good bird, quite handsome. Listening to Kulha's praise, the crow looked sideways, with pride on its face. It spread its wings, and Messer hid his head, listening to it make a loud and hoarse cry. The crow chick was incubating eggs, looking up at Kulha curiously and also making a cry. So, bring them here, what's going on? Bring them here to meet their owners. After all, Dr. Doriel is the head of the family. I plan to give them a home in the branches of our tree. Whatever you want, just come as you please. Kulha waved her hand, rolled her eyes at Messer and said, besides that, you're here to get medicine, right? Moses smiled and asked, are you ready? Kulha nodded at the lab table beside her, where a shallow beaker of pale yellow powder lay. That's it. They've cooled down by now. Go ahead and take them. You know how to use them and the dosage. Just use them as you see fit. Mercer went over and put the powder into a small medicine bottle, then took Yadabao and his family out. There was a rope ladder hanging down from the tree trunk behind the main entrance of the tree house. Mercer climbed up to the top of the tree with the bird's nest and found a stable branch to place the nest there. You guys should settle down here first, and we'll talk about the future later. Mercer looked at the two crows nodding quietly, smiled and said, now that the housewarming is complete, it's time to have a banquet. Come on, Yadabao, let's go eat meat. By the way, from today on, both of you must study hard and become cultured birds. You must learn the human language. As for writing, it depends on the situation. Mercer lifted the crow chick with his left hand, looked at the 5 eggs in the nest, and smiled. Just hatch them. It's safe here. Mercer went down the rope ladder. Crow Dabao looked at Crow's eye and knew. There was some helplessness, some curiosity, but more of relief in Crow's eyes. Crow Dabao uttered a low, hoarse cry and then went to find Moses. Flapping his wings, he came to a place not far from the treehouse and watched the man and the bear dealing with the snow hippopotamus. The fur had been cut cleanly, and the thick white fat was clearly visible. Mercer glanced at Yadabao who was coming over, and cut off a long strip of meat with a scalpel and threw it over. Eat! Crow Dabao opened his mouth to catch it, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and then flew towards the bird's nest in the tree house. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 34034 Disguise. Chapter 34034 Disguise. Not long after he flew away, Yadabao flew over again. He looked at Moses and the meat eagerly. Seeing this, Moses was not stingy and cut off another piece of meat and threw it over. Still the same as before. Crow Dabao carried a piece of meat in his mouth and fed it to Crow Girl. Until after going back and forth several times. Only then did Yadabao start eating by himself. Mercer laughed and scolded, it seems you are still the big crow. You dote on your wife so much. Dumb. After eating nearly a pound of meat, Crow Dabao finally flew back to the nest in satisfaction. The processed meat was barbecued and a portion was given to Kulha. Messer ate it happily and left the rest to Xiong Bao. Time passes day by day. 9 days later. Early morning. Early in the morning, Moses was awakened by the hoarse and tender crow's calls. He went to the top of the tree carrying a basin of processed beef and minced meat. When the crow girl saw Moses, she stared at the basin in Moses' hand, flew out of the nest and landed on Moses' arm. He gracefully reached into the bowl with his slender neck, picked up the beef and started eating. Mercer said with a grin, "Eat slowly. Where's Yadabao?" Yeah. After swallowing the meat, the little crow pointed its wings at the distance and called out in a hoarse voice, "Ga ga." Moses understood that the guy was going hunting. That's normal. I won't bother with it anymore. After the little crow had eaten its fill, it began to use its beak to pick up minced meat and feed it to the 5 chicks. This is a specially processed food, mixed with medicines from the cultivation booklet, which can promote the development of bones and brain and facilitate digestion. Not only the young birds are eating, but the couple are eating too. I still remember the first time I fed them meat with medicine powder added on the surface. Both birds looked at me with resistance. It was Moses who pried open the beak and forced it in. But now, the body is honest. Mercer watched the crow chick feeding the young birds, and he also fed them some minced meat. My fingers touch this and flick that from time to time. This caused the crow to occasionally use its wings to push Moses' hands away, or use its beak to bite Moses' fingers. Mercer also found it interesting and from time to time stretched out his fingers to tease the crow chick, rubbing its head with his belly. Help it smooth its feathers. When Yadabao came back with a fat bamboo rat in his mouth, he saw Messer teasing his wife and children in his nest. Fortunately, Moses is not a bird, otherwise, the scene now would definitely be a bloody fight with feathers flying. Seeing the bird coming, Moses waved and said with a smile, "Hey, here you are. I saved some meat for you. Come and eat it quickly." Yadabao fell silent in dissatisfaction, but he did not refuse the food given out of pity. He placed the fat bamboo rat that had been killed outside the nest and ate the medicated beef strips that Yazianu had left for him. Moses stroked its back feathers in amusement and said, "You are still a proud one." Dumb Crow Dabao cried in dissatisfaction, but did not resist Messer's caressing of it. "You are dumb." Moses was not surprised when he heard what it said. In the previous 2 days, the extremely smart Crow Dabao had already learned simple words under Moses' training. And he would also use simple words to criticize Moses. Too lazy to deal with it. Moses turned his hand and touched his wife's head, scratched her neck, and stroked her feathers, then went on to tease the 5 baby birds. Yadabao just watched quietly from the side. After spending these days together, he had become quite familiar with Moses. With Moses, there is food and drink, and no need to worry about the pressure of survival. But it still goes out hunting alone every day. And the wind and snow are not hindered. At this time, Moses reached out and rubbed its head, and it just made a soft ga sound from its mouth and did not resist. Moses looked at the family of 7 in front of him and felt a little proud. All things are difficult at the beginning. As time goes by, his crows will surely increase in number. After playing for a while, Moses came down from the tree. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Seong Bao cleaning the table. After adapting over these days, Seong Bao transformed himself back to his original panda appearance through autophagy. He said that after the novelty wore off, it was generally more comfortable to keep the original look. However, some modifications to the larynx were retained. Because Seong Bao's self-handling was rough, Kulha also gave Seong Bao a comprehensive physical examination. It provided a lot of physical data and helped Seong Bao to further optimize the design of bone transformation. At this moment, seeing Messer, Seong Bao stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, "Bird, hello, are you done?" Mercer smiled and said, "Well, I've finished feeding them. The chicks haven't even fully grown their feathers yet. They're ugly, not as pretty as you were when you were little." Seong Bao opened his mouth and laughed ao, then pointed at the kitchen and then at himself. "Dish, wash it, me." Messer nodded. "Go ahead and do your work. We'll continue our joint training later. I think it will be good for both of us." Seong Bao's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. Easy breathing method. After the fusion with Kumabo, although the fruit ability belongs to Kumabo and the body is mainly based on Kumabo, it is also a faster way for Mercer to practice the unity of man and nature. Because of their close relationship with all things in nature, living things are naturally also a kind of natural things. By realizing the state of being one with Seong Bao, Messer's understanding of the unity of man and nature has also improved. Not only did Messi gain something, but Messi's use of the free breathing method during the fusion also had great benefits for Xiang Bao, and Xiang Bao's understanding of the breathing method was also constantly improving. Not only that, when in the fusion state, Xiang Bao also has some unique feelings about the application of Messi's observation haki. Maybe one day, when Xiang Bao is in the state of harmony between man and nature, he will awaken his observation and hearing ability on his own. Moses was positive about this. There is an instinctive sense of dominance in all living things, and any living thing has the possibility of awakening. Haven't you seen how Alabastus Kung Fu Manatee uses its domineering power to fly freely? Even if it is armed color. After chatting with Xiang Bao for a while, Messer went upstairs to serve as Kalha's research assistant and learn from her at the same time. Wait until the time is almost up. Moses went downstairs. He glanced at Xiang Bao, who understood what he meant and went outside with Miser. Xiang Bao hugged Miser's waist and swallowed it in one gulp with his mouth wide open. This scene was seen by Big Crow, and Little Crow on the top of the tree. The two birds looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. I'm not scared because this scene is not the first time it has happened. Although both birds were scared when they saw it for the first time. As Xiang Bao's abilities were unleashed, Messi and Xiang Bao once again merged into one. A Pandaren appears. He has black and white fur, and his facial lines are a combination of Messer and Xiang Bao, with no clothes showing. Xiang Bao watched his changes as usual, and then relaxed his control over his body. Messi also took over the control of his body very skillfully. In a state of unity between man and nature, Moses was thinking in his heart. Perceive that everything has its own unique breathing frequency fluctuations. By visualizing the fluctuation of breathing frequency, you can adjust your own breathing to fit in, blend in, and become indistinguishable from each other. At the same time, one can also imprint this unique breathing frequency fluctuation of all things in nature into one's own body, thereby manifesting these natural phenomena through oneself. Could it be a manifestation of an idea, how to materialize? Is it okay to use domineering power? This is a summary of some of Moses' insights. Currently, the only ones who can achieve a similar step are Kumabo, who relies on Kumabo's ability of the swallow fruit. Everything has its own rules. There is a most basic way of operation. Even the devil fruit has it. By fusing with Kumabo, he can understand the specific application and operation of the fruit ability. Swallowing everything, filling the stomach space, digesting, absorbing, combining, and refining the structure of biological matter. Think about these things in your mind and try to perceive similar things. Mercer's breathing couldn't help but become deeper. Mercer was practicing, and so was Xiang Bao, savoring the sense of clarity that came with his breathing. It seems like I can sense everything inside and outside my body. My thoughts flowed along with Moses' breathing. The time of practice often passes quickly, and the combination of the two will also consume a lot of physical strength. After Xiang Bao felt tired, this practice ended. Xiang Bao released the fusion and took Messi out of his mouth. Stretching himself, Messi smiled at Xiang Bao, who looked a little listless. Let's go out hunting and find something delicious. As he spoke, he saw Xiang Bao's eyes lighting up. Then, Messi looked at Yadabao on the top of the treehouse and waved his hand. Crow Dabao flew over and landed on Xian Bao's shoulder, looking at Messer with curiosity. What's going on? Moses said, go hunting and provide for you with a wife and children. Crow Dabao nodded his head and praised Messer, go, hunt, meat. Mercer thought about what to eat today and glanced at Yadabao. Do you want to eat bamboo worms? The kind that are as thick as a thumb and as long as a palm, tender and white, high in protein and fat. Moses saw that the crow had swallowed, its eyes were wide open, and its saliva was flowing out. Seeing this, Mercer looked at the two treasures separately and said, let's go to the purple bamboo forest and catch rabbits, dig bamboo shoots, and pick out bamboo worms. We went home, got a large plastic box, and set off with one person, one bird, and one bear. At the foot of the Sigu mountain in the east, in the endless purple bamboo forest. Click! Xiang Bao bit off a piece of bamboo as thick as his arm, broke it into sections, and held it in his arms, crunching it. Look for insect-infested bamboo, cut it in half, pick out the insects, and put them in a box. From time to time, Yadabao would eat a few to satisfy his craving. The bamboo forest is not small. There are many creatures living there, and they will never let go of anything edible they come across. Sweeping the bamboo forest for several hours. Carrying 15 snow rabbits, a plastic box of plump bamboo worms, and a large bundle of tender green bamboo shoots on their shoulders and in their hands, the three bandits came out of the bamboo forest. Messer asked Kulha if she wanted to eat fried bamboo worms with wine, but was scolded and almost kicked. No way! A whole box of delicious food was given to Yadabao's family, including braised rabbit head, roasted whole rabbit, stewed rabbit, and various ways of eating it. Had a whole rabbit feast. Kulha was no longer angry. As the days passed, the 5 baby birds grew bigger and bigger. Under Moses' careful breeding, each of them has shiny feathers, a strong body, is lively and energetic, and is particularly curious. In a blink of an eye, it was October of that year. One day, early morning. Sitting on the steps in front of the tree house. In a state of harmony between man and nature. Mercer looked calmly at the 5 free-range chickens flying and playing on the snow in front of the house, all making loud and hoarse caws. Looking at the 5 of them, they are now about 30 centimeters long. 5 white-necked crows were playing in the snow, running around, and from time to time they would jump to the bend of Moses's legs, using his body as a shelter like tree branches. He watched them playing quietly, and they seemed not to notice at all that the thing they were surrounding was a living person. I can see Moses and touch Moses, but I will unconsciously ignore Moses, as if Moses is this treehouse and this snowy land. Will unconsciously ignore the past. For nearly 5 months, I practiced together with Xiang Bao every day. Moses sighed helplessly. It seems that the gift ability I conceived is still lacking some core conditions. However, by accident, another interesting gift ability was manifested. A gift that has not yet been truly manifested. Camouflage. An interesting ability gained through prolonged time in a state of harmony between man and nature. By sensing the respiratory rate fluctuations of the natural environment, one can align one's own respiratory rate fluctuations with them. Blend your own aura with the surrounding aura. This is to achieve a kind of camouflage in terms of smell, not visual camouflage, which will only make others subconsciously ignore it. After all, pedestrians walking on the road generally do not pay special attention to the stones on the ground or the weeds on the roadside. Of course, for creatures with strong consciousness, strong observation ability, or those who know Messer, this kind of disguise will not have much effect. After all, disguise has not yet been truly realized, and there is no blessing effect. At this moment, there was a sound of flapping wings, and the crow landed on Moses. Its claws were on Messer's trouser legs. It tilted its head and looked at Messer curiously, saying hoarsely, "Messer is pretending to be a wooden man again." Suddenly, Moses broke down, smiled, and exited the state of heaven. "What's wrong? Why are you back so early today? Did you find anything today?" As Moses' eyes and ears, Yadabao thought so. After the 5 little cubs learned to fly, they began to scout within 10 kilometers of the treehouse every day. And capture some food at the same time. River ship. Doghead. Yadabao uttered these 3 words, and there was a hint of curiosity in Meisel's eyes. Warship? Doghead? Is that Grandpa coming? That's right. Logically speaking, it's been almost half a year, and Cap should have come over. He comes to Drum Island almost twice a year. Should we go to the East China Sea this time? Moses asked himself, and answered, "I think we can go. It's been a while since I last visited. Thanks for your hard work." Mercer reached out to help Crow Dabao smooth his feathers and said with a smile, I understand. If you're hungry, there's meat at home. Just go get it. Dumb. Yadabao spread his wings and flew up, heading towards the top of the tree. When the 5 little cubs saw Yadabao coming back, they flapped their wings and chased after him. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 35035 Yadabao, the head of a family. Chapter 35035. Yadabao, the head of the family. Ptahaha. Laughter comes before people. Messer, why are you sitting at the door? Cap came to the door and asked cheerfully, did you do something to upset that woman Dolly? I was still kicked out of the house. Tell me, Grandpa is here. If she doesn't want you anymore, just go with Grandpa. You're grown up anyway. Mercer rolled his eyes at him and said speechlessly, then if you have the guts, go inside and tell her. See if Dr. Dolly will punish you. The smile on Carp's face froze, and he also rolled his eyes at Messer and smacked his lips. That doesn't seem to be the case. I think that Dolly loves you so much, how could she bear to give you up? Seeing Garp's expression change at the speed of light, Messer sighed, how much vacation time can you get this time? Carp's face straightened, and then he smiled, reaching out to hold Messer's head, don't worry, if nothing unexpected happens, this vacation will be longer. Then do you want to go back to the East China Sea with me this time? It's perfect, I can teach you two how to practice. Well, all right then. I'll go talk to Dr. Doriel. Come on, I'll go with you. I haven't seen her for a long time. Messer got up and went into the house with Garp. At this time, Kulha also came down from the second floor and curled her lips in dismay at Garp. Why are you here again? Do you think this Vice Admiral is so free? Garp picked his nose and grinned, I'm just giving the young people more opportunities to grow. If an old soldier like me has to do everything, what will happen? Kulha rolled her eyes at him and didn't care about what Garp said. She just asked casually. Looking at Messer, Kulha said calmly, are you going to the East China Sea? Yeah, I want to go play. Okay, then go ahead. It's not a good idea to stay here all day. You might as well go out for a walk. Anyway, with Garp here, you can move around freely. Mercer was helpless. I'm not a crab. Why should I walk sideways? I'm very good, okay. Kulha and Garp both looked at the kid in front of them with subtle expressions. Garp suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Mercer, you actually said you were a good boy? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? I don't even want to talk about your great achievements anymore. Kulha's mouth twitched as well, and she waved her hands helplessly, get out of here now. Moses had no choice but to go to his own cabinet beside the bed to pack his clothes. Some necessary items were packed into a backpack. Change into thinner clothes. After everything was packed up, Messer looked at Xiang Bao and Yadabao's family who were blocking the door. Messer smiled and said, I'm going out for a few days. You guys stay at home and look after the house. Xiang Bao nodded reluctantly, did you say take me with you? Mercer smiled and patted Xiang Bao's head. You have a more important task. As the family cook, if you leave, what will happen to Dr. Doriel? Oh, yes. Xiang Bao nodded reluctantly, looking unhappy. Kulha curled her lips and said, if he wants to go with you, then just take him with you. Just like I can't live without him. Forget it this time. Didn't you say your experiment was about to produce results? Xiang Bao happens to be at home helping you. He can even run an errand for you. Kulha was silent for a moment. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Xiang Bao hugging her legs and said with a silly face, Xiang, don't go home, let's go together. Kulha was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy actually recognized her as his mother. She didn't object anymore and reached out to pinch Xiang Bao's ears to play with them. Seeing that the matter here was settled, Yadabao said directly with a hoarse voice, "May, I'll go with you." Mercer said with a headache, "What will happen to your wife and children if you leave?" Yadabao said firmly, "The child is grown up, just let the girl see it. I will go with you. I will decide." As expected of the head of the family, as soon as Yadabao opened his mouth, Yazianu didn't say anything, but just moved closer and rubbed his body affectionately with her slender neck. "Girl, home is waiting for you, child, I will take care of you, be safe." 1. Crow Girl said in a hoarse voice. A good wife and mother, at this moment, seeing that all the birds and bears in the room could speak simply, Cap blinked in surprise and asked, "What are they doing?" Moses smiled and said, "Let's talk about it on the way." Carp didn't care and said casually, "Okay." Watching the young couple being affectionate, after a while, Crow Dabao gently pushed his wife away with a wing and flew onto Moses' shoulder. Messer said goodbye to Kulha, Xiang Bao, and all the birds in the house. Walking in the snowy forest, Mercer and Carp talked briefly about it, and Carp looked at the Crow Dabao flying in the air with curiosity. "Your panda is a special case, but your white-necked crow is really smart." The two of them walked and chatted happily, and soon they saw a warship docked in the river. When I boarded the warship, I saw Bogart at a glance. Seeing Mercer coming up, Bogart gave some instructions about sailing and walked forward to look at Mercer. "Tisk tisk, you've gotten stronger after not seeing you for a long time. What's up? Did you miss me, your uncle?" Moses looked at him and laughed. "It's not even dark yet, why are you dreaming all the time, uncle? You little brat are still the same as before, not cute at all." Bogart looked helpless. Messi just smiled, chatted with him for a few words and greeted the Marines he knew on the ship. He carried Yadabao, who was on his shoulder, into the cabin. When the warship left the waters of Magnetic Drum Island, Crow Dabao flew in the sky, its hoarse and loud cries echoing endlessly. You can tell from the sound that it is very excited. After all, it is the first time for the bird to go out to sea and the first time to leave the vicinity of Magnetic Drum Island. The warm climate around it makes it feel comfortable both physically and mentally. After flying almost to the top, it landed from the sky on the top of the warship's mast, holding its head high and chest puffed out, scanning the surroundings with its bird-like eyes in an extremely handsome manner. Like a professional lookout. "Where did you get this crow?" Bogart came to Mercer's side at the top railing of the warship. "It's a nice bird." Bogart looked at him with some envy. Crow Dabao was in good shape, his body was compact and tightened at the moment, he had a clear sense of strength, a beautiful skeleton, a sharp beak and claws, and a pair of bright eyes. And after being raised by Moses, he had no shortage of food and drink, with meat every meal and medicine and supplements. It is much more handsome than when it was first caught. Even the body has grown a little bit. Envy? Longing? Jealous? Mercer smiled and said, "That's right. I carefully nurtured this guy." "Ga, May, you're lying." "Ming, I, myself, have good talent." Crow Dabao turned from the top of the mast and laughed at Moses, "Ha ha 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 ha." Bogart looked at Messer with a strange expression and couldn't help saying, "You crow are quite interesting, have you laid eggs? It's so psychic, if you have one, give it to me, Bailey will talk." Mercer curled his lips and said with a look of disdain, "Crow Dabao is a man, and his cubs are not for sale. Unless you spend time to influence them and earn their consent, they won't give you any bird feathers." Although Moses had no intention of giving it away, he did not say anything final. The crow on the masthead listened to Moses' words, and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. After staying with Moses for a long time, it also realized that it was good to have a master, at least it would not have to worry about food and drink. But if you want its cubs, at least the person must have good character and be acceptable to you. Life on the sea is always boring. We crossed the doldrums and entered the East China Sea. Luckily, we didn't encounter any large sea kings, but there were some small, fearless ones that came up to challenge us. But they were all made into barbecue and ended up in everyone's stomach. Lunchtime. Yadabao tore into the cooked sea king meat in big mouthfuls, eating until his belly was full. There was a subtle feeling on the bird's face, as if it had encountered this large strange fish near the sea before, it would definitely turn around and fly into the sky. But now, Gah, this ship is full of monsters. Mercer ate the meat and smiled. If you eat more of this meat and practice hard, you will grow up and become stronger. Is it okay, Ye? Yadabao was a little unconfident. Mercer smiled and said, have you learned the breathing method I taught you? Yadabao shook his bird head and said, almost, kind of. Mercer nodded. It's okay. I'll teach you. You'll learn it with more practice. Once you learn it, it will affect your digestive system, allowing you to eat more. The more you eat, the stronger you'll naturally become. Yadabao's eyes narrowed, and he nodded seriously, I know. I will work hard. For my wife and children. Quite ambitious. Bogart, who was eating at the side, twitched his mouth, and Messer saw it and suddenly laughed. Tisk tisk tisk, this person is sometimes not even as good as a bird. Some people have laid a nest of eggs, but some have never even kissed a woman's face. You're just good at talking, theory. Master. Am I right, uncle? Messer rested his right elbow on the dining table, turned his head and looked at Bogart with a smile, and suddenly Bogart's face twitched violently. He glared at Messer fiercely. Mercer looked at Crow Dabao and smiled. Dabao, what did you say this was? Single, body, dog, old, bear, stick. A hoarse voice sounded. The Marines in the restaurant all looked at him strangely. Suddenly, Bogart's face turned dark and he gritted his teeth at Yadabao. Damn Crow, do you want to be beaten? Crow Dabao turned his eyes away, but also muttered quietly, two-legged beasts are jealous of Crow. Messiah burst out laughing. When Messi smiled, it was like a bomb exploded, and the whole restaurant burst into laughter. Originally, because Bogart had the highest military rank in the restaurant, no one dared to laugh, but now that someone was in the lead, there was naturally no scruple. Laugh as much as you can. Bogart's lips trembled with anger. He glared at Messi fiercely and walked out angrily. Messer blinked and saw that Bogart still had a lot of food left. He finished his own in a few bites and went out with Bogart's food. He was also given 2 delicious fried steaks. Out of the cabin. With a flash of his observation hacky, he spotted him on the top floor of the warship, and Messer came up with a smile. What? Are you still angry? Isn't it enough for me to apologize? Messer handed over the plate. Bogart took it with a helpless smile and watched Messer take a piece of steak. What? Are you taking kickbacks? Aren't they all brought to me? Mercer smiled and said, I had a piece of it originally, but I didn't have it in my hand just now. Bogart curled his lips and couldn't help but say, seriously, are you really not going to give away the eggs your crows lay? No, said Mercer, that's Crow Dabao's cub, he has the final say. Or you can go catch one yourself, and I'll train it for you for free. Okay then. I'll think about it. Bogart was eating happily. He was not angry just now, but just felt a little embarrassed, so he took the opportunity to run out. As an adult, he would not get angry so easily, nor would he hold a grudge against Moses. Besides, Moses was not lying. It's just that I'm not popular with women. A few days later. Around 5 p.m. The warship docked steadily at the Windmill Village pier. Moses and Cap disembark. We arrived at the village chief's house at the east end of the village. As soon as I reached the door, I heard 2 childish voices from inside, banging on the door. Slab opened the door and came out. As soon as he saw Garp, he became furious, puffing his beard and glaring. My gait didn't offend you, did it? Is it that serious? It's like this every time you come here. Garp chuckled, pushed him aside and walked in. Messer shrugged at the dark-faced Slab. Hello, uncle. As soon as Slab saw Moses, he laughed, but when he heard Moses's name, his face turned even darker. Little Mercer, I'm only a few years younger than Cap. I'm also a grandfather. But you look young. Messer said with a grin. Slab looked helpless, yet somewhat happy. Well, whatever you want. Moses went into the house with him. In the living room, two 2-year-old children were playing on the floor, laughing loudly. At this time, Carp was standing aside, happily calling the names of the 2 little guys. When he saw the 2 little guys coming over, he held them in his arms, one in each hand. He rubbed his beard against this one and that one, but the 2 little guys kept avoiding him in disgust. Messi watched for a while, teased it a bit, then took the fishing rod from Slab's house and went to prepare fishing. Rocky Beach. Still in the same position as last time, Messi sat on the reef, hooked the bait, held the tail of the fishing rod and swung it out with force. The fishing hook fell into the sea with a perfect parabola, and the fishing float floated on the sea surface and rose and fell with the water. Holding the rod and feeling the sea breeze, Messi quietly enjoyed the pleasure that only anglers can understand. Feeling the afternoon sun shining on my body, my whole body is warm and comfortable. This kind of comfortable feeling cannot be enjoyed on Drum Island. After a while, after circling in the air above the village, Yadabao fell from the sky and landed on the reef next to Mercer. Tilting his head and looking at Messer, Yadabao asked curiously in a hoarse voice, May, what are you doing? Mercer smiled, tilted his head and rubbed Yadabao's head, fishing. What else can you do? Fishing, come up, I eat. Yadabao said with a very cold face. Moses smiled and said, we'll talk about it when you catch something. If you can't catch anything, just grab some shells from the shore and eat them. When he heard the word shell, Yadabao was a little confused. He had never eaten any on Magnetic Drum Island. It was too cold and he had never seen any before. By then, what? New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 36036, Barbecue at the Beach. Chapter 36036. Barbecue at the Beach. Look, that's it. Mercer looked at the waterlogged areas of the surrounding reefs and soon found oysters clinging to a rock. Pointing, Mercer said, that is, you can eat the oysters by prying open the shells. The meat is very delicious and tender. Yadabao took off directly and flew over the sea surface. His sharp claws grabbed an oyster from the reef. Fly into the air and drop the oysters onto a reef below. There was a crisp sound. The oyster shells were smashed directly. Moses saw the crow fly down, press down with its claws, and open the shell with its sharp beak, tasting the fresh seafood. A palm-sized oyster was eaten in 2 bites. Mercer smiled and asked, how does it taste? Tender and fresh. Let's eat it. Yadabao's eyes lit up and he continued to catch oysters to eat. May, you eat. After a while, Yadabao brought a broken oyster and said to Mercer. Okay. Mercer smiled and did not refuse Yadabao's kindness. He clamped the fishing rod with his legs and reached out to take the oyster. It tastes soft, elastic, and smooth in the mouth, with a hint of sweetness, but also a strong fishy smell. After they finished eating, Mercer said, they actually taste better grilled. Go get some dry wood, and I'll go get some seasoning. We'll grill the oysters here later. Yadabao nodded and flew away. Mercer inserted the fishing rod into the crevice of the reef and fixed it, then returned to the warship. After a while, cooking oil, sesame oil, oyster sauce, minced garlic, minced ginger, chopped green onion, steamed fish soy sauce, and chopped onion were prepared in the kitchen. It also comes with a special iron net for barbecue. Some villagers pointed and talked about us along the way. When we reached the reef, a pile of dry firewood had been prepared by Yadabeo and thrown into a stone pit. He built a fire pit with stones, lit wood, and when the fire started, Mercer went to the reef to look for oysters and edible shellfish. Soon he found a large pile of them, pried open the oysters with his dagger handlu, and washed them in clean sea water. Half an hour later. I was lucky today. A fish actually took the bait. It was an unknown sea fish, not small at all, weighing about 7 or 8 kilograms. Messer happily gutted and cleaned it. All preparations were ready, the wood had been carbonized and there was not much smoke. The iron mesh on the fire pit was brushed with a layer of oil, and Moser placed the oysters with the left shell on the mesh. Sprinkle the oyster meat in the shell with onions and garlic, and pour oyster sauce and sesame oil on it. After a while, the oysters grilled on charcoal fire will become sizzling and oily. Ripe. Not minding the heat, he quickly took out a piece of oyster and placed it in front of Yadabeo. Eat it. If you think it's too hot, wait a moment. Moses took the roasted oysters and placed them between himself and Yadabeo, and then continued to roast them. When one side of the fish is almost done, apply a layer of sauce to it, turn it over and continue grilling. I was right. You are here, little Mercer. At this time, a familiar voice came and Messer turned his head to look. A dozen meters away, a pretty girl of about 14 or 15 appeared. He wore a red sleeveless jacket over a white plaid shirt, and light blue trousers with a simple pattern on his straight and somewhat fleshy legs. On his feet were a pair of brown and black deerskin boots. The skin exposed to the air is white and smooth. Her long dark green hair was tied into a high ponytail at the back of her head. There was a strand of hair hanging on each side of the forehead, and the beautiful face with delicate eyebrows was looking at him sullenly. Messer blinked, looking at the suddenly larger Machina with some confusion. How did you know I was here? What do you think? Machina walked over with puffed cheeks, not caring about the dirt, and sat down on the reef opposite Messer. You were seen with a barbecue net. Mr. Cap's grandson went fishing at the beach. Everyone in the entire port knew about this. My home is not far from the dock, so I heard it. You didn't come to see me when you came, but just came here to have a picnic by yourself. Do you still think of me as your sister? Why didn't you come the last few times Mr. Carp came? Are you busy with something? Machina stared at Messer and complained for a long time. In fact, what she didn't say was that after she knew that the Garp warship had arrived, she went over to ask. After knowing that Moses had gone to the village chief's house, he ran there too. Then he knew that he had gone fishing, but when he looked for him, he saw nothing. Not long after returning home, he heard from the villagers that Cap's grandson seemed to have gone to a barbecue half an hour ago, so he rushed over. I finally saw it now. Why is it so difficult to meet you? Thinking of this, Machina glared at Messi fiercely, with an unhappy look on his face, as if to say, come on, coax me. Mercer smiled helplessly and handed an oyster to Machina. Plans can't keep up with changes. I've been busy with my own things these past 2 years, so I've been a little delayed. Machina took a look, reached out to take the oyster, and asked curiously, can you tell me what it is? As he spoke, he took the small scalpel handed to him by Messer, and at Messer's signal, he picked up the oyster with the scalpel and took a bite. As soon as he ate it, his eyes lit up. Looking at the rich ingredients inside, he squinted and smiled. Not bad, Messer. I didn't expect you could cook barbecue. Of course, I'm still confident in little things like grilling. It's not a big deal. I just learned a skill, blacksmithing, Mercer said simply. Are you a blacksmith? Machina blinked, feeling a little surprised. You are so young, are you an apprentice? Mercer looked at her with a strange expression and couldn't help complaining. I'm so young, who would want me to be their apprentice? Makina was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and then frowned and looked at Messer. Are you lying to me again? How did I lie to you? You said you weren't lying. You said before that you were alone, and then your grandfather, Mr. Cap, came out. That's because we're not familiar with each other. Besides, I've already apologized. Did you? Makina asked doubtfully. If you apologized, I would definitely remember it. I'm sure you didn't. Didn't I give you a deer before I left? Moses said, it was both a return gift and an apology. Didn't I tell you that? You didn't. Makina said it word by word, then laughed again. You didn't say a word. You just said this deer is a return gift for you, and then left. Oh, I forgot, I'll make it up to you now. Mercer said with a smile. Makina complained speechlessly, how can it be like this? I've been waiting for this apology for a long time. After flipping the grilled fish, Messer glanced at Makina and said, eat it. Hurry up and eat it. I'm still grilling it. Oh? Oh. Makina ate with big mouthfuls, not being polite at all, and Messer smiled at this. The two chatted and laughed while eating oysters. The fish was grilled and Messer cut it into 3 pieces with a scalpel. You get one, I get one, and it gets one. I don't know if my luck was particularly good next time, but a lobster and a flat sea fish took the bait one after another. There are more varieties of seafood to eat. May, is that a sea worm? Yadabao suddenly spoke, pointing a wing at the muddy sand between 2 rocks 10 meters away. That's strange. Mercer looked over and saw something pink and tender, like a long intestine, wriggling in the damp sand. It's called a star worm, also known as a sea intestine. It tastes delicious, just like a sausage. Before he could finish his words, Yadabao flapped his wings and flew over, grabbing the thing firmly with one claw. When it reached Meezer, the sea cucumber loosened its claws and flew towards Meezer. Seeing this scene, Meezer raised his scalpel. The sand intestine was pierced directly. Messi rolled his eyes at it, stood up and walked 2 steps to the beach, cut open the sea intestine along the digestive tract, and cleaned the sand inside in sea water. Wash it clean, apply some oil on it, and put it on the iron wire mesh to bake. At this time, Makina looked at Messer in surprise and said, Messer, did this crow speak just now? I've been wanting to ask you for a long time, is it your pet? The corners of Messer's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Makina and said, I thought you never asked. I just saw you staring at my crow. Makina blinked, then smiled and said, beautiful things will naturally attract people's attention. This crow is so beautiful, it's normal for it to attract attention. At this time, Crow Dabao laughed, first glanced at Moses, and rang out in a hoarse voice, the crow is not your bird, the crow's body and mind belong to you. May, just, boss. As he spoke, he looked at Makina again, and looked her up and down with his bird eyes. A tisk-tisk sound came out of his beak, and then he said hoarsely. The woman is beautiful, I know that, but she has a family, a wife and children. There's no chance for you and her. Looking at Makina's dazed look, Yadabao laughed and said, the woman is pretty, but unfortunately, she's a fool. Ha ha ha, May doesn't like fools either, ha ha ha. When Moses heard the last sentence, his face darkened. He reached out and pinched Yadabao's beak, saying speechlessly, you haven't drunk anything, what nonsense are you talking about? People are just complimenting you, is it necessary to make personal attacks? Yadabao shook his head, and seeing that he couldn't break free, he stopped struggling and just glared at Makina, as if he wanted to say something. Seeing this, Messer said, I can let you go, but you are not allowed to make any more personal attacks. Yadabao nodded. As soon as Moses let go, Yadabao spoke directly, I noticed you before. From the sky, I saw that you were in all the places Moses had been to. I thought it was a coincidence and didn't take it seriously. Listen to what you just said. But now, Crow has discovered that you have been looking for May, right? Listening to Yadabao's analysis, Messer looked at Makina with a smile. Did you come to see me just now? Makina blushed, feeling a little ashamed. She had never expected that she would be exposed by a crow, and she had never expected that the crow could actually speak. It was also said to his face. Makina was a little flustered, but only a little. Then he looked at Messer with a smile and admitted generously. Yes, I have looked for you before. After all, you are so interesting, Messer, and I don't have many peers in the village. Either you are older than me and it's boring to play with you, or you are younger than me and childish. After all, you are still the most interesting. Although you are younger than me, you are not childish at all. So I was thinking, if Mr. Cap is coming back, would you come with him? But I didn't expect that Mr. Cap has come back several times in the past 2 years, but you haven't come once. I also asked Mr. Carp, and he also said he didn't know what you were doing. So, I decided that every time Mr. Carp comes, I will ask him, I want to see if you really mean what you said. How many times do you mean by next time? As he spoke, Makina glared at Messer resentfully and continued to complain. But I didn't expect that when you came this time, I couldn't find you for a long time. How could you run away so fast? Can't you just stay in one place when you fish? Messer blinked, looked at Makina who was spitting out beans in front of him, and gave her a look of pity. You've got it really hard. You don't even have anyone your own age to talk to. How pitiful. At least I still have Dr. Dolly, a panda, and a family of crows. When Makina heard what Messer said, his eyes froze for a moment, then his eyes were filled with pity as he looked at Messer and sighed. It turns out you're even more pitiful than me. At least I have a whole village of people I can talk to, but you only have an old lady, a bear, and some birds. Mercer's expression turned speechless. Grandma. Makina nodded. Mr. Cap once said, that fellow Messer lives in the mountains with a lonely old woman. When Moses heard this, he felt a little annoyed, but he had to explain to avoid any misunderstanding. After a while, Makina laughed dryly. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that the old woman of Moses would be such a person. Although he is physically older, his physical condition and mental age are the same as those of a young person. There is also a chef who ate a devil fruit and a minor panda. A family of talking crows. Everything is completely different from what Mr. Carp said. Messer's life is extremely interesting. As expected, Mr. Carp is too unreliable and even slanders others casually. Makina couldn't help puffing up his lips, took a big bite of the grilled fish and ate it. Sorry. Moses was a little surprised and asked in confusion, what are you apologizing for? After all, I'm talking about that old doctor lady of yours. That's nothing. Some people in our area call her a witch or a dead old woman. Then the people there are really bad. It's okay. It's because Dr. Dolly charges a bit too much for her treatment. Besides, anyone who dares to scold her gets beaten back by her. Beat? Yeah, a beating. The kind that breaks down a wall with one kick. Messer, you are joking again, right? How can a person kick down a wall? Haha. Haha. After 2 dry laughs, seeing that Messer looked calm, Makina had to calm down. He rubbed his head in distress, sighed, and looked at Messer. Hey, Messer, have you ever thought about why the gap between people is so big? I can't even break a wooden stake as thick as my fist, but some people can knock down a stone wall with one punch. I saw it with my own eyes once, and it was so scary that I even thought the wall was dangerous. Why is there such a huge gap between people? It's like we are 2 different species. I am so lucky to be able to live so well until now. New author, new book. Please read. Please invest. Please recommend. Please vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 37037 Simple Practice. Chapter 37037 Simple Practice. Moses nodded in agreement. You're right. But I didn't expect you to be such a literary girl. You'd actually think about the differences between people when you have nothing to do. Not bad, not bad. Makina blinked, not knowing for a moment whether Messer was praising or mocking him. After all, Messi looked serious and approving, and it didn't seem like he was making fun of him. Merh gaga. At this moment, Crow Dabeo opened his beak and laughed strangely. Mercer glared at it viciously. Suddenly, Makina's face darkened and he laughed angrily. I was right, you are just laughing at me. He pinched a fish bone and threw it over. Moses flashed. Easily avoided. Makina puffed up his cheeks and looked unhappy, but then he became happy again. I'm not wrong. People are different. Some are born to be princes, while others are born to be bandits. That's right, we can't decide how we are born, but we can decide what happens next. Strong people aren't all born strong. Most of them become strong through training. For example, the person you mentioned who knocked down a wall with one punch was able to do that through training. Makina, really? Can an ordinary person really do that? So, you still don't have much experience. Messi glanced around, picked up a rock the size of an egg at his feet, and clenched it tightly with his right hand. There was a crisp click sound. Open your hands. Makina saw that the reef had broken into pieces. He covered his mouth with his right hand in surprise and said, You are amazing, Moses. Throwing away the reef in his hand, Mercer smiled and said, See, this is the result of my practice. I didn't lie to you. For Messi, steel is still impossible to grasp, but an ordinary, slightly weathered reef can still do it. Looking at Makina's surprised eyes, Messer smiled a little smugly. Practice? Makina asked delicately, then how did you practice? Can you practice at such a young age? Did Mr. Garp teach you? Makina sighed, practice, it feels so noble. It feels like two worlds apart from an ordinary person like me. Mercer glanced at her, not sure whether he agreed or disagreed, but just smiled softly and said, It's not as sophisticated as you think. In fact, cultivation is very simple. As long as you master the correct method, eat more meat, and exercise diligently, your body will give you feedback. Over time, you will naturally become stronger. The cultivation resources in this world are very rich, and the meat of various beasts and sea kings is rich in nutrition. What you don't know is that spiritual practice generally means eating more, exercising more, and your physical fitness will improve, and you will naturally become stronger. Cultivation isn't something grand or highbrow, it's very ordinary and common. As long as you persevere, you'll naturally be rewarded. The only difference is the amount of reward you receive. At this point, Mercer glanced at her again and tilted his head. I see you seem a little eager. Do you want to become stronger? If so, then beg me. If you do, I'll consider teaching you how to practice. Makina looked at the little adult like Messer, covering her mouth with her hands and laughing, Are you considering it? Okay then, Master Messer, I beg you, I want to become stronger. Please help me, I also want to break a wall with one punch. As he spoke, he ate the grilled fish in his hand in 2 or 3 bites, put his hands together, blinked his eyes and looked at Moses, and said in a light tone. Then I'm leaving it to you, little Messi, please teach me. I also want to practice. After saying this, he found himself amused and started laughing. Seeing her look of disbelief, Mercer was not angry. After all, she was just an ordinary girl. Don't know the truth of the world. Even the fact that there are magical things in this world such as devil fruits that can allow people to reach great heights overnight was something I just learned from myself. At this moment, seeing the lobsters and sea fish on the iron net in front of him becoming a little burnt during the conversation, Messi hurriedly turned them over and forgot to pay attention to her for a moment. Looking at Messer like this, Makina smiled even more happily, feeling that he had defeated Messer. After flipping the grilled seafood and applying a layer of oil, Messer said with a smile, "I don't know about other cultivation methods, but my method is based on breathing. It's called breathing." Makina was stunned as he listened to Messi talking, starting with the structure of the human body, then moving on to the internal organs, and explaining from the inside out along with breathing. She was not young and could roughly understand the story about Moses. But precisely because she could understand it, she realized that this might really be a special method of practice. Suddenly, Makina's face became flustered and embarrassed, and he was a little at a loss. While she was at a loss, the crow Dabeo beside her was not at a loss. It had followed Moser for so long, and it was not in vain. It was also very clear about the internal structure of the crow's body. Messer also gave it and Crow Girl a comprehensive full-body examination, and he and Kulha customized breathing methods for them. It understood the breathing method. And now, as he listened to Moses's in-depth and simple explanation, the bird's eyes seemed to be filled with thought. "I just feel like I have a better understanding of how to breathe." Finished. Messer looked at Makina and said with a smile, "Do you understand? Do you understand?" Makina opened his mouth nervously and said helplessly, "Can you really teach me this breathing method? Will Mr. Karp allow it? If not, I can forget it." Moses rolled his eyes at her, stood up, walked over to her, grabbed her arm, and pulled her up. "Stop talking so much. Take a breath so we can move on to the next step." Makina seemed to be hesitant to speak, but when he saw Messi's determined eyes, he felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. "I just felt like I had discovered a world that I had never seen before, and that if I followed suit and learned it now, I would become different." It has to be said that humans are born with a middle school age. Even if she's just an ordinary girl. Makina, who was in his second year of middle school, immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to slowly adjust his breathing according to what Messi had just said. Messer observed the ups and downs of her breathing and began to correct it. Slowly, Makina's breathing began to become interesting. Mercer took out several silver needles from the needle bag at his waist and inserted them into her body quickly and accurately, distributing them at the breathing nodes. At the same time, Makina only felt a pain in some parts of his body, but then the new breathing method he had learned became smoother. In a state of harmony between man and nature. Through his observation haki, Mercer could clearly see the direction in which the gas in her body began to flow as her breathing changed. She pinched the silver needle located at her throat with her right index finger, thumb, and middle finger and began to twist it slowly. Following the flow of her breathing, the silver needles in the direction of her lungs, heart, and intestines were twisted in turn. At this moment, Makina felt somewhat strangely that his breathing suddenly became smoother and deeper. As she continued breathing, she became confused, her mind went blank, and then she lost consciousness. Messer watched this scene and, through acupuncture point stimulation, gradually brought her into a state of deep, artificially induced ecstasy. "It seems to work." As expected, acupuncture points on the human body have magical effects. This world has the concept of the human body with acupuncture points, and Professor Kulha is proving this. Messer also learned some basic techniques from Kulha, and some simple applications can be done. Seeing Makina breathing instinctively, Messer laughed. Mercer sat down again and continued to eat barbecue with Yadabeo, glancing at Makina from time to time, or twisting the silver needles to deepen the impression of her body. After half an hour, suddenly, Messi saw that Makina's body began to spasm slightly with breathing. He quickly put down the barbecue he had just picked up, stepped in front of Makina, and took out the silver needle accurately and quickly. His greasy left hand supported the back of her head, his right hand held her chin, and his thumb pinched her philtrum hard. The severe pain awakened her consciousness, and suddenly, the discomfort all over her body made her cough violently. Her whole body went limp and she was about to fall. Mercer grabbed her teeth on her lower jaw with his thumb, steadying her body and slowly letting her sit on the reef. Looking at Makina with tears streaming down her face, Messer said, "Breathe. Take slow, deep breaths the same way you did just now." Makina's right hand suddenly grabbed Messer's right arm tightly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. At the same time, he began to take deep breaths. 5 minutes later, her breathing became smoother, and she looked at Messer with tearful eyes. "Ahem, why do I feel so bad? My heart hurts, and it's beating very fast." Mercer chuckled softly and said, "Do you think cultivation is easy? Logically speaking, it would take at least a considerable amount of time to learn my breathing method. I helped you get started quickly, but there was a price to pay. Don't worry, it's just a minor side effect that will go away in no time. But remember, you must persist in breathing for 1 hour every day for a few days to deepen your impression, and then keep increasing the time until this breathing becomes your instinct and you use this breathing all day long. Of course, if you just learn it for fun, that's up to you. If you don't stick to it, you'll almost forget this breathing method in a couple of days." Makino raised his head and rolled his eyes at Messer, then said stubbornly, "Then I must insist on doing so. Otherwise, wouldn't all the suffering I'm going through be in vain?" Hearing this, Mercer smiled and said, "I hope you will do what you say. Otherwise, I won't teach you a second time." Makina gave Messer a vicious look and snorted, "Then just watch carefully. I will definitely succeed in my practice." After more than 10 minutes, Makina finally relaxed, exhaled deeply, and asked with some doubt, "Why do I feel a little hungry? Didn't I just eat a lot of meat?" The first time you practice deep breathing, it will affect your entire body. Of course, your energy will be consumed after practicing. This breathing method will affect your stomach and intestines, so it's normal to feel hungry. Don't worry, as long as you practice well, your appetite will increase in the future. Of course, you also need to maintain adequate physical exercise, otherwise you will also gain weight. Having said that, Mercer glanced at her with a malicious look and said with a smile, "It's not too late to regret now, before you become obese and your breathing becomes instinctive. You're too lazy to exercise and get hungry quickly. Be careful not to become a fat woman." Makina's face turned dark, he glared at Messer, looked at the half-lobster on the iron net in front of him, picked it up and broke out the shrimp meat, looked at Messer again, and bit it fiercely. His mouth puffed up and he muttered, "I won't get fat. Even if I don't learn your breathing, I will exercise every day. I can swim, run long distances, do squats, and sit UPS. I pay close attention to my body shape." Makina said proudly. Moses laughed when he heard this. "Do you really love beauty? It's not about beauty, it's about a healthy lifestyle. Then you try to keep it up. Come on." Hearing Messer's teasing, Makina became even angrier. He picked up a piece of grilled fish and ate it in big mouthfuls. Moses looked at it with a smile, then glanced at the sky. "It's getting dark." Moses and Yadabeo had almost finished their meal. After a while, Makina was full. He took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, but found that his face and chin were covered with grease. Then he remembered that it was caused by Messiah. He glanced down at his collar and saw that it was also stained with grease, and instantly his fist felt a little stiff. Messer watched Makina's actions, thought about it and understood, then smiled. "Don't blame me. You were about to fall just now, and I was kind enough to hold you up. It was inevitable." Makina sighed, "Let's go, it's almost time. I need to go home and wash up. What about you? Do you want to join me?" That's fine." Messiah thought about it and agreed, since he had nothing to do at the moment. Mercer packed up the grilling wire and the bottles and jars of seasonings, then glanced at Yadabeo. "I leave it to you. Just put it in the warship." Yadabeo nodded and made a ga sound. He grabbed it with his claws, spread his wings and flew into the sky. Makina looked up and couldn't help but sigh, "Yadabao is really amazing." Moses smiled and said, "The birds have all gone away, and I can't hear you praising anymore. So stop praising." Makina glared at Messer and snorted unhappily, "Let's go." After saying that, he walked towards home with heavy steps, feeling a little emotional. Mercer followed with a smile. The second floor. Living room. Click. Turn on the lights in your house from the entrance hallway. In the spacious living room, Makina looked at Messer who came in with him, thought for a moment and said, "I'm going to take a shower first. I can't stand it anymore." "Yeah, I'll wash quickly. You sit in the living room for a while. There's herbal tea on the coffee table, cups and everything. You can help yourself." Having said that, he quickly returned to his room. Within a minute, he came out again, took his spare clothes and walked into the bathroom near the door in the living room. Messer looked at the layout of the living room. It was a very standard living room with a sofa, coffee table, balcony and bookshelf. Messer walked to the bookshelf. Looking at the neatly stacked books, Messer randomly pulled out one and saw the cover. Haven. Mercer had never seen such a book, but the cover showed a line drawing of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. It didn't look thick, so I was curious and immediately sat on the wooden floor in front of the bookshelf and started flipping through it. New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 38038. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Chapter 38038. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. The tough, cold, and scheming female protagonist versus the unruly, handsome male protagonist, the heir of a noble family. They love and hate each other, divorce first and then fall in love. Abusing his wife is fun for a while, but chasing her ends up in the crematorium. Messer flipped through the book quickly, and the more he read, the more his mouth twitched. What a bloody and tragic love story, and what a damn perfect ending. It's noisy. Click. The bathroom door opened, and Makina, wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and shorts, came out. Seeing Messer, she tilted her head in confusion and asked, "What are you reading?" As he got closer, he saw an illustration of a man and a woman hugging each other, and Makina was stunned. His mouth opened and closed unconsciously, and his face suddenly turned red. Ah! After a deafening scream, he suddenly bent down and snatched the book from Moses' hands. He hugged the book in his arms, took a step back, stared at Moses with a look of shame and anger, and stammered. "Why are you reading this book? Isn't it put on the bookshelf for people to see?" Mercer looked at her speechlessly. "Also, why are you so excited? Isn't it just a melodramatic romance novel? It's okay for a little girl of your age to like reading it. I don't care. Why are you so nervous?" Messer complained speechlessly, glanced at Makina, stood up, walked past her and went to the bathroom. "I went to take a shower." With a click, the bathroom door closed. Makina turned around with a red face and couldn't stop grinding his teeth. "You little asshole, what do you mean by a little girl your age? You're not even as old as me." His face was filled with shock, he felt that his dark history had been discovered, and an extreme sense of shame shot from his tailbone to his forehead. "Ah!" Makina screamed a few times with a look of despair on his face. Finally, he drooped his shoulders and sighed helplessly, wanting to cry. A precocious brat who deserves a beating. Hearing the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Makina glared back fiercely, but then his expression froze again, as if he remembered that he had forgotten to take something. Makina sighed helplessly and prayed in his heart, "I hope he didn't find out." Then he went back to his room, got some clothes and put them on the stool at the bathroom door. Makina said, "I've left your change of clothes at the door. Remember to change them later." "Okay, thanks." Moses responded casually. After a quick rinse and washing the greasy short-sleeved shirt on his body, Messer dried himself, opened the door a crack, and took the clothes prepared by Makina from the bench outside. The blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts were obviously too big for him. Messer even saw a circle of ruffles on the cuffs in the mirror, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. But when he saw his washed clothes in the basin, he shook his head helplessly and said, "Forget it, I'm just a child. Why should I care so much?" Messer didn't think any more, opened the door and walked out, and happened to see Makina sitting on the sofa. She was looking at him with a smile on her face. Mercer's face was calm as he turned around in front of her very naturally. After one circle, he looked at her calmly with a smile on his face. "Have you seen enough?" "Ahem, who was looking at you?" Makina turned away guiltily. "I wasn't looking at you. I just happened to be looking over there and you happened to walk out." "Oh, where can I hang clothes at your house?" "I just washed my clothes," Moses asked her. Makina blinked, then reacted, and suddenly covered his mouth and laughed, "Ha ha ha, Mercer, so that's how it is." A number popped up on her forehead. Mercer stared at her without saying a word. When he had laughed enough, Makina rolled his eyes. "I just washed some clothes, and I'm about to hang them up. I'll help you with that." "Okay, that's it." Makina stood up and ran past Messer, into the bathroom, and took one look at the bamboo basket in the corner of the bathroom. Suddenly feeling relieved, Makina patted his chest, and the thing was still the same. It shouldn't have been discovered. Makina muttered softly, "Well, probably not. If you mean your clothes in the hamper, I saw them." Messer appeared behind Makina and suddenly said, "Don't worry, they haven't been touched." Seeing Makina shudder clearly, Messer said with a wicked smile, "The color is quite beautiful, big sister." After saying that, Messer walked towards the sofa with a smile. When Makina heard the footsteps walking away, his eyes became extremely resentful and his face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. The heartbeat is abnormally fast. She opened her lips slightly and was about to scream, but then she thought that everyone had gone far away and screaming would be useless. Suddenly, my breath was stuck in my throat, unable to go in or out. I felt extremely uncomfortable and the corners of my mouth began to tremble violently. He took a deep breath using the breathing method taught by Moses. After a few seconds, he picked up the bamboo basket without saying a word and was about to leave. But think about it. Finally, he picked up Moses's clothes from the basin beside him, walked out of the bathroom, paused for a moment, and left only one sentence. "I'm going to put on some clothes." Then he walked quickly towards the door. Just as Makina reached the door, Messer's voice rang out, "Do you need my help?" "No need." Makina replied immediately, "I can do it myself. You take a rest." After saying that, Makina stomped his feet, walked out the door, turned right and went up the stairs leading to the roof. Shaking his head, Mercer sighed, "I didn't expect she's still a pure girl. Yeah, a middle school girl who loves to read melodramatic romances." At this time, there was a ding-ding sound of knocking on the glass outside the living room. Moses turned his head and looked, and saw that there was no one else except Yadabeo. He walked forward and opened the screen window, and Yadabeo jumped in step by step with his 8-character steps. "May, I saw that stupid girl on the rooftop," Yadabeo said, "clothes and bamboo poles." Mercer closed the screen window, returned to the sofa and sat down, then took a cup and poured a cup of cold tea for Yadabeo. "Drink it first." Mercer looked at Yadabeo drinking tea and said, "I know, Makina went to hang the clothes." "Where?" "Here," a hoarse voice came, and Yadabeo asked curiously, "Is it that stupid guy?" Mercer nodded, reached out to stroke a piece of fluff on the crow's head, and then used his fingers to smooth its feathers. Yadabeo closed his eyes comfortably, and a low and hoarse "wah" sound came out of his mouth. A moment later, Makina came back. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the interaction between the man and the crow. Makina's expression had returned to normal. He came and sat down next to Moses on the sofa. Looking at Mercer, Makina suddenly said, "Little Mercer, you should sleep here at my house tonight. Your clothes won't dry tonight, and you don't want to walk on the street in my pajamas, do you?" Mercer glanced at her and suddenly laughed. "It's okay. Just help me get some clothes later, Crow Dabeo. He's very capable." Makina was startled, then looked at Crow Dabeo, who was looking at him with disdain in his bird eyes, and couldn't help but twitched his mouth. "Stinky bird." Yadabeo fell silent, and the disdain in his bird's eyes became even more pronounced. "Stupid female monkey. Assume crows don't exist? If crows can lift a wire mesh, how can they not lift 2 pieces of clothing?" Makina didn't want to pay attention to it, lest he get angry again, so he looked at Mercer and said, "How can sleeping on a boat be as comfortable as sleeping in a real house? You don't want to rock around in your sleep, do you?" This really hit the nail on the head for Moses. Indeed, sleeping on the shore was more comfortable than sleeping on a boat. Otherwise, how about going to Mount Corpo to find Ace? After thinking about it, Mercer didn't really want to live in the bandits' den. There were too many people there and he couldn't sleep well. He glanced at Makina, who also saw Mercer's hesitation. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Mercer ask, "Is there a hotel in Windmill Village? I'll sleep there." Makina was stunned and said with a dark face, "No." "What? You don't like my place? You'd rather go to a hotel than sleep here?" "Not really, but it's a bit disturbing to you. You stinky little Moses, I treat you as my brother. If I really thought you would disturb me, why would I let you come to my house and sleep here? You are such a heartless little brat," Makina said angrily with a puffed face. Mercer looked at Makina in surprise. He didn't expect that she actually thought so. "Sure enough, you have no good intentions." Makina was stunned after hearing what Moses said, and was a little confused. He didn't know what Moses meant, but then he heard Moses say, "You haven't given up yet. You still want me to be your brother. Didn't I tell you that I won't and can't be your brother? It doesn't fit my personality. You'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible." Makina was stunned, and suddenly felt a little amused and helpless. The next second, he turned around and pinched Messie's face. At the same time, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of the crow bird, and its sharp beak came straight towards him. Sensing Yadabeo's movements, a red light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Mercer's right index finger just touched the base of Yadabeo's sharp beak. The beak was lifted up, and Yadabeo tilted his head and asked in confusion, "May, what are you doing, stopping the crow?" At this time, Makina pinched Mercer's right cheek with his right fingers and also heard what Yadabeo said. His face was blank, he looked at his raised beak and asked hesitantly, "Is it going to bite me?" I stopped him. "Don't worry, Yadabeo has no bad intentions." Mercer explained, "At most, you got a little skin broken. He knows his limits." "Oh." Makina looked at the face of Mercer that he had pinched, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He quickly let go and rubbed it with his palm, and apologized quickly, sorry, I was itching for a moment and couldn't help it." A gleam flashed in Yadabeo's eyes, and he shouted hoarsely, "I'm sorry, yay, I couldn't help it because my mouth was itchy." Mercer immediately smiled and said, "Since you've already apologized, then everything will be fine." Makina's eyes flashed, and he immediately shook his head with amusement, "Anyway, I didn't get bitten, so I'm fine." "Right, let's make a deal. You'll sleep here with me tonight." You can sleep in my room. I'll go clean up my parents' spare room and I'll sleep there tonight." That's what Makina said. In response, Mercer shook his head and said, "I'll just sleep wherever I want." He patted the sofa and said, "I'll sleep here tonight." "Well, I'll sleep here all the time I'm here. May I? Makina was a little hesitant and felt a little embarrassed to let Messer sleep on the sofa, and was about to speak to persuade him again. Seeing this, Mercer smiled and said, as long as there's a place to sleep, it's fine. Your sofa is not small, so I'll sleep here. I can't cause you any more trouble. Seeing that Messer had made up his mind, Makina didn't force it anymore. Okay, I'll get you a bed and quilt. Makina got up to prepare a quilt for Messer. Messer looked at the night sky outside and the stars had already come out. You should go to bed early too, Dabeo. Dabeo nodded, jumped onto another sofa, and fell down comfortably, kicking his bird legs. Messer turned over and lay flat on the sofa. After a while, Makina brought over the quilt and pillow, looked at the man and the bird lying down, and smiled helplessly. After giving the things to Messer, Makina said, go to bed early. Good night. Ah, you too. Makina turned off the lights in the hallway, walked to the corner of the living room and entered his room. Silent all night. The next day. Early in the morning. After changing his clothes, Mercer ran around the windmill village at a steady pace for about 5 kilometers, and then came to the warship to wash up. Canteen. Breakfast is big meat buns, white porridge, and stir-fried vegetables. I had a delicious breakfast with Dabeo. Then he ordered a bowl of porridge, a plate of vegetables, and 5 meat buns and left the warship. Makina's house. Messer came over to the kitchen on the first floor, took out an insulated box and prepared breakfast, went upstairs and put it on the table, then went out. About 20 minutes passed. Makina wakes up. As I walked out of the room, I smelled an enticing aroma and tilted my head when I saw my own thermal box on the table. I walked over and opened it, and there was a note inside. Makina, remember to eat breakfast. Don't worry about washing the dishes. Don't wait for me for lunch. I'll be back in the evening. Messer. Makina took out the breakfast box, picked up some vegetables with the chopsticks inside, lowered his head to drink some porridge, and then picked up a big meat bun and took a bite. You bastard, you didn't even wake me up in the morning, you idiot. His mouth was full and he was uttering some meaningless words. In the lush forest. Moses came to the house of Dodden on Mount Corpo. The door to the cabin was open. When Moses entered, he saw Dodden cleaning the room. Hey, Dodden. Where's Ace? Mimi. Meezer. Dodden was stunned at first when he saw Meezer after a long absence, then he was delighted, and then he made a bitter face and complained, you're finally here. Go and take care of that little bastard Ace. He's so lawless, running into the mountains every day. I can't stop him. I'm worried sick about him. Mercer rubbed his brows speechlessly. It wasn't surprising. He was almost 6 years old, so it was normal for him to run to the mountains. Mercer believed that Cap must also know which direction is it. I'll go and look for it. Dodden's face lit up with joy, and he quickly pointed in a direction. Moses looked and compared it with the way he had come. The royal city. He smiled at Dodden and said, okay, I understand. I'll go look for him. Don't worry, Ace won't die that easily. Hearing this, Dodden's face darkened and he blurted out, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. There are big tigers in the mountains. Be careful when you go find him. If something goes wrong, it's best to run away first. Did you hear that? Don't be like Ace, stupid and clueless. Okay, I know. I'm smart. Looking at Dodden, who was like an old woman, Messer smiled bitterly and walked out immediately. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Left a message. Moses went in the direction Dodden pointed, took the path and disappeared into the woods. New author, new book. Please read. Please invest. Please recommend. Please vote for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. You lie. I won't lie. Chapter 39:039. You lie. I won't lie. Dabeo, he looks 70% like me, a black-haired boy. Please help me find him in the sky. Messer said to the crow on his shoulder. Crow Dabeo nodded, made a mute sound, pressed his claws on Messer's shoulder, spread his wings and flew into the sky. According to the direction Dodden pointed, it should be near the uncertain terminal. Mercer stood on a wooden suspension bridge above a 100-meter deep canyon, looked at the forest in the distance, and walked over. A handsome white-necked crow was circling in the sky above, looking around and walking in the lush forest. Tall trees. All kinds of strange flowers and plants. Jump over the crystal-clear stream by stepping on the raised stones on the water surface. The endless forests are filled with the primitive breath of life. Breathe in the fragrance of flowers, plants, and trees. I unconsciously felt an urge to shout. Different from the eternal winter on Drum Island. The seasons here are the same all year round, with lush flowers and plants. This season is autumn, and Moses' state of harmony between man and nature makes him feel extremely comfortable here. At this time, the crow Dabeo in the air fell from the sky and flew to the ground not far from Moses. With stealthy steps, he caught a 3-centimeter-long black bee in his mouth and ate it to pieces. Moses blinked and walked forward, but stopped when he was 5 meters away. Because a group of at least hundreds of fat black bees flew out from the soil on the ground, circling around Dabeo, with shiny black stingers, but they could not get close to him. Crow Dabeo flapped his wings, creating gusts of wind to drive them away. The sharp beak of the bird caught the prey accurately every time. Mercer narrowed his eyes slightly, and was not surprised by Dabeo's gluttonous behavior. I'm just curious. Crow nature. Why should I suppress its nature? And it's not like I'm not gaining anything. Moses clearly saw a crystal clear, earthy brown liquid flowing out of the cracks in the soil under Dabeo's feet. Wild honey. Sniffing the faint sweet smell in the air, Mercer couldn't help but smile. He's such a good guy, he only knows how to do good things for his family. Moses had already thought of several plans for a great harvest, the simplest of which was undoubtedly fire attack. But God is merciful and kind. Since you want to be a robber, you'd better spare the bee's life. There must be an antidote within 100 steps of a highly poisonous substance. Although this statement is not quite accurate, it is true. Mercer's eyes accurately found a good thing. In a pond where a river converged not far away, there were floating large lotus leaves with a minimum diameter of 1 meter. Some yellowing, but that's okay. With brisk steps, Moses came to the river and stepped into the crystal clear water with his sandaled feet. It was only 2 meters from the shore and the water was above the calf. The little hand holding the cold dew dived under the water, and with just a light stroke, the broad lotus leaves above the water were free. After picking several round and clean lotus leaves, Moses walked ashore, overlapped 2 lotus leaves, folded them into a 45-degree fan shape, and quickly walked to the bumblebee. He swung his arms and waved the fan-shaped lotus leaves, making the crackling sound of rain hitting the banana leaves. He used his skillful strength to whip the bees accurately. Only injure, not kill. A few minutes later, a layer of fat black bees fell on the ground around. Dabeo and Moses cooperated well. They surrounded Moses and flapped their wings on the ground like chickens to drive away the bees that were still attacking. Those who dared to attack would be eaten by the bees. Moses held the cold dew dagger in his right hand and inserted it into the crack in the ground, prying open the lumps of soil with ease. He saw a beehive with orange honey flowing inside. After wiping off the dust from the cold dew on his clothes, Moses began to divide the beehive. The open lotus leaves began to wrap. This was a rich honeycomb, and Moses collected 2/3 of it, enough for 5 large bags of honey. The rest is left unattended, covered with soil, leaving gaps and taking the path of sustainable development. After collecting the bees, Messer looked at the bees around him that had begun to recover and fly, called out to Crow Dabeo, and quickly left. After eating at least 100 of them, Dabeo finally satisfied his craving, but he was still reluctant to leave. He muttered, "If I knew this earlier, I would have brought my daughter along. This kind of sweet worm is so delicious." Away from the hive, Mercer held 5 large bags of honey and a large piece of honeycomb in his hands. He pinched a piece and handed it to the crow flying beside him, Dabeo, and said with a smile, "There are 5 bags. Leave one for us and take it back for Crow Girl to try." When Dabeo heard this, he laughed happily. Okay, new, happy, thank you. Speaking of which, Dabeo, you should also work harder. Stop speaking incoherently and strive for coherent and fluent sentences. It's just that you haven't practiced enough. This won't work. If you're not good at it, you need to practice more. I know. Crow Dabeo nodded and took another piece of honey that Mercer handed him. He tilted his head back and swallowed it. It's delicious and sweet. As he said that, he flew to a pond and drank a few gulps of clear water, then flew back over again. "I've eaten too much, it's greasy." Mercer ate the honey cube, looked at it and smiled. "Have you finished eating? If you are, go back to the work you were doing." "Okay, another piece." This time, Moses grabbed a big piece and handed it over. Dabeo grabbed it with his claws and flapped his wings to fly into the sky. Walking in the forest, Mercer glanced at the honey cube in his hand. Identification. F+ grade earth honey, a natural dessert, a gift from nature. Regular consumption can eliminate fatigue, improve sleep, nourish and protect the liver, and improve gastrointestinal function. That's right, if the delicacy is so easy to get, the quality can't be that high. But the flaws do not hide the virtues. A good thing is still a good thing even if it is of low quality. This is also a kind of spiritual practice resource. Long-term consumption is a good thing that can improve physical fitness. There are so many good things in this world, and my desire for adventure has been kindled. I ate honey cubes along the way, and when I felt too sweet, I ate a few wild fruits I picked on the road, or took a few big gulps of mountain spring water I came across. Half an hour later, Messer used his observation haki to continuously sense, but for some reason, he could not sense Ace's presence. It was not until they walked out of the forest and came to a slope that Moser looked at the towering curved city wall in the distance and the smoke-shrouded garbage mountain range outside the wall. Uncertain destination. The no-man's land between the Corpo Mountains and the Kingdom of Goa. Calling it a no-man's land is a bit of a compliment, but in reality it is just a waste mountain where unviable, worthless things are infested with hooligans, pirates, and bandits. Most of the people here make a living by collecting waste from the city. Did that brat Ace come here again? The observation and hearing color sensed a familiar breath inside the garbage mountain. Moses waved his hand towards the sky, and the crow flew down. He handed the 5 lotus leaf bags tied with vines he found on the road to Dabeo, who held them tightly with his claws. "What's up, May? I found it. I'll go take a look. You hold on to it." Moses said this and walked down the slope into the garbage mountain. Looking at the various piles of garbage debris, Moses thought to himself, "Are all the nobles of the Goa kingdom pigs? How can they produce so much garbage?" Smelling the foul smoke left in the air by the burning garbage, Messer walked through the ruins. From time to time, you can see scavengers digging in the garbage dump. They have numb faces and tattered clothes, but there is a hint of vigilance and cruelty in their eyes. A pathetic bunch who don't know what tomorrow holds. A group of people living among garbage and having no vision for the future. No, I have aspirations. Their dream may be to dig out something valuable from the garbage. After it is dug out, there may be a bloody scramble for it. I have seen many faces. There are adults, children, men, women, and the elderly. Moses looked at them calmly and did not feel sorry for them. The road to Mount Corpo or other mountains and forests was right there. If they want to truly live, the path has always been there, but they choose to turn a blind eye to it. As for the wild beasts in the mountains, joke. Where do so many powerful beasts come from? As long as you have determination, beasts will never be an obstacle. Following the breath sensed by his observation Haki, he stepped onto the top of a mountain of garbage rising from abandoned buildings. Moses lowered his eyes and looked. Smelly kid, this is what we found, give it back to us. I think you are looking for death. Stop talking nonsense and kill them. 3 adults held knives and forced 2 little kids, who were about 5 or 6 years old. To be precise, their purpose was to get the several worn cloth bags on their bodies. The bag was bulging inside, and the untied opening revealed some messy stuff inside. 2 little brats, a man wearing a top hat with goggles, a blue aristocratic-style windbreaker, and black boots, a man wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and black cloth shoes of fine material. The blonde kid in the top hat was holding a steel water pipe in his hand. Messer's gaze stayed on him for only a few seconds before he shifted his gaze to the other black-haired kid. Ace. Tisk, in this area, nothing belongs to anyone. You have to use your fists to speak here. Ace looked at the 3 adults with a fierce expression, the axe in his hand, which was obviously extremely sharp, gleaming coldly. Come up if you are not afraid of death. Who of you can try my axe first? The 3 adults had murderous looks in their eyes. If they were forced back by this little thing that was not even as tall as their waists, how would they make a living here in the future? The 3 of them looked at each other and could see the ruthlessness and decisiveness in each other's eyes. The next moment, they rushed forward with knives in hand. The battle is imminent. Ace's eyes flashed with nervousness, and he suddenly shouted, Sabo, execute Plan B. The next second, the 2 men took out a handful of wall dust from their pockets and threw it on the faces of the 3 people who rushed forward. No one expected the idea to be so insidious. 2 of the 3 people were hit, and the remaining one was a little slow when rushing forward, so he discovered it in time and raised his arms to protect his face. The 2 people who were hit were suddenly panicked. Ah! My eyes, you bastard, you have no moral principles. Quick, retreat quickly. Don't retreat. Charge forward. This is wall ash, not lime. We can't let them get away. The man who was not hit shouted loudly, grabbed a companion who wanted to retreat, and pushed him hard towards Ace. Suddenly, he looked at the man who was staggering towards him with a look of fear on his face. Ace was stunned. He didn't know whether to chop with the axe in his hand or not. He just thought about it for a moment, and was knocked to the ground by the man who pushed him up. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the man who pushed the man. He rushed forward and leaned over, slashing at Ace's face with a knife. Ace's eyes fixed at this moment, and he half knelt on the ground, staring at the newcomer, ready to fight back. The little boy named Sabo was stunned by this sudden change and shouted, Ace, be careful. At this moment, a cold light suddenly shot out from above, and a muffled sound of puff was heard. Then there was a clang sound, and the knife in the hand of the man who rushed in front of Ace fell off and hit the ground with a crisp sound. Ah! The man covered his right arm with his left hand and uttered a piercing howl, Hand, my hand. At this moment, Ace also knew that the opportunity could not be missed. With a fierce look in his eyes, he quickly stood up from the ground. The axe in his right hand flashed a cold light and hit the man's chest heavily. Puff! A handful of blood splashed onto Ace's face. The man was knocked down hard. Seeing this scene, Sabo calmed down, swung the iron pipe, and swung it at the man in front of him who was rubbing his eyes and looking a little dazed. Bang! Iron pipe headshot. Bang! The iron pipe hit his face. Bang! An iron pipe flew out. Ace wiped the blood off his face, looked at the unlucky guy who had just been sold out, took a step forward, and kicked him in the face. Bang! With a dull thud, he was kicked unconscious. After finally dealing with the 3 people, Ace immediately looked up at the ruins of the building behind him. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, so I had to block the sun with my left hand. But when I looked clearly, I found nothing, it was empty. Ace frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Who saved me?" Then he looked at Sabo again, "Are you okay?" Sabo. Sabo stepped forward and grabbed the object that had pierced the man's arm. He pulled it out with force and took a look. His eyes suddenly widened. Scalpel. Ace came up and looked at him, with suspicion flashing in his eyes. "This knife seems to be of very good quality, even better than my axe. Who is so rich that they just throw it away?" Then, he asked his blonde friend, "Sabo, do you know him?" "You don't know." Sabo looked at Ace in confusion and said speechlessly, "That knife was obviously used to save you. What does it have to do with me?" "And Ace, what happened to you just now? Why didn't you dodge or attack? It was very dangerous, wasn't it?" Ace looked a little embarrassed, turned his eyes away, and said awkwardly, "I have never hit anyone with an axe, and I didn't decide whether to just chop him. Sorry." Sabo looked at Ace blankly, then his face darkened and he suddenly glared and roared, "Then what are you doing with a hammer and an axe? It's scary when you suddenly do that in the middle of a fight, isn't it? I almost died of fright just now." Sabo took a deep breath, slowed down his breathing, and asked again, "What about these three people? It's already like this? Sprinkle them away. You killed." Ace nudged him with his shoulder, his eyes a little weak. "I have never killed anyone." Sabo said angrily, "I haven't killed anyone either. Didn't you say you did? Did you lie to me?" Ace turned his head away again, smacked his lips, and said, "Does killing prey count?" "Sabo, then will you kill him or not?" "Ace, I'm not ready yet." "Sabo, do we need to prepare for something like this?" "Ace, why don't you kill one for me first?" "Sabo, I don't want it, you kill me." "Ace, then I don't want it either." The two looked at each other, and after a few seconds, they said in unison, "Then don't kill them all." New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 First Meeting. Chapter 40. First Meeting. Tisk, poor bastard, the three of us only have a little over 1,000 Baileys on us. Ace said speechlessly. They all have broken corners, and I don't know if they can be spent. You can spend it. I know a bank that will accept this kind of money, which means they will take some of the credit limit. Sabo said. It's so dark. Yeah, it's just black, and each one looks like a vampire. Sabo spread his hands and cursed unhappily, those people are stinking shit. The two men took the seized money and left, heading towards the forest outside. Speaking of which, Sabo, how come you know so much? Did you live in the city before? Ace, didn't we say that we don't ask about each other's origins? Oh, yes. Sorry. It's okay. I forgive you. He he he. He he he. Moses watched them go away and come out from behind the garbage pile, and the crow also flew down. Go follow them both, follow them in the sky, I'll come find you later. Gma, be safe, be careful. Yadabao flew into the sky with a bag of honey. Moses appeared in front of the three unconscious people and looked at them expressionlessly. After a while, Moses left here and they did not die. Since the two guys did not take action, Moses would not take over. However, they no longer have the capital to commit crimes again in the future. Maybe there is some double standard, but that is the kind of person Moses is. This is to prevent them from feeling resentful and taking secret action in the future. Moses never overestimated human nature. There are saints in this world, but most are just ordinary people. Mercer walked all the way to the coast and appeared near the coast at the uncertain terminal, looking at the endless blue sea in front of him. The water is calm. This area is now empty, with a simple dock, but no ship docks here. No pirates. That's it. Since there was no target he wanted to find, Messi was not going to breathe the polluted air here anymore. It smells really bad. The smell of various daily necessities burning, mixed with some indescribable strange smell, is simply killing me. Soon, Moses came back to the edge of the forest. Take one step. Return to the forest again. Take a few deep breaths, let the air flow through your body, exchange air with the fresh air, and refresh your mind. Comfortable. The observation hacky sensed the direction of Yadabeo and also the location of the two boys. Moses did not delay any longer and set out through the forest. Tall trees with a diameter of at least 5 or 6 meters passed by. Swish, Moses pushed aside the bushes that blocked the way and walked out. He looked up and saw the crow Dabeo flying in the sky. He also saw two small figures on the thick branches of a giant tree that was estimated to be 100 meters high 10 meters away. It is at least 20 meters high. The two of them were squatting there, twisting their buttocks, and no one knew what they were doing. Messer was too lazy to use his observation hacky to see through them. He walked happily to the tree, in a state of harmony with nature, and disguised his breath lightly. Moser clasped the rough texture of the tree trunk with his 5 fingers and climbed up quickly. 10 seconds later, Moses sat on a higher branch, looking down at the storage space below him that was created by hollowing out the branches. There were some jewels, coins, gold and silver products scattered inside. Ace, we're one step closer to our goal. Goal? Do you still want to go to sea? To do what? Pirate? Navy? Or something else? Sabo looked at Ace with some confusion. In this day and age, pirates are the most free, so if nothing unexpected happens, I will become a pirate. What about you? I don't know, I haven't decided yet, and that guy Messer hasn't said anything either. I'll ask him later and see what he wants to do. But pirates, I kind of don't want to be one. It feels pretty awkward, but as long as the pirate flag is up, it always feels like it's going to be troublesome. Speaking of this, Ace thought of Garp and his fists. He always felt that if he said he wanted to be a pirate in front of him, he would definitely be beaten badly. Thinking of this, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, that stinky old man with strange strength. Messer? I've heard you mention this name so many times. Could you please tell me? Of course, I don't mean to ask you anything. I'm just simply curious. It's up to you whether you want to tell me or not. I don't mean to force you. Pug. Suddenly, a laugh sounded above their heads. They were both frightened and almost jumped up. The two looked up and were stunned. Sabo looked at it with horror, as he hadn't noticed anything just now. As for Ace, his face was dull at first, then he became excited, and then his face quickly turned black, and then blue and purple. Sabo looked at Messer nervously and warily, but Ace stood up, pointed his teeth at Messer and roared. Are you sick? Are you trying to scare me to death? Messer, do you want a beating? Get down here and I'll beat you up. Do you kneel down and call me brother? Sabo looked at the incoherent Ace with a confused look on his face. Only 2 words remained in his ears. He looked at the person who appeared on the branch above his head and muttered Messer. Mercer smiled happily and waved to Ace. Hey, my stupid brother, Sassy ignores me. After saying that, he ignored Ace's dark face and looked at Sabo. Hey, I'm Messer, you must be Sabo, Ace's good friend. Jumping down from the branch, Moses stood steadily in front of the 2 men, looking at them with a smile. Sabo looked at Messer curiously. How do you know my name is Sabo? We have probably never met before. Messer suddenly jumped back, dodging an angry fist, and then pressed down with his left hand to hold down Ace's kicking leg. Mercer looked at him helplessly and sighed. Is this how you say hello after a long time no see? I don't remember ever teaching you that. Ace was immediately furious when he heard this. He looked at the leg that was grabbed by Messer and said with a dark face, "Let go." Messer smiled, grabbed his leg and swung it hard. Ace flew up and most of his body was thrown out. A cry of surprise suddenly came out of his mouth. Mercer took a step to the side, his left arm hanging on the outside of the tree trunk, and Ace was hanging in the air upside down. Ace kept kicking his legs and yelling angrily, "Get me up, quickly!" Hearing the noise, Messer sat down on the branch, swinging his left arm, not giving Ace a chance to get up. "Just play like this." At this moment, looking at Sabo in front of him, Messer smiled and nodded, looking him up and down, and seeing his bewildered face. "Didn't Ace just call your name?" "I'm not deaf, I can hear you, but you two are really brave, daring to compete with that desperado in the garbage mountain for food." As soon as he said this, Messer felt the struggle on his left hand ease. He turned his head and happened to meet Ace's guilty eyes. "Is that you? You saved me just now, Mercer?" Ace asked, pursing his lips. Sabo also looked at Messi with surprise. "Yes, it was me," Mercer said cheerfully. Then, Mercer said, "Ace, why didn't you swing the axe at that time? Or dodge it?" Looking down at Ace's silence, Messer smiled and said, "I won't preach any more, but remember, you're my only brother. If you die, I'll be very distressed." After saying that, Messer pulled Ace up with his left hand. Ace sat up and looked at Messer, silent for a moment, then said, "Sorry, I won't do that again." Mercer waved his hand and looked at Sabo. "It's not me you should apologize to, it's Sabo. He is your partner." Hearing this, Sabo waved his hands repeatedly, a little embarrassedly saying, "No need, Ace has already apologized to me. By the way, this is back to you." As he spoke, Sabo pulled out the scalpel stuck in the tree trunk and handed it to Messer. A thought flashed in Messer's eyes, and he reached out to take it. With his right hand, he took out a sheath from the bag on his waist and fit the blade of the scalpel and the sheath together tightly. Then he handed it to Sabo and said with a smile, "It's our first meeting, so I don't have any gifts for you. This knife is my masterpiece. If you don't mind, please accept it." Sabo's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. He couldn't help but say, "This thing must be very valuable. It's better made than any weapon I've ever seen." Messer smiled and shook his head. "You are a friend recognized by Ace. If you don't mind, I am also your friend. It's a meeting gift between friends, so don't be shy. Just accept it." At this time, Ace saw that Sabo was still hesitating, and curled his lips and said, "Just accept what Messer gives you. He can give it to you because he treats you as a friend." After hearing what Ace said, Sabo immediately took it with a grin, grinning with great joy. "Thanks, Mercer. I like it very much." He happily pulled the scalpel out of the sheath, then reinserted it, played with it in his hand, then put it in his pocket and then hid it in his sleeve. I couldn't stop smiling. Ace looked a little jealous and envious. He glanced at Messer's waist bag, blinked, and pretended not to care. "I see you still have some. Where did you buy it? I have money now. Can you help me get one too?" Moses smiled. "Call me brother." Ace's eyes widened, and after thinking about it, he felt that he was not at a disadvantage, so he smiled and said, "Brother, I want a knife." Rolling his eyes, Messi always felt that he was at a disadvantage, but after thinking about it, it was no big deal. He could forge it himself anyway, and at worst he could forge a few more later. He rummaged through the bag with his right hand and randomly picked up one of the 4 remaining scalpels and gave it to Ace. Ace took it, pulled the scalpel's blade out of the sheath, and looked at it with delight. He couldn't let it go as he saw the delicate texture that ran through the blade and the handle as one. Looking at Ace, Messer said, "My master is here too. He said he wants to teach us how to practice. Be prepared." Ace's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he swallowed his saliva. "Real or fake?" Messer shrugged. At this time, Sabo said, "Grandpa? Your grandfather?" Mercer looked at him and suddenly smiled. "By the way, Sabo, do you want to go practice with us?" Sabo hesitated, even though he was very curious and wanted to go. "I won't go. After all, I don't even know your grandfather, so I won't bother you." "Okay, then come with us. Good friends should share the hard times," Mercer said with a smile. Ace also laughed maliciously and said, "That's right, Sabo, let's go together. Aren't we good friends?" Sabo became even more curious after hearing this, and was also very curious about one of the three people that Ace often mentioned. Moses got to know him and they became friends. All that's missing is that mysterious grandfather and adoptive mother. A sense of excitement of exploration came over me. Gah! Crow Dabeo fell from the sky and landed on the branch next to Moses. He looked curiously at the glittering treasure in the tree trunk, and then said in a hoarse voice, Master, come here." Ace and the other man stared at Crow Dabeo and exclaimed in unison, "The crow is talking." Messer tilted his head, used his observation haki to sense out, and discovered Garp's presence in the distance. He was somewhat confused, yet not confused, so he looked at Ace and the other man, and then at the treasure in the hollowed-out tree trunk. "Let's go, my master is here to see you, let's go over there." Ace and the others didn't care whether Crow said anything or not, and hurried to clean up the mess. "Seal the dugout piece of tree trunk tightly into the hollow in the tree trunk," Ace said. "Quick, let's go down and get away from here. The secret treasure cannot be discovered." Sabo beside him nodded quickly. And they all looked toward Moses and said together, "Come, let us go down." Both of them subconsciously ignored the fact that this was the first time Moses knew about their treasure. Messer smiled and didn't care, and quickly climbed down the tree with the two of them. And under the guidance of Messi, he ran towards Cap. A few minutes later, crows were flying in the sky and three little boys were running on the ground. Suddenly, the three of them stopped because a very sturdy middle-aged man wearing colorful beach pants, short-sleeved shirt, and slippers appeared in front of them. Leaving the two brothers aside, Sabo looked at Garp in amazement, unable to stop complaining so strong. "Is this your grandfather?" When Garp arrived at Dodden's house in the morning, he was planning to beat his grandsons right away, no, to teach them how to practice. But when she heard that Ace had disappeared early in the morning, she was very unhappy. But when she heard that Messer had also come in the morning and disappeared, she began to feel a little upset. At this moment, looking at the little kid in front of him, and seeing at a glance that this kid's physical fitness was only slightly worse than Ace's, a look of interest flashed in his eyes. "Kid, what's your name?" The voice was quiet and quite gentle, but Sabo felt a little nervous. He immediately stood up straight and bowed. "Hello, my name is Sabo. I'm a little over 5.5 years old. I'm a friend of Ace and Messer. You must be their grandfather, right?" The amusement in Garp's eyes grew even stronger. This kid had a pretty good sense of danger. He coughed and said, "Yes, I'm their grandfather. I guess you're ready too, right?" Sabo looked confused. "Hey!" Messi looked at Cap with a strange expression. The aura that just rose from his body was very powerful. "Grandpa, where are we going to practice? New author, new book. Please read. Please vote for me. Please recommend me. Please invest." End of this chapter. Chapter 41:041 Swimming and Fitness. Chapter 41. Swimming and Fitness. Looking at the three little kids in front of him, Garp raised the corner of his mouth. "As you three should all know, this world is huge, and most travel is only possible by boat. When sailing on the sea, one must not only face various natural disasters but also man-made disasters, so a strong body is essential. But you're all still young, and I don't plan to teach you some high-intensity exercises right now." Moses' eyes showed suspicion, and he said this for a long time, "So So what are you going to teach? It's not going to be swimming, is it? Ace nodded and curled his lips. Exactly. Since you're not teaching any exercise methods, could it be swimming? Sabo agreed. Swimming? That's fine. I don't know how to swim right now anyway. I'll start sometime. I know a lake that's pretty safe. Let's go now. Then, he looked at Ace and Messer. Let's go. I'll take you there. Mercer nodded and glanced at Garp. Let's go, or are you not here to teach swimming, Grandpa? Garp's face turned a little dark, and he clenched his fists. This generation of little bastards is not easy to lead. He coughed. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes, and Garp grinned. Yes, it's swimming, but be prepared, don't die. After saying this, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Sabo. You little bastard are quite smart. Then you lead the way. Sabo glanced at Garp and felt his anus tighten. He felt panic in his heart and immediately laughed awkwardly. Well, if you know of any good places, Grandpa, why don't you lead the way? The desire to survive is overwhelming. Looking at the sweet-talking Sabo, Garp couldn't help but look at Ace. Why couldn't this kid learn from him? When Ace saw this, his face turned red, his eyes moved to the side, and he muttered, You old man, why are you looking at me? Garp saw and heard it all, and suddenly felt his fist itching again. I was so angry that my face turned black. I'll save it for you first and deal with you when I get to the place. He turned around and cursed, Follow me. Take a step and walk towards the distance. Messer smiled, glanced at Ace, gave him a look that told him to fend for himself, and chased after him with a smile. A strong man was in front. 3 little boys followed behind. A white-necked crow is flying in the sky. Walking silently through the forest. Although Cap was walking, his steps were very fast, so the 3 little boys had to jog to keep up with him. Half an hour later, except for Messer, Ace, and Sabo all began to pant. Sabo in particular was out of breath. Running on the road, he looked at the most familiar Ace with a look of surprise. Ha Ace, I've been wanting to ask for a long time, why is your physical strength so much better than mine? Ace glanced at Messer, seeing that he only had a smile on his face, and didn't mean to object. He immediately said proudly, Isn't that natural? I'm 3 months older than you, so I must be better than you, right? Messer curled his lips and quietly watched Ace pretending to be cool, while Sabo said angrily. Fart, can 3 months be considered old? Hearing this, Ace's eyes flashed with an inexplicable meaning, and he looked at Sabo and said 3 months? Then why don't you look at Mercer? He's only a few seconds older than me, but he's much more powerful than me. Hearing this, Sabo turned around and saw that Messer looked normal, breathing evenly, and seemed unusually relaxed. Blink. Looking at Moses, who was taller than both of them, he was a little confused. Is Moses really the same age as you? Isn't he really a year older than you? Ace's face darkened, and he felt that Sabo was cursing. Scolding oneself for being underdeveloped. Tisk, maybe that bastard stole my nutrition in the womb. Hearing this, Moses laughed angrily and said, You bastard, why don't you tell me that you kept squeezing me in the womb? Ace looked confused and immediately said angrily, Bullshit, who squeezed you? Why didn't you squeeze me? At this time, Cap, who was not far ahead, stopped and the 3 of them walked through the woods and came behind Cap. What appeared in front of me was a lake with a diameter of about 300 meters. The water was clear, there were dense aquatic plants on the shore, and some yellow lotus leaves growing in the shallow area. There are also wild ducks playing on the lake. The cry is quacking. Turning around, Garp looked at Ace with a strange expression. Ace frowned when he saw it. Why are you looking at me like that, old man? Garp coughed, the corners of his mouth raised, and he looked very happy. Maybe what the little brat Messer said is right. He is very smart. Maybe he still remembers you squeezing him in the womb. Ace's face froze, and he looked at Messer bewilderedly. You really remember? Are you a monster? Messer's face darkened, and he laughed angrily. Can you speak? I'm a monster, so what are you? Monster number 2? Monster little brother. Aisi Nana said, I'm sorry, I may have been unconscious at the time, otherwise I would let you squeeze back now. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Mercer said speechlessly, Why? You still want to go back to the furnace and start over again? Don't be silly. If you're so stupid, don't tell anyone you know me when you go out. You can't afford to lose face. Aiden laughed angrily and said, I will definitely be more famous than you in the future. When that time comes, I will publicize that you are my younger brother and let everyone in the world know that you, Messer, are my younger brother. Moses' face turned dark. This kid was rebellious and still had the ambition to become big. Then you work hard, and then I'll just say I don't know you. We're not cut from the same mold anyway. The ocean is so vast, there are always people who look alike, and no one will believe them. Ace was about to speak when Garp interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense and take it off for me. Messi turned his head and saw that Cap had taken off all his clothes except for his shorts. His body was full of muscles and knots, like a piece of carefully carved marble, with scars symbolizing metals, full of terrifying power and oppression. Seeing the three little ghosts staring blankly, Garp laughed and said, The warm-up is over. Now jump in, I will teach you how to swim. Seeing that the three people did not move for a while, Garp collided his left and right fists together, and his knuckles made a crackling sound. With a sidelong glance, What? Do you want me to take it off for you? Messer calmly excused himself, and a few seconds later, wearing only his shorts, he walked over to Cap. Garp looked at Messer with satisfaction, put his big hand on Messer's head, and said with a smile. Yes, very obedient. Then let's start with you. Mercer stared at Garp in surprise, his eyes wide open, and he felt anxious. No, master, don't you want to teach me some swimming skills first? Garp smirked, ha ha ha, what skills are needed for that? Learn it yourself in the face of life and death. People's potential can often be squeezed out more quickly in the face of life and death. Go ahead. As he spoke, he grabbed Mercer's right arm, twisted his waist and hips, laughed loudly, and swung him directly. Mercer immediately turned into a parabola and was thrown into the center of the lake. I die faster in the midst of life and death. In midair, Messi looked at the lake getting closer and closer, his face darkened, then his face turned serious, he took a deep breath of air, and the next second, there was a splash, and a splash of water exploded on the lake surface. Seeing Messi enter the water in this way, Ace and Sabo's faces froze, and they regretted taking off their clothes too early. Ha ha ha, you two should get off here too. At this time, Garp appeared in front of the two men with a grim smile on his face, holding one in each hand, and threw them out in a big loop as if holding a chicken. 3 seconds later. Plop! Plop! Garp smiled smugly, then stretched his arms and kicked his legs. I can't deal with you little brats anymore. His calf muscles bulged slightly, and with a bang, he left 2 footprints on the ground, which then formed a parabola and rushed straight towards the location where he had thrown the 3 people. With a splash, it entered the water perfectly, only splashing a handful of small water. Swimming, to put it simply, is the body movements in the water and the way of breathing on the water surface. Generally, it is an underwater exercise performed by coordinating the movements of the arms and legs and relying on the flow of water. As soon as I entered the water, Moses did not move, but sank down according to the force acting on his body. Take a deep breath before entering the water to ensure that your body is fully stocked with oxygen, so you won't be in such urgent need of air for a while. The water is not deep. The deepest place is less than 20 meters. I quietly stretched my body and floated in the water. The lotus leaves floating above my head blocked the sunlight. I opened my eyes and the light around me was dim. Floating and sinking in this lake, under the interaction between the downward gravity of the earth and the buoyancy of the air in the body, there is no other force introduced, no sense of direction, neither going up nor down, just moving with the current in the lake. Sometimes he was upside down, sometimes upside down, or lying sideways, or on his stomach, letting the water in the lake control his movements. A brand new experience came to my mind. Moses blinked and entered a state of unity between man and nature, feeling the breathing and flow of water. He slowly moved his palms, and the water licked through the gaps between his open fingers. The water in this lake is living water and has a flow direction. There is also a river not far away. Mercer sensed the different breathing rates in the water, which were components of the air, and felt the oxygen rubbing against his skin, but now he could not absorb them into his body. There seems to be a diaphragm on the surface of the body, preventing oxygen in the water from entering the body. An idea suddenly occurred to Moser, who thought of a special ability, life return. If he could do that, could he cooperate